In the Qingzhou realm Yinxiao sect, Luotian Peak, a young man in black clothes lay on the grass, a blade of dogtail grass between his lips. Sigh, it's been 2.5 months already. Why aren't they making a move? If they don't act, my plan to challenge the master, no, to help the master recover, cannot proceed. The young man in black was named Yi Xian, a disciple of Luotian Peak. Staring at the azure sky, he sighed helplessly. Look at that guy, he's like a dog. What time is it? Instead of quickly finding a new master, he lies here sunbathing. What a disgrace to our Luotian Peak. No sooner had his sigh faded than 2 jeering voices came from not far away. Even if he wants to join another peak, no one would take a waste like him. As for this Luotian Peak, after today it has nothing to do with us. All that will be left is a waste peak lord and this disgraceful trash. They walked and talked their unreserved mockery, reaching Yi Xian's ears. But Yi Xian was not angry at all. Instead, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. After today, could it be that the action starts today? He sat up from the grass. Whoosh. At that moment, streaks of figures shot across the sky, cutting through the air. Men and women, all with formidable auras, flew toward the main hall of Luotian Peak, the Luotian Great Hall. That woman with snow-white long legs and a white dress must be senior sister Su Ruyan. Only she has legs so long and fair. Today's action is definitely happening. Master, I can finally challenge you. No, save you. Hee. Yi Xian rolled over, got up from the ground, and dashed toward the direction of the Luotian Hall. Breaking news. Today, senior sister Su Ruyan of Luotian Peak, together with all disciples and elders, is forcing Zhang Luotian to shatter the Master Soul Seal and dissolve all master-disciple bonds. The former sword fairy has fallen to such a state of betrayal. Pitiful and lamentable. The sect leader was kind enough to give Luotian Peak a year, yet they couldn't even endure 2.5 months. Authoritative news. Many peak elders are already rushing to Luotian Peak to recruit the disciples and elders under Zhang Luotian. But that's all hollow. They claim to recruit disciples and elders, but in truth they covet the resources those people will bring from Luotian Peak. At the same time, a piece of earth-shattering news exploded across the entire sect. Everyone was arguing fiercely. By the time Yi Xian reached the Luotian Great Hall, it was already packed with people. A tense atmosphere filled the entire hall. In the main hall, a stunningly beautiful woman in a white dress, tall and elegant, was shouting coldly at a red-dressed woman sitting 100 meters away. The latter had an extremely pale but exquisitely beautiful face. The white-dressed woman was Su Ruyan, the senior sister of Luotian Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Yinxiao sect. She was also the close disciple of Zhang Luotian, known as the first sword fairy of Qingzhou. Yet now she had led a group of junior sisters, junior brothers, and even elders in a rebellion. The reason was simple. 2.5 months ago, Zhang Luotian had failed in her tribulation to reach the Emperor realm and barely survived. But she had lost all her cultivation and her meridians were shattered. In a single day, she fell from the highly anticipated first sword fairy of Qingzhou to a useless cripple. And there was no possibility of recovery. Falling from the pedestal in an instant showed Zhang Luotian, who had devoted herself to the sword, the greatest malice in the world. People strive upward, a water flows downward. A fine bird chooses its tree to perch on. If you, Zhang Luotian, still cherish the last shred of master-disciple affection, take out the Master Soul Seal and shatter it, so we can transfer to other peak masters. A forced melon is not sweet. Holding onto the Master Soul Seal is meaningless. At most, in 7.5 months, the sect leader will revoke everything. We can still regain our freedom, but you don't need to cruelly keep us for those extra months. We have accompanied you for 2.5 months. That is already the utmost of righteousness. It's better to part on good terms. We might still remember your kindness and leisure. Looking at the master she once revered most, Su Ruyan's voice was now icy. Master, shatter the Master Soul Seal. Please don't let your selfishness delay our path of cultivation. Cultivators value strength above all. Master, you are already crippled. You can't expect us to become useless too. With Su Ruyan's words, silence fell. Others also began to speak, uttering very harsh words. The Master Soul Seal was a unique artifact of Yinxiao sect. After taking, a master, disciples would entrust a wisp of their soul mark to the master, who would place it into a special soul seal. That way, if the disciple was in mortal danger, the master could sense it through the seal. This allowed timely rescue. Over time, this act became the most important step in the master-disciple ceremony, considered an essential part of taking a master. The soul seal was thus called the Master Soul Seal. Therefore, in Yinxiao sect, once you had taken a master and your mark was in their seal, you could not choose another master in principle, unless the master returned your wisp of soul mark or crushed it. Over time, this became a fixed rule. However, incidents of changing masters midway were extremely rare. But after Zhang Luotian failed her tribulation and became crippled with all sides kicking her when she was down both openly and secretly. This scene of when the tree falls the monkeys scatter, a collective betrayal, came to pass. Ri and I saved you from a pile of corpses back then, and you were not even 7 years old. Looking at the instigator of the betrayal, Su Ruyan Zhang Luotian's heart felt as if stabbed. Her most beloved and most promising senior disciple turned out to be the first to backstab her. But before she could finish, Su Ruyan coldly interrupted. Enough. The past is past. Besides, you only helped me because you saw my talent. In these years I have brought you plenty of face. Don't play these hypocritical emotional cards. In one word, bring out the Master Soul Seal and shatter it, returning our freedom. Otherwise, don't blame me for not considering even the last thread of master-disciple bond and forcibly taking it. You. Such cold words drove Zhang Luotian to the extreme of anger and sorrow. Pain, grief. Their words were like a sharp knife gouging into her heart, slowly dissecting it. I nurtured you with all my heart, yet in the end, every one of you backstabbed me and cast me aside like a worn-out shoe. Laughable, truly laughable. From a young age, her talent was extraordinary. She had a pure sword heart and a spirit fox sword body, which appeared only once in 10,000 years. Before she was 100, she had already broken through to the divine realm. After that, she advanced swiftly. In less than another 100 years, she had glimpsed the threshold of the Emperor realm. If she succeeded in the tribulation, she would become the first sword empress of Yunxiao sect in 3,000 years. She would also be the first sword empress in Qingzhou. Thus, she was hailed by Qingzhou cultivators as the first sword fairy. But heaven did not fulfill her wish. During the tribulation, she failed. Her foundation was destroyed, her cultivation lost. She exhausted everything just to barely survive. But she was severely injured with unknown days remaining. After her tribulation failure, she received no care. Instead, all sides joined in kicking her when she was down, poaching her followers, seizing her resources. Because everyone knew that destruction by heavenly tribulation left no possibility of recovery. Being able to keep her life and survive a few more years was already heaven's great mercy. With trembling hands, Zhang Luotian took out a white jade seal from her pocket. Actually, even if you hadn't come to force me today, I was planning to gather you all and shatter this seal. As your master, how would I ever want to delay you? It's merely happening sooner than I expected, and it has let me see your true faces. Even if I die suddenly one day, I won't have to worry about you thankless ingrates anymore. Bang! With the final word, Zhang Luotian slammed the Master Soul Seal violently to the ground. The seal shattered instantly, and wisps of soul marks burst forth from within. The soul marks autonomously returned to their owners. We are merely seeking a better future. You, Zhang Luotian, don't need to put it so sanctimoniously. As the soul marks returned, Su Ruyan let out a cold laugh. Her exquisite face was full of harshness. Then she turned around gracefully and walked toward the hall's exit. Senior sister, wait for me. They'll go with you. And me? I don't want to stay here a moment longer. It feels full of bad luck. As Su Ruyan turned, the other junior sisters and brothers also shouted and left. Among them were various piercing laughter and mockery. But it didn't matter anymore. Sorrow beyond the heart's death. Zhang Luotian stared blankly at all this, because at this moment her heart was already dead. Perhaps the best ending after letting everything go was to end her own life. Just as Zhang Luotian thought, everyone in the hall had left. Yixian, who had been standing at the very edge, stepped forward. Master, I, Yixian, refuse to betray you. Please, Master, continue to hold my soul mark. There's no need. You should go too. Zhang Luotian looked at this disciple, the one she had cared for least with the worst talent, and spoke with hollow eyes. Master, save my life. Without you I would have died long ago. A person must have principles, to know what to do and what not to do. So I cannot leave. Yixian said with unwavering firmness. He was a transmigrator born into this world. But before he turned 3, his family suffered a catastrophe. Everyone was slaughtered, and he was saved by Zhang Luotian, who happened to pass by. However, his talent was mediocre. After all these years, he was still stuck in the qi condensation stage. He went unnoticed, always on the fringe. But he was a man who knew how to repay kindness. Hearing Yixian's words, a glimmer of color returned to Zhang Luotian's beautiful eyes. She sighed softly. I never expected that the disciple I valued least would be the one with a grateful heart. But there's no point in you staying any longer. See if there's anything you can take and leave. Yixian took a deep breath. Master, you are wrong. As long as I can stay by your side, my life has meaning. Everyone may betray you, but I, Yixian, will never. I wish to always be by your side. And perhaps I might be able to heal your damaged foundation. You can heal me, eh? Zhang Luotian blinked, a flicker of color returning to her eyes, but it quickly faded. There is no possibility of recovery. Don't comfort me. But if you truly don't want to leave, then stay. After I'm gone, erect a cenotaph for me. That can be considered repaying your master-disciple bond. A cenotaph? Yi Xian was startled. He quickly asked, Master, are you planning to take your own life? Zhang Luotian sighed softly. Sometimes living is truly worse than dying. Yi Xian's brow furrowed deeply. Master, there is a saying, a living dog is better than a dead lion. Don't you want to at least try? Leave yourself a last sliver of hope. Maybe it only takes a very small price. You've been so persistent in persuading me. So tell me what price must be paid. Looking at Yi Xian, Zhang Luotian suddenly broke into a gentle smile. It wasn't that she believed Yi Xian, but his tireless persuasion made her feel a trace of long-lost care. How beautiful! Seeing Zhang Luotian suddenly smile, the young man's heart trembled. The sickly pallor paired with that complex smile struck directly into the soul. Yi Xian clenched his fist, took a deep breath. Master, actually the price is simple. I want to ask you to help me cultivate. Assist you in cultivation. Zhang Luotian was stunned upon hearing this. Then she let out a bitter laugh. I am now a cripple, and although you lack talent, you are still a cultivator at the 4th level of qi condensation. Your master can no longer help you at all. Now her foundation was utterly destroyed, her cultivation fully lost, even her Dao heart had collapsed. She was utterly powerless. Master, you can. It's just. Yi Xian hesitated, finding it hard to speak. After all, this was the master who had raised him. Calling her master was hard to utter. But if he didn't speak now, after today, there might never be another chance. Yi Sun hardened his heart and spoke emphatically. Disciple possesses an extremely special physique, the legendary pure yang sacred body, but it lies dormant. It requires a woman's yin essence to awaken, and master's spirit fox sword body is an extreme yin sword physique. Therefore, I wish to engage in dual cultivation with you. Dual cultivation. Zhang Luotian was stunned. She never expected to hear such a niche term from her own disciple. Yi Xian continued, I think master wouldn't want her pure yang sacred body disciple to pledge allegiance to another master, right? Similarly, after awakening my pure yang sacred body, I can use its origin essence to help master repair. Silence, insolent disciple. Before Yi Xian could finish, Zhang Luotian roared, cutting him off. I thought those ungrateful wolves were already the worst. I never imagined the real wolf was you. You even covet your own master. Are you even human? Zhang Luotian was furious, her perfect body trembling with rage. Others only coveted the resources on Luotian Peak. But Yi Xian, he actually desired her body. Too despicable. Master, scold me if you must. But this may be the only way to repair your foundation, and also the way for me to walk the path of strength. Your disciple can swear that if I fail to help you rebuild your foundation, I will hang myself in atonement. Since the matter had been laid bare to this extent, Yi Xian had no way back. After speaking, he walked towards Zhang Luotian. Stop right there, insolent disciple. I am your master. No matter what excuse you have, you cannot violate me. You will be struck by heavenly lightning. Seeing Yi Xian approaching, Zhang Luotian felt frightened and shouted at him repeatedly. But with her foundation destroyed, cultivation gone, and finding it hard to walk even a few steps every day. Even her roars sounded weak, like a coquettish plea. Much less could she stand and flee. A firm embrace, warm and smooth as jade. A tsunami of ripples surged in Yi Xian's heart. Master, your disciple knows you are a proud woman, unwilling to end like this. You help your disciple cultivate, and your disciple will help you return to your peak. Deep inside the hall, Zhang Luotian watched Yi Xian sitting cross-legged not far away. Gritting her teeth, insolent disciple, I truly want to kill you with a sword. In the end, she could not escape Yi Xian's evil clutches. He succeeded. He had taken her century-long yin essence. Yet to her disbelief, Yi Xian had not deceived her. It truly was the pure yang sacred body. It was said that the pure yang sacred body only appeared in the central continent, where geniuses and true powerhouses gathered. Yet even in the central continent, it was rarely seen, once in 10,000 years. A small Qingzhou realm shouldn't have it. How could he possess the pure yang sacred body? And in a dormant state. This is extremely strange. Angry as she was, many doubts also arose in Zhang Luotian's heart. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a small sun. His body radiated blazing energy. His long hair drifted without wind, and his handsome face became even more striking. As the pure yang sacred body awakened, every cell in his body underwent drastic changes. When the transformation was complete, Yi Xian's aura abruptly soared. 5th level of qi condensation. 6th, 7th, 9th level of qi condensation. In a short time, he had rushed to the 9th level. But it did not stop there. He broke straight into the 10th level. 10th level of Qi condensation. Normally one opens a cave heaven at the 9th level. He actually reached the 10th. Is he going to open 10 extremely rare cave heavens? When she saw 10 Qi vortexes faintly emerge behind, Yi Xianjiang Luotian was very surprised. After Qi condensation comes the cave heaven realm. Normal cultivators open a cave heaven at the 9th level of Qi condensation. After opening 9 cave heavens, they begin to nurture an embodied spirit. That is the 3rd realm, nurturing spirit. Only after the initial completion of nurturing spirit can one evolve divine abilities and enter the true powerhouse realm, divine ability realm. In this cultivation world, the realms are Qi condensation, cave heaven, nurturing spirit, divine ability, dharma aspect, true self, God realm, emperor realm, saint realm. Before her, tribulation failed. Jiang Luotian was at the peak of the God realm, dominating the entire Qingzhou realm. But now it all had become a fleeting cloud. At this moment, Yi Xian did not open his eyes after the breakthrough. His consciousness entered a space filled with golden light everywhere. In this space, he was manifested in his own form. It felt no different from entering physically, but Yi Xian knew he was appearing here as his primordial spirit. I have successfully awakened the pure yang sacred body now. Didn't you say that when I awakened it you would pass on the supreme treasury to help me climb to the peak? Why don't you show yourself yet? He. As soon as Yi Xian's words fell, a sinister and terrifying voice sounded, startling him. I have waited 18 long years for you to awaken the pure yang sacred body. Although it's much slower than I imagined, the day has finally come. As the sinister voice resounded, a terrifying and gloomy phantom slowly materialized at his side. The phantom stared at Yi Xian as if drooling. Something's wrong, seems like a trap. The phantom's manifestation was too direct and evil, making Yi Xian's heart sink. Are you man or ghost? Why so sinister? Can't you talk properly? He was not entirely unfamiliar with this voice. Since the age of 8, this voice had often appeared in his heart, telling him he had an unprecedented sacred body, the pure yang sacred body, but that it needed powerful yin essence to awaken, preferably an extreme yin essence of a cultivator with a special physique. And the best choice was Jiang Luotian. At that time, the 80-year-old Yi Xian was terrified. He only thought it was a nightmare. As he grew older, he understood more and more. But he also became increasingly cautious and careful. He never dared to let anyone know about this nightmare. Fortunately, because his cultivation had been extremely slow, no one paid him any attention. He had passed those years smoothly. Until today, when Jiang Luotian failed her tribulation. He made up his mind, knowing he could no longer wait. One was for himself, the other was to help Jiang Luotian rebuild her foundation. Because the voice had told him that the origin essence of the pure yang sacred body could repair any damaged foundation in the world. All things are born from the sun. His pure yang sacred body had the same effect. It doesn't matter if I'm man or ghost. What matters is that I'm going to merge with your primordial spirit and take over your body. As soon as the words fell, the phantom charged towards Yi Xian's primordial spirit. Damn, no wonder you coaxed me into being a traitorous disciple. All of this was to make me a stepping stone for you. Yi Xian instantly grasped the situation. He burst into a torrent of curses. No wonder this voice had persistently tempted him. It was all for the sake of seizing his body. He was furious, yet utterly helpless. His primordial spirit was far too weak to resist this phantom. All he could do was watch helplessly as it devoured his soul. Having just gained a sacred body from his master, he was now about to be possessed. It was a leap from heaven to hell in an instant. But the very next moment, the phantom spat Yi Xian's primordial spirit back out. The phantom itself was gravely wounded, its essence leaking out, causing it to fade significantly. Outer demon, your soul does not belong to this world. You are an outer demon. The phantom uttered in utter terror. As it attempted to devour Yi Xian's primordial spirit, it suffered a tremendous backlash. Because his soul was not of this world, the phantom could neither devour nor merge with it. Forcing the process only invited the backlash. This was the law of the heavenly Tao in this realm. No one could alter it. Your soul is that of an outer demon, yet how can you inhabit this pure yang sacred body? This defies the heavenly Tao. You ask me, how the hell should I know? Die, old fool. The tide had turned. Yi Xian cared not for such things. With a roar, he charged madly at the phantom. The enemy was wounded and couldn't devour him. So what was there to fear? Stop. We can coexist peacefully, the phantom bellowed, turning to flee. But already ethereal and nearly spent, the backlash from before caused it to stumble and fall to the ground. Yi Xian sat on its back. Fists the size of sandbags rained down upon it. Stop hitting me. Let's coexist. I'm an old man who has endured hundreds of thousands of years in this creation heavenly steel. So just because you've suffered you can trick me and possess me. It'll make you suffer, make you suffer, make you suffer. With a flurry of blows the phantom was brutally shattered. It eventually turned into a streak of light, which by chance flew into Yi Xian's mouth. At the same time, a vast amount of information surged forth. The old man was called Void Venerable. He was a powerful venerable level expert. He had also cultivated powerful spatial laws. However, while competing for the creation heavenly steely, he was besieged. Ultimately defeated in the moment his physical body was destroyed, he tore a spatial rift, and his soul entered the creation heavenly steely, falling into the void of nothingness. When he was just over 2 years old, while chasing a little sparrow, he had stumbled upon it. The creation heavenly steel had then mysteriously entered his body. Later, when he was 8, the figure of Void Venerable appeared. Void Sutra. Within this information, a powerful scripture emerged. This was the profound, ancient scripture that Void Venerable had cultivated. Upon a brief reading, Yi Xian was astounded. What a fearsome, ancient scripture. Cultivated to its peak, it would allow one to freely traverse the void, killing without a trace, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. This scripture is extraordinary. I'll study it well later. And this creation heavenly steely, I'll research it another time. I wonder how Master is doing now. Has she accepted this fact? After memorizing the Void Sutra, Yi Xian muttered to himself. Then he quietly returned his primordial spirit to his body. Through his tightly shut eyes, he cracked open a tiny slit and saw a pair of beautiful eyes less than 2 fingers away from his own. Jiang Lushan's rosy small mouth was slightly open, very close to his lips, as if she was sucking something. He could feel the warmth of her inhale. It felt ticklish. Master, what are you doing? Yi Xian asked. Jiang Lushan, startled like a frightened rabbit, let out a sharp cry. She quickly leaned her head back. But perhaps with too much force her body began to topple backward. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly reached out, encircled Jiang Lushan's slender waist, and pulled her back. Smooth, slender, soft as boneless jade. Defiant disciple, let me go this instant. Grabbed by the waist by Yi Xian, Jiang Lushan was both embarrassed and anxious, quickly scolding him. If I let go, Master will fall hard. Your disciple would be heartbroken. Yi Xian said with a slight smile, steadying Jiang Lushan. But as he looked down, he caught sight of her full chest, causing his eyes to involuntarily lock on target. Defiant disciple, still looking. You grow more insolent by the day. Jiang Lushan, in a fit of anger, struck his chest with her palm. To Yi Xian it felt no different from a tickle. He looked at the incomparably beautiful Jiang Lushan before him. Master, you are unwell. Please do not let your temper flare. Your disciple is merely curious. What was Master doing just now? None of your business. I am the Master. Do I need to explain my actions to you? Seeing Yi Xian persist, Jiang Lushan snorted coldly and shoved him away. Who knows what possessed her to lean so close to Yi Xian just now? After Yi Xian's breakthrough, a faint dragon-like, pure yang sacred force emanated from him, unconsciously drawing her near. After inhaling it into her body, her foundation, which had shattered into countless pieces, seemed to slowly begin to mend. This nearly moved Jiang Lushan to tears of joy. She quickly opened her small mouth and greedily inhaled. She just hadn't expected Yi Xian to suddenly open his eyes. But how could she possibly tell Yi Xian about such an embarrassing situation? She needed to put on a cold, aloof front and give him a good scolding. Otherwise, after this little wolf had taken her body, he would only become even more unruly in the future. Defiant disciple, do you know your wrongs? Following this, Jiang Lushan took a deep breath and glared at Yi Xian with an icy reprimand. Your disciple admits his faults. Yi Xian quickly sat up straight. It was clear Jiang Lushan was about to confront him. He thought to himself that as long as she didn't take his life, he would submit to whatever punishment she deemed fit. After all, he had crudely taken Jiang Lushan's century of chastity. Though in the end Jiang Lushan had been quite cooperative. Admitting fault is acceptable. This matter must remain between us, known only to heaven, earth, and ourselves. You must not tell a third person. Otherwise this master will never forgive you. Understood? Understood. Yi Xian quickly nodded. He certainly wouldn't speak of such an act of defying and desecrating his master. Such a heinous deed would drown him in the gossip of outsiders. Jiang Lushan, maintaining a stern face, snorted again, then get out. This master is tired. That's it. Yi Xian was stunned. He had been prepared for some physical punishment, but instead, he was just told to leave. It seemed master was somewhat reluctant to punish him. With this thought, a smile curled at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. Master, please rest then. Your disciple will take his leave. If there is anything, just call out, and your disciple will appear immediately." Having said that, Yi Xian gave Zhang Luoshan a slight bow and then walked out. This defiant disciple, seeing that I didn't punish him, must be feeling quite smug. Watching Yi Xian swagger out, as if he owned the place, Zhang Luoshan gritted her teeth in anger. But even if I killed him, what good would it do? A broken mirror cannot be mended, and the body he took cannot be returned. As soon as the chamber door closed, Zhang Luoshan quickly went to the bed, sat cross-legged, and examined her body. Though she had lost all her cultivation and could not see internally, she had other methods such as checking her pulse to assess her condition. Countless shattered meridians have fused somewhat. The pure yang sacred force radiating from his body is truly remarkable. Heaven never seals off all exits. In her excitement, tears welled up in Zhang Luoshan's eyes. How could she not be overjoyed at the hope of recovery? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Let the humiliation of today be the fuel for my return to the peak. I, Zhang Luoshan, will wash it all clean. A resolute light shone in Zhang Luoshan's eyes. But looking at the disheveled bedding and the trace of crimson upon it, Zhang Luoshan's pretty face suddenly flushed. It's just... This defiant disciple is probably in for a rough time. The hall of the goddess of Luo. Looking at this once bustling hall now empty and desolate, Yi Xian sighed deeply. Humans, once they lose power, are no better than dogs. But that's not an issue. I possess the pure yang sacred body, and I will eventually help my master restore all her foundations and return to her peak. But the key is, how can I help my master now? Speaking of this, and that I fear my master would be unwilling in the short term, I can't force her every time. After all, she is the one who raised me. I can push her, but not excessively. Yi Xian muttered to himself, holding his head and trying to think of a solution. I have been too useless before, accomplishing little, and my pockets are not full of money. While others suffer injuries and heal with all kinds of precious medicines, I can only rely on gently soothing my meridians to reduce swelling and remove bruises. I can use this reason to slowly infuse the pure yang sacred power into my master's body, gradually nourishing her meridians, and so on. Once the feelings are in place, it won't be too late. With the appropriate reasoning in mind, Yi Xian was very pleased. He then began to organize himself and took out the Void Sutra to study. Gradually, Yi Xian became engrossed. The scriptures of the Void Sutra began to appear on the heavenly creation tablet. In his mind, the complex scriptures were being translated into plain language. Before he knew it, Yi Xian's comprehension soared, and he entered a state of enlightenment. A peculiar wave radiated from his body. It gave others a sense of something both illusory and real. Break the void. Suddenly, Yi Xian shouted in his heart. In the next second, he found himself 10 meters away. It was almost like teleportation. With another thought, he shifted again over 10 meters. After several consecutive shifts, Yi Xian finally stood still, panting heavily. I've mastered it. I actually grasped it so quickly. Was it the heavenly creation tablet that assisted me? Yi Xian was overjoyed, feeling as if he had just entered a very strange state. It seemed that by observing the heavenly creation tablet, his understanding of the Void Sutra had skyrocketed. Goodness, could the heavenly creation tablet help me gain insight into techniques? That's incredible. Yi Xian found it hard to believe, but he was in that state for the first time and had no time to consider anything else but to study the heavenly creation tablet. I can study the heavenly creation tablet later. The key is that activating this Void Sutra is almost equivalent to spatial displacement. But even the cave heaven realm can hardly achieve this. I can completely catch my opponent off guard. Even those in the cave heaven realm can't reach me, while I can stab you at any time. Wonderful, wonderful, ha! Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh heartily. Gurgle. A rumble from his stomach signaled a wave of hunger. Yi Xian looked outside the hall. The sky had gradually darkened. Damn, it's already getting late. Indeed, practicing has no sense of time. But if I'm this hungry, my master must be even hungrier. She currently has no cultivation and cannot fast. I need to get something to eat. Yi Xian muttered as he walked out of the hall, wondering if he could catch a wild chicken. As he turned around, he arrived at the Spirit Beast Garden of Luo God Peak. This is the place where spirit beasts are kept on Luo God Peak. There are powerful flying birds and land beasts, among others. The strongest can reach the divine ability realm. But now these powerful spirit beasts had been taken away immediately after Zhang Luoshan failed her tribulation and lost her cultivation. It is said that other peaks were short of spirit beasts and came to borrow them urgently. But in reality, they were worried that Zhang Luoshan would refine these spirit beasts to recover her body. However, they didn't take all of them, leaving a few ordinary spirit beasts here as a last resort. Kid, if you continue forward, there will be upheaval. Suddenly a sharp voice rang out. Xuan looked up. A redfoot parrot. Xuan looked surprised at the giant bird speaking. They didn't take you away, eh? Was it because you talk too much? This redfoot parrot is closely related to parrots and can naturally speak human language. Its bright red feet are over half a meter tall and weigh several dozen pounds. Its combat power is formidable. Can't I just be a homebody? The redfoot parrot glared at Xuan with its sharp little eyes. It seemed Xuan had stepped on its sore spot. All right, you're a homebody, you're noble. Since that's the case, I now ask you to make one last contribution to Luo God Peak. What do you mean? Are you trying to catch me? The redfoot parrot instantly became alert, then it burst into laughter. Kid, don't think I haven't heard of you. You are the greatest disgrace of the entire Luo God Peak. A super waste. And I, the redfoot parrot, am at the 9th level of chi condensation. With a flap of my wings, I can slice you into thick slices, understand? I understand your nonsense. No wonder no one wants you. You really do talk too much. Xuan huffed in annoyance. Then he stomped his foot and charged at the redfoot parrot. You refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. Knowing there are tigers in the mountains, you still venture into the tiger's den. Until the Yellow River, you won't give up. Since you want to challenge your own life, then I, the redfoot parrot. The redfoot parrot continued to chatter, and Xuan directly punched it. With a loud bang, the redfoot parrot, which had swung its wings to strike at Xuan, was sent flying. There was even a sound of bones breaking. How is it possible? How can this disgrace of Luo God Peak have such great strength? The redfoot parrot cried out in pain. It found it hard to accept. But based on its experience, if one blow fails, it must retreat 1,000 miles. Never engage in a drawn-out battle. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Wait until I, the redfoot parrot, return from training on other peaks, and I will repay today's sudden attack. The redfoot parrot screamed in anger, and enduring the excruciating pain, flapped its wings to leave. But in the next second, Xuan suddenly disappeared from his original spot and appeared right in front of it. He punched down on its forehead. Ouch! The redfoot parrot bled profusely, a sense of dizziness assailing its head. Bang! 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 Then several more punches rained down. The redfoot parrot fell to the ground with a thud. Don't be nervous. Take a deep breath. Feeling dizzy is normal. Holding the redfoot parrot's head, Xuan comforted it gently. The redfoot parrot's eyelids grew heavier until it could no longer open them. It couldn't understand until its death why there was still some distance between them. Yet Xuan had instantly moved beside it, with one hand dragging the redfoot parrot back to the hall of the goddess of Luo. Feathers were plucked, water boiled. An hour later, a large pot of delicious redfoot parrot stew was ready. Xuan filled a large bowl with chicken meat and brought it to Jiang Luoshun's door, knocking on the room. Inside, Jiang Luoshun, who had long been starving to the point of dizziness, suddenly jolted awake. This ungrateful disciple hasn't shown his face all day. He comes to knock on my door only at night, with his mind full of trivial matters. Doesn't he fear starving me to death? Damn it. Jiang Luoshun's expression was furious as she lifted a cup of tea and drank it down in one go. She had been starving for a long time, but due to severe injuries and a significant loss of strength, this made it somewhat inconvenient for her to walk, so she could only drink tea to stave off hunger. But it wouldn't last long. Master, opened the door. I'm your disciple. The voice of Xuan sounded again at the door. Forget it. If he wants it, let him have it. Perhaps I can gain some pure yang sacred power in return. After all, he's just a young man. I can't expect him to take care of anyone. Jiang Luoshun sighed, helplessly comforting herself. Supporting herself against the table, she stood up and unlatched the door. Suddenly, a waft of fragrance drifted over. Master, I've stewed chicken for you. Eat it quickly, and then we can get busy. Seeing the stunningly beautiful Jiang Luoshun, Xuan smiled slightly and walked in with the large bowl. Jiang Luoshun's face flashed with a hint of shame and anger. This ungrateful disciple has become increasingly audacious, even saying it outright. You want me to eat chicken? Today I absolutely will not eat, even if I faint from hunger or starve to death. At worst, I will give up this pure yang sacred power today. So fragrant. A minute later, Jiang Luoshun was eating with grease dripping from her mouth. She no longer cared about her image, because it was simply too delicious. Master, please slow down. I won't snatch it from you. Watching Jiang Luoshun devour the food, Xuan felt a pang of distress. Jiang Luoshun must have been starving. It was all his fault for taking too long to find food today. Jiang Luoshun ignored him, gulping down an entire bowl of chicken and broth. Only then did she set down her chopsticks and gracefully pick up a handkerchief to wipe her mouth. She said coolly, "This chicken is well stewed. Where did you get it?" The redfoot parrot chicken from the spirit beast garden. I stewed it. That chatterbox. They didn't take it away. Zhang Luoshan was somewhat surprised. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Maybe it talked too much and was disliked. It's perfect for filling our bellies and making the most of its use. Speechless, Zhang Luoshan rolled her eyes. Your tongue is just as glib. Hee, but it's delicious, isn't it? Yi Xian grinned. Then he said, Master, since we've eaten the chicken, I'll go bolt the door. Let's head to the inner room and begin. With that, Yi Xian picked up the bowl, cleaned up the scraps, and walked out. Damn it, this rebellious disciple is utterly infuriating. Starting right after the meal, not wanting to waste a single moment. Zhang Luoshan was furious and ashamed. She wished she could strike Yi Xian's skull with a single palm. But she had eaten his chicken and wanted his pure yang sacred power. Forget it, forget it. Zhang Luoshan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her anger. She would let Yi Xian do as he pleased for now. Soon Yi Xian returned after securing the door. Master lied down on the bed. Zhang Luoshan nodded, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She stood up and walked toward the bed, saying, Go blow out the lamp. Why blow out the lamp? I can't see clearly, Yi Xian replied casually. Zhang Luoshan's steps faltered. Unable to contain herself, she turned and snapped at Yi Xian, Rebellious disciple, don't go too far. That situation during the day is only allowed once. Your master is not a wanton woman from the brothels. Indeed, Zhang Luoshan was still brooding over what happened during the day. It seemed his assessment was correct. Zhang Luoshan wouldn't be able to dual cultivate with him again anytime soon. Even if she agreed now, it was out of reluctant compromise. She dared not resist him. That was not what he wanted. Zhang Luoshan was his first woman. He not only wanted her body, but also her heart. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly explained, Master, your disciple wouldn't dare. Your disciple knows a special technique to invigorate meridians and warm acupoints. But to stimulate the meridians and locate the points requires great precision. And your disciple is unfamiliar with Master's body. If I rashly use pure yang sacred power, without careful observation, I fear I might cause secondary harm. Invigorate meridians and locate points. Zhang Luoshan was momentarily stunned. Had she misunderstood? Damn, it seems she really had misunderstood. Yi Xian wasn't planning to dual cultivate with her. Her mind was in the gutter. Speak clearly next time. Zhang Luoshan let out a heavy cold snort. It's your disciple's fault for not explaining clearly. But rest assured, Master, unless you are willing, your disciple will never force you to do anything against your will. Like dual cultivation. Yi Xian thumped his chest, apologizing and promising. Zhang Luoshan's expression softened slightly. She wanted to nod, but ultimately let out a heavy cold snort. A man's mouth is a deceiving ghost. Let me see this so-called meridian invigoration and acupoint warming of yours. All right, Master, lie down. Your disciple will do the work. It might hurt a bit. Bear with it. Zhang Luoshan was speechless. This was the second time she had heard those words today. She highly suspected Yi Xian said it on purpose. On the exquisite silk-canopied bed, Zhang Luoshan lay face down. Her nearly perfect figure made Yi Xian's mouth go dry. He even momentarily regretted not just following through with the mistake and going all in. But now, with all those high-sounding words said, it seemed much harder to ever cross that line with his master. He wanted to slap himself. Rebellious disciple, have you started? Right away, Master. It'll begin now. Yi Xian quickly stepped forward. Taking a deep breath to clear his mind, he climbed onto the bed. He activated the essence of his pure yang sacred body, channeling a thread of pure yang sacred power to his fingertips. Then, starting from her feet, he pressed a specific acupoint on Zhang Luoshan's jade-like foot. Because the feet connect to the ground, they are the foundation of a person. Thus, he worked from the bottom up. In that instant, Zhang Luoshan couldn't help but let out a moan, her delicate body trembling. Her robes rippled like water. It made Yi Xian tremble as well. He quickly said, Master, don't shake. Don't test me like this. Rebellious disciple, can't you just close your eyes? Zhang Luoshan was both ashamed and angry. Her face flushed as she scolded Yi Xian. She knew all too well how tempting her pose was. But what could she do? And she was already trying her utmost to endure. If I close my eyes, I won't be able to see the acupoints clearly. Master, please bear with it. This is no trivial matter, otherwise you might truly become paralyzed. Yi Xian wiped the sweat from his nose and continued channeling pure yang sacred power into the acupoint on the sole of Zhang Luoshan's foot. What a tormentor! Zhang Luoshan sighed inwardly. She could only clench her teeth tightly, trying not to make a sound or any movement that might cause Yi Xian to lose control. The pure yang sacred power entered through the acupoint, and began to nourish the broken meridians. Waves of tingling, numbing, and aching pleasure washed over her, making it hard for Jiang Luotian to control herself, for it was truly blissful. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her red lips parted, looking utterly comfortable. Watching Jiang Luotian like this, Yi Xian felt that even if he hadn't awakened his pure yang sacred body, he could open a foot massage parlor in town, men not allowed, beautiful women only, and live quite well. Bang! After who knows how long, Jiang Luotian felt something slam heavily against her back. Startled awake from her near slumber of bliss, she quickly turned around. She saw Yi Xian collapsed on her jade-white calf. He seemed to have fallen asleep. Rebellious disciple, what's wrong? Jiang Luotian called out urgently. But Yi Xian made no response. Jiang Luotian quickly reached out and placed her fingers under his nose. He was still breathing. This rebellious disciple, he overexerted himself and passed out. Jiang Luotian was caught between laughter and tears. Yi Xian's breathing was steady, and with the sweat on his face it was clear he had exhausted himself and fainted. You rebellious disciple, fainting on my leg like this. Aren't you afraid I might suddenly decide to settle scores and take your life? Looking at Yi Xian's handsome face, Jiang Luotian let out a soft snort. Despite her words, Jiang Luotian gently repositioned Yi Xian and covered him with her own quilt. She picked up a silk handkerchief and with tender eyes carefully wiped the sweat from his forehead. You rebellious disciple, you've taken my body and are willing to exhaust yourself for me. I'm afraid your master is doomed to fall into your hands. At present, Yi Xian's strength was still relatively weak. Moreover, having just awakened the pure yang sacred body, the sacred power within him was inevitably scarce. Yet he had expended all of it to warm and nourish her meridians. To say she was unmoved would be a lie. After wiping the sweat from Yi Xian's brow, Jiang Luotian felt a sticky sensation on her back and yearned for a bath. Her usual bathing spot was within this very bedchamber, where a large wooden tub stood not far away. It was fed directly by underground hot springs accessible simply by opening the water inlet. But the crux was that she always bathed alone. Now, however, there was an extra presence in the room. Yi Xian. Surely this rebellious disciple won't wake up halfway through. If he wakes up and sees me bathing, I'd be mortified. Jiang Luotian was torn. Yet being someone who valued cleanliness, even possessing a slight obsession with it, she truly disliked this sticky feeling. He probably won't wake up, he passed out from exhaustion. How could he wake so easily? He'll just wash quickly. In the end, Jiang Luotian decided to bathe. She climbed off the foot of the bed and walked toward the wooden tub. But after only a couple of steps she halted. She stared in disbelief at her bare feet. So light. It's been so long since I felt this. She was astonished. With her cultivation lost, meridians shattered, and foundation destroyed. Even walking had felt like dragging leaden feet. Otherwise, when facing Yi Xian's charge, she wouldn't have lacked even the strength to flee. It seems some of the damaged foundation and meridians have been repaired again. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Jiang Luotian was overjoyed. Though the restoration might be slight, hope was growing. With a joyful heart, she reached the tub, released the hot water, and settled in. Time slipped by as Jiang Luotian continued bathing. On the bed, the unconscious Yi Xian twitched his fingers. Damn, I overexerted myself. Using too much pure yang sacred power made me pass out. Could master suspect me of scheming? Slowly opening his heavy eyelids, Yi Xian silently reproached himself. Where's that splashing sound coming from? His ears twitched at the noise of water striking. He slowly turned his head toward the source. Yi Xian was utterly stunned. Through the hazy gauze, he glimpsed a scene of peerless beauty bathing. Am I dreaming? Yi Xian rubbed his eyes vigorously, then used 2 fingers to pry his eyelids wide. Hiss! He inhaled a sharp breath of cold air. Good heavens, it wasn't a dream. It was actually Master Jiang Luotian. For a moment, Yi Xian was entranced. Bathing Jiang Luotian sensed something amiss. Though her cultivation was gone, her intuition remained strong. Seeing Jiang Luotian move, the nearly mesmerized Yi Xian quickly shut his eyes and feigned sleep. Moments later, he caught an exceptionally unique, refreshing fragrance approaching. It was definitely Master's scent. With that, Yi Xian squeezed his eyes even tighter and steadied his breathing. What a scare! I thought that rebellious disciple was awake. Jiang Luotian, seeing Yi Xian's eyes still shut, breathed a sigh of relief. But as her gaze shifted, her exquisite face flushed crimson. Even unconscious, this rebellious disciple can't behave. Hearing Jiang Luotian's complaint, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He had hidden it so well, yet he was still exposed. But it couldn't be helped. It was only human nature. Fortunately, Jiang Luotian made no further move. With a soft hum from her nose, she turned and walked away. Since Yi Xian had taken the bed, she naturally wouldn't lie back down. Otherwise, how awkward would it be when he awoke? Fetching a blanket, Jiang Luotian lay down on the floor. Time passed until the next morning. Yi Xian woke up with 2 enormous dark circles under his eyes. Jiang Luotian was already awake and looked at his panda eyes in confusion. What's with those dark circles? You went to bed so early, even if you were unconscious you shouldn't have them. Cough, maybe it's because I had to concentrate so hard last night, straining my eyes too much. Yi Xian cleared his throat. How could he admit that he hadn't slept a wink all night? Every time he closed his eyes, the image of that beautiful woman bathing appeared. It left him restless and unable to sleep. If this weren't Jiang Luotian's bedchamber with her sleeping not far away on the floor, he would have relieved himself several times. Jiang Luotian's puzzled expression softened into tenderness and concern. So that's it. You've worked so hard. Why don't you rest a bit more? They'll go to the spirit beast garden to see if any remain and make you some nourishing soup. Master, don't go. If anyone goes, it should be me. Even the weakest spirit beasts are far stronger than ordinary people. You can't take that risk. Hearing Jiang Luotian wanted to catch spirit beasts, Yi Xian quickly interjected. Jiang Luotian paused, a bitter smile crossing her face. I forgot. I'm just an ordinary person now. Master, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean it that way. I'm not mocking you. Yi Xian couldn't bear that hint of bitterness and sorrow in her expression, drawing on some unknown courage. He reached out and embraced her slender waist. Master, don't lose heart. I swear I'll help you return to your peak. You. Suddenly pulled into an embrace, Jiang Luotian tensed up. But seeing the earnest look on Yi Xian's face, a warmth flowed through her body. She nodded gently. All right, I believe you. Good, then I'm off to catch those spirit beasts. You wait here obediently for me. With that, Yi Xian walked out, a bright smile on his face. What a spirited young man. This rebellious disciple is getting more and more insolent. Watching Yi Xian's retreating figure, Jiang Luotian scoffed inwardly. But the corners of her lips lifted, betraying the joy spreading through her heart. The spirit beast garden. Yi Xian arrived there. But just as he was about to step inside, a scolding came from behind him. Ye the waste, are you asking for trouble? Do you think you can enter the spirit beast garden? At the sound, Yi Xian turned around. Zhu Gaoxiang, is that you? 2 young men stood there. Yi Xian addressed one of them. Zhu Gaoxiang was once a disciple of Luotian Peak. It's me. This is senior brother Ji Wuli from Heavenly Sword Peak. Come and greet him quickly. Zhu Gaoxiang said arrogantly to Yi Xian. Yi Xian curled his lips into a cold smile. Put the greetings aside for now. I want to ask you, a traitor and a disciple of Heavenly Sword Peak, who allowed you to trespass into Luotian Peak? According to sect rules, without prior notification, no one may enter the inner grounds of any peak. You must wait in the square at the main peak's foot. Otherwise, the peak has the right to deal with any trespasser up to crippling their cultivation or even execution. Don't you understand? We understand, but so what? Luotian Peak is left with only a useless peak master and a worthless disciple like you. Even if we don't announce ourselves, what can you do? Ji Wuli let out a sneer. Except for the sect leader, who considered face and remembered Jiang Luotian's great contributions to the sect, and that immediately discarding her would look bad. She was still the peak master in name. Nominally, she led everything on Luotian Peak. But in reality, no one cared about Jiang Luotian or Yi Xian, the sole remaining waste disciple. They had come today because Zhu Gaoxiang mentioned there were still spirit beasts here. They planned to hunt one for a feast. Yi Xian, get lost now. Don't hold up me and senior brother Jis business. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our old friendship and crippling you right here. Swoosh. Before Zhu Gaoxiang could finish his words, Yi Xian vanished from his spot. Boom. The next second, it felt as if a giant beast had rammed Zhu Gaoxiang's chest, sending him flying sideways. He crashed through 3 tree trunks as thick as a bowl, before stopping, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A pained cry escaped him. Beside him, Ji Wuli was stunned. Wasn't Yi Xian a waste? How was he so fierce? Traitor Zhu Gaoxiang, Heavenly Sword Peak disciple Ji Wuli, for trespassing into Luotian Peak's inner grounds. I, Yi Xian, senior disciple of Luotian Peak, hereby pronounce you guilty. Your cultivation shall be crippled. Arrogant, utterly arrogant. How dare you trash Yi Xian? Ji Wuli was both shocked and enraged, never expecting Yi Xian to strike without warning. Yet in the next instant, Yi Xian launched another attack from a standstill. A sweeping kick lashed out, aiming directly at Ji Wuli's head. Such audacity. Do you think a mere chi refining 9th layer peak like you can lay a hand on me? They'll cut you down. Ji Wuli roared hastily, raising both arms to block. Boom. The bones of his arms shattered, the sound deafening. Ji Wuli was sent flying violently, blood spewing from his mouth. I've been knocked back. I'm at the peak of chi refining 9th layer. He roared amid spurting blood, unable to accept it. They said Yi Xian was merely a trash at chi refining fourth layer. Yet he himself was on the verge of forming his own cavern realm. Whoosh. Without a word, Yi Xian closed in. His foot slammed down hard onto Ji Wuli's face. Boom. He stomped Ji Wuli's head into the soft earth, then shifted his foot with a vicious stomp to Ji Wuli's dantian. Crack. Something seemed to shatter, and Ji Wuli coughed up a torrent of blood. His power drained away at an alarming rate. The chi refining ninth layer cultivation collapsed in that instant. You've crippled my dantian. You actually crippled my dantian. Ji Wuli howled in despair. Yi Xian had shattered the dantian, the most vital organ for any low-level cultivator. Before reaching the cavern realm, the dantian was the wellspring of all power, absolutely crucial. Now that his dantian was destroyed, he had become a useless cripple. How dare you? I'm a disciple of the heavenly sword peak. How dare you cripple me? So what? Yi Xian sneered. You trespassed on Luotian Peak. I'll cripple you if I want. Get up and fight if you can. Come on, hit me. Hit me. Uffed. Ji Wuli, consumed by rage, spat out another mouthful of blood. Then his head lolled to the side as he fainted from sheer fury. Hiss. Zhu Gaoxiang, standing nearby, drew in a sharp breath. He stared in utter disbelief at the scene before him. So ruthless. Yi Xian was not only incredibly strong, but also merciless. Had he been hiding his true strength all along? He had even nearly infuriated Ji Wuli to death. Swish. At that moment, Yi Xian turned his gaze toward Zhu Gaoxiang. Zhu Gaoxiang shuddered involuntarily. Forcing a flattering smile, he said, Junior brother, let's talk this out. I'm your senior brother Zhu. I once took you on an external training mission. Surely you haven't forgotten the bond we shared through hardship. I haven't forgotten. When danger came, you made me take the lead to clear the way for you. Yi Sun let out a cold laugh. Zhu Gaoxiang's face flushed with embarrassment. That was an accident, a miscalculation on my part. And another time, I led you and a few other junior brothers to raid a half-depleted mine, and we all gained plenty of spirit stones. Indeed. But afterward, you took all my spirit stones under the pretext of a referral fee along with my accumulated extra allowances. Did that really happen? Zhu Gaoxiang could no longer maintain his composure. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Had he really been that bad? He couldn't believe it. He always thought he was kind to small animals. Stop piling on excuses, or I might just kill you. You senior brothers and sisters, all ungrateful wolves, have cheated me plenty in the past. Yi Xian sneered as he walked up to Zhu Gaoxiang. Zhu Gaoxiang's expression shifted drastically. Seeing that reasoning was futile, he steeled himself and abruptly drew the blade at his waist. Yi Xian, will fight you to the death. Swish, swish, swish. Zhu Gaoxiang wildly slashed at Yi Xian with his blade. But a chi refining 8th layer cultivator was no match for Yi Xian, who was at the 10th layer. With a casual reach, Yi Xian caught the blade between two fingers. You? Zhu Gaoxiang's eyes widened in shock. Yi Xian kicked Zhu Gaoxiang in the dantian, sending him flying. Like Ji Wuli, his dantian shattered, and his cultivation rapidly drained away. They'll give you 30 breaths to drag this fool out of here, or I'll feed you both to the spirit beasts. Yi Xian said coldly, glancing at the bleeding, groaning Zhu Gaoxiang. Then he turned and walked toward the spirit beast garden. Damn you, Yi Xian, you crippled me. You'll pay. The heavenly sword peak will never let you off, never. Zhu Gaoxiang glared at Yi Xian's retreating back with burning hatred. But he dared not delay. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he struggled to his feet, hoisted Ji Wuli, and limped away. Let me off? Did I ever intend to let you off? You bullied me shamelessly when my master fell from grace. I'll settle that debt with you all one day. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. A sinister chill curled at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth as he headed toward the spirit beast garden. Half an hour later, he caught a blood fox rabbit. He dragged it back to the main hall of Luotian Peak, where he and Jiang Luotian lived. Why were you gone so long? Did you run into trouble? Upon his return, Jiang Luotian heard the noise and hurried over. She looked at Yi Xian and asked, No trouble. Just took out the trash. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Jiang Luotian narrowed her eyes slightly. Did outsiders come to Luotian Peak? I guess I can't hide anything from you, master. But don't worry, master. I'll handle it. Just a couple of worthless minnows. Yi Xian chuckled, telling her not to be concerned. Seeing his confidence, Jiang Luotian nodded. All right, then start a fire and cook. Yi Xian hummed in agreement. Master, go rest in the room for now. No need for long speeches. In an hour we'll feast. Cheeky. Jiang Luotian rolled her eyes at him. She turned and went back into her room. Yi Xian hummed a tune as he prepared the snow fox rabbit. Today he would make 3 dishes from 1 rabbit. Inside the room, Jiang Luotian walked to the bedside. On the headboard was a phoenix-carved pillar. She reached out, grasped the phoenix's head, and gently twisted. A soft click sounded. A hidden compartment appeared in her bed, which was made of thousand-year ironwood. Inside the compartment lay a jade box. She opened the jade box to reveal a golden talisman. Gently she lifted the talisman. Who would have thought that this careless act back then would prove useful today? You may covet my Luotian peak, but if you dare harm my rebellious disciple, don't blame me for taking us all down together and sinking the cloud firmament sect. Her fingers lightly traced the golden talisman, and a terrifyingly cold gleam flashed in Jiang Lushan's eyes. The talisman bore a single character emperor. Such a talisman could only be forged by an existence at the Emperor realm. She had obtained it by chance while exploring the ruins of an Emperor-level powerhouse. Its power was equivalent to a full-force strike from an Emperor realm cultivator. The sheer might was unimaginable. She had always carried it with her, but during her tribulation to reach the Emperor realm, she had taken it out and stored it here. Because it was a weapon of mutual destruction. Keeping it on her person was unsafe, and it was useless for tribulation. Unexpectedly, that decision had now become her strongest trump card. Especially since this talisman required no powerful spiritual energy to activate, only blood as a medium to unleash its power. She closed the jade box and returned it to its place. Jiang Luoshan placed the Emperor-level lethal talisman into the inner pocket of her robe, ready at all times. At the Tianjin Peak, Zhu Gaoxiang helped Ji Wuli down from the Luoshan Peak, and he awoke immediately. The two went straight to the third elder of Tianjin Peak, Ren, tearfully recounting their experiences at Luoshan Peak. Other disciples of Tianjin Peak stood by, filled with anger. The trash from Luoshan Peak is too audacious. Not only did they launch a surprise attack, but they also crippled a person. This is a slap in the face of Tianjin Peak. Did they think Luoshan Peak was once the #1 peak in Yunshao? How dare they strike so ruthlessly? We must retaliate and reclaim our honor, otherwise Tianjin Peak will lose face in Yunshao sect. Master, please let me take action and teach that trash a lesson, so he knows why the flowers are so red. Amidst the angry shouts, a young man dressed in white stepped forward and shouted. He was one of Ren's disciples, and also a budding expert who had just entered the cave heaven realm. Ren's gloomy expression eased slightly. He looked at the young man in white and said, "The grievances between young people should be resolved among yourselves. I won't interfere, lest I be accused of bullying the weak." The young man in white quickly understood. "Master, I just can't stand seeing my junior brother being ambushed and humiliated. Such trivial matters naturally do not require your intervention. I can help my junior brothers deal with it." With the current situation at Luoshan Peak, if Ren were to take action and seek justice, it might cause others to have thoughts. Moreover, it wouldn't look good for a disciple to be harmed by trash. You handle it, and don't bring such trivial matters to me in the future. After Ren finished speaking, he turned and left. However, as he departed, he shot a glare at Ji Wuli, secretly cursing him as worthless. Ji Wuli's heart trembled, thinking to himself that it was over. With his cultivation crippled, he was likely to be marginalized and gradually leave Tianjin Peak. If he was lucky, he might become a servant. But he couldn't rest easy until he took down Yixian. "Senior brother Wang, I am willing to offer all my treasures in exchange for justice. I only ask that senior brother Wang help me seek justice." In the next moment, Ji Wuli directly knelt on one knee before the young man in white. Wang Yun. "Rest assured, junior brother Ji, I will definitely help you seek justice." Wang Yun smiled faintly, a glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. This was a great opportunity to take down Yixian. He could save face in front of Ren. After all, Ren had many disciples. He wasn't particularly outstanding among them, especially since he knew that Ren had once suffered a setback at the hands of Jiang Luoshan, returning in a furious state for 3 days without eating. At Luoshan Peak, Yixian was preparing a meal, making sure everything was ready. He then invited Jiang Luoshan to sit down and enjoy a hearty meal. After eating to her heart's content, Jiang Luoshan looked at Yixian and said, "Xianer, your pure yang sacred body has now been awakened. The techniques you once mastered were too low-level. I am preparing to pass on the destruction sword technique to you. You must practice it well." "Thank you, master." Yixian's eyes lit up at the words. The destruction sword technique was a powerful art possessed by Jiang Luoshan. It was said to be an imperial-level ultimate skill, and one of the 3 imperial-level ultimate skills collected by the Yunshao sect. It was the supreme treasure of Luoshan Peak. In the entire Yunshao sect, only Jiang Luoshan and her former top disciple Su Ruyan had learned it. Seeing Yixian's delighted face, Jiang Luoshan felt a pang of guilt. "I will recite the mental formula to you, but but how much you can comprehend depends on yourself. I am currently powerless and cannot demonstrate it for you. Moreover, because the technique is too powerful, it cannot be expressed in written form and can only be recited. Yi Xian nodded with a smile. Rest assured, Master, I have exceptional talent and will surely succeed in my cultivation. I believe it won't be long before I surpass Su Ruyan. The technique of my master should not be used by a traitor like her. Su Ruyan. Hearing this name, a sharp glint flashed in Jiang Lushan's beautiful eyes. This was someone she valued highly considering her heir, yet she had betrayed her deeply. To cultivate Su Ruyan, she had demonstrated the destruction sword technique multiple times when she first taught it to her directly, imparting her insights in a way akin to enlightenment. Because of this, Su Ruyan could easily rank among the top 3 chief disciples of the 9 peaks of the Yunxiao sect. Good, I believe in you. Once you master it, I will reward you. After a moment of silence, Jiang Luoshan smiled gently. What reward, oi? Yi Xian's eyes brightened at her words. Let's talk about it once you master it, Jiang Luoshan teased, leaving Yi Xian feeling curious. As he gazed at Jiang Lushan's perfect figure, he wondered if his master was agreeing to be with him. Rebellious disciple focus, I am about to begin. While Yi Xian was lost in thought, Jiang Luoshan hurriedly reprimanded him, her heart lightening with a snort. Yi Xian's thoughts were obvious to her. This rebellious disciple was far too unguarded. The way he looked at her seemed as if he wanted to devour her. Even if she were truly prepared to give him a reward, she now decided against it. Yi Xian smiled, awkwardly quickly sitting upright. Then he sat there while Jiang Luoshan recited the destruction sword technique directly to him. Since it was an imperial-level ultimate skill filled with the power of the Tao, ordinary paper and pens could hardly record it. Therefore, Jiang Luoshan could only recite it. However, just as Jiang Luoshan spoke the first word, Yi Xian's body trembled slightly. Because the evolution heaven steel in his mind actually recorded the words recited by Jiang Luoshan. It recorded one word at a time. The evolution heaven steel is actually autonomously recording the scriptures. Yi Xian's heart shook violently. This time, he was not cultivating his divine sense in his mind, could clearly see the evolution heaven steel autonomously recording the scriptures transmitted by Jiang Luoshan. Then something even more astonishing happened. When Jiang Luoshan finished reciting, a complete scripture annotations unexpectedly appeared beside it, simplifying and analyzing the obscure and difficult scriptures. It was like solving complex Olympiad problems with detailed answers provided right beside, including explanations for each step. Yi Xian was thrilled. This evolution heaven steel is incredible. It's like an automatic problem-solving artifact helping me comprehend the profound and intricate meanings of the scriptures. Moreover, he had a feeling that as long as he started learning and cultivating now, he would soon fall into a state of epiphany. Doesn't this mean I can attain enlightenment in all methods, anytime, anywhere? First the void scripture, then the destruction sword technique. No matter how obscure and difficult, I can analyze and comprehend it. Amazing, simply amazing. Yi Xian was exceedingly excited, nearly dancing with joy. Jiang Lushan's tired voice sounded, Xianer, have you memorized everything? Master, I have memorized everything. He quickly came to his senses and nodded in response. That's good. I am tired, so I will take a rest. Jiang Luoshan smiled, and then stood up. But just as she stood up, she felt dizzy and was about to fall to the side. Yi Xian quickly got up and caught Jiang Luoshan in his arms. As he held the stunning beauty in his arms, Yi Xian could only feel pity. It must be that reciting the destruction sword technique consumed too much mental energy. After all, this is a legendary imperial-level ultimate skill, not an ordinary technique. If I had known, I should have had Master teach half of it first. With a heart full of concern, Yi Xian carried Jiang Luoshan into the room. He placed Jiang Luoshan gently on the bed. Then he directly sat down cross-legged, entering his consciousness into the evolution heaven steel. What level of treasure are you? How can you be so miraculous? You can so easily analyze even imperial-level ultimate skills. Yi Xian was astonished. Thinking of the void sovereign who tried to usurp him and failed, Yi Xian felt somewhat relieved. After all, something that even the legendary, indescribable sovereign beings fought over couldn't be an ordinary object. Though the emperor was strong, it seemed he was nothing compared to the sovereign. I will study it later. For now, I will cultivate the destruction sword technique. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian dismissed distracting thoughts and began to practice the destruction sword technique. The destruction sword technique has 9 levels: spirit destruction, soul erosion, falsehood breaking, divine, false star, shattering, heaven collapse, rebellion, return to ruins, and destruction. Cultivating to the peak can annihilate all. Imperial-level ultimate skills are extremely difficult to learn. However, with the help of the evolution heaven Steely, Xuan felt as if he was learning a technique at the qi condensation level. He effortlessly integrated it. Before he knew it, a mysterious aura began to flow from his body. Spirit destruction. Suddenly, Xuan whispered. Without him, moving, a wooden stool a few meters away from the bed shattered with a loud bang. Goodness, I didn't even draw my sword. Ew, I just used my mental strength as a sword, and it has such terrifying effects. If this is paired with the void scripture, it would be invincible. When you arrive at the cave heaven realm, it'll definitely take you down. According to common sense, at the 10th level of qi condensation, mental strength is limited to perception and cannot kill enemies outside the body. However, paired with the destruction sword technique, he surpassed common sense. The first level of spirit destruction's most crucial attack method is to invisibly annihilate another's soul. This indicates the horror of the destruction sword technique. If the first level is this terrifying, the subsequent levels are even more unimaginable. I finished cultivating the first level so quickly, a master will definitely be very pleased when she wakes up. All of this is the result of my own efforts. Suddenly there was a series of loud bangs from outside. Xuan's eyes narrowed. Is revenge coming? That was quick. Just in time to use you as offerings for my sword. Xuan stood up and walked to the bedside, looking at the sleeping Jiang Luotian. He gently kissed her lips like a child sneaking a taste of honey, tiptoeing to leave. This rebellious disciple. After Xuan left, Jiang Luotian's beautiful eyes opened instantly, a blush appearing on her cheeks. At the same time, her eyes were filled with shock. Cave heaven realm. Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. His arm trembled faintly. Of course, it was not fear but excitement. It seemed that since the awakening of the pure yang sacred body, a warlike gene had emerged within him. However, this movement observed by Wang Yun and his companions was misinterpreted as a tremor of fear. Nothing more than this. Wang Yun sneered inwardly. Glaring coldly at Xuan, he said, Xuan, you crippled my 2 junior brothers. I won't say I'll kill you. In equivalent exchange, I'll cripple your limbs. Any objections? What do you think? Xuan looked at him as if he were a fool. I think it's acceptable, Wang Yun said with an arrogant smile. In fact, I consider this punishment a mercy. If another hot-tempered senior brother had come, have taken your life. Oh, what a great kindness that is. If I accepted it, I fear I'd never repay it in this lifetime. Xuan let out a scornful laugh. Wang Yun's smile froze. Sarcasm. Xuan, don't be ungrateful. Your master is a cripple incapable of teaching you. As your senior brother, let me discipline you properly. From now on, understand that when you have no backing, you must tuck your head in like a turtle. Boom. The next second, a terrifying aura erupted from Wang Yun, the harsh airwaves lifting his robes. A visible surge of energy emerged from his palm, like a twisting dragon hurtling directly toward Xuan. Spirit annihilation. Facing Wang Yun's direct assault, Xuan unleashed his ultimate move. Without hesitation, he employed the first layer of the newly learned annihilation sword art, spirit annihilation. In an instant, he drew his sharp sword and slashed. Before the sword light was even seen, Wang Yun crashed to the ground with a thud, clutching his head and letting out a mad, agonized scream. The piercing wail was as if he were being gnawed by vengeful spirits. He rolled on the ground, completely uncontrollable. How is this possible? Senior brother Wang. This sudden turn of events sent Ji Wuli and the other 2 into screams of shock. They saw Xuan slash his sword, and Wang Yun became like this. There was no external injury, yet Wang Yun trembled in agony. It seemed as if his primordial spirit had been wounded. But Xuan shouldn't possess such strength. It was too absurd. It hurts so much, my head. What demonic art did you use? Wang Yun rolled on the ground, howling in madness. At this moment, his head felt as if it were splitting, his primordial spirit seemingly torn open with a huge gash. The pain was even more excruciating than losing both arms. They'll give you a piece of advice: if your strength is lacking, don't stick your neck out, or you'll be taken down the moment you show your face. Xuan sneered. With a light step, he charged at Wang Yun's sword in hand. Junior brother Lu Mang, stop him. I was careless earlier and didn't use the power of my cave heaven. Use your cave heaven power to suppress him. Seeing Xuan approaching, Wang Yun hastily roared. At this moment, a hint of regret stirred in his heart. He should have gone all out from the start. It was his contempt for Xuan that led him to hold back. Xuan's senior brother Wang was caught off guard by your sneak attack. Don't get cocky. Lu Mang stepped forward abruptly. He unleashed his ultimate move, activating the power of his cave heaven. Visibly, a blurry, cavern-like apparition appeared above his head. This was the unique cave heaven phenomenon of a cave heaven realm cultivator. One cave heaven represented one layer of heaven, with the peak being 9. Prodigies with exceptional talent could even open 10 cave heavens, an exceedingly terrifying feat. Suppress. Lu Meng opened his cave heaven and struck a palm at Yixian. A colossal palm print several meters tall descended to shroud everything as it smashed toward Yixian with the speed of a meteor. But Yixian was faster. Void scripture void breaker. In an instant, he vanished from his spot and reappeared over 30 meters away. Spirit annihilation. He swung his sword at Lu Meng. Before Lu Meng could even react, he let out a piercing scream. He tumbled to the ground, clutching his head in agony. He seemed to be in even greater pain than Wang Yun. 3 moves, 2 cave heaven realm cultivators subdued. And he was merely at the 10th layer of qi condensation. Stunned. Ji Wuli and Zhu Gaoxiang were utterly stunned. They looked at Yixian with deep-seated terror. Especially Ji Wuli, who had been the loudest. His legs trembled, and he felt as if he might lose control of his bladder. If you piss your pants, I'll castrate you. Yixian keenly noticed this and said coldly. This was the Luotian Grand Hall, not the wilderness. I promise I won't. Ji Wuli clutched his crotch, tightly struggling to hold it in. Seeing this, Yixian looked at him with utter contempt. Then he walked over to Wang Yun and stepped directly on his face. Cave heaven expert. Nothing more than this. Yixian, you're arrogant. I've only just entered the cave heaven realm. There are stronger senior brothers and sisters above me. Suppressing me proves nothing. Wang Yun roared in fury. Cave heaven realm cultivator can't even beat me at qi condensation, and you still have the nerve to say that. Yixian sneered with immense sarcasm. He gradually increased the pressure on Wang Yun's face. The bones in his face began to emit a grating sound. The tearing pain in his primordial spirit had not yet subsided, and now this new wave of agony arrived. Double the pleasure. Wang Yun could no longer hold on. Stop. Let's talk this out. Don't torture me. Whatever you want, just name it. Oh, you're quite clever. You know I have a request. Yixian chuckled lightly. I'm not stupid. I know you had the power to kill me just now, but you didn't. That means you want something. Just say it. Wang Yun roared through gritted teeth. It's no wonder you reached the cave heaven realm. You've got a bit more brains than those 2 little cuties over there. The power of spirit annihilation was indeed enough to wipe out their primordial spirits completely. But he hadn't done so because he had a purpose. Insulted to their faces, Ji Wuli and Zhu Gaoxiang flushed red. They understood that little cuties meant idiots. Both of you are cave heaven realm disciples, so you have some value. Tell your master to bring the following items to ransom you. Otherwise, he'll strip you naked and hang you on the crooked neck tree at the entrance of Luotian Peak for the entire sect to see. He'll also write down where you studied and why you were hung. Then Yixian spoke to them, listing the items he wanted. You want to break through to the cave heaven realm. The things you're asking for are all needed to break through to the cave heaven realm. After Yixian finished, Wang Yun immediately understood his intention. Exactly. If Luotian Peak hadn't been stripped clean, would Yixian have to resort to this? Yixian sighed and admitted it openly. After Zhang Luotian failed her tribulation, she consumed a large amount of resources in her attempt to recover, but to no avail. Seeing that she couldn't recover the disciples and elders under her, began stealing and appropriating, emptying Luotian Peak completely. Even the spirit herbs by the roadside were uprooted. Apart from the heaven and earth spiritual energy that couldn't be taken, everything that could be moved was taken. To break through to the cave heaven realm, mere cultivation was insufficient. Other auxiliary resources were needed to forge the strongest and best cave heaven. For a cultivator, the 4 essentials, location, companions, methods, and wealth, were indispensable. For this reason, seeing that Wang Yun and the other had some value, he had not killed them. You're asking for far too much. Our 2 families combined cannot possibly prepare all this for you. Wang Yun growled. That's not my problem. It's yours. Yixian chuckled lightly, then turned to Zhu Gaoxiang. Go and deliver the message. Yixian, let me go? He's only been at Tianjin Peak for a few days and isn't even the master's disciple. Ji Wuli quickly stepped forward to interject. Are you teaching me how to do things? Yixian glanced at him sideways. I wouldn't dare. Ji Wuli hastily shrank back. In the end, Zhu Gaoxiang departed with Yixian's demands. Upon returning to Tianjin Peak, he searched extensively before finally locating Chao Ren. He knelt with a thud and recounted the situation. Useless, a pack of useless fools. 2 at the cavern realm, nearly crippled by a qi condensation cultivator. And now they're to be hung up for public humiliation. I've lost all face. Chao Ren slammed the table and rose in fury. The oppressive aura of his rage forced a mouthful of blood from the kneeling Zhu Gaoxiang. In his decades of teaching disciples, Xuan had never suffered such disgrace. Zhang Luotian is already crippled, and the one she left behind was her most worthless disciple. How could he suppress your 2 cavern realm disciples? An elder seated not far from Xuan spoke up. He was Ding Yangming, the second elder of Tianjin Peak. I don't know either. I never took this matter seriously. But this servant named Yi Xian has wounded 3 of my disciples, and even dares to extort me, utterly arrogant. He'll go myself and cripple that little wretch. Xuan bellowed with ferocity. What bullying could possibly land on the head of the 3rd elder? Just then a voice rang out from outside. A burly man strode in. Peak Master. Seeing him, Ding Yangming and the others in the room quickly rose to greet him. It was Zhonghong, the Peak Master of Tianjin Peak, a formidable divine realm powerhouse. Peak Master, it's a trivial matter. I'll handle it myself. Xuan frowned as he spoke, not out of secrecy, but from shame. Tell me about it. It seems to involve Luotian Peak. Have you forgotten that the sect leader decreed Zhang Luotian made contributions to the sect? Within the time he granted, we are not to trouble her recklessly. Otherwise, if word spreads that we discard those who served us, well, even former contributors, how would the world of Qingzhou view our cloud-soaring sect? Zhonghong smiled faintly, his tone brooking no argument. Well, final speak. Then Xuan recounted the situation. After listening, Zhonghong frowned. Luotian Peak has not a single spirit herb, and Zhang Luotian is already crippled. How did her disciple improve so drastically in such a short time? He's on the verge of breaking into the cavern realm. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't risk offending you by trading people for goods. I'm not sure. From Zhu Gaoxiang's account, when they left Luotian Peak, Yi Xian was only at the 4th or 5th level of qi condensation. Thinking about it now, it's indeed quite astonishing. Xuan's eyes narrowed in surprise. He hadn't taken the matter seriously at first. Now, upon careful reflection, something was amiss. Could Zhang Luotian have other hidden measures? Might she be using this opportunity to identify all disloyal individuals and nurture a prodigy with her secret reserves? Ding Yangming speculated. Zhonghong's eyes flickered as he turned to Ding Yangming, eliminating all who are not of one mind and cultivating a single prodigy. If that's the case, Zhang Luotian's scheming is terrifying. Why would she do this? I don't know. I was just throwing out an idea. Ding Yangming gave a helpless smile. He wasn't a worm in Zhang Luotian's belly. How could he guess her thoughts? Wait a moment. He'll step out. Zhonghong pondered briefly, then turned to Xuan. With that, he departed. Moments later, he arrived at the main peak of the cloud-soaring sect, Cloud-Soaring Peak. This was where Lin Yuan, the sect leader of the cloud-soaring sect, resided. Sect leader, senior brother. Seeing Lin Yuan, Zhonghong bowed respectfully. Junior brother Zhong, what brings you here? Lin Yuan smiled faintly at Zhonghong. The 9 peak masters of the cloud-soaring sect and sect leader Lin Yuan were all fellow disciples. But since becoming peak masters, they were busy with their own peak's affairs. Unless it was urgent, they rarely came to Cloud-Soaring Peak. Zhonghong nodded. There's something I need to report concerning Luotian Peak. Oh. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Sit down and tell me in detail. Zhonghong took a seat and laid out the situation along with his speculations. In just a few days, he rose to the 9th level of qi condensation and even wounded 2 cavern realm cultivators with 3 strikes. This disciple of hers is no ordinary one. Lin Yuan's face showed a hint of surprise. Zhonghong nodded. Indeed, he's extraordinary. In particular, I suspect the technique Zhang Luotian's disciple used was the spirit annihilation from the silent extinction sword art. That's how he injured the 2 cavern realm disciples. Besides that, he also seems to possess a formidable movement technique, almost teleporting over 10 meters in an instant. Such a powerful movement technique usable by a qi condensation cultivator is something our sect doesn't even have. You mean the junior sister possesses powerful movement techniques unknown to us and perhaps other terrifying secrets? Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with sharp light as he stared at Zhonghong. That's my guess. What I don't understand is why her worthless disciple knows the silent extinction sword art. As far as I know, besides her, only her former senior disciple, Su Rian, knows it. If things had gone as planned, Su Rian would have succeeded her as peak master, so learning the silent extinction sword art would have been reasonable. But why would she pass it on to an obscure, worthless disciple? And why does this disciple only emerge after she's been abandoned by everyone? The more Zhonghong spoke, the more perplexed he became. Lin Yuan's expression grew increasingly grave. The junior sister is playing a grand game of chess. I think so too. On my way here, I even wondered if the junior sister has a way to recover her strength quickly, or even at will. Zhonghong voiced an even more terrifying speculation. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly narrowed sharply. He waved his hand to cast a sealing barrier isolating the space from the outside. If she can recover at any time, that would be too frightening. Could it be that she's already discovered something? I don't know. Zhonghong shook his head cautiously. Huff. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Through their own conjectures, they had elevated Jiang Luotian to an unimaginable level. She was playing a grand game harboring secrets unknown to them. They even began to feel a deep wariness toward her. The fact that she sacrificed the betrayal of all her disciples and elders is terrifying to me. We need to investigate this thoroughly, or it might ruin our plans. Have Elder Chao Ren use the conflict between his disciple and Yi Xian as an entry point to investigate Yi Xian. Find out why the junior sister chose to nurture him and what he's meant to carry. Zhonghong nodded. All right. Should we still give him the resources for breaking into the cavern realm that he demanded from Chao Ren? Yes. We must help this Yi Xian grow stronger. Help him grow stronger. At these words, Zhonghong was stunned. He understood every word individually, but together they made no sense. Wasn't this simply aiding the enemy? Sect leader, there's something I don't understand. Isn't this straightforwardly aiding the enemy? Zhonghong was utterly perplexed. Not at all. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. We assist him, but not by directly giving him cultivation resources. Instead, we set conditions and deliberately guide what we give, investigating every step he takes and analyzing his actions. Because I suspect junior sister may possess something, but it's not suitable to simply hand it all over to this Yi Xian or reveal it to him. As his strength grows, he might be given more resources and information. Therefore, we must assist him in gradually growing stronger. If we were to cripple him outright, junior sister might choose another candidate or even suspend her plans. We are in the dark while the enemy is in the light, understand? I understand. With Lin Yuan's detailed explanation, he now grasped everything. Go ahead and handle it, but ensure his life is not endangered. However, do not let him become aware of our involvement. Even if he sustains severe injuries, it's of little consequence. Understood, senior brother sect leader. He'll depart at once. Zhonghong clasped his fists in farewell to Lin Yuan, then flew away from Xiantian Peak. Junior sister, what grand scheme are you orchestrating? Could it be that you've discerned Master's plan? Master had no choice but to act this way, otherwise how could he secretly tamper with your imperial realm tribulation? After returning from Yunshao Peak, Zhonghong gave Chao Ren his instructions. Chao Ren, following Zhonghong's orders, dispatched disciples to take the items Yi Xian needed to Luotian Peak. Upon arriving at Luotian Peak, he saw Yi Xian leisurely sipping tea with one leg crossed. Wang Yun and Lu Meng were holding a teapot and massaging Yi Xian's legs respectively, while Ji Wuli was kneading his shoulders. The three of them served Yi Xian alone, making him extremely comfortable. Yet all three wore expressions of utter humiliation. Yi Xian, you've gone too far, subjecting my two junior brothers to such disgrace. At the sound of this voice, Wang Yuan, Lu Meng, and Ji Wuli turned their heads in unison. Seeing the man at the entrance of the main hall, they immediately became excited. Senior brother, Hao Jian, please rescue us. This Yi Xian is insufferably arrogant. Hao Jian was Chao Ren's sixth disciple, a young expert at the fifth layer of the cave heaven realm. Hao Jian. Such a peculiar name his parents gave him. Yi Xian's mouth twitched as he looked up at Hao Jian indifferently. Did you bring what I asked for? If not, you can't take them away. I brought it, and even added some extras. But taking them won't be so easy. Hao Jian snorted coldly. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Extras? What do you mean? From the items you requested, it's clear you're preparing to break through to the cave heaven realm. So, I asked my master to provide you with extra resources for that breakthrough, but on one condition, you must accept my challenge. If you win, the grudge between you and my junior brothers will be settled once and for all. But if you lose, you must kneel at the gates of my Tianjian Peak for 3 days and 3 nights and kowtow in apology to my junior brothers. Do you dare, Yi Xian? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. He neither accepted nor refused immediately. I haven't even reached the cave heaven realm yet. If you challenge me now, and win, it would be a hollow victory. That's why I'll give you time. A week should be enough for you to break through to the cave heaven realm, right? If you can't break through in a week, then there's nothing to be said. Don't blame me for bullying the weak. My junior brothers have been humiliated by you until now. The fact that I didn't bring a large force to your doorstep is already a courtesy from my master to your useless peak lord. In an instant, Yi Xian's expression turned icy cold. Congratulations, you've successfully provoked me. I accept your challenge. But this won't be a simple contest of victory or defeat. We shall determine both superiority and life and death. Hao Jian's expression shifted instantly. Yi Xian's cold demeanor was terrifying, sending a chill through him. He hadn't expected Yi Xian to be so ruthless, immediately proposing a life and death duel. When he arrived, Xiaoren had told him to challenge Yixian to regain face and teach him a lesson, but not to escalate to a life-and-death match. Thus, Yixian's sudden proposal made him hesitate. But at that moment, Yixian's cold laughter rang out, afraid to accept. If you don't dare, just leave the items and take the 3 of them away. Xiaoren's expression turned cold as he roared. Yixian, don't be so arrogant. There's nothing I don't dare to accept. I'm just worried that if you're on the verge of death in the life-and-death duel, your useless master might use past merits to throw a tantrum before the sect leader. Ha ha ha, rest assured. My master would never do such a thing. We can sign a combat contract. And how can you be so sure I won't be able to suppress you after breaking through to the cave heaven realm? Ha ha ha. I am a genuine peak 5th layer cave heaven realm cultivator on the verge of reaching the 6th layer. After your breakthrough, you'll only be at the 1st layer. The cave heaven realm is not like the chi condensation realm. Each layer is a formidable barrier, and the gap between layers grows larger with higher cultivation. Don't think that just because you subdued my 2 junior brothers who are new to the cave heaven realm, you can be arrogant. When the time comes, I'll show you what true despair means. Fine, I'm looking forward to seeing how you'll make me despair. Leave the items and take your people. 7 days from now, we meet on the life and death stage. Yixian waved his hand dismissively, too lazy to bicker with Hao Jian any longer. Hao Jian flicked his wrist, and a ring appeared in the air, floating down before Yixian. Inside the ring are the items you need, enough to help you break through to the cave heaven realm. We'll meet again in 7 days. Hao Jian snorted coldly, then glared at Wang Yun and the other 2. Aren't you 3 going to get over here? Haven't you caused enough embarrassment? Wang Yun and the others hurriedly scrambled over to Hao Jian, following him as they departed. After they left, Yixian stood up and picked up the ring that had been thrown before him. I got a ring for free. He didn't have a spatial ring before, as he had been too useless. He couldn't afford one nor obtain one. Only disciples with exceptional talent and strength could possess a spatial ring, even at the chi condensation realm. This item was incredibly convenient to wear. It contained a self-contained space for storing items, eliminating the need to carry things on one's back. Yixian channeled his spiritual energy into the spatial ring, and with a thought, he emptied all its contents. A full array of items lay on the ground before him. Hey, this thing is really handy. Before, I would have needed 2 bundles to carry all this. Now with the ring, I can retrieve and store them at will. Yixian grinned as he looked at the items on the ground. Then he picked up each item Hao Jian had given him to inspect them. One must be wary of others' intentions. What if they had tampered with these items, adding poison or laxatives? If he were to suffer a mishap during his breakthrough, it would be disastrous. After checking, he found nothing amiss. Yixian waved his hand, collecting all the items into the ring. It's been a while. I wonder if Master has awakened. I should go check. Subsequently, Yixian arrived at Jiang Lushan's quarters. Entering, he saw her sitting cross-legged on the bed mat meditating. From the side, her full chest gave way to an incredibly slender waist, and a gracefully curved hip line extended down to the bed. What a beautiful scene of a maiden in meditation. Yixian swallowed hard, feeling parched. Disrespectful disciple, is this how you observe someone? Jiang Lushan's clear, cool voice rang out. This mischievous boy's gaze was far too intense, making even her who was meditating in stillness feel a burning sensation. Master is too beautiful. Such a scene belongs only in the heavens, rarely found in the mortal world. Thus I inadvertently lost my composure. Please forgive me, Master. Yixian chuckled cheekily, approaching her with a flattering smile. Flatterer. Jiang Lushan shot him a glare. Yet this insolent disciple's words were surprisingly sweet, as if coated with honey. When did Master awaken? Yixian drew near, inhaling the unique fragrance emanating from Jiang Lushan. I awoke not long ago. Did you rest well? Well enough. Do you have something to discuss? Jiang Lushan nodded. The daily session. We completed yesterday's, but today's remains. There's no time to waste. Let us begin. Yixian stated bluntly. Jiang Lushan's lips twitched, and a blush of shy crimson crept across her ethereally fair face. She snorted in annoyance. How dare you speak like that, insolent disciple? What do you mean by we did it yesterday, but haven't today? Continuing the foot massage to repair the meridians. Yesterday, we only warmed a small portion. This requires persistence and unyielding effort. Yixian stated matter-of-factly. Then why didn't you simply say repair the meridians? You had to phrase it so ambiguously, inviting misunderstanding. Jiang Lushan reached out to rap Yixian on the forehead. But halfway, she felt the gesture was too intimate, like playful banter, so she withdrew her hand. This disciple admits his mistake. Next time I will speak with absolute clarity. Yixian scratched his head with a sheepish grin. Upon reflection, his words indeed carried a certain ambiguity, as if hinting at something improper between a man and a woman. Humph. Jiang Luotian let out a soft snort. A slight reminder sufficed, saying too much would seem forced. She trusted that Yi Xian with his intelligence would learn by analogy and correct himself. Master, please lie down just like last night. You needn't move, it'll do the work. Yi Xian continued. Jiang Luotian's lips twitched violently. This insolent disciple, no sooner had she corrected him than he spoke such provocative words again. Yet seeing his earnest expression, he seemed oblivious to any issue. Forget it, let it be for now. Jiang Luotian sighed inwardly, then stretched out her legs and lay down. A pair of jade-like bare feet were exposed before Yi Xian. Master, I'm about to begin. I exert considerable force, please bear with it. Very well, I shall endure. This wretched disciple. I must find a chance to sew his mouth shut. Jiang Luotian nearly ground her pearly teeth to dust, thinking viciously. Then Yi Xian began channeling the primal sacred power of the pure yang sacred body, like silver needles piercing into the acupoints on her soles. As the primal sacred power of the pure yang sacred body penetrated, Jiang Luotian couldn't hold back a soft moan. But she immediately clenched her teeth, fearing Yi Xian might utter more embarrassing words. Only her delicate frame trembled from time to time. It was an unavoidable physiological reaction. This tormented Yi Xian, leaving his scalp tingling, yet he dared not be distracted. He silently recited the memorial to the throne on dispatching the troops countless times before he managed to quell the restless stirrings of his youthful heart. Time flowed slowly. A full hour passed before Yi Xian finally stopped. By now he was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted, but unlike the previous time, he did not faint directly onto Jiang Luotian's lap. Jiang Luotian felt her feet incredibly warm and soothing, bringing her entire being a sense of comfort. Due to her shattered foundation and severed meridians, her body temperature was far lower than normal. Only her residence connected to the spirit vein of Luotian Peak maintained a constant temperature year-round. Otherwise, she would have to light a fire to warm herself. Xiana, you've worked hard. Jiang Luotian looked at Yi Xian, pale and drenched in sweat, and spoke sincerely. This disciple's duty. I'm glad Master feels comfortable. I wonder if these 2 sessions of warming your meridians with pure yang sacred power have had any effect. Yi Xian asked with a grin. There is an effect. I can feel the broken meridians in my soles beginning to mend somewhat. Though progress is slow, it is already a delightful surprise. Even many precious divine medicines proved useless. This is a Tao injury from the shattered tribulation. Hearing Yi Xian's inquiry, Jiang Luotian replied joyfully. Yi Xian was equally delighted. It's good that it works. This disciple will redouble his cultivation. The stronger I become, the more pure yang sacred power I possess, and the sooner Master can repair the damaged foundation and broken meridians, reclaiming your peak. May that day come soon when Master will reclaim all that was lost. It is inevitable. Your disciple will always support you from behind. But it is too hard on you doing this every time. Yi Xian shook his head. It's nothing, Master. Though there is some loss along the way, it is all worth it. Oh, there is loss. Jiang Luotian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Of course. I channel the pure yang sacred power through my fingertips before injecting it into your acupoints. In this process, the pure yang sacred power must first pass through the air, then into your acupoints. It does not enter your body directly. Crossing 2 layers of skin naturally incurs loss. I see. How can we avoid the loss? Jiang Luotian found his reasoning sound and asked eagerly. This pure yang sacred power was extremely precious. Even as a pure yang sacred body, his primal sacred power was limited. Must I really say it, Master? I fear you might think this disciple has ill intentions. Yi Xian suddenly grew hesitant, as if wanting to speak, but holding back. Just say it. You've gone to such lengths to help your master recover. How could I misunderstand you lightly? Jiang Luotian smiled radiantly, and almost inexplicably brushed her hand across Yi Xian's forehead, filling him with warmth. Master, to avoid loss, we would need to engage in dual cultivation. Of course, this disciple is not impatient. Everything must wait until Master. All right, I've understood. Watching Yi Xian still stammering through his explanation, Jiang Luotian's delicate cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. This rebellious disciple truly had never forgotten that matter. How could she, as the Master, take the initiative to demand such a thing? Did she have no dignity? Besides, she was now utterly powerless. Couldn't he just use force? Jiang Luotian gave a soft hum in her heart, lowering her voice as she said flatly, "We'll discuss this another day. You seem tired, rest now." With that, she stood up, and without waiting for his reply, laid the exhausted and weakened Yi Xian on the bed, pulling the blanket over him. Yi Xian said nothing more, fearing that pressing too hard would provoke Jiang Lushan's resentment. Though he had resorted to force that first time, it had been a desperate necessity. How did you get a ring? Jiang Luoshan noticed a spatial ring on Yi Xian's hand. It was a casual gift when someone gave me something. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Spill it, don't hide anything from me. Jiang Luoshan frowned slightly, glaring at him. It's nothing major, just accepted a small challenge. Yi Xian chuckled lightly, revealing the truth, without concealing anything from Jiang Luoshan. Jiang Luoshan frowned after hearing it. Xian, you're too impulsive. There are several minor realms between you. A significant gap, especially in the cave heaven realm. Each open cave multiplies one's power. Rest assured, Master, since I dared accept, I have some confidence. Besides, he can call me a waste, but what right does he have to call you one too? A phoenix fallen to the cliff's bottom is still a phoenix, no matter how disheveled. One day it can undergo nirvana and soar straight to the 9 heavens. Boom. Yi Xian's words struck like a boulder plunging into stagnant water, stirring a tempest within Jiang Lushan's heart. Nirvana, rebirth, soaring to the 9 heavens. These words injected a potent surge of vitality into Jiang Lushan's soul, filling her entirely. Her exquisitely fair cheeks flushed with a light crimson from the emotional upheaval. Xian, thank you. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Yi Xian as she spoke sincerely. Yi Xian waved his hand with a smile. Master, there's no need for thanks. You once stood behind your disciple, shielding me from wind and rain. Now it's my turn to stand behind you. Being able to do something for you, Master, fills me with immense pride. Jiang Luoshan smiled gently. You've certainly put in effort. But while ordinary people can open their caves using such methods, it won't be enough for you. In fact, you might not even be able to open one. Can't open it. Yi Xian's beaming face twisted in shock. Using this method to open a cave, can I really not do it? Though I was weak before, I've learned about it, and even watched senior brothers open theirs. I secretly memorized the process. You've been diligent, but while this method could work for you, don't forget you possess the extremely rare pure yang saint body. The stronger your physique, the more resources you need to open a cave. These scant resources won't be enough. Even if you succeeded, you'd waste the unparalleled pure yang saint body. As they say, a towering building rises from the ground. Without a solid foundation, even with the pure yang saint body, you could never compare to those true prodigies at the peak. That's serious. Yi Xian was utterly startled. He sat up abruptly from the bed, grasping Jiang Lushan's slender jade-like hand. Please enlighten me, Master. Let go. Jiang Luoshan glanced at her hand, snatched it back. Yi Xian chuckled awkwardly. Sorry, Master, I got carried away. Jiang Luoshan hummed in acknowledgement without further comment. She continued, you are a pure yang saint body, a very special constitution. To open a cave, it's best to find a place rich in extreme yang energy and absorb a vast amount of it. Using extreme yang energy to open a cave brings unparalleled benefits, fully unleashing the potential of your pure yang saint body. Extreme yang land. Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with longing. I have the spirit fox sword body, a congenital inattributed sword physique. When I opened my cave, I found a place where 3 yin converged, brimming with dense yin attributes. After opening my cave, it was filled with yin power. Newly entering the cave heaven realm, I could battle across 2 minor realms. Later, I opened 10 caves at once. That's the importance of finding the right power for your physique. I see. Where is such a place? Do you know, Master? Yi Xian was filled with anticipation for the extreme yang land Jiang Luoshan mentioned. Jiang Luoshan nodded with a smile. I happen to know a place not far from our cloud-soaring sect. About 5,000 li away, it's called the Crimson Refining Flame Domain. The flames there never die out, even under torrential rain. Legend says a celestial fire fell there, causing the inferno to burn eternally. Due to my unique physique, I've never approached the Crimson Refining Flame Domain. It holds abundant extreme yang energy. You can go and try to absorb it. Yi Xian nodded emphatically after listening. He smiled. The ancients weren't wrong. A treasure in the house is worth its weight in gold. Without you, Master, I'd never have known of the Crimson Refining Flame Domain. Are you saying I'm old? Jiang Luoshan rolled her eyes at him. No, I didn't mean that. I was just making an analogy. Master, you're not old at all. You're as beautiful as a celestial, captivating enough to make any disciple fall at your feet. Shut up. Keep rambling, and I'll have to teach you a lesson. Seeing Yi Xian's words grow increasingly outrageous, Jiang Luoshan said in exasperation. Yi Xian chuckled. Master, I've noted the Crimson Refining Flame Domain. It'll rest a bit, and then set off. It's several thousand li away. All right, get some rest then. Jiang Luoshan nodded, and stood up, intending to yield the bed for Yi Xian. But Yixian suddenly grabbed her hand. Master, don't sleep on the floor. It's so hard. Come to the bed. Your disciple promises to behave truly. Smack. Don't push your luck. Zhang Luoshan raised her hand and struck his, then withdrew her jade hand and turned away. As she turned, a flush crept to her ears. This rebellious disciple is getting bolder. This time he promises to behave. Next time he'll promise to move less, and after that, I won't let you have your way so easily, humph. Zhang Luoshan snorted inwardly. She took out her old blanket, laid it on the floor, and sat down. After resting about 3 hours, Yixian awoke, feeling fully energized. Zhang Luoshan heard the movement and opened her eyes. Master, I'm ready to leave now. Wait for my triumphant return. Yixian walked up to her. Good, be extremely cautious on your journey. If you encounter danger, abandon these extreme yang energies to ensure your safety. Also take this token. It's my peak master's medallion. Though I'm nothing within the cloud soaring sect now, the outside world knows little of my current state. The cloud soaring sect is a top-tier power in Qingzhou. Holding my token might deter some threats in times of danger. Channel your spiritual energy into it, and the medallion can unleash a defensive force. It contains a strand of the sect's destiny. After speaking, Zhang Luoshan handed the medallion to Yixian. Understood, master. They'll be extra careful. Yixian took Zhang Luoshan's peak master medallion, stored it in his ring, bid her farewell, and departed directly. After a day and a night, Yixian finally arrived at the Crimson Flame domain that Zhang Luoshan had mentioned. Before he even drew near, he saw the distant horizon blazing crimson with waves of scorching heat rolling toward him. Even the sky had been burned red. How fiercely must the flames be blazing here? Yixian couldn't help but marvel. At the same time, he felt a pleasant warmth spreading through his entire body. As he drew closer, even the source of his pure yang sacred body began to stir on its own. This unusual change filled Yixian with immense delight. Master was absolutely right. My pure yang sacred body is perfectly suited for such an extreme yang domain. I had thought that with a normal breakthrough to the cave heaven realm, my special pure yang sacred body combined with the two supreme techniques, the void scripture and the annihilation sword art, would allow me to fight several levels above my own. It seems I was too naive. But if I absorb this vast amount of extreme yang energy before opening my cave heaven, perhaps I can truly create a miracle. Muttering to himself as he walked, Yixian kept calculating in his mind. Gradually, he reached the outskirts of the Crimson Flame domain and saw many people coming and going. They all carried large and small hammers, and some even bore heavy equipment. It looks like they're forging implements. Could they have come all the way here just to temper their tools? Yixian felt a flicker of doubt and pondered for a moment. He fished a high-grade spirit stone from his pocket and walked over to a young man with a hammer slung over his shoulder, offering the stone to him. With a smile, he asked about his confusion. Is this your first time here, brother? The young man carrying the hammer, seeing how savvy Yixian was, immediately grinned and struck up a conversation. Yixian replied with a smile, It's my first time. I heard on the way about a place called the Crimson Flame Domain where flames burn endlessly year-round. Curious, I came to see it. That's right. The flames here truly never die out. Legend says they are heavenly fire that descended upon this land. We are all artifact-refining cultivators from 1,000 miles around, and we come here specifically to forge our weapons using these flames. Why forge weapons here? Can't you use flames elsewhere? Yixian had guessed correctly, but he still had his doubts. The flames here are different from any others. They possess a unique divine quality, extremely yang and incomparably hot. Even the earth fire drawn from underground elsewhere cannot match their temperature. What's truly miraculous is that the outer flames do not harm people. They only burn metals and stones. Materials that would take 2 hours to melt elsewhere can be melted here in at most a quarter of an hour, and the resulting weapons have far fewer impurities. So miraculous. Yixian was astonished by the young man's words. Harmless to men, yet capable of forging weapons. This was practically the innate sacred fire of the artifact-refining world. Indeed it is, but that's only on the outskirts. If you wish to forge your own weapon, never venture into the inner depths. The flames there can truly harm you. Can they cause serious injury? Yixian asked immediately. The young man's expression grew grave. It's far more than just serious. They say a powerful god once ventured deep inside to forge his divine artifact and never returned. Yixian gasped sharply. He knew well that the god mentioned referred to a divine realm powerhouse, someone on the same level as Zhang Luoshan. Even such a being had been burned to nothing by the flames here. It was utterly terrifying. Brother, take my advice, go wild on the outskirts all you want, but never enter the depths. The young man clapped Yi Xian on the shoulder, then took his leave. His companion was already waiting for him ahead. Go wild on the outskirts, but not inside. But if the extreme yang energy I need is only on the outskirts, I'm worried it won't be enough. Still, I have the pure yang sacred body, the most yang and rigid constitution, so I should be able to venture deeper than most, right? Yi Xian muttered to himself, then strode into the crimson flame domain. On the outskirts, he indeed saw many people forging weapons. But he didn't linger long and continued deeper. The further he went, the higher the temperature rose with layers of heat, making it difficult to breathe, as if every inhalation drew flames into his lungs. Yi Xian activated his pure yang sacred body, and the discomfort visibly subsided. This pure yang sacred body of mine is truly extraordinary. A smirk curled at the corner of Yi Xian's mouth, putting him at ease. He pressed onward. The deeper he went, the fewer people he saw forging. Some looked up and were surprised to see him advancing so far. So young yet able to reach such depths. It's rare. Either he carries a powerful treasure to resist the unbearable heat, or he hails from an extremely strong sect and practices a special technique. Yi Xian ignored them, sensing he could go even deeper. Without a doubt, the deeper regions would hold denser extreme yang energy. Passing these people, he ventured further until only a few scattered old men remained seated as they forged divine weapons. Who is this? So young yet able to reach such depths. Truly remarkable. I suspect he carries a treasure and might be a disciple of some major power. Still, he's young. Even with a treasure, it's not safe in the depths of the crimson flame domain. If he runs into real danger, it'll be too late for tears. Voices reached Yi Xian's ears, some admiring, others mocking. He curled his lip in disdain. These old codgers sure have a lot of free time. Just forge your divine weapons and keep your mouths shut. Why all the nonsense? He sneered, determined to press further until there was no one around. Everyone stand up. If you don't want to die, do as you're told. You are about to serve the great Qian Prince, a blessing cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Just then a harsh shout rang out from behind them. A group appeared along with a golden ancient war chariot steeped in historical gravitas. Upon the chariot sat a handsome man in brocade robes, attended by 3 seductive women with bare thighs, their postures alluring as they served him. The crowd surrounded the chariot as it advanced. The old men, still forging nearby, changed color at the sight. A white-haired elder stepped forward and roared at the intruders. The crimson flame domain is masterless land, and we are not subjects of your great Qian dynasty. Your prince has no right to throw his weight around here. Kill him. As the old man's voice fell, the handsome brocade-clad man on the chariot uttered a single word indifferently. In an instant, a black-robed elder beside the chariot drew his blade and struck. A terrifying blade radiance blotted out the sky, surging forth in an instant. The white-haired elder roared and drew a sword to counter. But in the next second, his sword shattered, and his body flew apart, cleaved in 2, midair blood spattering across the ground. Everyone present blanched. Yi Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Damn it, did I forget to step in dog shit before leaving? My luck is terrible. Trouble the moment I arrive. Yi Xian secretly cursed his luck, but soon realized that none of the unexpected guests paid any attention to him. He was just a young man, not comparable to the old demers who were refining weapons here. Those who could refine weapons here were certainly not weak. Thus Yi Xian tiptoed quietly deeper into the place. As long as he left their line of sight, Yi Xian could escape. The irregularly arranged flames were everywhere inside, scorching the air, as if they formed barriers that could obscure one's view. However, what Yi Xian did not know was that atop an ancient war chariot, a seductive woman, who was massaging the shoulders of the crown prince of Deqian, was gazing at him with greedy eyes. She pointed at the quietly departing Yi Xian and said, "Your Highness, I sense such rich yang energy from that person. Could you bring him over so that I may absorb it? Rich yang energy. You can sense it from this distance, even in this scorching place." The crown prince of Deqian raised an eyebrow and pinched her chin as he spoke. "I am a fox spirit, particularly sensitive to the strong yang energy emitted by humans. Once I absorb his yang energy, I can serve you even better, Your Highness." "Perfect, you want to subdue the fire spirit here? It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. All right, then I shall summon him." The crown prince of Deqian laughed heartily, then turned to the black-robed elder who had just made a move and said, "Bring that kid who was trying to sneak away back here." The black-robed elder followed the direction of the crown prince's finger and looked at the quietly departing Yi Xian. He nodded, and in the next instant he soared into the air, pouncing towards Yi Xian. Feeling the sudden sound of breaking air behind him, Yi Xian was startled. Had he been discovered? "Kid, my royal prince commands you to stop and come here at once. Or else don't blame me for being rude." The threatening voice entered his ears. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, then he turned around and looked calmly at the approaching black-robed elder. Your Qian's prince can capture others, but what does it have to do with me? As a direct disciple of Yunxiao's sect, does he intend to capture me as well? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? The black-robed elder's brow furrowed slightly. You are a direct disciple of Yunxiao's sect. Absolutely true. Yi Xian chuckled, flipping his hand to reveal the Peak Master token given to him by Jiang Luotian. Look closely, this is my token. I have important tasks to accomplish in this red refining fire domain. It would be best if we could keep to our own business and not interfere with each other. Yi Xian's words were quite impolite, but the black-robed elder showed no signs of anger. This was because Yunxiao's sect was also a top-tier superpower in Qingzhou, not weaker than their Deqian dynasty. Looking at the Peak Master token in Yi Xian's hand, which was engraved with the words Yunxiao and had Luotian inscribed at the bottom right, he felt it radiating a special aura, making it unlikely to be fake. A true disciple, yet still at the qi condensation stage. That's a bit strange, or perhaps he has other protectors nearby, allowing him to wander in alone. However, this token doesn't seem fake, it's better to report back. The black-robed elder muttered to himself, not intending to act recklessly. He smiled lightly and said, so you are a direct disciple of Yunxiao's sect. My apologies for the presumption. However, may I ask you to wait here while I go back to report? If the prince insists on meeting you, it would be convenient for us to become friends. What do you say? You can go report. Oh, I'll be around here. Where could I possibly run to? Yi Xian chuckled lightly, speaking with composure. The black-robed elder politely clasped his fists and said nothing further. He then turned and returned to the crown prince of Deqian. Why did you come back alone? Where is the young man? Upon seeing the black-robed elder return alone, the crown prince of Deqian asked coldly. Reporting to your highness, the young man is a direct disciple of Yunxiao's sect and holds a Peak Master token. My subordinates were concerned that forcibly bringing him might cause unnecessary trouble. A direct disciple of Yunxiao's sect. Upon hearing this, the crown prince of Deqian narrowed his eyes slightly, appearing somewhat surprised. After a moment of contemplation, the crown prince of Deqian said, if he really is a direct disciple of Yunxiao's sect and holds a Peak Master token, then let it be. Yunxiao's sect is also a superpower. It wouldn't be worth it to offend them casually. Are you really letting this go? I sensed that his yang energy was indeed very rich, and it truly caught my interest. Hearing that the crown prince was willing to let it go, the seductive woman immediately became anxious. You fox spirit, you just absorbed some of the yang energy from a mature man a few days ago. Can't you hold back now? The crown prince of Deqian squeezed the seductive woman's curvy rear end hard. With so many people around, your highness, please don't do this. The fox spirit let out a delicate moan, quickly acting coy. The yang energy I absorbed a few days ago, didn't I return it to you? My body is quite empty now. Besides, I feel that his yang energy is somewhat special. If I'm not mistaken, he very likely has a unique yang attribute constitution. A unique constitution? The crown prince of Deqian's eyes widened slightly. Exactly. Could it be a special yang attribute constitution? That's why my feelings are so strong. Can you invite him over, your highness? Even if I don't absorb his yang energy, you could ask him to help capture the fire spirit. His yang attribute constitution will create a natural affinity with the fire spirit. It might really come in handy. I understand now. A glint of excitement flashed in the crown prince of Deqian's eyes. Bring him over and say that I wish to befriend him. He then spoke to the black-robed elder. Yes, your highness. The black-robed elder could only bow his head in acknowledgement and return to invite Yi Xian. Damn it, it seems I can't escape this. But if I can't escape, then so be it. It's not wise to confront them directly now. Oh, perhaps through this crown prince of Deqian, I might gain some unexpected benefits. Watching the black-robed elder return, Yi Xian's mind raced as he self-soothed. There's a saying that a way will be found when the car reaches the mountain. By considering it from a different angle, everything became much clearer. Young master, my prince wishes to befriend you. Please be gracious. The black-robed elder said politely to Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow slightly and waved his hand. Well, since your prince is sincerely inviting me, if I refuse again, it would seem disrespectful. Lead the way. Thank you for your grace, young master. Seeing Yi Xian's confident and smooth gesture, the black-robed elder once again clasped his fists politely. He then brought Yi Xian to the front of the crown prince of Deqian. Young master, this is our Deqian's third prince, Tianxi. In the Deqian dynasty, the imperial surname is Zhou, and his name is Tianxi, which means his name is Zhou Tianxi. A rather grand name. Yi Xian chuckled in his heart, then cupped his hands lightly, and said, I have met Prince Tianxi. My surname is Yi with a single character Xian. Brother Yi, you are so young and already a direct disciple of Yunxiao sect. That is truly impressive. I wish to befriend you. May I ask if that is acceptable? Your Highness is too polite. I fear I might be climbing too high to be friends with you. Haha, Brother Yi is too humble. Your Yunxiao sect and our Qin dynasty are both superpowers in Qingzhou. As a direct disciple, your status is not much inferior to mine. Zhou Tianxi laughed heartily. Your Highness is too polite, Yi Xian replied with a faint smile. Furthermore, Your Highness, besides making friends, I would like to ask for your help with something. Regardless of success or failure, I will remember this favor. If successful, I will surely repay you in the future. I, Zhou Tianxi, am always generous to my friends. Your Highness flatters me. To be honest, among all your people here, my strength is the most lacking. I'm afraid I may not be of much help to you. Upon hearing Zhou Tianxi's request for assistance, Yi Xian spoke indifferently. Haha, sometimes in certain specific situations it's not all about strength. Brother, you don't sell yourself short. As I said, it doesn't matter whether we succeed or not. If we do, that's for the best. Yi Xian replied helplessly. Alright, since Your Highness puts it that way, further modesty on my part would seem petty. Why don't you just tell me directly? Excellent. I enjoy dealing with straightforward people like you, Master Yi. Zhou Tianxi's face beamed with a smile. Within this crimson flame domain there exists a very peculiar entity known as the fire spirit. This fire spirit is said to be immensely powerful, born from the extraterrestrial flame that gave this domain its name. Due to my cultivation needs, I require a fire spirit, and I wish to ask Brother Yi to help me obtain it. Fire spirit. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian's heart trembled slightly. This fire spirit was born from the extraterrestrial flame, a terrifying blaze capable of incinerating even divine realm experts. Moreover, something that even the great Qin crown prince personally sought was bound to be extraordinary and might prove immensely beneficial for opening his inner realm. Why didn't Master tell me about the fire spirit here? Was it because it's too dangerous? Afraid that if I knew I'd want to obtain it and get hurt? Yi Xian muttered to himself. He felt that he too might greatly need this fire spirit. But from Jiang Lushan's perspective, she couldn't let Yi Xian take such a huge risk. Otherwise, she would truly be left a widow. Seeing Yi Xian lost in thought, Zhou Tianxi assumed he was weighing the risks. He immediately said, "It seems Brother Yi knows of this fire spirit. It is indeed extremely dangerous. But Brother Yi need not worry, you'll have them take the lead. The truly perilous tasks won't fall to you." As he spoke, Zhou Tianxi pointed at the group of elderly men who had been forcibly brought there to hammer weapons. These coerced men wore grim, resentful expressions. Alright, in that case, let's see how things go. If I can truly be of help, I will. If not, I ask Your Highness not to blame me. Of course, Zhou Tianxi nodded with a smile. He then looked at the black-robed elder and said, "Since everyone is gathered, let's continue advancing deeper. As you command, Your Highness." With those words, the black-robed elder ordered his companion to control the gathered elders, making them take point as they marched deeper. The elders were filled with silent rage, but dared not speak. The gruesome death of the white-haired elder cleaved in two was still fresh in their minds. They could only muster their best to face any impending crisis. For it was said that the fire spirit was terrifying beyond measure. Their party ventured deeper with Yi Xian, bringing up the rear. Yet strangely, he didn't feel the scorching heat intensifying ahead. Instead, he sensed two blazing gazes boring into him from behind. These gazes were even filled with unbridled greed. It was a kind of male intuition. Damn, could this great Zhou crown prince be a hypocrite with a crush on me? Sure, I'm handsome, but I'm not into that. Yi Xian felt a creeping unease, a sensation that greatly displeased him. Unable to contain himself, Yi Xian suddenly whipped his head around. However, Zhou Tianxi wasn't looking at him. Instead, it was the seductive woman beside the crown prince. At that moment, the seductive woman had a finger in her mouth, with glistening saliva clinging to it, reflecting the light. Her vixen-like eyes were reddened as she stared at him, as if she wished to devour him whole. In an instant, their eyes met. The seductive woman's gaze intensified with a surge of lust. Even her voluptuous body trembled slightly. She seemed on the verge of rushing over, tackling Yi Xian to the ground and indulging for days on end. Damn, this slut is so bold, not even hiding it with Zhou Tianxi right beside her. She's more brazen than the courtesans in brothels. Could she be a fox spirit? The seductive woman's stare startled Yi Xian. He quickly swallowed his saliva, turned his head back, and cursed bitterly in his mind. Your Highness, he is no ordinary man. I focused all my charm art into my eyes, yet he remained completely unaffected. Only those with extremely special yang-attributed physiques could resist. I suspect he might possess the exceedingly rare, pure yang body. After Yi Xian turned away the lust in the seductive woman's eyes quickly faded as she spoke to Zhou Tianxi. A suspected pure yang body. That is a formidable physique, no weaker than king bodies or emperor bodies. Zhou Tianxi showed a trace of shock. He possessed the supreme metalwood spirit root, which was impressive, but not a combat-oriented spiritual root. It still fell short compared to those special physiques. His primary goal in capturing the fire spirit was to further evolve his supreme wood spirit root. He had obtained a unique secret art that could transform his supreme metalwood root into the fire mulberry spirit body. That too was an extremely powerful special physique. No wonder he dared to enter here alone. With a possible pure yang body, he'd be like a fish in water within this crimson flame domain. A flicker of jealousy passed through Zhou Tianxi's eyes. Both his elder and second elder brothers possessed special physiques, while he only had a supreme spiritual root. The resources and influence he commanded were far inferior to theirs. This put him at a severe disadvantage in the future struggle for the throne, making it imperative for him to obtain the fire spirit and transform his physique. Everyone keep a close watch on him. Nothing else matters. The key to obtaining the fire spirit lies with this Yi Xian. If necessary, use force, even if it means offending the cloud-soaring sect. Zhou Tianxi then issued orders to the black-robed elder and his other subordinates through telepathic transmission. Suddenly, a burst of flame shot toward them. The elder at the very front hastily summoned a sword to strike it down. But the next moment his sword was melted into molten iron, and the flame undiminished slammed into the elder. He let out a scream and was instantly incinerated. Everyone quickly turned to look. A rabbit. Yi Xian was astonished at the source of the flame. It was a rabbit entirely red, no larger than a normal one. The only difference was that its form seemed somewhat ethereal. Moreover, its red fur looked less like hair and more like flames. A rabbit with fur like fire had just incinerated the white-haired elder. During the journey, he had learned that the coerced elders were at least at the spirit-nurturing realm. The ruthless black-robed elder was likely a divine ability realm expert. The divine ability realm, a full 3 major realms above him. Fire spirit. Your Highness, we've encountered the fire spirit, the black-robed elder shouted in ecstasy. The red rabbit was actually the legendary fire spirit. Yi Xian was utterly astonished. Behind him, Zhou Tianxi suddenly became wildly excited, swiftly commanding the black-robed man and his subordinates to capture the red rabbit. Hurry, hurry, hurry. You there, advance quickly and draw the fire spirit's attention. Don't let it escape. Following this, the black-robed man barked out orders. The several artifact-refining cultivators under their control were all filled with shock and indignation. This is too much. Right from the start, they're making us expendable to bait the fire spirit. But the key was that this fire spirit was utterly terrifying. They all recognized the old man who had been instantly incinerated moments ago, a grand elder from a nearby artifact-refining sect possessing the strength of the 5th level of the nurtured spirit realm. What are you standing around for? Charge over there now, or this old man will slaughter every last one of you on the spot. The black-robed elder bellowed, his murderous aura surging forth like blades encircling them. He continued to roar, charge over, and help us set up the formation to surround the fire spirit. You might still have a chance to live, defy my orders, and death is certain. Damn old fiend pushing us too far. These chi-refining elders raged, inwardly cursing profusely. Yet they dared only to curse in their hearts. A moment of anger was all they could afford. If they actually voiced their curses, they would likely meet their end in the next second. So letting out fierce cries, they unleashed their full power and charged toward the fire spirit ahead. This rabbit-shaped fire spirit, having just incinerated the elder, was about to depart. But when a large group surged toward it, it halted and spewed forth a torrential stream of flames. Form the formation quickly. Heaven's net and earth's snare. The black-robed elder commanded at almost the same instant. His men scattered with extreme speed. 3 circled to the left rear, 3 to the right rear, and 3 more stood on each flank. He took his position at the very front. Then all 13 of them simultaneously formed hand seals, unleashing a powerful energy that shot out like threads weaving together into a colossal net. It descended indiscriminately over the fire spirit and the artifact-refining cultivators baiting it. You broke your word. Didn't you say we only had to lure the fire spirit? Why are we being trapped inside as well? A chi-refining cultivator immediately roared in fury. In the instant they had charged forward to bait the fire spirit, 3 of them had already been incinerated. Now the black-robed man and his subordinates had set up the grand formation, trapping them all inside. It was clear they were not meant to survive. To nourish the fire spirit with your own bodies is your honor. Not everyone has the privilege to sacrifice themselves to the heavenly fire spirit. The black-robed man let out a sinister cackle. In his eyes, these people were nothing more than the simplest of expendable materials, their lives as insignificant as weeds. The moment he had forced them into submission, their fate had already been sealed. Only death awaited them. Otherwise, they would surely spread tales in the future. As one of the superpowers and a symbol of justice in Qingzhou, the great Zhou royal family absolutely had to quash any such ill repute. May you die a miserable death. Even if we become vengeful spirits, we will curse you for eternity. The great Zhou prince behind you will never ascend to the throne in this life or the next. The 9-dragon struggle for the heir will surely fail, leading to the annihilation of your entire clan. Seeing no hope of survival, these men hurled curses, aiming to strike where it hurt most. Hearing this from his ancient war chariot, Zhou Tianxi's expression turned icy cold. He let out a heavy snort. A bunch of damned old bastards daring to curse this prince. The forces behind you have no reason to exist either. Zhou Tianxi's murderous intent flared. He would never allow anyone to curse him so viciously. To him, it was the ultimate venom. His words, spoken without restraint, reached Yi Xian's ears clearly. Damn, that's ruthless. Yi Xian clicked his tongue in amazement. Though the cultivation world operated on the law of the jungle, where strength reigned supreme, to wipe out an entire force over a single curse was an act of extreme brutality. At that moment, the black-robed man and his men completed the heaven's net and earth's snare formation, which began to descend. The continuously flame-spewing fire spirit sensed the danger and let out a thunderous roar like an ox. It flickered, attempting to dash outward, but the formation was already complete. The fire spirit collided with the net and was rebounded. This infuriated it further. Another ox-like roar echoed, and the once somewhat adorable rabbit rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal fire dragon over 10 zhang in length. It's transformed into a dragon. Could this fire spirit have originated from the legendary fearsome heavenly fire, the azure sky dragon flame? Staring at the sudden dragon, the black-robed elder trembled violently. He recalled a secret history glimpsed in a fragmented ancient text. It was said that in the central divine land there existed a ranking of strange flames divided into heavenly fire and earthly fire. There were 36 types of flames in total, 12 heavenly fires and 24 earthly fires. Each heavenly fire was incredibly fearsome, its power countless times greater than any earthly fire. One of the heavenly fires, taking the form of a dragon, was named the Azure Sky Dragon Flame. He was deeply shaken but dared not confirm it, as the ancient text had provided scant information. Moreover, if this truly was the Azure Sky Dragon Flame from the records, they would be utterly unable to subdue it. Attempting to do so would surely mean certain death. Perhaps he was overthinking it. It might just be a resemblance. Roar. At that moment, the massive fire dragon coiled in the air abruptly opened its draconic maw and spewed forth an intensely blazing torrent of flame. It shot toward the descending heaven's net and earth's snare. Unlike before, this crimson torrent of fire was laced with shimmering silver-gray streaks. Resembling silver flames, its power escalated by several orders of magnitude. The artifact-refining elders, serving as expendable bait, bore the brunt of the attack, being instantly and utterly incinerated into wisps of black smoke that rose faintly. Then the torrent of flames slammed violently into the heaven's net and earth's snare. Puff, puff, puff. The black-robed elder and his 12 formation holding subordinates simultaneously spat out mouthfuls of blood, staggering backward heavily. They barely managed to prevent the formation from collapsing. The black-robed man quickly roared, "This fire spirit is incredibly strong. It has matured. Pour in all your power, take the explosive combustion pill, and we must trap and kill it." With that, they swiftly retrieved a white jade bottle, tipped out a crimson pill, and swallowed it. Instantly, their bodies erupted with an even more terrifying aura, burning brighter than before. The explosive combustion pill. It's said to unleash all the potential within one's body, keeping one at peak condition for a limited time, numbing all pain. But the aftereffects are severe. They're truly ruthless, going to such lengths to capture this fire spirit. Yi Xian's eyes glinted with golden light. He had heard of this explosive combustion pill. Boom! The heaven's net and earth's snare formation burst forth with a sea of radiance, continuing to suppress the fire spirit. The fire spirit grew even more enraged, spewing forth another torrent of flame, more terrifying than before, crashing into the formation. Simultaneously, the fire spirit executed a divine dragon's tail sweep, following the torrent of flame to slam into the formation. Boom, rumble. A ferocious collision ensued. Aside from the black-robed man, the other 12 spat out blood once more. Veins bulged on their arms, their skin split open, and large splatters of blood sprayed out. Elder Pei, we can't hold on to my arms, feel like they're about to be ruined. One of them howled in agony. I can't take it anymore, either 2 meridians in my arm have snapped. Another cried out in terror. You must hold on even if you can't, a victory is near. The black-robed man bellowed furiously. Boom. At that moment, the fire spirit bombarded them again, tearing a massive gap in the heaven's net and earth snare formation. The 3 men on the right flank were sent flying backward, spitting blood. Before they could react, the fire spirit's sweeping tail lashed out, turning them into a mist of blood. Elder Pei, the formation is broken. Flee now. The others cried out, retreating rapidly toward the black-robed elder. The fire spirit swung its tail and lunged straight at him. The 9 others retreating toward the black-robed elder in panic abruptly halted. The black-robed elder's expression shifted dramatically. Your Highness, fall back quickly. This fire spirit is too powerful. I fear we may fail this time. We cannot retreat. This opportunity is rare. Let Brother Yi go and try to help. If all else fails, I will use the life-preserving treasure left to me by the imperial ancestor. Zhou Tianxi roared. It wasn't every visit that one encountered a fire spirit. This was already his 3rd time here. The black-robed elder made a swift decision, reaching out to grab Yi Xian and haul him over. Without any explanation, he hurled Yi Xian toward the fire spirit. What the hell? You want my help? More like you're sending me to my death, you bastards. Madare Yi Xian cursed loudly. In that instant, he mentally cursed out every female ancestor of the black-robed man and Zhou Tianxi for 18 generations. Yi Xian's heart was filled with overwhelming regret. Had he known earlier, he would have fled at the first opportunity, never imagining the fire spirit could be so terrifying. But the arrow was already on the string, leaving him no choice. Yi Xian hurriedly activated the essence of his pure yang sacred body. Zhang Luotian had once told him that as the pure yang sacred body, he was innately attuned to the ultimate yang force. At the same time, a fawning smile spread across Yi Xian's face. Lord Fire Spirit, with such immense power, you must possess great intelligence. I am forced into this, so a mere novice like me poses no threat to you. Please do not reduce me to ashes. Yi Xian clasped his fists and shouted at the approaching fire dragon. As Yi Xian's voice rang out, the ferocious fire dragon's eyes, once filled with brutality, actually showed a flicker of hesitation. This hesitation swiftly transformed into an emotion known as joy. Yi Xian was certain he had not misread that emotion. It was indeed joy. Then a scene unfolded that left everyone present utterly astounded. The fire dragon's massive head reached Yi Xian, but instead of devouring him, it gently nuzzled his face with great affection. After nuzzling, its colossal body, over 30 meters long, rapidly shrank back into the form of a plump rabbit, leaping directly into Yi Xian's arms. Well, Yi Xian was stunned. Everyone else stood petrified, their eyes filled with bewilderment and shock. The scene was utterly bizarre. It was as if a burly man had suddenly transformed into a soft, adorable little girl demanding kisses and hugs. What a stark contrast. Pure Yang sacred body. Your Highness actually possesses the rare and unprecedented pure Yang sacred body. Heavens, His Highness has the pure Yang sacred body. At that moment, the seductive woman beside Zhou Tianxi on the ancient war chariot suddenly exclaimed, Pure Yang sacred body. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianxi snapped back to reality. Yes, I initially thought he had a pure Yang physique, but I never expected it to be the pure Yang sacred body. The pure golden primordial power he just displayed is unmistakable. According to Fox Clan records, only a sacred body rare in 10,000 ages can manifest such a primordial phenomenon. There is absolutely no mistake, the seductive woman said with immense excitement. Zhou Tianxi sharply inhaled a breath of cold air. This shocked him profoundly. A single king or emperor physique could shake the entire Qingzhou, yet Yi Xian possessed a sacred body even more terrifying than those. Damn it! How does a mere personal disciple of the Cloud Source sect deserve the pure Yang sacred body? I, a prince of the great Zhou dynasty, only have a top-grade spiritual root. Heaven, you are truly unfair. Amid his shock, Zhou Tianxi roared inwardly, his eyes blazing with frantic jealousy. Your Highness, allow me to go and bring him over. The seductive woman could no longer restrain herself and spoke to Zhou Tianxi. Go bring him here. Then I will grant him to you for your pleasure. Zhou Tianxi nodded and said coldly. The seductive woman's heart blossomed with joy. Unable to contain her smile, she soared through the air, passing the black-robed elder and flying toward Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, I never imagined you were the legendary pure Yang sacred body. It truly astonishes me. No wonder you gained the fire spirit's recognition. My lord has asked me to personally invite you to return the fire spirit to him. He has prepared a lavish feast and unimaginable rewards for you. The seductive woman flew before Yi Xian, her breath fragrant as orchid, her eyes enchanting as silk. Yi Xian snapped out of his daze, looked at her, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Return it to him. This fire spirit was clearly obtained by me. How can there be any talk of returning it? My. The seductive woman's charming face stiffened instantly. What does young master Yi mean? It means, look over there. Yi Xian suddenly pointed to the right behind the seductive woman. The seductive woman instinctively followed his finger. There was nothing there. Yet Yi Xian turned and fled. Are you kidding? Such a powerful fire spirit which had shown him affection like a lover. How could he hand it over? Hee, I never thought Hutsaibi would be fooled by such a clumsy trick. But young master Yi, going back on your word and angering my lord is hardly a wise choice. Seeing Yi Xian turn and run, the seductive woman, Hutsaibi, let out a soft laugh unperturbed. She lightly tapped her jade foot and gave chase. Wretch! A mere chi condensation cultivator dares to defy me to my face. You seek death. Zhou Tianxi on the ancient war chariot roared, his eyes blazing with fierce murderous intent. Hutsaibi was swift. In mere breaths she caught up to Yi Xian. Young master Yi, you cannot escape. Come back with me obediently, and I will put in a good word for you so my lord overlooks your actions. Should I trust you or should I believe you'll become a saint tomorrow? Yi Xian sneered. Fire spirit, help me. Kill this slut. Without hesitation, Yi Xian spoke to the fire spirit in his arms. If you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, the fire spirit takes time to unleash its power. You won't make it. Hutsaibi snorted coldly. A white tail abruptly emerged from behind her, lashing toward Yi Xian. A foxtail. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Beast. I knew you weren't human from the start with all that lewdness radiating from you. This seductive woman was not human, but a demon. He had heard of demons at the Cloud Source sect, but due to his weak strength he had never encountered one until now. Boom. Just as Hutsaibi's demon foxtail was about to strike, Yi Xian, the fire spirit in his arms, suddenly shot out, colliding with the tail and scorching a large patch of its white fur. Hutsaibi cried out in pain, but another snow-white foxtail emerged, coiling toward Yi Xian. Behind her, two more tails followed, winding around in pursuit. They say the Fox Demon clan has one tail per realm. You are a divine ability realm Fox Demon. Seeing three tails lashing toward him, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed sharply. Young Master Yi is truly knowledgeable. If you give up the struggle, your sister can keep you company every night, indulging in the joys of fox beauties surrounding your knees. Hutsaibi attacked Yi Xian while speaking seductively. Nightly revelry is a lie. You want to drain my yang energy, don't you? Yi Xian snorted coldly. He had heard that fox demons love to absorb men's pure yang essence. As the pure yang sacred body, he was like a walking aphrodisiac to fox demon women. One sip would surely drive them wild with ecstasy. Void break. Just as the three tails were about to entangle him, he activated the Void Sutra. In an instant he appeared 20 meters away. With a thunderous boom, the three tails struck the ground, missing their target. You dodged. Hutsaibi was astonished. Her speed was immense, and more importantly, she hadn't seen how Yi Xian evaded. He had teleported 20 meters away in an instant. Roar! At that moment the fire spirit seemed to react. This seductive woman was attacking Yi Xian, whom it held great fondness for. It let out a bellow like an ox. Transformation. The rabbit's body rapidly swelled, turning back into the fire dragon as before. Yi Xian straddled its back, gripping the dragon's body with both hands. The touch felt incredibly real. Damn, I Yi Xian am actually riding a dragon. Huling once again assumed its supreme combat form, and when Hutsaibi witnessed it, his heart leapt with terror. Without hesitation he whirled around and fled, but Huling now in its supreme combat form was many times faster. With a flick of its dragon tail, Huling instantly overtook Hutsaibi and extended 5 razor-sharp dragon claws toward him. Your Highness, save me. Panicked beyond measure, Hutsaibi cried out desperately, while lashing forward his 3 foxtails to strike Huling. Yet in the blink of an eye they were shattered outright by the sweeping dragon claws. Hutsaibi spat a mouthful of blood and plummeted from the air, seized instantly by Huling. Young Master Yi, spare my life. I shall serve you as your humble handmaiden, mastering all 18 martial arts, tending to you day and night. Grant me mercy. Before Zhou Tianxi could even respond, Hutsaibi was already clutched tightly in Huling's grasp. Hutsaibi frantically pleaded for his life, but Yi Xian remained unmoved. You wretched fiend, cease your sorcerous enticement. Today your death is absolute. Huling tore out his demonic core. I'll savor it with wine. Yixian roared aloud. With a thunderous crack, Huling, seemingly comprehending his master's command, clenched its dragon claws shut and crushed Hutsai by into oblivion. A crimson mist exploded outward, leaving only a pale azure sash suspended midair. Wretch! Yixian, you dare court death. You've slain one of my retainers. Have you grown so reckless that you no longer fear dying? At that moment, Zhou Tianxi surged forward with his black-robed attendants. He is a demon, not a man. And yet you, a prince of the great Qian Empire, keep a fox demon as your familiar. Should word spread, would it not become the laughingstock of the realm? Yixian lifted his gaze toward the furious Zhou Tianxi and laughed coldly. What I do is none of your concern, and certainly not yours to lecture me on, you insolent wretch. Now choose first. Sever your bond with Huling, restore it to its original state, and surrender it to me, or second. You shall become my most formidable enemy, and I will stop at nothing to annihilate you. Yixian burst into laughter. Zhou Tianxi, have you dwelled too long upon your lofty throne to perceive reality clearly? It is you who should fear death, right now. Yixian sneered, then patted Huling's back. Huling, slaughter them all. Roar. Huling unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking bellow. Its dragon tail lashed out as it lunged straight toward Zhou Tianxi. Yixian, you dare defy me. I am a true prince of the great Qian Empire. Do you truly believe my authority rests solely upon them? Then you are grievously mistaken. As the words left his lips, Zhou Tianxi drew forth a dragon-shaped jade pendant from his robes and pricked his chest, letting a drop of his heart blood fall upon it. The pendant erupted with torrents of golden light, then cracked sharply in two. From within emerged a translucent, ethereal figure. It was an elderly man with snow-white hair and a majestic crown, clad in an opulent golden dragon robe, radiating such overwhelming sovereign authority that all else seemed to fade before his presence. Sixth Imperial Uncle, subdue this Huling, and also that youth Zheng Sha. Zhou Tianxi bowed deeply and reverently before the spectral figure. You have expended the dermic body manifestation I entrusted to you. For this trivial matter, the spectral elder cast a faint dismissive glance at Huling and Yixian before addressing Zhou Tianxi. A flush of embarrassment crossed Zhou Tianxi's face. Sixth Imperial Uncle, this Huling is no ordinary beast. It possesses independent sentience, and that youth, he bears the pure yang sacred physique. The pure yang sacred physique. The elder's tone shifted, revealing genuine astonishment. Humph, such a rare epical physique. Why slay him? Why not extract his primordial essence and transplant it directly into your own body? Would that not be far superior? What? One may extract another's primordial essence and implant it within oneself. Zhou Tianxi stared, utterly dumbfounded. He had never heard of such a thing. Indeed, one may. This is a sacred physique unseen for 10,000 eons, and only a sacred physique's primordial essence can be transplanted. This is a celestial boon beyond measure. I, the sixth Imperial Uncle, shall secure it for you. As the elder spoke, he extended his fingers toward Huling. Enraged, Huling exhaled a torrent of incandescent flame. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion shook the heavens, the shockwave rippling outward visibly. Yet the elder's spectral form merely trembled faintly, unharmed. Doomed. This old man's power is overwhelming. Huling cannot prevail. Riding atop Huling, Yixian's pupils contracted sharply, a wave of dread surging from his very core. Even Huling recoiled in disbelief. Its devastating attack had failed to wound the elder even slightly. Zhou Tianxi erupted in elation. The sixth Imperial Uncle is invincible. Subdue them, huh? Yixian, you feel despair now, don't you? But it is already too late. Huh? Zhou Tianxi laughed wildly, already envisioning Huling forcibly suppressed, and Yixian's sacred physique essence violently excised and grafted into his own body. Thus he would ascend instantly to the pinnacle of celestial prodigies, his future radiant and unassailable. Whooshed! The spectral elder thrust forth his hand once more. Huling, fly! We cannot defeat him. Yixian shouted urgently. Huling reacted instantly, twisting its body to flee. But the elder's speed surpassed all reckoning. In the blink of an eye, his phantasmal hand loomed before them. I wonder if I channel Pasu with Huling. Yixian cried inwardly. Pasu, a terrifying technique from the void scripture, a sovereignty or cultivation art. Would it even work? He had no time to ponder. Pasu. Yixian clutched Huling tightly and commanded it silently in his mind. In the next instant, Yixian and Huling vanished without a trace. Whoosh! The elder's palm closed upon empty air, releasing a sonic boom. My. The elder paused, startled. Spatial energy. How is this possible? He was profoundly shaken. The fleeting ripple of spatial fluctuation had been unmistakable. Yet, as but a dermic body projection, his abilities were severely limited. Yi Xian and Holing reappeared 20 meters away. Then, with another activation of Pasu, leapt another 20 meters. Though short in distance, the displacement occurred in the blink of an eye. You, bearer of the pure Yang's sacred physique, commands spatial energy. That intrigues this old man deeply. The elder roared and gave chase. Quick, follow them. Zhou Tianxi shouted, frantically racing after with his black-robed attendants. After several successive uses of Pei Su, Yi Xian collapsed breathlessly across Holing's back, utterly spent. Holing bore him deeper still into the crimson flame domain. He fled. She pursued. Then he fled again. She pursued once more. Unwittingly, they plunged ever deeper into the heart of the crimson flame domain. Here the temperature soared many-fold higher than before. Flames blazed more fiercely, and even the void itself burned with roaring fire. Suddenly they halted. Before them stood a woman encircled and cradled by living flames. How did they know she was a woman? Her elegant coiffure, her snow-pale back, her exquisitely sinuous curves, and the delicate arc of her slender waist, all proclaimed her femininity beyond doubt. A breathtaking back, truly a shame not to apply cupping therapy. As Yi Xian gazed upon this peerless vision, a single irreverent thought flashed through his mind. The woman within the flames rose and fell, appearing utterly illusory. Yet the fire spirit radiated a sense of joy. He tugged at the fire spirit. Brother fire spirit, don't be rash. If she attacks us, we're done for. He had no idea how terrifying the flames here were, but even the spectral old man who had been chasing them constantly dodged and evaded during the pursuit. If not for riding atop the fire spirit, he would have been burned to ashes. However, the fire spirit ignored him this time and flew straight ahead. The spectral old man halted, refraining from pursuit this time, and gazed at the woman in the flames with extreme caution. The woman seated within the flames seemed to sense something as well. She suddenly turned her head, her snow-white form veiled by a layer of rising flames, revealing only a face of peerless, nation-toppling beauty. So beautiful. Yi Xian's eyes widened. This woman was too exquisite. Her beauty differed from Jiang Lushan's. It was a transcendent, otherworldly loveliness that inspired a desire to worship. A pure Yang sacred body. The beautiful woman gazed at Yi Xian, uttering a few words softly. Yi Xian's heart trembled. In that instant he felt as though she had seen right through him. Senior, I stumbled here while being pursued. Please forgive my intrusion. Yi Xian mustered his courage to greet her. The beautiful woman nodded, then turned her eyes to the spectral old man and Zhou Tianxi behind him. The spectral old man's expression stiffened, and he cupped his hands, saying, I am the 6th imperial uncle of the great Qian dynasty. I entered this place by accident. Please forgive me, young lady. We will leave now. Young lady. The beautiful woman listened and revealed a faint, elusive smile. When I ruled the heavens, your great Qian dynasty had not yet been established. With a whoosh, she reached out and pointed forward. The spectral old man's face changed drastically as he swiftly turned, grabbed Zhou Tianxi, and fled. But in the next second, both he and Zhou Tianxi were severed at the waist, their halves engulfed in raging flames. Zhou Tianxi's agonizing screams echoed through the area, and the black-robed man, terrified, collapsed to the ground. It's over. This time it's truly over. This woman might be an indescribable, terrifying existence, more ancient than the great Qian dynasty itself. The great Qian dynasty had stood for a full 10,000 years. With a puff, a wisp of flame drifted over, reducing the black-robed man to nothingness. Simultaneously, the flames in the crimson flame domain blazed fiercely, and even the normally harmless flames at the periphery became scorching hot. Several artifact-refining cultivators were burned and hastily retreated, carrying their belongings. Meanwhile, within the great Qian imperial palace, in a hall enshrining the soul tablets of the royal clan, Zhou Tianxi's tablet suddenly shattered. The official station there, shocked and panicked, scrambled to pick up the broken soul tablet and struck a large drum in the hall. The murder of a prince was enough to shake the court. In the boundless imperial palace, within a chamber brimming with powerful aura, an old man suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. My Dharma aspect has been destroyed. Who? Who destroyed my Dharma aspect? I will annihilate your entire clan. There will be no leniency. He was the current great Qian emperor's 6th great uncle, one of the dynasty's pillars, a super powerhouse at the true self realm. Someone had destroyed his Dharma aspect, and more critically, the visual information transmitted back was minimal. only that it happened deep within the crimson flame domain. The next second the old man vanished from the hall. On the other side, Xuan gazed at the stunning woman with even greater reverence and trepidation, for she was immensely powerful, especially given the suspicion that she had lived for 10,000 years. Living 10,000 years, even a pig would become terrifyingly unfathomable. He didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Yet the beautiful woman's next words made Xuan's scalp tingle. "You have great audacity, being the first to dare compare me to a pig." "Senior, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare." Xuan quickly waved his hands. This woman was too frightening. She could even hear his thoughts. "No need to fear, Eve, I'm not blaming you." The beautiful woman smiled faintly. "But you, a pure yang sacred body, only at the 10th level of qi condensation. Isn't that too pathetic? Logically, someone your age should at least have reached the divine ability realm." Xuan looked embarrassed. "To be honest, Senior, my pure yang sacred body was dormant before and only recently awakened. Before this, I was only at the 4th level of qi condensation." "Oh, a pure yang sacred body can slumber." The beautiful woman looked puzzled, then suddenly reached out and grasped Xuan's wrist. Xuan couldn't react in time and had no choice but to let her examine him. "There is a force of extreme primordial energy within your body." "I see. You used this extreme energy to awaken the dormant pure yang sacred body, didn't you?" Xuan was astonished. "You can detect even that? What's so hard about detecting that? But you're clever to think of using this method to awaken the pure yang sacred body. Not bad." The beautiful woman smiled gently. Xuan gave an awkward grin. This wasn't his idea at all. It was a method suggested by the remnant soul of the Void Emperor within the creation heavenly tablet. "No need to be shy, being able to awaken it is your fortune. I suppose the girl with the extreme body has become your wife, hasn't she?" Xuan grinned sheepishly. Jiang Luotian was over 100 years old, but she could still be considered a girl. As for wife, he didn't dare to think about that yet. "But your strength is still too low. You need to cultivate faster, or you'll waste this pure yang sacred body." The beautiful woman continued. "Your teachings are correct, Senior." Xuan nodded hastily and asked respectfully, "May I know your esteemed name, Senior?" "Could you tell this, Junior? You're still too weak. When you one day reach the Central Divine Province, you will naturally know my name." "From the Central Divine Province?" Xuan's eyes widened. He had once read a general overview of the world in the scripture pavilion of Luotian Peak. Qingzhou was but a corner of this vast universe. The world's center was the Central Divine Province, where powerhouses were as common as dogs and saints ran rampant. Moreover, the Central Divine Province seemed to have a higher level than Qingzhou. The scripture pavilion had few specific records. The greatest wish of King Strong was to one day journey to the Central Divine Province. Why would a super powerhouse from the Central Divine Province come to Qingzhou? Could it be for the legendary Heavenly Flame in the Crimson Flame domain? Xuan guessed, his heart racing. He felt it was possible, but he didn't ask, as the beautiful woman might not answer him. "Cultivate well. I see you came here to open up your apertures. Let me guide you. At the 10th level of qi condensation, you can open 10 apertures. But after you open the 10th aperture, I suggest you shatter all 10 and reforge them into a single aperture." Then the beautiful woman spoke to him. "Turn 10 apertures into one." Xuan was stunned, a sense of awe washing over him. As far as he knew, possessing 10 apertures marked one as a supreme prodigy, and that was his goal. Yet now this beautiful woman told him to first achieve 10 apertures, then shatter them. He had never heard of such a thing. Indeed, the true supreme prodigies of the Central Divine Province all do this. The beautiful woman nodded lightly. Xuan swallowed hard, feeling his breath grow heavy. "All right, I'll follow your advice, Senior. After I open 10 apertures, I'll shatter them and merge the 10 into one." After a full minute, Xuan made up his mind and spoke solemnly. "Good, then now you should break through and manifest your first aperture. The extreme yang energy here is sufficient for your use." The beautiful woman's face bloomed with a radiant smile. She was very pleased with Xuan's response. Xuan nodded firmly, closed his eyes, and began circulating his energy to break through. He would open his first aperture. This kid may seem timid, but his will is resolute. I told him to merge 10 into one. I wonder if it will harm him in the future. This is a path no one has ever walked. Watching Xuan's eyes closed as he charged toward his aperture, the beautiful woman mused softly to herself. Deep within the crimson refining fire domain, Xuan sat cross-legged, ceaselessly absorbing the supreme yang force permeating the space. Simultaneously, the power within his body surged upward, assaulting the barriers of his cultivation realm. As time passed, a terrifying aura of blazing yang radiated from Xuan. His entire being glowed and shimmered, even his pores emitting a golden divine luster. With the passage of time behind his head, a profound and unfathomable grotto heaven seemed to take shape, within which golden cloud-like sacred power gushed forth. It interwove with his own blood and chi, producing a rumbling sound. This extraordinarily divine phenomenon manifested around Yi Xian, while the fire spirit, now transformed into a small rabbit, hopped about anxiously. It seemed desperately eager to leap into the unfathomable grotto heaven behind Yi Xian's head. "Go, I know you wish to follow him. Go on, go on." The ethereally beautiful woman watched the fire spirit's restless antics and smiled faintly. The fire spirit quickly bounded before her and bowed. Then with a whoosh, the fire spirit darted straight into the grotto heaven behind Yi Xian's head. Rumble. As the fire spirit plunged inside, the still-forming grotto heaven became interwoven with thunder and lightning, and the visions churning within grew even more terrifying. The sound of dragon roars cracked through the air as if a golden dragon were tumbling within. This scene persisted for a full quarter, and then Yi Xian's aura abruptly soared to a new height. A resonant boom like a morning bell or evening drum struck repeatedly within his chest. Whoosh! Yi Xian opened his eyes. Dazzling divine light burst forth from his pupils, more blinding than lightning. It cleaved a burning flame not far away cleanly in two. His gaze was piercingly sharp, like twin scorching suns. Terrifyingly so. The grotto heaven realm had been achieved. At this moment, Yi Xian felt an immensely surging power within his body. The person he once was, if standing before him, now he could send flying with a single punch. 100 or 80 of them wouldn't be a problem. In just a few short days, I've risen from a despised waste on Luotian Peak to the grotto heaven realm. Finally, I am gradually catching up to the younger generation within the sect. When I return this time among the juniors of cloud soaring sect, my presence, Yi Xian, can no longer be ignored. The conviction of a strong man was reforged in this moment. He understood perfectly that strength was the foundation of all things. Taking a deep breath to rein in his terrifying aura, Yi Xian rose and walked before the ethereally beautiful woman, bowing slightly. "Senior, I have reached the grotto heaven realm. Thank you for allowing me to cultivate here." "You're welcome. Have you noticed anything different about your grotto heaven?" The ethereally beautiful woman smiled faintly. "Different?" Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and quickly turned his perception inward. Within his body lay a profoundly deep golden grotto heaven, but inside it a fiery red rabbit was tumbling about. It looked utterly joyful. "How did the fire spirit get into my grotto heaven?" Yi Xian exclaimed in shock. He was astounded that the fire spirit could enter his grotto heaven. He had no idea when it had happened. "You too are fated. This is also your fortune." This fire spirit was born from the heavenly flame azure sky dragon blaze. Cooperate with it well and grow together. Both of you will reap immense fortune. The ethereally beautiful woman stated calmly. "I will, senior. I will treat the fire spirit as my dearest friend." Yi Xian nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, his heart churned with shock. The fire spirit's origin was so grand. It was a legendary heavenly flame. He had once heard that in their Qingzhou region, a large faction called the 10,000 Flames sect owed its power to mastering a formidable earthly flame. Thus, the entire sect ranked just below a few superpowers. And this fire spirit was a heavenly flame, far more terrifying. This fortune was overwhelmingly immense. If there's nothing else, you should take your leave." Then the ethereally beautiful woman continued. "I have no further matters, and I truly should depart. Before I go, may I know your name, senior? Otherwise, even if I travel to the central divine province in the future, I won't know how to find you." Yi Xian looked at the ethereally beautiful woman with sincere earnestness. She smiled faintly, did not answer his question, but simply flicked her finger, and Yi Xian was sent flying uncontrollably outward. The image of the ethereally beautiful woman grew increasingly distant in his eyes until it was completely obscured by the raging flames. "It is not that I refuse to tell you, but my true name cannot be tainted by mortals. It would bring karmic consequences." The ethereally beautiful woman sat amidst the flames, murmuring to herself. Then the flames beneath her blazed fiercely and completely engulfed her. As Yi Xian flew out to the edge of the crimson refining fire domain, the scattered flames there suddenly blazed up and converged into a wall of fire, sealing off all connection to the outside. It's over, it's over. The crimson refining fire domain has changed. We can never come here to refine artifacts again. This place's fire threads are unmatched in the world. What a pity. At the periphery of the crimson refining fire domain, disciples and elders from various artifact refining sects lamented regretfully. Yi Xian stood there and bowed 3 times. Senior, if I ever reach the central divine province in the future, I will surely seek you out to repay today's grace. He understood perfectly that without the ethereally beautiful woman's consent, he could never have absorbed those supreme yang forces or taken the fire spirit away. Most likely, he would have met the same fate as Zhou Tianxi and the others, perishing deep within the crimson refining fire domain. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then several people surrounded Xuan, glaring at him with sharp eyes. Kid, did you come out from deep within the crimson refining fire domain? This place has suddenly undergone a major change. Explain what happened. Kid, you'd better tell the truth. If you dare lie, don't blame us for being rude. They were all menacing, roaring at Xuan. A cold smile curled at the corner of Xuan's mouth. Want to know? Then step inside yourself. If you want to block me and interrogate me, you'll only say, good dogs don't get in the way. Kid, you're arrogant. It seems you want talk without some suffering. Attack, subdue this brat. Immediately, they erupted fiercely and swung at Xuan. Xuan snorted coldly and directly activated his grotto heaven. The sun-like grotto heaven within his body suddenly poured forth an endless stream of divine energy converging on his fists. Boom, boom, boom. Xuan's fists struck like dragons, employing the void-breaking technique. He darted back and forth, and those men were sent flying by his heavy punches without even touching a corner of him. This young master is in a good mood today, so ill spare your dog lives, lest you defile this tranquil place. Looking at the sprawled and twisted figures on the ground, Xuan sneered. Then he stamped his foot on the ground, soared into the air, and flew into the distance. Upon reaching the grotto heaven realm, one could fly. 2 days later, Xuan arrived at the cloud-soaring sect. He had not hurried too much on this return journey, but instead spent the time traveling while refining his newfound grotto heaven realm. At that moment, on Luotian peak of the cloud-soaring sect, Zhang Luotian stood at the entrance of her residence, staring coldly at the 3 people, 1 woman and 2 men, kneeling before her. How long do you intend to kneel here? You've already disrupted my daily life. I can overlook your offense, but once that boy returns, I cannot say what he might do. Master, we have knelt here for 2 days and 2 nights, sincerely apologizing to you. When junior brother Xuan arrives, he will surely be moved by our earnestness. Please, Master, let bygones be bygones and take us back. We are your 3 youngest personal disciples. Our departure that day was only to gain more resources outside to heal your injuries. Please accept us back. The leading woman, named Mu Yuyao, was the 8th of Zhang Luotian's 10 personal disciples. The 2 men were the 9th and 10th. As for Xuan, a mere leftover, who could still stay on Luotian Peak and call Zhang Luotian master, was already more than he deserved. Watching Mu Yuyao's seemingly sincere expression, Zhang Luotian felt a momentary wavering in her heart. Even setting everything else aside, the mere fact that they had knelt here for 2 days and 2 nights made it impossible for her to remain unmoved. After all, they were her personally taught disciples whom she had raised since childhood and imparted her knowledge to. However, her injuries were evident to anyone with discerning eyes. Unless one could find the legendary immortal elixir of immortality or a sacred pill, or at the very least perform a baptism using a Tao fruit of the Emperor realm, recovery would be impossible. For she had suffered wounds inflicted by the great Tao of heavenly tribulation. Yet no one would ever procure such a level of treasure for her. Even the cloud-soaring sect did not possess such means. Even if such treasures did exist, Lin Yuan, the sect master of cloud-soaring sect, would never use them on her. Mu Yuyao and the others were undoubtedly well aware that the resources they could obtain were utterly insufficient to aid her. Thus there could be only one purpose. Their intentions were impure. Perhaps someone had instigated them, or perhaps they sought something from her, such as the annihilation sword art. Gradually, the flicker of hesitation within Zhang Luotian's heart dissipated. Leave now. I repeat, spilled water cannot be gathered back. I will not take you under my tutelage again. Having spoken those words indifferently, Zhang Luotian bypassed them and strode forward. She would let them kneel if they wished, out of sight, out of mind. The main reason was that she needed to get something to eat. Having the 3 kneeling at her door had dampened her mood, and she had not consumed a single grain of rice for an entire day and night, making her hunger unbearable. Just as she stepped past Mu Yuyao and reached the side of the other 2 male direct disciples, Mu Yuyao steeled herself and abruptly slammed into the male disciple beside her. Li Ming grabbed hold of the master's leg. Don't let her leave. The male disciple, named Li Ming, was startled. To grab Zhang Luotian's leg was something he had never dared to imagine. But he had already been shoved forward. Considering that Zhang Luotian had lost all her cultivation, now even if he did grab her, what harm could befall him? At worst, he would receive a few scoldings. And in doing so, he would get to embrace the sword immortal whose beauty had captivated Qingzhou. The The forbidden thrill of taking advantage of his master sent his mind racing with fantasies. Just as his outstretched arm was about to wrap around Jiang Lushan's thigh, a pebble shot through the air with incredible speed, accompanied by a piercing whistle hurtling from afar. With a thud, it struck his shoulder, tearing through flesh and sending blood spurting out. Arg! Li Ming let out a pained scream. Bastard! Who is it? Who dares ambush me? He'll make you die without a burial ground. Everyone raised their heads to look in the direction from which the pebble had been fired. Yi Xian, clad in a pale green robe, strode over with large steps. Rebellious disciple, you have quite the timing. As she watched Yi Xian appear, Jiang Lushan's chest suddenly relaxed, and she felt a flicker of reassurance. Watching Yi Xian approach, she could already sense his extraordinary bearing. He had likely succeeded in his breakthrough. Yi Xian, you bastard. As a junior disciple, you dare to ambush your senior brother, defying the hierarchy. What punishment do you deserve? Mu Yuyao pointed at Yi Xian and shrieked sharply as he drew near. She seemed to have forgotten that just moments ago she had been addressing him as junior brother Yi Xian. Shut your mouth, you wench. They'll chop off this bastard's hand first, then deal with the rest of you. Yi Xian glared coldly at Mu Yuyao, let out a scoff, then strode over to Jiang Luoshan. Master, move aside a little lest their filthy blood splatters on you. Shinner, don't stir up too much trouble. Jiang Luoshan gazed deeply at Yi Xian. She too wished to see just how much Yi Xian had improved after his breakthrough. These three former direct disciples were all at the Cave Heaven realm, especially Mu Yuyao, who was at the 4th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. Tomorrow was the day Yi Xian was to fight Hao Jian, who was at the 5th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. If he could defeat Mu Yuyao, then she would have less to worry about tomorrow. Don't worry, master. My strikes are always gentle. Yi Xian smiled faintly, and then walked directly toward Li Ming. Li Ming roared in fury. Yi Xian, you're too arrogant. We knelt here to beg the master to take us back under her tutelage, yet you ambush me. If I don't teach you a lesson, how can I continue to hold my head high in the cloud-soaring sect? The future? You have no future. What right does a cripple with a shattered dantian and ruined meridians have to stand in the cloud-soaring sect? Yi Xian snorted disdainfully, but suddenly felt his words were highly inappropriate. Jiang Luoshan was standing right beside him, and his remark seemed to carry a pointed meaning. Yi Xian quickly glanced at Jiang Luoshan and only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw no change in her expression. Then turning around, he struck out at Li Ming with a face full of fury. You bastard. You've made me so angry I'm talking nonsense. If you upset my dear master, I'll slaughter your entire family. Jiang Luoshan rolled her eyes in exasperation. This rebellious disciple was becoming more and more audacious with his words. You're insane. Li Ming bellowed in fury, raising his uninjured right fist to strike back at Yi Xian. He was at the 2nd layer of the Cave Heaven realm. He wasn't afraid of Yi Xian. Boom. Crack. The next second, Li Ming's fist and arm exploded, shattering bones and blood bursting through the skin, sending him flying sideways. But before he could hit the ground, Yi Xian closed in and stomped hard on his dantian. Uffed. Li Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, slammed viciously into the ground, his dantian shattered, ribs broken, and internal organs displaced. He immediately fell unconscious. Instant. A one-hit KO? This scene left Mu Yuyao and the other male disciple stunned, while Jiang Lushan's red lips parted slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Wench, it's your turn. Rising abruptly, Yi Xian turned and charged toward Mu Yuyao and the other male disciple. Yi Xian, you're insane. You crippled junior brotherly. He was once your senior brother. Mu Yuyao shrieked, but without a moment's hesitation, she drew the long sword strapped at her waist. You said it yourself. He was once a senior brother. You traitors, every single one of you are worse than dogs. You no longer have the right to call yourselves my seniors. Boom. Yi Xian clenched his fists and struck out fiercely. He didn't even use a weapon, simply pummeling Mu Yuyao and the other with his bare fists. You're arrogant. I'm at the 4th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. You're courting death. Sword shadows flickered as Mu Yuyao swung her blade and charged. But the flickering sword shadows were shattered inch by Yi Xian's fists, which then slammed viciously into Mu Yuyao's beautiful face. Blood sprayed from her nose, and she screamed in agony. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of dense punches rained down on her pretty face. Visibly, Mu Yuyao's face swelled to over 5 times its original size in a 360-degree expansion, turning her into a textbook pig's head before everyone's eyes. And that wasn't all. There were severe burn marks on her face. My fists are poisonous. That braised pighead face of yours won't subside for at least 2.5 years. After dozens of punches, Yi Xian withdrew his hands. He smiled as he admired his handiwork. You? You fiend. Such poison. Uffed. Spitting out 3 mouthfuls of blood, Mu Yuyao wiped her face and fainted on the spot from rage. Your turn. Yi Xian then turned to the other man. Junior brother, I'll do it myself. No need for you to trouble yourself. Bang! The man slapped his own forehead, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, and collapsed unconscious. I was planning to cripple you, but since you're so decisive, this injury will take at least a year to heal. He'll let it slide. Yi Xian said with a hint of regret as he looked at the man. All right, let's stop here. Zhang Luoshan walked over and said, Sure thing, master. He'll listen to you. Yi Xian quickly nodded with a smile, stepping close and eyeing the exquisite Zhang Luoshan from head to toe. Master, it's been a few days. This disciple missed you to death. Did you miss me? Miss your head. Clean this place up quickly. He'll wait for you in my room. Zhang Luoshan gave him an exasperated glare, then turned and headed toward her residence. Yi Xian grinned. Sure thing, master. Wait for me in bed. He'll be there as soon as I'm done cleaning. This rebellious disciple. How could he say something like that in public? Zhang Luoshan nearly stumbled and fell. Though after their interactions over the past few days, she knew exactly what he meant. He intended to warm her meridians and repair her shattered foundation. But the phrasing was far too easy to misinterpret. With a series of thuds, Yi Xian hurled Mu Yuyao and the other 2 off Luoshan Peak as if discarding trash. He then rushed back to Zhang Luoshan's residence atop the peak with barely contained eagerness. Upon entering, he saw Zhang Luoshan seated gracefully on a chair awaiting him. Yi Xian approached, took a deep breath, and drew into his lungs the naturally refreshing fragrance of her body. His entire spirit felt invigorated. Master, why are you still sitting here? Go lie down on the bed. Yi Xian said, looking at Zhang Luoshan. The corners of Zhang Luoshan's mouth twitched involuntarily as she glared at Yi Xian. You rebellious disciple, you said that on purpose, didn't you? Has your master not taught you to speak clearly? My fault, my fault. Yi Xian stammered, a sheepish grin spreading across his face. He had to admit his words were indeed somewhat ambiguous. Zhang Luoshan gave a light snort, then pointed to the chair before her. Sit down. Yi Xian obediently took his seat. Tell me about your journey to establish your cave abode. This time I struck quite a fortune in opening the cave. It was absolutely phenomenal. Yi Xian recounted his experience to Zhang Luoshan with immense excitement, like a child who had earned first place in the entire grade, seeking praise from their mother. However, he concealed the details about the beautiful woman, not deliberately, but because he was unaware of her true identity. Moreover, he feared Zhang Luoshan might overthink it, planning to tell her once she recovered her cultivation or when he grew stronger. You actually found the legendary fire spirit and incorporated it into your cave abode. This is unprecedented. Is the cave abode of a pure yang sacred body so unique? Zhang Luoshan was astonished after hearing his tale. Yes, master, I don't know why the fire spirit entered my cave abode either. But whatever the reason, it brings me nothing but benefit. Yi Xian chuckled. Indeed, this is a tremendous fortune, bringing only advantages. Zhang Luoshan nodded with a smile, but her expression soon turned serious. Now that Prince Zhou Tianxi of the great Zhou dynasty has died by your hand, the dynasty will surely seek revenge. To be honest, when I was at my peak, I feared nothing and could protect you. But now that I've fallen to this state, if the great Zhou dynasty comes for vengeance, the cloud-soaring sect may not necessarily shield you. I understand that, but at that moment it was a life-or-death struggle. Zhou Tianxi had no intention of letting me go. Well, deal with the great Zhou dynasty's retaliation when the time comes. Yi Xian nodded. Since it had already happened, there was no use dwelling on it. Of course, he had contemplated this situation on his way back. But since the matter was settled, it was better to focus on cultivating with all his might to help Zhang Luoshan recover. What if by the time the great Zhou dynasty traced the matter back to him and sought revenge, Zhang Luoshan had already regained her strength? Seeing his composed demeanor, Zhang Luoshan smiled approvingly. You have a good attitude. In that case, let's get on the bed. Puffed, this master has been corrupted by you, rebellious disciple. Let's get on the bed to begin warming and nourishing the meridians. Zhang Luoshan said, shaking her head with exasperation as the words only grew more ambiguous. With a slightly petulant stomp of her foot, she strode toward the inner chamber. Witnessing Zhang Luoshan's sudden display of mannerisms, Yi Xian was utterly stunned, then broke into a foolish grin. Hee, I never imagined my peerlessly beautiful master could show such a girlish, coy side. It's truly tantalizing. With that, Yi Xian trotted after her eagerly. Zhang Luoshan lay prone on the bed, her form-fitting dress clinging tightly to her skin, accentuating her perfect figure, every curve in its ideal place. Yi Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath. Master is becoming more and more alluring. I fear one day I'll lose control and force myself on her again. But I suppose Master will forgive me. It's only human nature. He muttered these thoughts to himself. Rebellious disciple, why aren't you getting to work? What are you staring at? Don't forget, I am your master. It was as if Zhang Luotian had eyes in the back of her head. Her fair, delicate face was now tinged with a flush of crimson. Fortunately, she kept her head lowered so Yi Xian couldn't see it. Otherwise, she would have been mortified. Master, after my breakthrough this time, I've absorbed a vast amount of pure yang force. It may cause you more pain, so please bear with it. Yi Xian took a deep breath and spoke to Zhang Luotian. Go ahead and do what you must. Your master can endure it. Zhang Luotian replied, her face growing even redder. This rebellious disciple had truly led her astray, making her spout such nonsense again. But fortunately, Yi Xian noticed nothing amiss. He nodded with a hearty smile. All right, master, in beginning. He then concentrated the origin power of his pure yang sacred body into his fingertips and pressed them against the soles of Zhang Luotian's feet. Strands of pure yang sacred body origin power pierced into the acupoints of her soles like golden needles. MH. MH. In the next instant, Zhang Luotian couldn't help but let out sounds that were impossible to distinguish as pain or pleasure despite clenching her teeth tightly. Her body trembled slightly. The sacred body origin power surging forth after Yi Xian's breakthrough was far too dense and overwhelming. She found it difficult to endure. Yet the effect was astonishing. As the pure yang sacred body origin power flowed into the acupoints of her soles, she could clearly feel the broken meridians in those areas slowly healing. Though the process was extremely slow compared to the previous subtle mending, she now distinctly sensed a healing akin to regrowing severed limbs. Zhang Luotian was overjoyed. After an unknown period, she suddenly noticed an eerie silence behind her. Turning her head in confusion, she saw Yi Xian holding her foot, having fallen asleep at some point, with a glistening drop of saliva falling onto her toes, which were as flawless as white jade. This made Zhang Luotian both embarrassed and furious. Instinctively, she wanted to kick him away, but in the next moment, she felt a surge of warmth flowing through the sole of her foot. Zhang Luotian froze. Warmth. This was no mere warmth, it felt like spiritual energy. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock. Spiritual energy was flowing through the sole of her foot. This meant the meridians in her foot had been healed. Otherwise, spiritual energy could not flow through them. Even if not fully restored, it was enough to fill her with excitement. Rebellious disciple, you paid such a heavy price for your master. And I almost kicked you. I'm truly a wicked woman. She remained agitated for a long while, and even though her jade-like foot trembled slightly, Yi Xian did not awaken. This was irrefutable proof of how utterly exhausted and drained he was. Zhang Luotian gazed at Yi Xian's handsome face, her heart brimming with profound guilt. Slowly she curled up her legs and helped him onto the bed. She thought first a breakthrough, then traveling without rest, and immediately starting to warm and repair her meridians. Yi Xian's devotion to his master was truly worthy of heaven and earth. Yet she, as his master, had suspected him of taking advantage of her. With a disciple like this, what more could she ask for? At that moment, Zhang Luotian felt like slapping herself. She tucked the blanket around him. Rebellious disciple, I see and remember your sincere devotion to me. I fear I can never escape your grasp in this life, but I am your master after all. I must maintain some restraint. Gently stroking Yi Xian's forehead, Zhang Luotian made a decision that defied all ancestral conventions. Closing her eyes, she lowered her head and pressed a gentle kiss to Yi Xian's lips. Rebellious disciple, this kiss is given willingly, a reward from your master. Like a dragonfly skimming the water, Zhang Luotian swiftly rose after speaking. Touching her burning cheeks, she walked toward the bath barrel. Her body was drenched and sticky, uncomfortable, and she urgently needed a hot bath. Yet she failed to notice that as she turned, a brazen smile curled at the corner of Yi Xian's lips. My dear master, I've already reached the cave heaven realm. How could I possibly faint from overwork so easily? Truth be told, I could hardly endure it any longer. The fire within me blazed too fiercely. Had I not fainted, I might have truly transformed into a disciple who defiles his master. Yi Xian suppressed the raging flames within him and muttered to himself. He had absorbed a vast amount of extreme yang energy. Even after his breakthrough, this energy remained unspent. Moreover, the fire spirit still resided within his cave heaven. Thus the fire within him grew even fiercer. Yi Xian's plight was indeed not an easy one. At that very moment, on Cloudsore Peak, within a somewhat luxurious cave dwelling, Mu Yuyao and Li Ming were howling with extreme resentment, cursing Yi Xian's ancestors for 18 generations. Before them stood a woman clad in a white gown, tall and exquisitely beautiful. Su Rian, once Zhang Lushan's foremost personal disciple. Now she had become a disciple of Lin Yuan, the sect master of Cloudsoar sect, and resided on Cloudsoar Peak. It was Su Rian who had instigated Mu Yuyao and her companions to cause trouble on Luotian Peak. Having heard of Yi Xian's recent exploits, she grew restless and sent them to probe whether Zhang Luotian still held any hidden cards. Otherwise, how could Yi Xian have crippled Wang Yun, a first-layer cave heaven cultivator, in just a few days? Yet to her surprise, even Mu Yuyao, who had reached the fourth layer of the transcendent realm, suffered a great loss. Though she wasn't crippled, her face swollen like a pig's head truly terrified her. "Senior sister, you must heal me. Otherwise, if I have to bear this pig face, I'd rather die." Mu Yuyao wept incessantly. As she cried, her already bloated face grew even more grotesque. Su Rian's expression was icy. "Rest assured, I will find a way to heal you. As far as I know, there is a sixth-turn pill that can restore one's appearance even if your face has been poisoned. I suspect Yi Xian has coated his palm with some kind of toxin which caused your face to become like this." "That must be it. He did mention his palm was poisonous." Mu Yuyao nodded hurriedly. "Wait here a moment. He'll go fetch the pill for you." With that, Su Rian turned and left. Before long, she returned holding a porcelain bottle. "This pill is called 100 Faces Pill. Take it." She poured out a pill as white and smooth as jade and handed it to Mu Yuyao. Mu Yuyao wept with joy. "Thank you, senior sister. You have given me a new lease on life." She snatched the pill and swallowed it. Within moments, her pig-like face visibly returned to its original fair and delicate beauty. Mu Yuyao was so overjoyed that she leaped on the spot. But after a few jumps, the expressions of Su Rian, Li Ming, and the others shifted abruptly. "Senior sister, why are you all staring at me like that?" Mu Yuyao asked Su Rian curiously, her face beaming. "Junior sister, your face. It seems to have reverted to its previous state." Su Rian gasped. "Slap." Mu Yuyao's hands flew to her face. It was as large as a pig's head. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from Mu Yuyao's mouth. Simultaneously, as her emotions surged, the unbearable burning sensation returned. Why? Why is this happening? I just took the pill. Is the pill ineffective?" Mu Yuyao demanded of Su Rian in agitation. "The pill is absolutely fine, and it's a rather expensive sixth-turn pill. The only problem is the poison that Yi Xian fed you with his palm." Su Rian shook her head, her voice grave. "Yi Xian, you vicious wretch. So cruel. Senior sister, you must avenge me. You must find the antidote. Otherwise, I can't go on living." Mu Yuyao threw herself at Su Rian's feet, clutching her leg, her expression ferocious. Su Rian frowned slightly. "Rest assured, I will seek justice for you. But we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day of Yi Xian's duel with Hao Jian. I want to see just how capable Yi Xian truly is." Time passed, and the next day arrived. News of the heated duel between Yi Xian and Hao Jian had spread throughout the Cloudsoar sect. The Cloudsoar arena was the place within the sect where disciples and even elders from different peaks could resolve their conflicts. Since wanton killing was forbidden within the sect, those with grudges between peaks could either seek mediation or come to the Cloudsoar arena to settle the score. "Xian, do you have confidence?" On Luotian Peak, Zhang Luotian asked Yi Xian. "Master, rest easy. Yesterday, I served you twice. That's unprecedented. And after a good night's sleep, I feel refreshed. A mere Hao Jian is nothing in my eyes." Yi Xian grinned broadly, carefree. Zhang Luotian gritted her silver teeth. That glib tongue of Yi Xian's was as venomous as poison, utterly infuriating. "You insolent disciple. I tell you, even if your pure Yang Saint body is formidable, you must not underestimate your opponent. Remember, even a lion uses its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Also, once you leave Luotian Peak, think before you speak, or I fear you'll be attacked by a mob." "I understand, master." Yi Xian chuckled, but clearly he paid little heed to Zhang Luotian's words. While the fortune he had gained this time was considerable, a bit of arrogance was understandable. Zhang Luotian felt somewhat helpless. Yet at the same time, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. "I hope Hao Jian and even the Heavenly Sword Peak will accept defeat gracefully. Otherwise, if they try to bully us by force, don't blame me, Zhang Luotian, for losing my temper." On the cloudy sky platform, by the time Yi Xian arrived, a crowd had already gathered. The news that the last disciple of Luotian Peak had suddenly risen and was challenging against all odds spread throughout the entire Cloudy Sky sect. Even many of the sect's elders came to watch. Some came to see a joke, but most were driven by curiosity. After Zhang Luotian was crippled, how did her soul-worthless disciple become so powerful in such a short time? Could it be that Zhang Luotian still had some mysterious hidden card? After all her past achievements had surpassed even the current sect master Lin Yuan. She was a female sword immortal who had pressed down upon everyone, making it hard to breathe. Now suddenly allowing her disciple to shine left everyone utterly bewildered. Hao Jian stood on the cloudy sky platform, his gaze sharp, his long robe fluttering without wind. When he saw Yi Xian slowly approaching through the crowd, a proud smile curled on his lips. Yi Xian, I thought you would dodge the battle and break your promise today. I was almost ready to send someone to fetch you. Hao Jian sneered at the approaching Yi Xian. Come on with your meager strength, Hao Jian. Do you think you're worthy of making me flee? If it were your heavenly sword peak senior brother, I might consider it. Yi Xian gave a disdainful smile, his face full of contempt. Hao Jian's expression hardened, a coldness creeping into his eyes. The senior brother of Heavenly Sword Peak is the personal disciple of the Peak Master, a supreme prodigy at the 9th level of the nurturing spirit realm. Can a former waste like you even compare? Ha, whether I can compare or not you don't get to decide. Let's skip the trash talk. Don't forget, today isn't just a simple spar, it's about deciding who is superior and who lives or dies. If I haven't forgotten, get on the stage. Within 100 moves, I will annihilate you. Hao Jian snorted coldly, making a provocative gesture at Yi Xian. Annihilate me within 100 moves. You actually think you can last 100 moves with me? What a nice dream. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Who would understand? He was thinking of finishing Hao Jian in just a few moves. He didn't have the time for a 100-move fight. He needed to get back quickly to massage Jiang Lushan's meridians. With a soft whoosh, Yi Xian lightly tapped the ground with his toe, leaped onto the cloudy sky platform, and stood facing Hao Jian. Yi Xian, take this. Hao Jian roared at Yi Xian, and in the next second, an incredibly terrifying aura surged from him into the sky. One by one, his apertures opened within his body, unleashing 5 extremely formidable auras. But it didn't stop there. After all 5 apertures had erupted, a vague 6th aperture began to take shape faintly behind his head. That looks like the 6th aperture. Senior brother, Hao Jian is truly extraordinary. Without us noticing, he's about to manifest a 6th aperture. As Hao Jian's faint, blurry aperture flickered in and out of visibility, the disciples from Heavenly Sword Peak below the platform exclaimed in surprise, one after another. Xuan, seated in the audience, nodded in satisfaction. The 6th aperture is gradually revealing itself. Suppressing this insignificant Yi Xian will be as easy as picking something up for Hao Jian. Yi Xian, what I said earlier was actually a bit conservative. My true intention is to suppress you with lightning speed in the shortest time possible, to show you that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. With a boom, in the next instant, Hao Jian stomped hard on the ground, launching himself into the air like a cannonball, charging fiercely at Yi Xian. Almost at the 6th level of the aperture realm. Perfect, let me test the full power of my pure yang body. Yi Xian's gaze sharpened slightly. At that moment, the aperture deep within his body shone with a dazzling brilliance like the sun, though it was concealed by his skin. Yet, even so, the crowd below the cloudy sky platform felt a strange dizziness when looking at Yi Xian. What's happening? Why does it seem like he's glowing? So dazzling. Setting aside his strength, Yi Xian is actually quite handsome. It's a pity such a handsome guy is about to be beaten to death. Murmurs spread among the crowd below the platform, especially from the female disciples. Gazing at Yi Xian's handsome face and upright figure, they felt a pang of regret. Die! Just as Hao Jian's swinging fist was about to land on Yi Xian let out a fierce roar. His palm shot out, shimmering with golden light, bursting with dazzling divine radiance, and struck fiercely against Hao Jian's fist. With a thunderous crash, the golden palm, radiating terrifying might, struck Hao Jian's fist at incredible speed. Blood erupted, mixed with fragments of bone scattering everywhere, and Hao Jian was sent flying sideways. Screaming in agony while still in the air, Hao Jian's entire right arm had been blown apart. Then his body rapidly cracked, gushing large amounts of blood. He flew dozens of meters before his burly frame slammed heavily onto the cloudy sky platform. At that moment, gasps of shock echoed continuously throughout the venue. Everyone stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous at the scene on the cloudy sky platform. Hao Jian, who had nearly reached the 6th level of the aperture realm, had been beaten like a dead dog by Yi Xian, who was only at the 1st level of the aperture realm, in just 2 moves. It was simply unscientific. Was his 1st level aperture realm too strong, or was Hao Jian's 5th level aperture realm too weak? It was utterly shocking. Comparing whose fists are harder. Are you out of your mind? Yi Xian sneered at the wailing Hao Jian. Yi Xian, you nearly crippled me. I'll kill you. Hao Jian roared in frenzy. Without hesitation, he took a white jade bottle from his ring of holding, stuffed the pills inside into his mouth, and drew a sharp sword. His eyes bloodshot like a wild beast seeing blood, his expression twisted with ferocity. 10,000 swords returned to one. Hao Jian, using his half-crippled body, unleashed his most powerful attack. This 10,000 swords returned to one was one of the most powerful techniques of Heavenly Sword Peak. With a rumbling sound, countless sword shadows materialized in the air, shrieking as they converged on Yi Xian. 10,000 swords returned to one is impressive, but let me show you what a true sword is. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian formed a sword with his fingers. A golden blade born from the essence of his pure yang sacred body emerged from his body. It was only a meter long, but it slashed down at Hao Jian. Spirit annihilation. After another sound of air being sliced, the blade vanished. In the next instant, Hao Jian was struck as if by lightning. His forehead suddenly split, open, blood gushing out. With a thud, he collapsed, clutching his head and rolling on the ground. Gasps filled the air. What happened? How did Hao Jian get injured all of a sudden? I didn't even see any sword light flash by. The spectators widened their eyes in shock. The first level of the annihilation sword art, spirit annihilation. Zhang Luoshan actually taught him this powerful sword technique, and he's already mastered it in such a short time. In the audience, a stunning woman dressed in white narrowed her eyes sharply. Su Rian, Zhang Luoshan's former chief, personal disciple. She had once been the second person in Cloudy Sky sect after Zhang Luoshan to practice the annihilation sword art. Yet it took her a full month to even begin using the first level. And even then she couldn't match the power Yi Xian displayed. To reach his level, she had to train for another 6 months. Impossible. Yi Xian couldn't have mastered the first level of the annihilation sword art in just a few days. He must have taken a shortcut. It's highly likely that Zhang Luoshan still has a special learning method that she didn't tell me about, causing me to take many detours. How infuriating. As your chief personal disciple, I never realized you were always on guard against me. Zhang Luoshan, you are truly a despicable master. As these thoughts churned, Su Rian clenched her fists tightly, a surge of resentment rising from the depths of her heart. Even the annihilation sword art she had mastered was incomplete. She could only cultivate it up to the 6th level. Yi Xian definitely has the complete version of the annihilation sword art, while I'm still missing 3 levels. I must obtain the complete annihilation sword art along with that special training method. No one can stop me from growing stronger. A violent aura churned within Su Rian's heart. At that moment, she wished she could rush onto the platform, abduct Yi Xian, and torture the secrets out of him. Meanwhile, Yi Xian moved swiftly, dodging Hao Jian's 10,000 swords returned to one and appeared before him like a ghost. He raised his foot and aimed it at Hao Jian's neck. I surrender. Overwhelmed by the shadow of death and excruciating pain, Hao Jian suddenly regained a moment of clarity, as if in a final flash of lucidity, and hastily shouted his surrender to Yi Xian. But Yi Xian showed no pause, continuing to bring his foot down toward Hao Jian's neck. Stop. He has already surrendered. Why must you be so brutally ruthless? At that moment, a loud roar suddenly rang out, and an immensely powerful force instantly pressed down on Yi Xian. It forcibly diverted Yi Xian's foot, aimed at Hao Jian's throat to the side, causing the entire Cloudy Sky platform to shake violently. Chao Ren, his face ashen, rushed out from the audience, his gaze piercing as he glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, this battle ends here. Hao Jian has lost. Elder Chao, between Hao Jian and me, it was decide who is superior and who lives or dies. It's either you die or I die. Are you breaking the rules by intervening? Yi Xian looked coldly at Chao Ren and said icily, You arrogant brat. Both you and Hao Jian are disciples of the Cloud Source sect, and there is no mortal enmity between you. Let this duel end here. As compensation, I can give you a celestial unity pill. Chao Ren declared coldly, his tone brooking no dissent. Huh? You think a mere celestial unity pill can buy back his life? Is Elder Chao's pill so precious, or is your disciple's life so cheap? Yi Xian sneered repeatedly. The celestial unity pill was a 4th-turn alchemical pill useful for cultivation in the cavern realm. But Yi Xian scoffed at it. Today Hao Jian dies by my hand. I am a man of my word. Yi Xian declared with an unyielding expression. Swish. As his words fell, Yi Xian raised his foot and stomped toward Hao Jian's neck once more. Chao Ren was nearly driven mad. You bastard, is this the time to keep your word? He, an elder of the Dharma image realm, had personally intervened to speak kindly, yet Yi Xian showed no respect and insisted on killing his disciple. This infuriated Chao Ren beyond restraint. He suddenly raised his hand and reached for Yi Xian. Yi Xian, you are too brutal. Since your master failed to teach you properly, let this elder suppress you and knock some sense into you. A terrifying and boundless power spread like mountains and seas, nearly sealing the space around Yi Xian, making it excruciatingly difficult for his descending foot to move. Fire spirit, aid me. I must kill this bastard. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Yi Xian's stubborn temper was now fully provoked. He had to kill Hao Jian, even if Ren suppressed him. He had not broken the rules. At worst, he would reveal his pure yang sacred body. He refused to believe the sect would discard him, a peerless pure yang sacred body unparalleled through the ages for the sake of a dead man. Otherwise his will would never be unhindered. In an instant, an immensely formidable power erupted from Yi Xian's cavern realm and surged into his right foot. The force blocking his stomp was shattered and scattered. Boom! Yi Xian's foot slammed heavily onto Hao Jian's neck, crushing it into a pulp of flesh that stuck to the platform surface. Silence. In that moment, the entire arena fell into utter stillness. Everyone's eyes were wide, staring at the bloody scene on the Cloudsoar platform. Yi Xian had dared to kill Ren's disciple right before his eyes. Did he feel no fear? Remember, Zhang Luotian had already been crippled. Wretch! Wretch! Ren's beard quivered with rage as a violent, murderous aura burst from his eyes. Yi Xian, killing my disciple before my very eyes. You are clearly possessed by a demon. Let me suppress you. An immensely terrifying Dharma image power rapidly gathered in his palm, forming a Dharma image cage that descended upon Yi Xian. As the third elder of the Heavenly Sword Peak, he held great authority and had never suffered such humiliation. If he did not suppress Yi Xian, how could he maintain his standing in the Cloudsoar sect? Some elders present witnessed his rule-breaking action, but none stepped forward to stop him. Not even Duan Hong, the Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak. After all, as long as Yi Xian wasn't killed, what did breaking a minor rule matter? Ren, if you dare touch my disciple, your life is forfeit. Not only you, but your Heavenly Sword Peak will also be erased from the sect. Just then a clear, cold shout rang out from below the platform. Dressed in a flowing cyan gown with a golden sash at her waist, Zhang Luotian walked forward slowly. Everyone turned to look, and even Yi Xian was greatly surprised that she had arrived at this moment. Zhang Luotian, do you seek to stop me? You have no authority to do so. On the contrary, I will hold you accountable for your failure to teach. Ren abruptly turned and bellowed at Zhang Luotian, showing no respect. With that, he continued his suppression toward Yi Xian. I may have no authority, but perhaps this does. Zhang Luotian's face was cold as she drew a talisman from her bosom and raised it high. A talisman? What was this? As Zhang Luotian lifted the talisman in her hand, the crowd's eyes widened, and Ren paused to look at it. The golden talisman seemed ordinary, bearing only a single character emperor. He was still pondering, even preparing to mock Zhang Luotian, when Zhong Hong on the spectator's stand underwent a violent change in expression. The next second he appeared on the Cloudsoar platform, almost instantaneously reaching out to grab the Dharma image cage Ren had unleashed. Bang! In an instant, the Dharma image cage was crushed directly. Peak Master, what are you doing? Ren whirled around, glaring at Zhong Hong in shock. Yi Xian did not violate the agreement between the two of you. Withdraw from the Cloudsoar platform immediately and let this matter rest. Otherwise, I will punish you in my capacity as Peak Master. Zhong Hong shouted coldly. Ren was stupefied, barely comprehending Zhong Hong's words. But under the pressure of Zhong Hong's stern expression and formidable aura, he knew Zhong Hong was serious. If he did not obey, he might truly face consequences. Though baffled, Ren took a deep breath. Fine, Peak Master, I will withdraw now. But may I have my disciple's corpse? After all, he was my personal disciple. Leave the corpse to me, I will handle it. Zhong Hong stated in a tone that brooked no argument. Ren opened his mouth, then thanked Zhong Hong. With reluctance and confusion, he descended from the Cloudsoar platform. Then Zhong Hong turned to Zhang Luotian with a grave expression. Peak Master Luotian, rest assured. As the Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak, I will be fair and just. Your disciple Yi Xian did not violate any agreement, so after killing Hao Jian, he will face no punishment. This I can guarantee. Secondly, Ren's emotions got the better of him due to his disciple's death, which is understandable, but it disturbed your disciple nonetheless. As the Peak Master of Heavenly Sword Peak, I apologize on his behalf, and am willing to offer 3 sixth-turn rejuvenation pills to Yi Xian as compensation. His attitude was extremely sincere, his eyes fixed on the talisman in Zhang Luotian's hand, filled with gravity and awe. I have no objection as long as my disciple is agreeable. Zhang Luotian replied indifferently. A 6th-turn pill was quite good for Yi Xian. She turned her gaze to Yi Xian, leaving the decision to him. Yi Xian grinned. Since Peak Master Zhong has personally intervened, if I Yixian still refuse to show respect, I would appear petty and arrogant. I will accept these 3 6th-turn rejuvenation pills, and I hope Peak Master Zhong will arrange for them to be delivered to Luotian Peak soon. With that, Yixian stepped off the platform and cupped his hands toward Zhonghong. Rest assured, I as Peak Master will not break my word. Zhonghong nodded with a smile. Afterward, Yixian walked up to Jiang Luotian, his face radiant. Master, I didn't expect you to come. Your master was worried that some shameless people might act without scruples, so I came to check. And indeed, I encountered such a person. Jiang Luotian said bluntly. Yixian couldn't help but chuckle. This Jiang Luotian was too direct. Her words sent Chao Ren into a fit of trembling rage. Master, if there's nothing else, let's go. He'll cook something delicious for you. Yixian continued. All right. Jiang Luotian nodded. Then she turned her head, her gaze sweeping over the gnashing Chao Ren. Finally, her eyes settled on Zhonghong, and she said coldly, fair competition with my disciple, I have no complaints. But if you shamelessly bully the weak with your strength, don't blame me for going mad. If you don't want to become the sinners of the Cloud Source sect, then just try. With that, Jiang Luotian and Yixian walked out side by side. Within the grand hall of Luotian Peak, Yixian guided Luo Shun by the arm to settle her into the seat of honor. He promptly exclaimed with excitement, Master, your words just now sent the entire crowd gathered at the Cloud Terrace into utter disarray. It was incredibly imposing. Is it really that exaggerated? Jiang Luotian cast him a sidelong glance. And what does incredibly imposing even mean? It means being formidable, dominant, and utterly impressive. Crass. Jiang Luotian shot him a glare. Right, how could such coarse words be used to describe my master who is as beautiful as a celestial maiden from the Moon Palace with a face that could topple cities? My mistake. Allow your disciple to apologize. Yixian quickly changed his tune, leaning close to Jiang Luotian with a bow, greedily filling his nostrils with the delicate fragrance that wafted from her. Sit properly and behave. Watching Yixian's antics, Jiang Luotian said with exasperation, Master, what was that talisman you just produced? It scared Zhonghong, the master of Heavenly Sword Divine Peak, into showing his face. That old rascal had been standing by indifferently from the start. Take a look at this. Jiang Luotian retrieved the imperial-grade talisman from the inner pocket near her chest and handed it to Yixian. He quickly extended both hands to receive it. The imperial-grade talisman still carried a faint warmth, stirring a ripple in Yixian's heart. His movements in handling it became unexpectedly gentle. This insolent disciple. Seeing the motion of Yixian's fingers, a vein throbbed on Jiang Luotian's forehead, as if an electric current had coursed through her chest. How utterly outrageous. A golden character for Imperial. It doesn't look all that special, does it? Yixian, however, did not notice Jiang Luotian's reaction. He turned the imperial-grade talisman over in his hands, yet found nothing unusual. Master, I've heard that the more complex the runes carved on these talismans, the greater their power. With just one character, how could it have intimidated that old rascal Zhonghong? Yixian held up the imperial-grade talisman and asked in confusion. What you refer to are ordinary talismans which require the engraving of numerous divine powers to enhance their strength. But this is an imperial-grade talisman. A single imperial character encompasses all principles and laws unfathomable and possessing an indescribable terror. Do you understand? Understood. The greatest truths are the simplest. Yixian took a deep breath and spoke with profound solemnity. He was stunned. This was the legendary imperial-grade talisman. He was currently at the first layer of the Cavern Heaven realm, and the Imperial realm remained exceedingly distant for him, so naturally the Imperial-grade talisman was equally remote. Yet at that moment a glint of gold also flickered within Jiang Luotian's eyes. The greatest truths are the simplest. That Yixian could utter such a phrase caused her heart to stir, as if something had been touched. This insolent disciple is truly remarkable, to speak such a philosophical statement. I never expected Master to possess such a formidable weapon. It has truly astonished your disciple. At this, Yixian spoke with a tremor of awe. This was a chance acquisition for your master, who never imagined it would become a trump card against others within the sect. Jiang Luotian suppressed the shock in her heart, a hint of ruefulness in her tone. Under normal circumstances, she had envisioned this imperial-grade talisman as a deterrent against external foes, yet it was first used within the sect itself. Even in terms of her relationship with Zhonghong, he was still her senior brother. Haha, isn't it just because they are utterly shameless? An esteemed elder at the Dharmakaya realm oppressing a mere Cavern Heaven realm cultivator like me. How utterly ridiculous. Yixian let out a scornful laugh. But with Master's formidable weapon in hand, they likely won't dare to act recklessly again. Not necessarily. Do not underestimate their shamelessness. After Yixian finished speaking, Zhang Luoshan shook her head. Master means they will continue to cause trouble. Yixian narrowed his eyes and asked Zhang Luoshan. Indeed, Shaoran, the third elder of Heavenly Sword Peak, will not easily let this go. Moreover, my possession of this formidable weapon is hardly good news for them. In their eyes, I should be utterly defeated, powerless, and devoid of any trump cards. Only then would they feel at ease. Now certain individuals will likely find themselves in great discomfort. As Zhang Luoshan spoke, a trace of profound mockery curled at the corners of her lips. Yixian's eyes narrowed. He understood who Zhang Luoshan meant by certain individuals. Naturally, it referred to the Peak Masters, led by Lin Yuan, the sect leader of Cloud-Soaring Sect. For Lin Yuan and the Peak Masters were fellow disciples of Zhang Luoshan. Yet after her tribulation failed, her cultivation was lost, and her meridians were severed, they offered no aid, but instead took advantage of her plight. Short of outright plunder, they employed every means to strip Luoshan Peak bare, with disciples and elders alike defecting en masse. Would such a merciless situation have arisen without the tacit approval of sect leader Lin Yuan? Master, rest assured, your disciple will help you reclaim everything you have lost one by one. Yixian saw the sorrow mingled with mockery in Zhang Luoshan's eyes, stirring a surge of anger and heartache within him. He abruptly reached out and firmly grasped Zhang Luoshan's slender, smooth jade hand, speaking with solemn resolve. Zhang Luoshan instinctively tried to withdraw her hand, but seeing the earnest and resolute look in Yixian's eyes, a wave of warmth surged through her body. Zhang Luoshan's ethereal countenance softened considerably. It's enough that you have this intention. But they are powerful and cannot be overthrown overnight. Do not let these matters weigh too heavily on your mind, lest they hinder your cultivation. Rest assured, Master, I will not act rashly. Yixian nodded with a smile, reassuring Zhang Luoshan. Now that I have reached the Cavern Heaven realm, the techniques I previously learned are somewhat inadequate. I intend to visit the Scripture Pavilion to find suitable mental cultivation methods or other techniques to practice. Yixian's words were somewhat understated, for in the past, he had been utterly mediocre, having barely cultivated any techniques. Only the dregs among dregs. That's acceptable. These foundational mental methods are particularly important. You are now at the Cavern Heaven realm, and according to sect rules, you are fully entitled to make a new selection. However, your master has a suggestion. If possible, you should make a trip to Qingzhou City. To Qingzhou City. Yixian raised an eyebrow. I have heard of Qingzhou City. It is the sacred city of our Qingzhou realm with an antiquity beyond measure. Zhang Luoshan nodded. Indeed, within Qingzhou City stands a martial tower which holds numerous opportunities. It is said that on the highest, the 9th floor, there resides an exceptionally special and powerful mental cultivation method known as the Heavenly Creation Scripture. This scripture can evolve all forms of power. If you can reach the summit, you might have the chance to learn it. A tremendous fortune. Heavenly Creation Scripture. Upon hearing those 4 words, Yixian's heart trembled. Within his mind resided a heavenly creation stele, and this scripture bore the word creation as well. Surely it must be extraordinary. Yet he then asked in bewilderment, Master, but Qingzhou City, as the foremost city of Qingzhou realm, teems with powerful cultivators. Can I, at the Cavern Heaven realm, even ascend the tower? If such a powerful mental method exists, would it not be beyond my reach? It was not that he underestimated himself, but the strength of the experts in Qingzhou City was overwhelming. The martial tower is quite unique. It autonomously adjusts based on the cultivation realm of each entrant. For instance, if you are at the Cave Heaven realm, it will manifest the most formidable Cave Heaven realm prodigy who has ever entered to duel you. If you are at the Divine Ability realm, it will summon the strongest Divine Ability realm powerhouse, the pinnacle of the Divine realm. How astonishing! Yixian was utterly amazed, then asked Zhang Luoshan, Master, did you ever reach the 9th level? I did not. Zhang Luoshan sighed softly. In those days, I only made it to the 8th level before being obliterated by a phantom that manifested within. I barely lasted half an hour. This, Yixian sharply inhaled. Zhang Luoshan was renowned as the foremost female sword immortal of Qingzhou. Her might was beyond doubt. Yet even she could not endure half an hour. The phantom that emerged was far too powerful. I lack your formidable constitution. Perhaps you might work a miracle, suppressing the most brilliant prodigies in Qingzhou's ancient history and engaging in a battle that transcends time. Zhang Luoshan gazed at Yixian's handsome face, offering encouragement. Very well, Master. After I first search the sect's scripture library to consolidate my knowledge, I will find a way to head to Qingzhou City. Agreed. Jiang Luoshan nodded. Then Yi Xian said with a grin, Master, shall we proceed to the bed and get to work? Jiang Luoshan rolled her eyes, withdrew her jade-like hand, and flicked Yi Xian's forehead sharply. You insolent disciple, I know you said that on purpose. With a coquettish huff she rose and swayed her exquisite waist toward her quarters. Yi Xian scratched his head with a chuckle and quickly followed. Master, today let's skip the feet and massage your legs instead. Oi. After lying down, her delicate feet were exposed, and Jiang Luoshan even bit a corner of the quilt to stifle any embarrassing moans. But to her surprise, Yi Xian did not attend to her feet today. So where do you plan to massage? Jiang Luoshan turned her head and asked in confusion. Today we'll work on your legs. Since you walked so much, Master, it'll soothe the meridians in your legs to prevent muscle strain from affecting the newly healed channels in your soles. Very well, your reasoning seems sound. Let's do the legs. With that, Jiang Luoshan lifted her long skirt slightly. Yi Xian swallowed hard. Those snowy legs were lethally alluring. They nearly made his blood boil with primal desire. Is this enough? At that moment, Jiang Luoshan's slightly shy voice rang out. She had already pulled the hem nearly to her thighs. This is fine, Master. It'll only massage your calves. Yi Xian quickly snapped back to reality and said hastily, You insolent disciple. Why didn't you say so earlier if you only meant my calves? Jiang Luoshan exclaimed in embarrassment and annoyance, hurriedly pulling the skirt down to her knees. This wretched disciple must have deliberately withheld that information. MMH. As Jiang Luoshan was still inwardly cursing him, a prickling, numbing sensation suddenly attacked her calf. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Master, bear with it. The skin on your calves is quite delicate, so it might hurt a little. Yi Xian's voice sounded as strands of his sacred Buddhist source power, finer than silk threads, pierced into her snowy calf. His mastery over this power grew more refined with each passing day. Don't worry about me. Just do as you must. Jiang Luoshan replied, then bit the corner of the quilt again. Soon she felt an even more surging wave of sacred source power penetrate through countless pores and converge within. MH. After just a few presses, Jiang Luoshan could no longer endure it. The acupoints on her legs were far more sensitive than those on her soles. Insolent disciple, slow down. I can't take it anymore. Master, bear it. We've only just begun. How will we proceed later? If you truly can't hold on, just let it out. By now, Yi Xian had channeled a vast amount of source power into his palms and pinpointed all the acupoints beneath them. No stopping now. All right. I'll try my best. Go ahead. Jiang Luoshan replied shakily, clenching the quilt between her teeth and persevering with all her might. After a moment, a wave of warmth from deep within her heart surged forth. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and her earlobes bloomed like vivid red peonies. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Xian collapsed beside Jiang Luoshan, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Master, I've succeeded in nurturing a secondary main meridian for you. It's exhausted me. This time, he wasn't pretending to sleep. He was genuinely drained and utterly fatigued. Xianer, thank you. Jiang Luoshan expressed her gratitude in a soft, melodious voice. You're welcome, Master. It's only right that I do this. Yi Xian chuckled, inhaling the fragrance from the quilt as he slowly recovered his spent strength. Master, why aren't you going to bathe? Shouldn't you be heading to the bath by now? After recovering a bit, Yi Xian noticed Jiang Luoshan still lying motionless and asked in puzzlement. You go first today? You've sweated so much. Jiang Luoshan said with her back to him. I'm fine. They'll just find a pond or a waterfall outside to rinse off. Yi Xian said casually. Then go ahead. Why are you still lingering here? Huh? Yi Xian's brow arched slightly. Master, what do you mean by that? Are you kicking me out? I'm not kicking you out. I'm telling you to go wash up. All that sweat will feel sticky and uncomfortable. Jiang Luoshan said impatiently. That's true. Then rest a while longer, Master. They'll go find a place to clean up. Yi Xian chuckled, not thinking much of it, and got up to take his leave before heading out. That insolent disciple is utterly infuriating. Watching Yi Xian close the door and disappear from sight, Jiang Luoshan curled up and sat up. Heaven knew what she had just endured, she dared not even recall it. Who in their right mind has sensitive spots on their calves? She could never let Yi Xian touch her legs again. Outside, Yi Xian found a clean pond, jumped in, and enjoyed a refreshing bath. It's still early. Why not head to the scripture library and find a cultivation technique to use for now? Glancing at the sky, he decided to go to the Yunshao sect scripture library. At that very moment, on Heavenly Sword Peak, Xuan had just tidied up Hao Jian's attire and hurriedly went to find Peak Master Zhonghong. In the Heavenly Sword Peak's council hall, Ren shouted at Hong with an extremely grim expression, "Peak Master, I need to know what you saw that made you suddenly stop me from saving my disciple." "I stopped you to save you, and to save Heavenly Sword Peak." Hong looked at him and took a deep breath. What Jiang Luotian held was an Imperial-grade talisman. "What? Imperial grade?" Ren nearly cried out. His eyes bulged wide. "Are you saying that was an Imperial-grade talisman forged by an Emperor Realm cultivator?" "Exactly. One Imperial-grade talisman could not only destroy our Heavenly Sword Peak, but also devastate most of the Yunxiao sect," Hong said with utmost gravity. "How is that possible? How could she possess such a fearsome weapon?" Ren found it hard to believe. An Imperial-grade talisman was essentially an equalizer for all, especially since the Yunxiao sect currently had no Emperor Realm cultivator. "I don't know either. Jiang Luotian has concealed her strength well. She wields formidable means beyond our knowledge." Hong shook his head. Then he fixed a stern gaze on Ren. "I'm going to see the sect leader now. Do not take any retaliatory action before I return. If you mess things up, you'll be in serious trouble. Rest assured, Peak Master. I'm not foolish." Ren nodded hastily. No joke. While his disciple's death was indeed heartbreaking and infuriating, his own life was far more precious. After instructing Ren, Hong departed for Cloudsore Peak to find the sect master Lin Yuan. Upon meeting Lin Yuan, Hong informed him that Jiang Luotian possessed an Imperial quality talisman. "He actually holds an Imperial quality talisman." Lin Yuan's expression shifted to one of shock upon hearing this. "Indeed, I never expected him to have such a talisman. Fortunately, I was present to avert any unforeseen consequences. Otherwise, it would have been a massive disaster." Hong nodded, still speaking with lingering trepidation. "That is an Imperial quality talisman after all. Who would have thought Jiang Luotian would produce it so readily and even attempt to activate it with such reckless abandon? You did well to stop her in time. Now that the junior sister has lost all her cultivation, her mindset has undergone a drastic transformation. It is hardly surprising she might resort to extreme actions." After Hong finished, Lin Yuan spoke with approval. "When a person falls from the peak to the abyss and yet survives, even the smallest incident can provoke immensely irrational and extreme behavior. Thus, to protect Yiquan, Jiang Luotian might truly unleash the Imperial quality talisman. Especially after losing her cultivation, the sect's treatment of her has likely chilled her heart. If it truly destroyed Cloudsore sect, Jiang Luotian would probably feel no regret. It seems our assumptions were correct. She still holds special cards, and this Imperial quality talisman is one of them. Moreover, we never heard of her possessing an Imperial quality talisman. Even during her failed tribulation and the betrayal of her entire Luotian peak, she never used it as a threat. This indicates she harbors a significant purpose, and Yi Xian is the key to achieving it. I suspect Yi Xian is no mere cripple. She has deliberately kept him hidden." Lin Yuan continued. Hong replied, "You make a valid point, sect master. I share the same thought. What should we do next? Should we continue using Yi Xian as the breakthrough to uncover our junior sister's intentions, or should we strike decisively and capture him? Should we also subdue the junior sister by surprise? We cannot let her threaten us unchecked. No, we must not act rashly. With that Imperial quality talisman in her possession, it is akin to a mobile superweapon capable of annihilating the sect. Moreover, she has only revealed this one card. Who knows what other tricks she might have?" Lin Yuan directly rejected Hong's proposal. "We must continue to probe Yi Xian for weaknesses, investigating deeper to uncover more of her hidden cards. Only then can we better assess her intentions and means in the future." "Agreed. I will instruct Ren to have his peak's disciples continue provoking Yi Xian. No, sending waves of disciples would be pointless now. Moreover, after this incident, no disciple would be foolish enough to accept a life-or-death duel with him. Forcing weaker disciples serves no purpose. Only those far stronger would suffice. But Yi Xian is no fool. If challenged by someone far stronger, he would simply refuse, and no one could force him. We must devise another strategy." Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with wisdom as he spoke. Hong frowned, deeply understanding Lin Yuan's implication. If Ren sent disciples of higher realms, Yi Xian could easily avoid the battle without reproach, and Ren would be accused of bullying the weak, tarnishing his reputation. "Sect master, what if we lure him outside the sect?" Suddenly an idea sparked in Hong's mind, and he posed the question to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. "You mean to entice Yi Xian outside the sect?" "Exactly. Lure him out to see how many tricks the junior sister has given him. So far we haven't even discerned Yi Xian's true strength. We can draw him out to uncover his methods. The Dragon Gate secret realm is about to open soon. Prodigies from various powers will gather there to compete for treasures and seize Dragon Chi. Why not change our strategy this time? Instead of voluntary signups, we can mandate that every peak send participants. What do you think? The triennial Dragon Gate secret realm is about to commence. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. As the sect master, he was preoccupied with myriad affairs and delegated most to the peak lords. Yes, sect master. It will begin soon. Zhonghong nodded. Very well. I find your suggestion quite promising. After a brief deliberation, Lin Yuan approved Zhonghong's proposal. The two then engaged in further intense discussions. Race the plan first leaked the information that every peak must send disciples to participate in the Dragon Gate secret realm trial, with a minimum cultivation requirement of the cavern realm. Understood, sect master. Zhonghong nodded and took his leave. Junior sister, I never imagined you still held such a formidable trump card. It truly unsettles me. Watching Zhonghong depart, Lin Yuan murmured to himself. After a moment, he emerged from the hall and headed toward the residential area for Cloudsoar Peak's disciples. Cloudsoar Peak was the main peak of Cloudsoar sect, housing only Lin Yuan and his few disciples. Thus, though it was a residential area, the caves were far apart. At that moment, in one of the caves, Su Rian's expression was darker than ever. She had never imagined Jiang Luotian possessed such a devastating weapon, nor that she would threaten the entire sect for Yi Xian's sake. This was a privilege he had never enjoyed, filling Su Rian with intense jealousy. Why did Jiang Luotian never treat me this well? If she had, perhaps I would never have betrayed her or left Luotian Peak. Moreover, Jiang Luotian had not taught him the complete extinction sword art. In Su Rian's eyes, everything was about keeping him at arm's length. Jiang Luotian, I once sincerely regarded you as my dearest master, and this is how you repay me. After leaving Luotian Peak, I briefly felt regret. How ironic that seems now. You never truly considered me your personal disciple. All of this should have been mine, but you gave it all to that waste Yi Xian. You even used hidden resources to rapidly elevate him to this level. Jiang Luotian, I loathe you. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Su Rian's hatred spiraled out of control, a sudden knock came at her door. Su Rian snapped to attention, quickly composing herself and reining in her overwhelming resentment. She sat upright, steadying her breath. Who is it? Are you busy, Rian? Lin Yuan's robust voice sounded from outside. Su Rian was startled. It was her new master, sect master Lin Yuan. After betraying Jiang Luotian, he had once again pledged his allegiance to Lin Yuan's tutelage. Given Su Rian's innate talent and strength, she was undoubtedly qualified for such a position. Su Rian dared not show any negligence. She swiftly hurried to the door and opened the entrance of her cave dwelling. With reverence, she greeted Lin Yuan. Let's talk inside. Lin Yuan stated indifferently, and the two entered Su Rian's cave dwelling. I came here primarily to inform you of one matter. The Dragon Gate secret realm is about to open, and I need you to participate. Moreover, I have a very important task to entrust to you. They sat facing each other, and Lin Yuan got straight to the point. I await your instructions, master. Rian will spare no effort to accomplish it. Su Rian nodded with utmost respect. Very well, then listen carefully. Lin Yuan relayed his requirements and the situation to Su Rian. Upon hearing it, her spirits soared. Rest assured, master, your disciple will complete your orders flawlessly. Ha ha ha. Su Rian was roaring with laughter in her heart. This was like a pillow arriving just when she felt drowsy. She had been fretting over how to obtain the complete formula of the annihilation sword art, and what benefits Yi Xian had gained from Jiang Luotian to advance so rapidly. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan had handed her this very task. Now she could openly suppress Yi Xian. More importantly, she had received news that Yi Xian would also be heading to the Dragon Gate secret realm. As the former chief disciple of Luotian, PQ should have some understanding of your junior brother Yi Xian's temperament. I have laid out the task, handle it with discretion. But one thing you must not take his life, understand. After all, he is of the same sect. Lin Yuan emphasized this instruction to her. I understand, master. Rian will exercise proper judgment. Su Rian nodded solemnly. Then Lin Yuan took his leave and walked out. Only after watching Lin Yuan disappear completely from sight did Su Rian quickly return to her cave dwelling. A laugh she could no longer suppress burst forth from her lips. Yi Xian, this time you will surely fall into my hands. So what if you're formidable at the cave heaven stage? Your senior sister here is a genuine nurtured spirit realm powerhouse. She was a full major realm above Yi Xian. Suppressing him would be as easy as grasping something in her hand. Haha, the only pity is that sect master is too lenient. How can we spare his life in such a situation? If you don't root out the weeds, they'll grow back when the spring wind blows. Su Rian sneered repeatedly, a trace of ruthlessness flickering in her eyes. Yet she was unaware that she had twisted Lin Yuan's meaning. The scripture pavilion was situated at the center of the cloud-soaring sect, surrounded by a vast square. Yi Xian had taken a full 2 hours to stroll here from Luotian Peak. He hadn't deliberately rushed, but used the walk to contemplate which cultivation method would suit him best. Oh, look who that is. The waste from Luotian Peak who stole the spotlight today is here. What waste? He triumphed over a stronger foe, leaping across several minor realms. Could you do that? Exactly. Calling him a waste. First check your own worth. Even if he isn't a waste, Luotian Peak is now in shambles with nothing left. He won't go far. How ridiculous. Given the combat prowess he's shown, if he wanted to join another peak, they'd be fighting over him. As Yi Xian appeared, a wave of chatter erupted. Many had witnessed his battle with Hao Jian today, and a fair number admired the strong. As long as you were powerful enough, nothing else mattered. Of course, some were filled with sour envy and spoke with sarcasm. Most of them were defectors from Luotian Peak. The waste they had once utterly despised was now basking in glory, even surpassing them. A bitter pill to swallow. Yi Xian overheard the clamorous discussions as he walked, but paid them no heed. He went straight into the scripture pavilion, presented his identity token, and stated his purpose. The elder of the scripture pavilion, Wu Ya, gazed deeply at Yi Xian and handed him a token. Based on your strength, you may ascend to the 2nd floor. However, as the sole disciple of Luotian Peak, you may follow the rules for a peak's chief disciple and ascend to the 5th floor. Yi Xian's spirits lifted upon hearing this. He respectfully took the token and bowed solemnly to Elder Wu Ya. Thank you, Elder Wu Ya. He understood clearly that Elder Wu Ya was helping him. Originally, he hadn't dared to hope for such a privilege, merely planning to find a suitable cultivation method on the 2nd floor. Even Zhang Luotian had advised him thus, which was why she had suggested he go to Qingzhou. Go on. Elder Wu Ya smiled faintly. Yi Xian thanked him once more and ascended to the 5th floor. I once watched that girl Luotian grow up, and she helped this old man in his time. Unfortunately, my strength is limited, and I could offer her no real aid. At least I can do my best to assist you, her sole disciple who never abandoned her. Watching Yi Xian's retreating figure, Elder Wu Ya sighed inwardly. The scripture pavilion had 12 stories in total. The cultivation methods on the 5th floor were reserved either for the chief disciples of each peak or for those who had reached the divine ability realm or made significant contributions to the sect. Allowing Yi Xian to ascend to the 5th floor would undoubtedly stir resentment among many, but as the elder of the scripture pavilion, the younger disciples could only keep their complaints to themselves. Yi Xian climbed to the 5th floor and began to search carefully. After a full half-hour, he selected a cultivation method that suited him called burning annihilation. This is the one, the purest yang attributed method among all here. Having made his choice, Yi Xian took the scroll and returned to Elder Wu Ya, handing over burning annihilation for registration. Why did you choose this method? Seeing the scroll in Yi Xian's hand, Elder Wu Ya furrowed his brow slightly. In reply, Elder, I felt it suited me well. When I read it, I sensed a resonance with it, so I chose it. Yi Xian explained with a smile, offering an excuse. How you certainly have a way with words. But while this technique is indeed remarkable, it differs from ordinary cultivation methods and has a significant flaw. What do you mean? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Is it a defective, useless method? He had finally found one that resonated with his heart. It would be a great loss if it couldn't be cultivated. It is not that this is an incomplete, discarded technique, but rather to cultivate the burning art, one must pair it with a spirit flame or a fire-attributed cultivation method. However, our cloud-soaring sect does not possess any spirit flames, nor do we cultivate fire-attributed methods. If this burning art were in the 10,000 Flames sect, it would be like a fish in water, but in our cloud-soaring sect it is rather useless. Otherwise, it would not be placed on the 5th floor of the Sutra Pavilion, but at least on the 7th or 8th. Elder Wu Ya explained to him with great care. I see. Thank you for your explanation, Elder. However, I still wish to choose this burning art. Perhaps one day I will be fortunate enough to subdue a spirit flame. Yi Xian said with a chuckle. He did not mention that he already possessed a spirit flame within his body, one before which even ordinary spirit flames would have to bow. This burning art could not be more perfect for him. You stubborn little fellow, I can grant you permission to re-enter and choose anew. The old man Wu Ya gave him a mild glare before speaking. No, Elder, I will take this one. Yi Xian insisted on his choice. Elder Wu Ya shook his head helplessly. At this point, he could no longer interfere. Everyone must bear the consequences of their own choices. Yi Xian took his leave from Elder Wu Ya and headed outside. Have you heard? The Dragon Gate secret realm is about to open, and this time every peak must send disciples to participate. It is said that within the ancient battlefield Dragon Gate secret realm, besides various opportunities, the most important thing is the Dragon Chi. Once one receives the infusion of Dragon Chi, their foundation will be reforged, their strength greatly increased, and there is even a chance to transform into a dragon. That is truly formidable. It happens once every 3 years. This time I must enter and find a way to obtain a strand of Dragon Chi. Stop dreaming. Those who obtain Dragon Chi are true prodigies. It would be good enough to find some opportunities inside. Walking through the hall of the Sutra Pavilion, Xuan overheard many people discussing the matter. Dragon Gate secret realm. Ancient battlefield. His eyes narrowed slightly. He had heard of the Dragon Gate secret realm before, but only in passing. In the past, he was too useless to qualify for entry. Every peak must send someone. I am the only one on the Luo Goddess Peak, so I suppose I have no choice but to go. But that is fine. I am now at the Cave Heaven realm, and with the fire spirit by my side, I have some ability to protect myself. I will venture out, then go to the Qingzhou Tower. Gaining more strength will give me hope to reach the 9th floor. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Xuan analyzed to himself. Lost in thought, he exited the Sutra Pavilion and headed toward the Luo Goddess Peak. Unbeknownst to him, a burly man stood in a hidden spot watching the direction. Xuan had taken a faint smile, curling at the corner of his mouth. The bait has been laid. Now we wait for the prey to walk into the trap. This burly man was none other than Zhonghong, the peak master of the Heavenly Sword Peak. Returning to the Luo Goddess Peak, as soon as Xuan stepped into the main hall, he caught a whiff of an appetizing aroma. Following the scent, he saw Jiang Luoshan cooking porridge over a fire. You were just in time. I made some porridge, let's eat. Seeing Xuan, Jiang Luoshan smiled gently. Master, how can you do such rough work? Let your disciple handle it. Please go and rest. Xuan hurried over and said, It is almost ready. It is just porridge. Your master is not some delicate little girl. Jiang Luoshan smiled warmly, 2 shallow dimples appearing on her beautiful face, making her look very sweet. Xuan felt great joy in his heart, but seeing the fine beads of sweat on Jiang Luoshan's forehead, he felt an inexplicable pang of concern. He rolled up his sleeve and gently wiped the sweat from her brow. You rascal, what are you doing? So presumptuous. Jiang Luoshan rolled her eyes in mock reproach. Xuan grinned. Hee, I just can't bear to see you work hard. Every bit of effort you make pains your disciple. Flatterer. Save those words for coaxing other young ladies. Your master is too old to fall for such tricks. I won't coax any other young ladies. I only want you, master. I want you to stay with me until the end of time. Xuan pouted and quickly replied. Hearing this, Jiang Luoshan waved her hand in disdain. All right, enough sweet talk. Lift the pot, let's go eat. Coming right up, master. When a man and woman work together, work becomes lighter. Insolent disciple. Silence would not make you mute. Jiang Luoshan rolled her eyes in exasperation. She pinched his cheek, her expression one of feigned anger. Xuan quickly begged for mercy, promising not to spout nonsense again. Jiang Luoshan gave a light snort and walked ahead, swaying her willow-like waist. Yet a joyful curve lifted the corner of her mouth. At the dining table, the master and disciple chatted while eating. Xuan took out the burning art he had chosen and showed it to Jiang Luoshan. That old man Wuya actually let you go to the 5th floor. That is a favor. Seeing the burning art in Xuan's hand, Jiang Luoshan sighed softly. Yes, I will remember this favor. Xuan nodded, taking her words to heart. Old man Wuya is quite decent, standing firm under pressure to let you reach the 5th floor. That is indeed a great favor. Repay it when the opportunity arises. Still, this burning art is quite suitable for you. Study and practice it first, then head to Qingzhou City to gain more confidence and trump cards. Master, I plan to postpone the trip to Qingzhou City. Hearing Jiang Luoshan mention Qingzhou City, Xuan spoke up. Why? Jiang Luoshan looked at him with confusion. I heard many people in the Sutra Pavilion discussing that the ancient battlefield Dragon Gate secret realm is opening, and every peak must send someone. Since I am the only disciple on the Luo Goddess Peak, I naturally have to go. Xuan explained. It is opening again. But it is the first time there is a requirement for every peak to send a disciple. I feel like this might be targeted. After hearing this, Jiang Luoshan narrowed her eyes. She seemed to sense a conspiracy. Master, are you worried that Chao Ren's other disciples will target me? Xuan smiled slightly. Exactly. Now master only has you. If something happens to you, I will. Jiang Luoshan did not finish as her hand moved to her chest, where she concealed an imperial-grade talisman. Seeing this, Xuan quickly reached out and pressed his hand over hers. Master, do not worry too much. Venturing out will benefit me as well, or perhaps I can even compete for a strand of dragon chi. If I encounter an enemy beyond my ability, the fire spirit will help me. Xian knew that the imperial-grade talisman was tucked inside the inner pocket on Jiang Lushan's chest. So without thinking, he reached out and pressed his hand against it, forgetting that this was a place not just anyone could touch. Jiang Luoshan was stunned as well. Her beautiful eyes widened as she stared at him in disbelief. You rebellious disciple. Are you asking for a beating? What do you think you're doing in broad daylight? Slap. With an angry shout of shame and fury, Jiang Luoshan struck Xian's hand with the chopsticks she was holding. Ouch! Xian yelped in pain, and his nerves reflexively made him grab hold of something so big. This time, Xian finally snapped back to reality and quickly withdrew his hand like lightning. You rebellious disciple. I see you're becoming bolder by the day. In broad daylight, you dare to be so handsy. If it were nighttime, you'd probably. Jiang Luoshan intended to scold him severely, but the words caught in her throat, and she found no suitable way to finish the sentence. Frustrated, she grabbed his ear and twisted it twice. Master, I was wrong. It was just a reflex. I swear I didn't catch anything. I promise. Xian quickly raised his hands in surrender. But Jiang Luoshan not only refused to let go, but grew even angrier. What do you mean by that? What do you mean didn't catch anything? Are you implying that your master is very small? Jiang Luoshan puffed out her chest defiantly and twisted his ear twice more. No, that's not what I meant at all. Master isn't small. You're even bigger than those two papayas hanging from the tree behind you. Xian quickly tried to explain, but after his words, he saw Jiang Lushan's face turn completely dark. Oh no, I sense murderous intent. Whoosh. Without a second thought, Xian leaned back abruptly, freeing himself from her grip, and scrambled backward. You rebellious disciple. Today only one of us will survive. I'm going to purge this sect of your presence. She grabbed a ladle from the pot and chased after him. Thump, thump, thump. In just a few steps, Jiang Luoshan caught up and struck him 3 times on the head with the ladle. Mercy, master. I won't spout nonsense anymore. Xian winced in pain, hopping and jumping while clutching his head and pleading loudly. A chuckle escaped Jiang Lushan's lips as she watched him bounce around like a monkey, ladle still in hand, unable to suppress her laughter. You're such a clown, you rebellious disciple. Get back to your meal. If you dare speak nonsense again, I'll beat you senseless. As you command, master. I won't dare speak nonsense again. Xian nodded eagerly, a fawning smile plastered on his face. With his current strength, if he wanted to escape, Jiang Luoshan wouldn't be able to catch him. But there was no need. Letting her hit him a few times would cool her anger and bring a smile back to her face. It might seem a bit sycophantic, but she was the #1 female sword immortal of Qingzhou, breathtakingly beautiful. Wouldn't you fawn over her too? As for him, Xian was proudly devoted to her with its sunder expression. After a while, they finished their meal. Xian washed the dishes and then entered the house with Jiang Luoshan. Master, why did you change the bedsheets and quilt? Entering the room, he noticed the brand new mattress and bedding spread out and asked curiously. A flicker of barely perceptible embarrassment passed through Jiang Lushan's eyes. They've been used for a while, so I decided to wash them. Really? I thought you just put new ones on yesterday. You must be mistaken. Jiang Luoshan replied calmly. Oh, I guess I remembered wrong. Xian didn't dwell on the matter, and Jiang Luoshan breathed a silent sigh of relief. Then Xian looked at her and said, Master, I'll go rest for a bit. I'm going to take a bath. I've been walking all day, and I feel a bit uncomfortable. Although he had reached the cavern realm and could easily draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cleanse his body, that still required the use of magical power. It was never as comfortable as a nice soak in a wooden tub. This time, Xian didn't plan to roughly wash himself in some random pond. Instead, he wanted to enjoy a proper wooden tub bath, relax his muscles, and then study the newly acquired blazing art. With that, Xian turned and walked toward the wooden tub in the room where Jiang Luoshan kept her bathing supplies. He had bathed in it more than once, so he saw nothing amiss. Master, you haven't washed the used bedsheets yet. Should I take them and wash them together later? Beside the wooden tub lay the unwashed bedding, and Xian reached out to pick it up. You rebellious disciple. Put that down. Jiang Luoshan, who had just sat on the bed to meditate, shot over like a cat, whose tail had been stepped on, only to see Xian holding the sheet and staring at a patch of water stains. Master, this what? It's just sweat from your body. Before Xian could finish, Jiang Luoshan snatched the sheet from his hands. Go take your bath. I'll wash these sheets. With that, without waiting for his reply, she hugged the bedding and headed for the usual washing pool. Stains from my sweat. That can't be right. Even if my sweat soaked through, it would be a continuous patch, not a single spot. Yi Xian scratched his head in confusion. Meanwhile, Zhang Luotian sat down on a chair by the washing pool, her usually fair and delicate cheeks flushed an unusual red. Ah, this is so embarrassing. That rebellious disciple saw it. I hope he doesn't start thinking too much about it. Otherwise, how can I ever ask him to massage and warm my meridians again? I knew I shouldn't have been lazy after today's bath. I should have washed the sheets right away. Staring at that patch of stained, Zhang Luotian was filled with regret. I will never be lazy again. After his bath, Yi Xian took out the blazing art to study. As he flipped through the pages of the technique, the same phenomenon that had occurred when he studied the annihilation sword art reappeared. The creation heavenly steel in his mind displayed textual annotations. As the creation heavenly steel analyzed the blazing art, Yi Xian's comprehension of it deepened. This blazing art was actually a powerful technique for controlling and even fusing the flames of the world. When the analysis on the creation heavenly steel was complete, Yi Xian's heart trembled. He felt that the blazing art was immensely powerful, for according to the annotations, the types of flames it could control even included heavenly fire. This was simply terrifying. Who could have created such a fearsome technique? Even heavenly fire was included within its scope. Yi Xian was filled with astonishment and doubt. However, despite the introduction, the operational methods recorded only extended to the earth fire and then ceased. This meant the most crucial part afterward was missing. The burning art in my hands must be an incomplete version, Yi Xian analyzed silently in his mind. Yet thinking about it, how could the cloud-soaring sect possibly possess the complete version of such a unique and powerful technique? He wondered if the creation heavenly steel could deduce it. So far, his understanding of the creation heavenly steel was limited to its detailed annotations on techniques, which greatly enhanced his comprehension. It seems I need to thoroughly study this creation heavenly steel. Otherwise, having such a supreme treasure in my hands and wasting it would be unforgivable. Yi Xian harshly scolded himself inwardly. Time passed and 2.5 days went by in a flash. The cloud-soaring sect had finally decided, requiring disciples from all peaks to actively sign up for the Dragon Gate secret realm. Almost simultaneously, the top sects, imperial dynasties, and clans of Qingzhou also announced they would send their prodigies into the Dragon Gate secret realm, an ancient battlefield. Meanwhile, within the Crimson Refining Fire domain, ancient war chariots radiating an aura of antiquity tightly surrounded its periphery. These war chariots all bore a large banner inscribed with Qian. Standing atop them were armored soldiers with overwhelmingly fierce auras, exuding a terrifying killing intent. All these war chariots came from the great Qin dynasty. Their sole purpose for coming was to investigate the death of Zhou Tianxi. Moreover, the leader was the 6th imperial uncle of the great Qin dynasty, Zhou Xiaodian. Since Zhou Tianxi's death, they had searched here for 2 days and nights, but could not penetrate deep into the Crimson Refining Fire domain. Helpless Zhou Xiaodian ordered a thorough investigation of all forging sects within a Tuthisanli radius. He also demanded that everyone who had appeared here in recent days be brought before him. The major forging sects dared not speak out in anger. 6th Imperial Uncle, after meticulous search and investigation, we have produced a portrait. This person is suspected of having entered the depths of the Crimson Refining Fire domain with the 3rd prince. And after the final anomaly in the domain, he was the last one to emerge. Furthermore, he sustained no serious injuries. Your subordinates suspect he might possess a treasure capable of blocking these blazing flames. Suddenly, 3 burly men in armor approached the army, holding a portrait as they came before Zhou Xiaodian. Zhou Xiaodian waved his hand and took the portrait. His gaze locked onto the man depicted. The man was handsome with bright, piercing eyes, though slightly blurred, the only flaw. After all, it was a sketch based on verbal descriptions, but it captured the general outline. Once encountered, a few extra glances would make it easy to recognize. Whether it's him or not, if there's any suspicion, capture him with full force. I will search the entire Qingzhou realm to find the murderer of Tianxi. Then Zhou Xiaodian waved his hand and commanded, "Yes, 6th Imperial Uncle. I will arrange for preparations." As one of the most competitive princes of the great Qian royal family, Zhou Tianxi's death had stirred up a massive storm. It was a slap in the face to the great Qin dynasty, and Zhou Tianxi's maternal clan, the Yun family, held significant weight throughout the Qingzhou realm. Their precious imperial grandson had been killed, and they were extremely enraged. Had it not been for respecting the great Qin dynasty, the Yun family would have already descended here to investigate. A manhunt sweeping across the entire Qingzhou land was quietly spreading from here, and Yi Xian, who bore an 80% resemblance to that portrait, remained blissfully unaware. At this moment by the kitchen of the Luo goddess peak, a cleaned 8 treasures chicken was tied up. Beneath the chicken fierce flames blazed, yet no firewood was visible. All these flames were emitted by Yi Xian, controlled from within his body. Jiang Luotian sat nearby, smelling the continuously wafting aroma, and found it both amusing and exasperating. If word gets out that you used the fire spirit true flame evolved from the mystic heavenly fire to roast a chicken, countless people would call you a wastrel. A heavenly fire-roasted chicken is a one-faken treat in this world. I just wanted to see how meat tastes when cooked with heavenly fire. After cultivating the burning art, he could control the flames himself, no longer needing the fire spirit's help. The fire spirit was also happy to be free, dozing off in his inner world. Yi Xian had noticed that since the fire spirit followed him back, it often slept there. If not for seeing the fire spirit sleeping so peacefully, he would have worried if something was wrong with it. Master, it's ready. Try this drumstick first. Yi Xian tore off a large drumstick and handed it to Jiang Luotian. She took it and took a crisp bite. The outer skin was golden and exceptionally crispy, while the inside meat was tender and smooth, almost melting in the mouth. The superb texture directly stimulated Jiang Luotian's taste buds. Heavens, this is incredibly delicious. This is the first time I've ever had such a tasty drumstick. After one bite, Jiang Luotian couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. The taste exceeded her imagination. Is it really that good? Let me have a piece. Yi Xian, tempted by Jiang Luotian's exaggerated expression, tore off the other drumstick and took a big bite. One word: truly fragrant. The master and disciple feasted heartily. Yi Xian, no wonder I couldn't find you. You and Peak Master Jiang are hiding here, eating meat. Suddenly, while they were enjoying their meal, a slightly annoyed voice rang out. Both of them turned their heads in unison. It was a middle-aged man wearing an elder's robe specifically from the mission hall. Elder, what brings you to the Luo goddess peak unannounced? Yi Xian signaled Jiang Luotian to continue eating while he handled the inquiry. An elder from the mission hall coming here must mean there was an important matter. The Dragon Gate secret realm is about to open. The major powers of the Qingzhou realm have agreed to open its entrance at an appropriate time in the coming days. The sect requires every peak to send disciples. Your Luo goddess peak has only you left, so you need to come to the mission hall to register. The elder from the mission hall explained in detail. Although finding Yi Xian had been somewhat frustrating, his professional demeanor kept him patient as he relayed the information. So, I need to sign up at the mission hall. Sorry, I wasn't aware of that. Yi Xian apologized. Now you know. If there's nothing else, come with me to the mission hall to register, the middle-aged man said coolly. Sure, but this chicken is freshly roasted. Elder, would you like to have a couple of pieces? Yi Xian warmly offered to the mission hall elder. A flicker of displeasure crossed the eyes of the elder from the task hall as he was about to refuse. However, Yi Xian had already torn off a large piece of chicken and offered it to him. The golden, crispy 8 treasure chicken and its tantalizing aroma continuously invaded his senses, causing the elder's refusal to die on his lips. I suppose you'll try your craft then. As his words fell, the elder accepted it and took a bite. Crisp and resounding, leaving a lingering fragrance in his mouth. Sigh. The ultimate sensation that touched his taste buds made him gasp inwardly. This chicken is roasted to perfection, absolutely superb. Devouring it with rapid bites, the elder finished the piece in his hand in no time. Then with a look of greed and slight embarrassment, he eyed the 8 treasure chicken. This chicken is quite sizable, elder. How about another piece? Yi Xian chuckled, then tore off another large portion and handed it to the elder. Thus, after consuming another large piece, the elder felt too embarrassed to ask for a third, so he urged Yi Xian to leave with him. Yi Xian bid farewell to Jiang Luotian and followed the elder to the task hall. On the way, Yi Xian inquired about various matters concerning the Dragon Gate secret realm and the different situations of the disciples attending this time. Perhaps adhering to the principle of one who accepts favors is soft-handed, one who eats is soft-mouthed, the elder tirelessly answered all sorts of questions for him along the journey. Unknowingly, the two arrived at the task hall. Thank you for your explanations along the way, elder. This junior is deeply grateful. You're quite impressive, not at all like the rumors suggest. Work hard and strive to obtain a strand of dragon chi in the Dragon Gate secret realm this time. It will benefit you for a lifetime. The elder patted his shoulder with a smile, then parted ways with Yi Xian and entered the task hall. As Yi Xian walked in, another wave of gazes turned toward him. If anyone was the most talked about in the cloud-soaring sect recently. In the task hall, the grand elderly Fan Ming was explaining the relevant matters to the young prodigies preparing to sign up. The sect has decided that early tomorrow morning as the first rays of dawn appear we will take the Xuan bird flying boat of the cloud-soaring sect to the Dragon Gate secret realm tens of thousands of miles away. 2 peak masters and several elders will lead the team. In essence, the purpose of leading the team was to protect these young disciples, ensuring they wouldn't be ambushed upon exiting after competing for valuable treasures. Such situations were not uncommon. Time passed until the next day. Xuan, full of energy, climbed out of Jiang Lushan's bed. Looking at her reclining beside him, he grinned. Master, we worked for 4 whole hours last night. Isn't that great progress? Indeed great progress, but it must have been hard on you. A hint of tenderness flashed in Jiang Lushan's eyes. It doesn't matter if I'm tired as long as you can recover sooner, Master. I reckon all the broken meridians in your right foot sole should be fully repaired by now, right? Jiang Luoshan moved her fair and smooth jade-like foot and said, all repaired. You were so exhausted last night that you passed out. Oh, I was afraid something might happen to you and delay today's trip. It's fine, Master. I'm full of energy. No matter how tired I am, as long as I can sleep in bed with you, I'll become vigorous again with boundless strength like an ox. Are you spouting nonsense again, you unfilial disciple? Jiang Luoshan glared at him reproachfully, her slender hand pinching hard at the flesh on his waist, precisely gripping a single spot. Xuan winced in pain and quickly begged for mercy. While I'm away these few days, it's best you stay on this peak and don't go out. Be sure to wait for me to return obediently. Go on now. Your master has this item. No one so reckless would come looking for trouble. Jiang Luoshan smiled warmly and patted her ample chest. With the imperial-grade talisman in hand, only those who wished for death would dare to trouble her. She told Xuan not to worry, yet urged him to be careful, especially wary of the disciples from the Heavenly Sword Peak. Even the prodigies of the entire cloud-soaring sect. To guard against others, yet first be wary of one's own sect members. How utterly ironic. I remember, Master, goodbye. With that, Xuan with lightning speed planted a kiss on Jiang Lushan's cheek. Then, like a little monkey that had stolen honey, he dashed out swiftly, leaving behind a trail of hearty laughter as Jiang Luoshan watched in astonishment. This unfilial disciple is like a little child. Jiang Luoshan smiled, helplessly reaching up to touch the cheek that had just been kissed, her face blushing slightly. A wave of reluctance welled up in her heart. Jiang Luoshan, once hailed as the #1 female sword immortal of Qingzhou, and now you can't bear to see your unfilial disciple leave. I think you're truly on the verge of falling. She propped her cheeks with her hands and mocked herself. Yet her expression was just like that of a wife eagerly awaiting her husband's return. At the cloud-soaring square, a massive flying boat was docked there. This time, over 60 disciples from the 9 peaks of the cloud-soaring sect were attending, along with Zhonghong Peak Master of the Heavenly Sword Peak, Song Jin Peak Master of the Azure Dragon Peak, and several elders. Together, they boarded the Xuan bird flying boat heading toward the Dragon Gate secret realm tens of thousands of miles away. The Dragon Gate secret realm was some distance from the cloud-soaring sect. By the time they arrived aboard the Xuan bird flying boat, many other forces had already gathered. Banners of various factions fluttered in the wind. The questioning Dao sect, the Supreme Mystery Gate, the Great Qin Dynasty, all waiting at the entrance. The entry points into the Dragon Gate secret realm are random. If you happen to be assigned to the same location inside, I hope you will support each other. Furthermore, the secret realm is fraught with dangers. You must act with caution. Zhonghong, the Peak Master of the Heavenly Sword Peak aboard the Xuan bird flying boat, addressed the crowd once more. Thank you for the reminder, Peak Master. We shall keep it in mind. The crowd responded loudly. Good, then follow me down one by one. Zhonghong nodded, opened the cabin door of the Xuan bird flying boat, and led them down. Xuan was among them, walking out slowly with the crowd. Just then a fragrant breeze swept by. Su Ruyan, graceful and extraordinarily beautiful, stood before Xuan. She looked at him and said, "Little junior brother, this is my communication jade talisman. If you encounter danger inside, you can crush it to notify me." Xuan glanced at Su Ruyan, whose beauty was beyond compare, and curled his lips into a faint, indifferent smile. No need, thanks. Once upon a time, Su Ruyan had been lofty and unattainable in his eyes, a destined maiden beyond his reach. But now in his eyes, Su Ruyan was worse than a dog. He felt an instinctive revulsion toward her. "Little junior brother, I know past events have left you resentful toward us, but we are outside now. I want to take care of you as much as I can as some recompense for my past choices." Su Ruyan looked at Xuan, explained with a bitter smile, and then, without waiting for his reply, placed the jade talisman in his hand. Su Ruyan, such high-sounding words might fool a child, but do you think they can fool me? Xuan sneered and tossed the jade talisman back to her. Then he walked around her and headed out. Su Rian caught the jade talisman, gripping it tightly, but showed no sign of anger. A sharp gleam of triumph flashed deep in her beautiful eyes. The 1,000-mile scent dew has already touched your hand. There's no way you'll escape my grasp. Unbeknownst to Yi Xian, Su Rian had pre-coated the jade talisman with a special substance called 1,000-mile scent dew. Once this substance made contact, it left a peculiar fragrance that could be traced back to its source from 1,000 miles away. She knew Yi Xian would never accept the talisman, so she had smeared the 1,000-mile scent dew on it. After everyone had disembarked from the Luan bird-flying boat, they waited quietly as the protector elders of various forces gathered. After some discussion, the crowd surged like a torrent toward the entrance of the Dragon Gate secret realm. Does the entrance of the Dragon Gate secret realm need external force to open? Seeing this, Yi Xian was astonished. Of course not, junior brother. You don't know this, but the portal of the Dragon Gate secret realm requires absorbing a great deal of energy, and it must be at the right time and place. A woman in a plain dress beside Yi Xian explained to him. I see. Thank you, senior sister. This woman in the plain dress came from the Jade Plain Peak, one of the lower 9 peaks of the cloud-soaring sect. The entire peak consisted solely of female disciples, all exceptionally beautiful. You're welcome. It's normal not to know since you've never participated in the Dragon Gate secret realm. The woman in the plain dress smiled faintly. She looked over the handsome and upright Yi Xian, curiosity stirring in her eyes. Not long ago, she had heard about the conflict between Yi Xian and Hao Jian, a disciple of the Heavenly Sword Peak, a classic case of the weak overcoming the strong. If we meet inside, I hope we can fight side by side, the woman in the plain dress then said to Yi Xian. No problem, senior sister. However, my realm is too low. I'm afraid I might hold you back. Yi Xian nodded with a smile, speaking humbly. A low realm doesn't mean low strength. Your previous performance, Junior Yi, has astonished many. The woman in the plain dress smiled gently. Rumble. At that moment, the entire world shook violently. A golden light burst forth from the valley ahead. Then the roars of dragons and tigers resounded endlessly as a massive portal slowly materialized. The entrance to the Dragon Gate secret realm has manifested. Everyone enter quickly. The trial in the secret realm lasts 1 month. After a month, we will open the portal again for you to come out. If you can't get out, you'll have to wait 3 years. An elder with white hair and a youthful complexion who appeared highly venerable spoke in a booming voice. He was the supreme elder of the Dao Heaven sect, the premier sect in Qingzhou, having lived for over 2,000 years, a highly respected ancient figure. As his words fell, the disciples of the Dao Heaven sect participating in the trial were the first to step into the portal, followed one after another by disciples from various major forces. Yi Xian followed closely. He felt a sudden twist in space before landing on the ground. A primal wild aura rushed toward him. So this is the Dragon Gate secret realm, the ancient battlefield. The environment here is truly different. Yi Xian scanned his surroundings, observing carefully. Brother, how about we team up? Just then a voice rang out. Yi Xian turned to see 2 young men, one of whom was extending an invitation. No need. I prefer to travel alone. Yi Xian shook his head, declining politely, and walked off on his own. He didn't want to team up with anyone. Oh, it would be too restrictive. But just then a sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. The man who had spoken earlier struck with his palm like a blade, sending a fierce energy toward Yi Xian's back. If you want cooperate, you're our competition. Die. A furious shout accompanied the attack. But in the next second, Yi Xian, who had been just 2 or 3 meters away, vanished, instantly causing the attack to miss completely. The man's expression changed drastically. Your speed is incredible, like teleportation. That's absurd. However, a chill ran down the man's spine. He roared and tried to dodge, but it was too late. Yi Xian's fist slammed fiercely into his left shoulder. Boom. The man was sent flying, his shoulder shattered and bloodied. Ah, the man lay on the ground howling in agony. Fourth senior brother, are you all right? The other young man rushed to his side, exclaiming in shock. Don't ask. Take me away quickly. This kid is strange. He's deliberately suppressed his cultivation. To think a young prodigy at the 5th level of the Cavern Heaven realm had his arm shattered with 1 punch. Yi Xian appeared to be only at the 1st level of the Cavern Heaven realm. This was absurd. Hearing this, the junior disciple quickly helped him up to leave. You can't win and want to flee. Do you think it's that easy? Yi Xian let out a cold laugh and closed in instantly. He raised his large fan-like hand and pressed down toward the 2 of them. We are disciples of the Heavenly Cauldron sect. If you dare kill us, you will face retribution. So what? This is the Dragon Gate secret realm, not your Heavenly Cauldron sect. Yi Xian sneered, swinging his fist as golden energy radiated wildly. Both men roared in unison, directly summoning their weapons as they charged toward Xuan. However, it proved utterly futile. After merely a few exchanges, their weapons were sent flying from their hands. Xuan seized one man by the head and thrust it straight into his own chest. Then with a single kick, he crushed the heart of the other, whose arm he had already shattered. "I regret this so much." On the brink of death, the man uttered words brimming with endless remorse. It was precisely because these two fellow disciples had banded together, the man possessing some skill, that they dared to strike at Xuan. Little did they expect to lose their lives instead. Having slain both men, Xuan crouched down to begin his joyful looting of their corpses. He first removed the rings from their fingers, then thoroughly searched their bodies. Only after confirming he had stripped them clean did he rise satisfied and ready to depart. After all, the resources on Luotian Peak were far too scarce. Having collected their belongings, he pressed onward. As he journeyed forward, he found his path blocked once again. "Hey kid, my clan brother is recruiting hands to attack a treasure site. You look suitable, join us." The man who stopped him spoke boisterously with several others standing nearby. Among them was one dressed in fine robes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Without doubt, this must be the clan brother the man had mentioned. "Are you from the ancient Yuan clan of Qingzhou?" Xuan pondered briefly, then asked the man blocking his path. "You recognize us?" The man seemed surprised. "Your clothes bear the Yuan clan's emblem." Xuan pointed at the man's chest. The ancient Yuan clan was a prominent family in Qingzhou, one that could only be called an ancient clan after passing down its legacy for over 10,000 years. Its foundation was no weaker than that of their cloud-soaring sect. "Haha, you've got sharp eyes, kid. Even better, we need people with keen sight. You flatter me." Xuan smiled faintly and agreed. As he journeyed onward, he deduced that these major powers possessed special means to locate prodigies of their own clan and communicate with one another. They gathered together to jointly seek out the hidden treasures within, enhancing their chances of obtaining valuable artifacts. Those from Cloud-Soaring Sect who participated might also find each other, but since he was the sole member from Luotian Peak, none of this concerned him. Yet now that he had been invited, he wished to see what lay within the treasure site. Xuan's prompt agreement pleased the young man greatly. "This is my clan brother Yuan Xuan. From now on, all of you will follow his commands. Anyone who feigns compliance or disobeys orders. My clan brother has a temper, so don't complain if you're punished." Apart from Yuan Xuan, they had gathered 5 others, making a group of 7. They set off at once toward the treasure site they spoke of. Before they even arrived, everyone felt an intensely fierce aura rushing toward them. It was a patch of mud as red as flames upon which stood twisted vines, serpent-like, yet blazing crimson. Each vine swayed, its tip crowned with 9 leaves forming a circle like a blazing sun embedded there, ceaselessly spewing scorching heat and devouring the essence of heaven and earth. "This looks like dragon sun vine." At the sight of these strange vines, Xuan's eyes lit up. As a pure yang sacred body, he had recently studied many rare herbs and fruits beneficial to his constitution, and he recognized it instantly. This was a highly valuable dragon sun vine greatly needed by him. It was said to grow only where extreme yang converged, and where the blood of mighty experts or fierce beasts had been spilled. Likely this was such a place. A convergence of extreme yang where a great battle had occurred and strong blood had fallen. Over time, a patch of dragon sun vine had sprouted. This was immensely useful to him. "You two go ahead and pick them." At that moment, Yuan Xuan casually pointed to 2 of the youths they had recruited, ordering them to harvest the vines. Both were taken aback. "Young Master Yuan, didn't we agree to attack together? Why send just the 2 of us?" One furrowed his brow and asked. Standing there, they could already feel the blazing aura emanating from the dragon sun vine, hinting at no small danger. "How dare you? I am giving you 2 an order, not negotiating. Go if I say go. If you refuse, I'll kill you on the spot." Yuan Kun's face instantly blazed with murderous intent, and he directly unleashed his cultivation level. The 8th layer of the cave heaven realm. The 2 men's expressions shifted in shock. The 8th layer was far beyond their own strength. "If my clan brother says go, then go. Why waste words? Otherwise, I'll throw you out myself." Yuan Kun's clansman Yuan, he also revealed his cultivation at the 7th layer of the cave heaven realm. With one at the 7th and one at the 8th layer, the 2 had no choice but to comply. Forced by the overwhelming pressure, they stepped forward, though they summoned their weapons ready for battle at any moment. But just as one foot was about to tread on the crimson mud, the patch of dragon sun vine suddenly erupted with blazing radiance. The light converged into a massive vine like a great dragon whipping toward them. One was instantly struck into a mist of blood by the thick vine. The other trembled, turned to flee, but was too slow. The vine lashed out at him as well. Boom. Another was annihilated in an instant. Then the vine swiftly retracted. As it withdrew, the blazing glow on the dragon sun vine dimmed considerably. Excellent. That drained a lot of its power. A couple more strikes, and we can harvest. Yuan Kuan rejoiced, then turned and pointed at Yi Xian. You three go now. Young Master Yuan, you're sending us to our deaths. This is too unfair. One man gritted his teeth in fury. Unwilling. Yuan Kuan sneered. He directly ordered, Yuan, he throw him over. Sure thing, clan brother. Yuan, he stepped forward. The man roared and bolted, but with only the fourth layer of the cave heaven realm, he was quickly caught and hurled toward the dragon sun vine. Boom. The scene repeated. The man was reduced to a mist of blood, further depleting the vine's killing power. What about you two? Shall I throw you, or will you go yourselves? Yuan, he then looked at the remaining pair. We'll go ourselves. The man beside, Yi Xian, gritted his teeth. With the vine's power already diminished, he might just survive. Yi Xian said nothing and walked forward alongside him. Boom. The blazing vine lashed out like a dragon. The man fought back, but was still crushed into a mist of blood in 2 blows. Only Yi Xian remained. He took a deep breath. Activating his pure yang sacred Bodhis origin, he strode forward. To Yuan Kun's astonishment, the writhing dragon sun vine did not strike him. Instead, it swayed aimlessly. Indeed, though this dragon sun vine is fearsome, my pure yang sacred body origin makes it mistake me for kin, a fellow extreme yang entity, thus avoiding attack. Yi Xian's lips curled into a joyful smile. Outside, Yuan Kuan was ecstatic and shouted, Kid, hurry up. Since it's not attacking you, pick the dragon sun vine for me. For you. Who do you think you are? Yi Xian halted, sneering at Yuan Kuan. In an instant, Yuan Kun's murderous aura surged like a storm. You, a scoundrel from some nameless faction, dare to defy me. Are you tired of living? Yuan Kuan bellowed, his eyes blazing with murderous intent that shot toward Yi Xian like lightning. In his eyes, since Yi Xian's robes bore no sect insignia, he must hail from a force inferior to the Yuan clan. Typically within these trial secret realms, disciples from established hereditary families or superpowers would habitually wear garments marked with their faction's emblem. This served as both a symbol of their status and a deterrent to others. To move against them meant reckoning with the power behind them. Conversely, disciples from weaker forces would deliberately don unmarked robes, fearing retaliation if conflicts arose, or if they slew disciples from major powers. Thus he dismissed Yi Sun, clad in plain attire, as belonging to an ordinary faction. Enough blather. Once I've collected these, I'll come out and beat you to death. Yi Xian said, coldly glaring at Yuan Kuan. Brat, you're insolent. How dare you speak to my cousin like that? Die. Yi Xian's words first infuriated Yuan, he who stood nearby. He suddenly launched an attack, summoning a flying sword woven with silver and gray, spitting blinding sword light as it shot toward Yi Xian. But at that moment, the vine that had not attacked Yi Xian lashed out like a ferocious dragon, striking against the incoming killing sword. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted as the sword was sent flying, but the vine did not relent, continuing its lethal assault toward Yuan He. His expression shifted as he hastily slapped out a wind thunder talisman and retreated at incredible speed. Yet he underestimated the terrifying speed of the dragon yang vine. In an instant, the talisman was shattered and the vine struck his body. Cousin, save me. Yuan He's face contorted in panic as he cried out to Yuan Kuan for help. Scoundrel! You little beast, come out and fight us if you dare. Yuan Kuan roared, quickly producing a great seal and hurling it at the approaching vine. Simultaneously, he grabbed Yuan He's arm and rapidly retreated. But the dragon yang vine seemed to sense the power of the seal. It avoided a direct clash, swiftly veering aside to lash at Yuan He's legs. Boom. Blood mist sprayed as Yuan He's legs were obliterated. My legs are gone. They're gone. Aya! A piercing scream tore from Yuan He's throat. He had been saved from death, but with his legs destroyed within the secret realm, his existence was now worse than death. Yuan Kun's face darkened to an unprecedented degree. Cousin, avenge me. You must avenge me. Rest assured, I'll guard him here. He can't stay seated in there forever. The moment he emerges, I will kill him. No one dances on the head of our Yuan clan. Yuan Kuan bellowed, icily retrieving a white jade pill from his ring and forcing it into Yuan He's mouth. As the pill entered, the blood gushing from Yuan He's stumps visibly stanched. But it could only stop the bleeding and heal the wounds. It could not regenerate his legs. Then Yuan Kuan retrieved the great seal he had thrown, bent his legs, and sat cross-legged in midair, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Yi Xian. I want to wait. Then wait all you like. Yi Xian sneered. Why should he hurry? He intended to refine all these dragon yang vines, and was in no rush to leave. Striding forward, he pulled up vines whose killing intent had greatly diminished, then swallowed them on the spot, activating his dantian to begin refinement. Rumble. As the dragon yang vine entered his body, a surge of vast blood and chi energy coursed through his limbs and bones, spreading outward, coating him in a faint golden radiance. Yi Xian was overjoyed, for the dragon yang power was incredibly potent. He could feel his physical body rapidly solidifying and his grotto heaven expanding swiftly, absorbing this fearsome energy. 1 vine, 2 vines. In a short time, he had swallowed 3 dragon yang vines, and his blood and chi power surged at an astonishing rate. As this surge approached a critical threshold beside his existing grotto heaven, a rumbling sound erupted and golden light burst forth. An ethereal grotto heaven began to take shape. As it gradually formed, the speed of his absorption accelerated dramatically. His entire aura grew even more terrifying, golden light flowing over his body. Damn it! Swallowing 3 dragon yang vines, and he's opened another grotto heaven. Those were all mine, all mine. Yuan Kuan sat there roaring in fury, his lungs nearly bursting with rage. Veins bulged on the hand gripping the Great Seal, and he almost charged forward. But Yi Xian was too cautious. He hadn't uprooted all the dragon yang vines. The few vines that hadn't expended their killing intent still remained planted in the mire. If Yuan Kuan attacked, he would inevitably be targeted, so he could only watch helplessly as Yi Xian broke through. 4th vine, 5th vine, 6th vine. Yi Xian continued pulling and consuming them. When he swallowed the 9th vine, the ethereal grotto heaven fully materialized. A sound like a tsunami surged from within it. The spiritual energy drifting nearby converged into a river of chi pouring into his grotto heaven. Instantly, it blazed with incomparably intense light, like a blazing sun illuminating the earth. It endowed Yi Xian with an aura of unrivaled dominance. The second layer of the grotto heaven realm. Yi Xian's eyes snapped open, shooting forth a terrifying beam of light. 9 dragon yang vines, let me open another grotto heaven. Not bad. A smile of delight touched Yi Xian's brows. Beside him, 6 more dragon yang vines remained unused. Brett, if you hand over those 6 dragon yang vines now, I might show leniency and let bygones be bygones. At that moment, Yuan Kuan, seated outside, barked out. Watching Yi Xian break through, he ground his molars in fury, wisps of white steam rising from his head in rage. These dragon yang vines were his. He had discovered them first. Want them? Come and get them yourself. Do you lack hands or feet? Yi Xian looked at him disdainfully. Scoundrel! If I could, would I be waiting here? Are you planning to stay in there and waste time with me forever? Yuan Kuan roared repeatedly. Of course not. Yi Xian shook his head, but his next words made Yuan Kuan lose his composure. After I kill you, we'll stay right here. Whooshed. The next second, Yi Xian vanished from his spot, directly swinging his golden fist in a brutal strike toward Yuan Kuan. You seek death. Do you think that just because you've formed another cave heaven you can challenge me? Don't forget you're merely at the second layer of the cave heaven realm. Yuan Kuan roared in disbelief. He couldn't fathom how Yi Xian, a mere second layer cave heaven cultivator, had the audacity to take the initiative against him, a formidable 8th layer expert. Boom. He didn't use the precious seal in his hand. Instead, he raised his palm and collided head-on with Yi Xian's incoming fist. He deemed Yi Xian unworthy of the precious seal. Yet the next moment, Yuan Kuan was struck as if by lightning. A mist of blood exploded on the ground, and his entire body was sent flying sideways. With a sound, a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth. How is this possible? You're only at the second layer of the cave heaven realm. How can you possess such overwhelming power? Even if you swallowed the dragon sun vine, it shouldn't be this absurd. Yuan Kuan was utterly horrified. In his estimation, the force of Yi Xian's punch had already reached the 9th layer of the cave heaven realm. Because I am a genius and you are a mediocrity. Yi Xian chuckled lightly. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward like a flash of lightning. Arrogant. I am a core member of the Yuan clan. Die. He flipped the great seal in his hand, violently channeling his power, and blasted it towards Yi Xian with lethal intent. Void Breaker. The next second, Yi Xian, who was charging towards him, vanished without a trace, and the unleashed seal struck nothing but air. Where is he? Yi Xian's figure instantly faded into the distance, causing Yuan Kuan's pupils to constrict sharply. But then a golden fist struck towards the back of his head from behind. Terrified, Yuan Kuan desperately tried to dodge, but he was a fraction too slow. Half of his body was struck by Yi Xian's fist force. With a bang, a mist of blood filled the air. His remaining mangled body was sent flying crashing into the crimson mud where the dragon's sun vines took root. The 6 vines he had yet to harvest suddenly lashed out, merging into a single tendril that struck him fiercely. Boom. In an instant, Xuan was blasted into a pool of blood mist splattering across the sanguine mire. You actually killed my clan brother. How dare you? Do you not fear the Yuan clan's retribution? Xuan, his body half destroyed, roared with eyes full of venomous hatred. For revenge, one must first know whom to target. No. Yi Sun chuckled, walked up to him, and with a single slap drove Yuan's head into his own chest. Then Yi Xian approached the 6 dragon sun vines. These dragon sun vines were fooled by the pure yang force on my body, mistaking me for one of their own, which is why they didn't attack me. But the baleful aura on them is too dense to collect directly. Furthermore, these vines contain abundant blood and qi energy. I can take them back to refine into pills for my master to replenish his vitality. He muttered to himself while staring at the vines underfoot, not forgetting Zhang Luotian. He sat down, cross-legged, his palm blazing with intense golden light, and began to cleanse the baleful aura from the vines. Half a day passed in a flash. The baleful aura on the 6 dragon sun vines was completely eradicated. He grabbed them, stored them in his ring, and turned to leave. After leaving this area, Yi Xian continued deeper into the secret realm. His primary objective was to find the dragon qi. After an unknown distance, he suddenly heard intense sounds of battle. Another treasure site has appeared. Time to join the fray. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he swiftly headed towards the direction of the clamor. Before long, a dilapidated ancient hall came into view, its doors already gone. A crowd was fiercely fighting around a sword case inside the hall. The object of their contention was precisely that sword case in the main hall, yet it was empty, devoid of any blade. Yi Xian paused to watch for a moment. Seeing no other treasures besides the sword case, he found it uninteresting and turned to leave. Just then a furious shout erupted from the battling crowd. "You there, stop, right there. Come before me, let me have a look." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow slightly. Is he talking about me? At that moment, he seemed to be the only one walking away. But he didn't stop his pace. "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Seeking death." Whoosh. Before the cold shout faded, a sharp, peerless sword beam shot towards his back. "So it is me." Sensing the fierce sword energy slicing towards him from behind, Yi Xian confirmed the voice was indeed targeting him. He immediately turned and threw a punch. With a boom, the fierce sword beam was shattered instantly. "I have no grievance with you, nor do I intend to fight for that sword case. Why did you attack me? This is utterly unreasonable." Yi Xian stared coldly at the man who had broken away from the melee to strike at him. "No grievance. Don't be so hasty to say that. You look very much like someone the great Qian dynasty is searching for." The man shouted coldly, walking towards Yi Xian. "The great Qian dynasty." Yi Xian's gaze hardened, a sliver of sharpness flashing by unnoticed. He carefully examined the approaching man and noticed a character Qian embroidered on his sleeve. Moreover, a 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around it. This was a member of the great Qian dynasty's imperial clan. Strikingly similar. "The face of the one who killed the 6th prince is almost identical to yours." The young man muttered to himself as he walked. "I ask you, did you go to the Crimson Flame domain some time ago?" When he was almost in front of Yi Xian, the man demanded sternly. "If I said I didn't, would you believe me?" Yi Xian chuckled lightly, understanding the situation clearly. After Zhou Tianxi's death, the great Qian dynasty had likely sent experts to investigate the Crimson Flame domain and created a wanted portrait of him. The information was probably leaked by those he had let go out of momentary compassion after leaving the Crimson Flame domain. I really should have killed them all back then. Indeed, without ruthlessness one cannot stand firm. I must remember this: to eliminate weeds you must pull up the roots. With this thought, Yi Xian suddenly erupted, striking a palm towards the approaching man. "Attacking me first. So it is you. You have audacity, daring to murder a prince of my great Zhou. Die." The man roared, his soaring aura erupting as the void behind him trembled. A phantom of a blood-colored lion with 3 heads materialized, roaring at the sky, exuding a terrifying, baleful aura. Yi Xian's pupils contracted sharply. He abruptly halted midair and burst sideways. "Damn the spirit nurturing realm." The realm following the cave heaven realm is the spirit nurturing realm. After reaching the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm, one nurtures a spirit within it. Typically, the soul of a powerful, ferocious beast is nurtured and evolved within the cave heaven to aid in battle. It is incredibly formidable. "Dodge! Do you think you can escape?" The man sneered repeatedly. The 3-headed blood lion behind him lunged directly at Yi Xian. The three-headed fire lion lunged with immense oppressive force. Its opponent had actually reached the spirit-nurturing realm. Although he did not know which tier of the spirit-nurturing realm it was, this was unimportant to Xuan. Because no matter how powerful it was, he himself was only at the second tier of the cave heaven realm, making it difficult to cross a major realm in battle. Fire spirit, aid me. Making an immediate decision, Xuan did not hesitate to call out in his heart to the fire spirit who was sleeping within his cave heaven. He knew the fire spirit would surely understand his words. Sure enough, the fire spirit who had been lying there in deep slumber suddenly jolted awake. Xuan let out a loud shout and unfolded his cave heaven. The fire spirit dashed out from within in a single step and threw a hook punch at the three-headed blood lion that was pouncing toward Xuan. A red rabbit. You're only at the second tier of the cave heaven realm. How can you already nurture a spirit within it? Seeing the fire spirit emerge in its rabbit form, the young man, named Zhou Tong, a member of the great Qian royal family, who had attacked Xuan, was momentarily stunned. Realm levels could not be faked. Xuan had not reached the spirit-nurturing realm. This struck him as extremely peculiar. The three-headed blood lion, seeing the fire spirit, which was smaller than its own paw, charging at it, let out an extremely human-like and disdainful roar. It extended its claws and swatted directly at the fire spirit, intending to crush it in one blow. But in the next instant, the three-headed blood lion was struck as if by lightning, and its colossal body exploded into pieces with a thunderous blast. Puffed, puffed, puffed. The three-headed blood lion shattered. Zhou Tong spat out 3 large mouthfuls of blood, nearly collapsing to the ground. How is this possible? What kind of creature is that to be able to blast my three-headed blood lion apart with a single slap? This is a three-headed blood lion with a special bloodline. He roared in disbelief, unable to accept that his three-headed blood lion had been obliterated. Why ask me? Go talk to my fire spirit. Xuan sneered, coldly raised his hand and pointed at Zhou Tong. Fire spirit, kill him. Whoosh. The fire spirit spun in midair and lunged directly at Zhou Tong. Roar. Zhou Tong howled furiously, rapidly pulling a large seal from his ring. It instantly expanded as massive as a small mountain, and he hurled it at the oncoming fire spirit. Boom! The hurled seal was sent flying by a single slap from the fire spirit, its surface now riddled with dense cracks, nearly shattering on the spot. My Thousand Mountains seal. Zhou Tong watched his treasure, nearly destroyed, his heart aching to the point of breathlessness. This was a magical artifact refined from 1,000 types of spiritual materials, and it had been swatted away like that. But there was no time to dwell on it now. The fire spirit had already reached him. Zhou Tong unleashed all his power and techniques. He had actually reached the third tier of the spirit-nurturing realm. At the same time, Zhou Tong called for help from his 3 companions, also from the great Qin dynasty. Boom! Zhou Tong's fist collided with the fire spirit's palm, and he instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The 3 prodigies of the great Qin dynasty who were rushing over to help froze midair, utterly shocked by the brutal scene before them. The others present were also stunned, staring in disbelief at the blood mist drifting through the air. Heavens! A single slap obliterated a third-tier spirit-nurturing realm cultivator. What in the world is that thing? Isn't that too absurd? Absolutely insane. And Zhou Tong was a member of the great Qian royal family. He killed him so blatantly. Does he not fear retaliation from the great Qin dynasty? Incredulous exclamations rang out one after another. Arg! You've killed another member of our great Qian royal family. You are making an enemy of the great Qian royalty. Aren't you afraid that we'll find out about your background and exterminate it? The 3 great Qian royal family members roared in fury. None of my business, none of yours. Anyway, you won't survive either. Xuan sneered coldly, then signaled the fire spirit to kill them as well. Whoosh! The fire spirit moved and charged at the 3 great Qian royal family members. You arrogant fool. As members of the great Qian royal family, we have our own reserves. Killing all of us won't be so easy. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 shouted in unison, pulling out various treasures, including forbidden talismans, and hurling them all at the fire spirit. After using them, the 3 turned and fled without hesitation. Since Zhou Tong had been instantly obliterated, they naturally lacked the strength to hunt down Xuan's fire spirit. Retreating from its edge was the best option. However, this action enraged the fire spirit. A cluster of blazing flames erupted from its body. It transformed, and a fire dragon over 10 zhang long materialized. With a flick of its tail, it gave chase. Feeling the scorching attack from behind, the 3 were forced to turn around and counterattack. But when they saw the dragon's maw larger than a person descending to devour them, the 3 were utterly terrified and forgot to even fight back. They had laid eyes on a legendary dragon. Boom. In one gulp it swallowed the three, and they instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Hiss. Gasps of cold air sounded from all around. The onlookers stared at the fire spirit, which had manifested its ultimate form, their eyes wide, and their minds nearly grinding to a halt. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. Alas, since the fire spirit has revealed its ultimate form, I have no choice but to be ruthless. Looking at the fire spirit now over Tinzhong Long, Yi Xian sighed inwardly. If it were still in its rabbit form, that would be one thing, but now that the fire spirit has shown this dragon-like form, everyone here must be dealt with. Last time I didn't go far enough, which allowed the great Qin dynasty to track me down and draw my portrait through investigation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found out who killed Zhou Tianxi so quickly. Afterward, Yi Xian walked toward the crowd in front of the great hall. The fire spirit flicked its tail and came to his side. The people before the hall trembled in fear and quickly spoke. Fellow Taoist, we have no enmity with you. You cannot harm us. Yes. Although you killed members of the great Qin dynasty, we can all guarantee that we will not spread a word of this. Fellow Taoist, the shadowless sword case inside the hall is yours. Go ahead and take it. Everyone present was shrewd. They all yielded and slowly backed away. As long as Yi Xian made no further move, they would leave quickly, for this fire spirit was far too dangerous and powerful. A person can stumble once in the same place, but never twice. Therefore, I cannot let you go. Yi Xian's gaze swept over the crowd as he spoke calmly. Roar. The fire spirit then let out a howl, whipped its tail, and lunged directly at the crowd. Curses and threats erupted for a moment, but in the end, all turned into clouds of blood mist that scattered on the ground. Not a single one remained. Total annihilation. The fire spirit was his greatest trump card. Unless absolutely necessary, Yi Xian did not wish to reveal it. After slaughtering everyone, the fire spirit transformed back into a rabbit and burrowed into Yi Xian's cave realm, where it soon lay down and began to snore soundly. This fellow exerts a little effort and then falls asleep immediately. Yi Xian felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He gathered the fallen rings into his hand and strode into the great hall, arriving beside the altar that everyone had been frantically fighting over, the shadowless sword case. Did this name imply that the case originally held no sword? Gazing at the case, he felt a flicker of confusion. Then Yi Xian reached out and lifted the sword case. As expected, he saw two large engraved characters on it, shadowless. Beneath them was a line of smaller text, seemingly the instructions for using the case. Subsequently, Yi Xian infused his spiritual energy into the sword case. In an instant, a fierce sword shadow burst forth from the case, splitting into 2, then 4, then 8. Amidst a dazzling surge of sword shadows, thousands of them erupted from within. Even more shadows continued to multiply, but at the cost of Yi Xian's spiritual energy draining at an accelerated rate. My heavens, this shadowless sword case is absolutely terrifying. Yi Xian clutched the shadowless sword case, his eyes wide with astonishment. Each of these sword shadows is like a real blade. The spiritual energy they emit could probably injure an ordinary cave heaven realm cultivator instantly. And with thousands, even tens of thousands of sword shadows slashing out together, I could stand my ground even against a spirit-nurturing realm cultivator without relying on the fire spirit's help. Excellent. Perfect. Absolutely splendid. Ha ha. Yi Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then with a thought, he directed the thousands of sword shadows toward the wall behind the great hall. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed through heaven and earth as the wall of the ancient hall, which had stood for countless ages, was blasted into a massive gaping hole. The already dilapidated hall began to tremble precariously. Seeing this, Yi Xian hurriedly clutched the sword case and dashed out. The moment he emerged, the entire structure collapsed with a resounding crash. Incredible. This is utterly incredible. If they hadn't recognized me and attacked, I would have missed this treasure. Honestly, I should thank that fellow named Zhou Tong. Yi Xian laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph for a good while before stowing the shadowless sword case into his ring and continuing deeper into the secret realm. It was said that within the Dragon Gate's secret realm, dragon Qi would manifest in a place called the Dragon Tomb at its depths. However, the tomb's location was ever-shifting, appearing in different spots each time, though it always remained in the deeper regions. As he journeyed deeper, he encountered several formidable demonic beasts, all of which he dispatched using the shadowless sword case. He even obtained a few demonic cores as a pleasant surprise. Where are all these groups of 3 or 5 heading? This is already the 3rd wave I've seen. Walking along, Yi Xian noticed 3 more figures rushing urgently in one direction. He had already seen 2 other groups heading that way. Could the Dragon Tomb have appeared? Yi Xian initially preferred to avoid crowded places, but wave after wave of people rushing the same way stirred his curiosity. If it truly was the dragon tomb manifesting, missing out on the contest would be a tremendous loss. In the end, Yi Xian also dashed off in the direction everyone else was heading. Meanwhile, at the site where he had obtained the shadowless sword case, a woman of breathtaking beauty and an imposing statuesque figure arrived. She gazed at the collapsed hall, the scattered corpses, and the bloody mire, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Junior brother Yi Xian, I'm finally catching up to you. You lingered here for quite a while. This woman was none other than Su Ruyan, who had secretly applied the 1,000-mile scent due to Yi Xian's hand. After entering the Dragon Gate's secret realm, she had been trying to track his location, but the realm was vast. The 1,000-mile scent due could only sense Yi Xian's presence within 1,000 li, and he himself was constantly moving, so it took considerable effort to trace him. Yi Xian had stayed here for a longer period, leaving the strongest signal. The blood on these severed limbs had not yet fully congealed or dried. The deceased had perished no more than half a day ago at most. She crouched down to examine the blood clinging to the shattered bones, analyzed it silently, then turned and departed. She continued to sense the lingering trace of Yi Xian's presence, determining the direction to pursue. Unaware that Su Ruyan was on his trail, Yi Xian followed the direction of the crowd for about 100 li until he spotted a massive ancient hall. The hall was remarkably well preserved, exuding an aura of profound mystery, like aged wine that had mellowed through the years, striking anyone who saw it as extraordinarily remarkable. At the center of the hall hung a colossal bronze plaque inscribed with 3 large characters, Hall of Inheritance. Hall of Inheritance. If taken literally, this should be a hall where techniques were once passed down. Yi Xian murmured to himself. It was said that the Dragon Gate's secret realm, though an ancient battlefield, had once housed numerous powerful sects and schools. This was likely the inheritance hall of one such sect. No wonder it drew so many people rushing here. The techniques within date back to ancient times, or even earlier. They say that era teemed with experts and prodigies far surpassing the present. As he spoke, Yi Xian approached the Hall of Inheritance. Over 20 people stood before it, each exuding formidable auras. Most were in the spirit-nurturing realm, with few in the cave heaven realm. More and more people are arriving. Why don't we join forces to push open the doors of this inheritance hall? As the crowd swelled, several imposing men standing at the main entrance proposed this to the assembly. Initially, a few had tried to push the doors, but they barely budged. Thus, they concluded that opening the inheritance hall's doors would require the combined strength of many. For this reason, they had spread the word, drawing in more people from the vicinity. Otherwise, they would have already claimed the inheritance for themselves. The crowd responded in unison, striking with all their might. The combined power of over 20 people surged like a torrent toward the doors of the inheritance hall. After a sustained effort, the doors began to slowly move. As the gap widened, an incredibly profound aura heavy with the passage of time flowed out, enveloping everyone present and imbuing them with a mystical sensation as if their wisdom had suddenly sharpened. Of course, this was merely an illusion, not true enlightenment, but it was enough to fill them with elation. Charge. The inheritance is mine. Anyone who interferes dies. People from the illusory palace have no right to say that. Leave it to our Yin sect. Haha, the great Qin dynasty will claim a share. The cloud-soaring sect will not yield either. One by one, the prodigies of the great powers rushed in, eager to seize the various inheritances. However, as they entered, several young experts at the spirit-nurturing realm suddenly sensed something amiss. Their cultivation levels were instantly suppressed to the cave heaven realm. Suppressing their cultivation. When these young experts at the nurturing spirit realm entered, their expressions all shifted. Fortunately, only their realms were suppressed while other aspects remained unaffected. As ancient ruins often imposed various restrictions, the crowd upon entering saw 3 inheritance platforms within the Great Hall. The central platform was relatively intact, while the left and right ones were riddled with cracks and even partially broken. Perhaps this was one reason for the suppression of cultivation. This inheritance platform, my illusory eclipsed sect, claims 1. A young prodigy from the illusory eclipsed sect leaped forward with a thunderous roar, his form darting like lightning toward the central platform. But the next instant, a dazzling sword light slashed toward him. I told you your illusory eclipsed sect is insignificant here. Seeking the spotlight is nothing but courting death. A prodigy from the Yin sect, which had long been at odds with the illusory eclipsed sect, wielded a black and white Yin sword and launched an attack against him. The illusory eclipsed sect prodigy let out a sharp cry and spat out a circular disc. Its surface shimmered with flowing light, emitting an extraordinarily peculiar fluctuation. In an instant his figure flickered and vanished. Jiangqi, my illusory eclipse sect, is no weaker than your yin-yang sect. Both are great sects of Qingzhou, don't go too far. The illusory eclipsed sect prodigy shouted in fury. Spare me the nonsense. You're not worthy of this inheritance platform. I Jiangqi will claim one for sure. With these words Jiangqi brandished his yin-yang killing sword and charged at the illusory eclipsed sect prodigy. Behind him lay the central inheritance platform. There are only 3 platforms. My great Qian dynasty must seize one too. A young prodigy from the great Qian dynasty bellowed, imperial aura flowing from his body, exuding an overbearing might. Clearly this person held a high status in the great Qian dynasty, possibly even a prince. My cloud-soaring sect will not yield either. I claim the leftmost platform. Who objects? Who dares oppose? The cloud-soaring sect prodigy surged forward, charging straight for the leftmost platform. All were nurturing spirit realm experts, yet with their cultivation suppressed, their unleashed power radiated the terrifying might of the cave heaven realm's 9th level, spreading freely. Each flaunted their faction's backing, but it held no sway here. 3 platforms. Whoever is capable takes them. A young man with a sinister visage bearing no insignia of identity roared as he summoned a great seal and charged into battle. Well said. The inheritance platforms belong to those with strength. Charge. His words ignited the fighting spirit of all present, driving them forward. Even those who felt they had no chance to claim a platform joined the fray, striking indiscriminately with their blades. If I can't have it, no one will. The melee erupted with divine light raging and violent explosions ceaselessly echoing. Amid the chaos, no one could approach the platforms. Yi Xian, who had entered last, watched from the sidelines and moved to the edge. Void breach. Whoosh. In an instant Yi Xian appeared 100 meters away. Having reached the cave heaven realm's 2nd level, his spiritual energy was far more profound. Using the void breach technique from the Void Sutra, his teleportation distance increased. Void breach. Void breach. He activated it 5 times in succession, surging to the forefront. The central platform was now less than 10 meters away. With a flicker, Yi Xian dashed toward it. This stunned everyone in the melee. Who would have thought someone could appear so abruptly at the front? What audacity! It's Yi Xian. When did he get here? The cloud-soaring sect prodigy's eyes widened in surprise. He looks familiar, like that wanted criminal who ambushed the 6th imperial prince. The great Qian dynasty prodigy's pupils contracted sharply. Bastard, get back here. How dare you covet the central platform? The yin-yang sect prodigy roared, turning his killing sword to strike at Yi Xian. Kill him. A schemer like him doesn't deserve the ancient inheritance. Boom. Over a dozen attacks rained down on Yi Xian. The platform was now less than 2 meters away, but Yi Xian had to halt and defend himself. Without hesitation, he summoned the shadowless sword box and glared coldly at his attackers. I claim this central platform. Any objections, take them up with my shadowless sword box. He activated the box. In an instant, a fierce sword shadow rose, cleaving the sky itself. It split into 2, then 4, then 8, multiplying into countless sword shadows that shredded the incoming attacks. Yi Xian stepped onto the central platform and sat cross-legged. He noticed a line of small text: place a drop of your essence blood into the small hole to receive the inheritance. But time was limited to 100 breaths. How much one could comprehend and remember depended on their own insight and talent. Only 100 breaths, it's quite tight. But with my creation heavenly steely, it's more than enough. Yi Xian smiled faintly, then forced out a drop of essence blood into the hole. Rumble. A beam of light rose from the platform, revealing intricate runes that shimmered within it. Only Yi Xian could see these runes. The outsiders saw only a glowing cocoon enveloping him. 8-fold divine seal. The creation heavenly steel in his mind instantly recorded the runes, annotating them with explanations, as if turning complex higher mathematics into simple arithmetic. As the steel continuously decoded the 8-fold divine seal, Yi Xian's calm expression shifted to sheer excitement. This inheritance was terrifyingly powerful, a mystical art that could elevate one's combat strength by up to 8 minor realms. 8 minor realms. That meant it could boost him from his current level to the cave heaven realm's 10th level, or even directly to the nurturing spirit realm. Unbelievable. The 8-fold divine seal was practically a cheat. Who created it? So formidable. Yi Xian's heart raced with excitement, while below the young prodigies of various factions seethed with unparalleled fury. Bastard. That bastard has already begun receiving the inheritance. If this inheritance is one time only, he must die here. There's no way we're letting him take it away. Make him hand over the inheritance. An insignificant wretch like you obtaining it right under our noses. It's a slap to our faces. The young prodigies from various major powers roared with fury one after another. Yet the shadowless sword case was indeed too formidable, and for a time, they could not shatter it. Some, however, acted with decisive resolve, abandoning the struggle for the central inheritance platform to dart toward those on either side. 60 breaths passed in the blink of an eye. When the time elapsed, the luminous barrier atop the inheritance platform vanished instantly. At the same moment, Xuan heard a crisp crack. He looked down and saw that from the center of the platform, spreading outward and downward, a dense web of fissures had appeared like a spider's web. He understood. The inheritance platform was ruined. This must have been its final bestowal of heritage. After enduring such a vast span of ages, the platform had at last exhausted itself completely. Simultaneously, a violent explosion rang out as all the sword shadows unleashed by his shadowless sword case were utterly annihilated. After all, without his continuous infusion of power to sustain it, the fact that it had held out for so long already spoke volumes about the shadowless sword case's might. You damned wretch. Hand over the inheritance you've obtained. Otherwise, this day next year will be your death anniversary. Surrender the inheritance or die without a burial place. The prodigies from the Yin sect, the illusory destruction palace, and others all roared at Xuan in succession. The young prodigy of the great Qin dynasty even pushed his way to the front. You look very much like the criminal our great Qin dynasty is hunting. Die. He was even more direct. With his words, he threw a punch at Xuan. A dragon's roar howled, and a golden dragon fist shadow charged toward Xuan with deadly force. I've run into your great Qin dynasty people again. Since that's the case, I'll send you to reunite with Zhou Tong and the others. Xuan's gaze was imperious, flashing with piercing sharpness. Zhou Tong, the prodigy of the great Qin dynasty, was startled. Did Zhou Tong die by your hand? You truly deserve to die. With his intelligence, he instantly guessed that Zhou Tong might have already fallen victim to Xuan's malice. The reunion he spoke of was certainly not the kind a decent person would understand. Kill, kill, kill. Then he summoned a killing sword and slashed it toward Xuan. I'll send you to join them and let you experience the great inheritance technique I've just received. 8-step divine seal open. In an instant, Xuan activated the 8-step divine seal. His aura surged layer upon layer, and within his body, grotto after grotto opened. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 9th level of the grotto realm. Yet at this point, Xuan held back, for there was no need to ascend further. Whoosh. He took a step, shifting stars and constellations, and directly swung his fist to smash against the incoming attack. Boom. The golden fist instantly shattered the dragon shadow fist seal and the dazzling sword radiance into fragments. What? You shattered my attack with just your physical body. The imperial prodigy of the great Qin dynasty's eyes widened in shock. But in the next second, his entire body bristled with alarm. For Xuan had vanished from his sight, and when he reappeared, he was less than 3 meters away. Boom. A fist slammed into his face, and the immense force struck the great Qin dynasty's imperial prodigy like a thunderbolt. He could see that it was simply Xuan's bare fist. Not even any fist technique was employed. How can someone at the grotto realm possess such terrifying physical power? Xuan possessed the pure yang saint body with a blood energy of utmost strength and yang. When he stepped into the grotto realm, he had absorbed a vast amount of pure yang qi, forging his flesh into an indestructible state. His fist was the most powerful weapon. Imperial Qin Finger. In desperation, the great Qin dynasty's imperial prodigy directly employed the most formidable secret art he commanded. The Imperial Qin Finger, a terrifying finger technique renowned across the entire Qingzhou region. Boom. Yet when his Imperial Qin Finger collided with Xuan's fist, a cloud of blood exploded. His entire right palm was blasted apart by Xuan, and Xuan's fist pressed on, undaunted, hurtling toward his head. No. The great Qin dynasty's imperial prodigy let out a sudden wail. I am the 19th prince of the great Qin royal family. You. Boom. His words were cut short abruptly. His entire head was shattered into a mist of blood, leaving only a headless corpse falling backward. Gasps. The cultivators present felt their scalps tingle. This guy is truly a ruthless one. In the end, the great Qin dynasty's imperial prodigy had even revealed his identity. He was a prince. Though his rank was somewhat low, as the great Qin royal family was said to have 40 or 50 princes. Even so, he was still a prince, and you just blew his head off. Swish. While the crowd was still stunned, Xuan instantly turned and charged at the prodigy of the Yin sect. Such audacity. The Yin-Yang sect's prodigy roared a flash of light at his brow as he hurriedly summoned a Yin-Yang Great Seal to hurl at Xuan. Boom. Still leading with his fist within this inheritance hall that suppressed cultivation levels, a fist at the 9th level of the grotto realm rivaled any divine weapon. Boom. 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 After a burst of violent attacks, the young prodigy of the Yin-Yang sect had his heart pierced through by Xuan's fist, dying on the spot, stone dead. Clatter. Having killed 2 prodigies from superpowers in succession, the surrounding crowd recoiled in a frantic retreat. Their gazes at Xuan were filled with terror, none daring to advance another step, lest he seize and slay them. Xuan's eyes swept like lightning over the surroundings. Seeing no one else make a move, he crouched down, searched the bodies of the Yin-Yang sect prodigy, and the great Qian prince, took their ring and other treasures, and walked out of the inheritance hall. He had already obtained 1 inheritance, and the other 2 platforms were shattered. Even if they granted 1, it likely wouldn't be complete. There was no need to waste more time here. The crowd parted to make way, watching helplessly as Xuan strode away. Killing 2 prodigies from superpowers in a row. He's really becoming a force to be reckoned with. The prodigy of the Cloud Zenith sect murmured softly to himself as he watched Xuan's imposing retreating figure. After Xuan strode away, fierce contention erupted among the crowd within the inheritance hall. In the end, 2 young prodigies, one from the Daotian sect and the other from the Taishan sect, each claimed one of the inheritance platforms. The central platform was seized by a prodigy from the Taishan sect. Yet once he sat cross-legged upon it, he discovered that the entire platform was riddled with cracks like a spider's web. He consecutively expelled several drops of essence blood, but there was no response at all. Only then did he realize that this inheritance platform was already defunct. This enraged the prodigy from the Taishan sect, and he unleashed a torrent of curses upon Xuan. Let's go. The remaining 2 platforms were already somewhat damaged to begin with. They might end up like the one in the middle. After these 2 obtained the inheritance, the platforms also shattered. The assembled prodigies sighed one after another, their hearts filled with reluctance. Yet no matter how unwilling they were, there was nothing they could do. Moreover, both the Daotian sect and the Taishan sect were superpowers within the Qingzhou realm, and they had no confidence in ambushing the 2 while they possessed the inheritance. Had they not witnessed how ferocious Xuan became after obtaining his inheritance? Relying solely on his fists, he slew 2 supreme prodigies. The crowd filed out of the inheritance hall, and at that moment a beautiful woman clad in white hurried over. Perhaps it was her extraordinary beauty that drew the gazes of many men present. Su Ruyan has actually come. Among these men, the young prodigy from the Yunxiao sect, who was at the nurturing spirit realm, had a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Although Su Ruyan had betrayed Jiang Luoshan, drawing private disdain from many, her strength was unquestionable. She had once been the chief disciple of Luoshan Peak, with her cultivation reaching the 9th heaven of the nurturing spirit realm, only a single step away from becoming a divine ability realm powerhouse. In the Yunxiao sect, reaching the divine ability realm was sufficient to qualify as an elder. Moreover, after her betrayal, she had taken sect master Lin Yuan as her master. Though many felt contempt in their hearts, no one dared to voice it or show her disrespect. Senior Sister Ruyan, you are too late. After a moment's thought, Chen Ming walked over to Su Ruyan and spoke to her. Are you a disciple of Lingtian Peak? Su Ruyan paused slightly, then asked the disciple who had addressed her. Senior Sister Ruyan actually recognizes me. Chen Ming was somewhat surprised. Su Ruyan smiled gently. I do not know your name, but I have seen you before and know you are from Lingtian Peak. What a coincidence. I am Chen Ming, the 3rd disciple of the Grand Elder of Lingtian Peak. It is truly serendipitous to encounter Senior Sister Ruyan here. You flatter me, junior brother Chen Ming. Su Ruyan smiled gently, then pointed at the inheritance hall and asked, what did you mean by saying I am too late? There were 3 inheritances inside, but they have all been taken. That is why you are too late. You cannot obtain the inheritances now. Interestingly, one of the inheritances was taken by someone you would least expect, and this unexpected person is definitely no stranger to Senior Sister Ruyan. Is that so? Could it be someone I know? Chen Ming's words piqued Su Ruyan's interest. Xuan, the former junior disciple of Luoshan, piqued the one who is currently riding a wave of fame. It is actually him. A look of astonishment appeared in Su Ruyan's beautiful eyes. She had come here because she had followed the 1,000-mile fragrant trail all the way to this place. She knew full well that Xuan must have passed through here, but the fact that he had managed to snatch the inheritance from a host of prodigies truly exceeded her expectations. That is correct. He has once again shone brilliantly, even overpowering the masses. Chen Ming spoke with a deep sigh. It is understandable that he shone, but saying he overpowered the masses seems a bit exaggerated, does it not? He is merely at the initial stage of the cave heaven realm. Even if he gained some opportunities and advanced another heaven within this realm, he could not possibly overpower everyone, could he? All of you are nurturing spirit realm experts. Could he really suppress you in battle? Su Ruyan was filled with astonishment, as this was crucial for her. She still needed to suppress Yi Xian and seize the sword art of annihilation. His sudden increase in strength meant she had to reassess his combat power. This inheritance hall is somewhat peculiar. Once you enter, regardless of your cultivation level, you are directly suppressed to the cave heaven realm. I myself was suppressed to the peak of the 9th heaven of the cave heaven realm, unable to use certain nurturing spirit realm spells. It was under these circumstances that Yi Xian shone. He possesses a very special divine weapon, an unknown scabbard. When unleashed, it produces tens of thousands of sword shadows, truly terrifying. Furthermore, after obtaining the inheritance, he killed the prince of the great Yin dynasty and the prodigy of the Yinyang sect with his bare fists. Chun Ming recounted the events inside. After hearing this, Su Ruyan was deeply shocked. An unknown divine weapon and an unknown inheritance have made him invincible within the cave heaven realm. Chun Ming nodded. One could say that. However, since everyone is suppressed to the cave heaven realm, whether he can contend with a nurturing spirit realm cultivator remains unknown. Contending with a nurturing spirit realm cultivator is almost impossible. There is a major realm gap between them. Su Ruyan shook her head, but despite her words, her estimation of Yi Xian's threat level rose several notches. Senior Sister Ruyan's words are indeed reasonable. Chun Ming nodded and sighed softly. Nevertheless, in such a short time, Yi Xian has grown to this extent. It is truly astonishing. Fortunately, he is a disciple of our Yunxiao sect. If he belonged to another sect, he would surely become a titan among prodigies in the future. You speak the truth. It is fortunate that he is a disciple of our Yunxiao sect. Su Ruyan smiled warmly. Junior brother Chun, if there is nothing else, let us each continue on our own paths and seek our fortunes. Very well, Senior Sister Ruyan. Chun Ming nodded. Then he and Su Ruyan parted ways. Walking among the trees, a cold expression spread across Su Ruyan's face. Yi Xian, your luck is truly remarkable. First you obtain a divine weapon, and now an inheritance. Setting everything else aside, this fortune alone is enough to inspire dread. If I do not act against you soon, I fear I may never be able to suppress you again. For some reason, upon hearing these reports about Yi Xian, a sense of urgency welled up within her. She had to find him as quickly as possible and slay him to prevent any unforeseen complications. Time flowed on, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this fortnight, Yi Xian had reaped great rewards and obtained a piece of momentous news. The dragon tomb had been opened. Someone had heard a dragon's roar like the bellow of an ox, and by pinpointing its location, they had found the open tomb. The dragon tomb has opened. I must obtain a strand of dragon chi. Yi Xian clenched his fist firmly and then dashed toward the location of the dragon tomb, as reported. He escaped again. Yi Xian had left less than a quarter of an hour ago. Su Ruyan arrived at the very spot where he had stood. Several beast carcasses and a few lifeless human bodies lay there, leaving no doubt that Yi Xian was their killer. Witnessing this, Su Ruyan's heart churned with frustration. She had pursued him for so long, yet still failed to catch up. You accursed woman, you killed my junior brother. The Yinyang sect will not let you off. At that moment, 3 figures appeared abruptly near Su Ruyan, glaring at her with furious roars. Su Ruyan frowned. I did not kill them. Another person is responsible. You have the wrong target. Having said this, Su Ruyan turned to leave, but they refused to believe her words. One of them drew his sword and thrust it fiercely toward her. I told you their deaths have nothing to do with me. Why can't you understand? Swish. Su Ruyan joined her fingers into a sword and slashed at the man who attacked her. There was no overwhelming force or blinding sword light, yet in the next second the man's brow split open, a stream of crimson blood trickling out before he collapsed with a thud. The two beside him shuddered in terror. What kind of technique is that? Too eerie. They trembled and turned to flee. Su Ruyan was not someone they could contend with. Swish, swish. But after running only a few steps, both men suddenly convulsed and fell to the ground. The annihilation sword art. Everything can become a sword. I have only mastered the first 6 layers, yet I am already this powerful. What if I master all of them? Gazing at the 3 corpses in the distance, Su Ruyan murmured to herself. I must obtain the complete cultivation method of the annihilation sword art. She rose and departed swiftly, continuing her search for Yi Xian. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Su Ruyan arrived outside a colossal canyon. At this moment, a massive crowd had already gathered outside the canyon. Is this where the dragon tomb appears? Within the canyon, an enormous stone dragon lay embedded in the ground, ceaselessly devouring the essence of heaven and earth. Some said that the dragon tomb drifted unpredictably, appearing only to absorb celestial essence and vanishing once sated. This was the only chance to enter the dragon tomb and vie for the dragon chi. Xuan stood there scanning the crowd until her gaze landed on Xuan. A flicker of delight shone in Xuan's beautiful eyes. Little junior brother Xuan, I have finally spotted you. This time I will make sure you have no escape. Xuan murmured inwardly. Yet she did not strike immediately, for the crowd was far too dense. Once inside the dragon tomb, there would be ample time and opportunity to deal with Xuan. As time passed, the gargantuan stone dragon absorbed spiritual energy at an ever-increasing pace. At its peak, the immense dragon's jaws creaked open, revealing a vortex that multiplied the absorption rate manifold. Charge! Now is the moment. Everyone rush in. Someone shouted, leaping toward the vortex within the dragon's maw. In the blink of an eye, that man vanished from sight. Seeing no harm befall him, one after another began to plunge into the vortex. Xuan joined them, charging inside. A violent dizziness swept over him, and he found himself in an entirely new world. Everywhere hung inverted stone spikes, stalactites thick as several men's embrace emitted an eerie luster. Occasionally droplets of milky white liquid fell, exuding a strange sweetness. Spirit milk. Heavens, these falling drops are all spirit milk. Someone licked the strange sweet liquid on their hand, felt an indescribable comfort surge through their body, and shouted in excitement. Spirit milk so rare in the outside world falls here like raindrops. Truly worthy of the dragon tomb. Others also could not resist trying it. They felt the consumed energy within them swiftly restore after swallowing a single drop. Immediately, many scrambled to collect the fragrant liquid falling from above. However, a considerable number of stronger young elites refrained from tasting the aromatic liquid. Xuan observed this, his brow slightly raised as he lifted a drop of the milky white liquid on his fingertip before his eyes. If this is spirit milk, why don't they consume it? Even if they are all at high levels of the spirit-nurturing realm, spirit milk would still benefit them. At least they could collect it, not simply ignore it, right? Doubt stirred in his heart, so he refrained from rashly swallowing it. But at that moment, a particularly greedy young man who stood beneath an inverted stalactite, drinking spirit milk like water, suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. White smoke began to spew from his nostrils and pupils. As the smoke met the air, it seemed to undergo a chemical reaction and burst into flames. In an instant, fire erupted from his mouth, nose, and eyes, engulfing his entire head. After struggling for only a few breaths, he crashed to the ground. Even his corpse began to burn. The bystanders were startled. Then one after another screams rang out. All of them died in the same manner, flames spewing from their noses, perishing in agony. What the hell is happening? Is it because they swallowed the spirit milk? Xuan's eyes widened in shock. He realized that all those who burst into flames were exactly the ones who had eagerly consumed the spirit milk. A bunch of fools. This is indeed spirit milk, but it is saturated with dragon baleful chi. When it enters the body and reacts with one's own spiritual power, it's like a powder keg. If you don't die, who will? At that moment, a man with an imposing aura let out a disdainful sneer. Dragon baleful chi. Xuan's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately flicked away the drop of spirit milk from his fingertip. Damn, that was a warning. Good thing I'm not a glutton, or else. Xuan felt a chill in his heart. At the same time, a cacophony of retching sounds echoed around him. Aside from these gluttonous individuals, the others were unharmed. They were filled with fury and resentment, wondering why those who knew the situation had not spoken up to warn them. Yet all they received in return were jeers. Entering the Dragon Gate's secret realm without proper preparation, an early death was well-deserved. The Dragon Gate's secret realm was not opened for the first time, nor was the Dragon Tomb entered for the first time. Hence there were recorded precautions to heed. However, some always neglected these details, and others like Xuan, who originally had no qualification to participate in the Dragon Gate secret realm trial, but suddenly rose to obtain it, were unaware of the various conditions within. Fortunately, he was cautious, otherwise he too would have suffered from the dragon baleful aura. Xuan continued deeper, but before he could go far, 3 men blocked his path. Is there enmity between us? Xuan frowned slightly at the 3 men. You killed my senior brother from the illusory destruction palace. Do you think there's no grudge? One of the men in blue robes said coldly. Xuan raised an eyebrow. When did I kill your senior brother from the illusory destruction palace? I don't recall. Hey, you truly have a short memory. In that ancient inheritance hall, the second person you killed was my senior brother from the illusory destruction palace. You didn't expect that besides senior brother Lin Xiang, I Wang Xiong was also in that inheritance hall. You relied on the hall's suppression of cultivation levels to kill my senior brother Lin Xiang. How do you intend to settle this account? The man named Wang Xiong said coldly. After hearing this, Yi Xian finally showed a look of understanding. I remember now. I did kill 2 people that day. But so what? In the contest for treasures, the virtuous possess them. Whoever has the bigger fist gets them. If one lacks strength, death is well-deserved. You're arrogant. They'll kill you. The man named Wang Xiong's expression instantly darkened. In an instant, his aura as a second-level spirit nurturing realm practitioner burst forth. Brother Wang, calm down. Let's secure the inheritance first before anything else. At this, the burly man beside Wang Xiong spoke, then looked at Yi Xian and said coldly, Kid, hand over the inheritance you obtained immediately, or you will suffer torment more agonizing than death. Hand over the inheritance, and suggest to Brother Wang that you be granted a quick death. Another man also spoke icily, his body radiating the power of the second-level spirit nurturing realm. Moreover, Yi Xian noticed the insignias on their robes, one from the 10,000 Swords sect and the other from the Nether Valley. Both were top-tier forces in the Qingzhou region, especially the 10,000 Swords sect, which rivaled the cloud-soaring sect as a superpower. 3 spirit-nurturing realm cultivators from different sects had banded together. Their strengths were likely comparable, and none exceeded the 3rd level. If I activate the 8-fold divine seal with my current foundation at the 2nd level of the Cave Heaven realm, I can reach the 10th level of the Cave Heaven realm, or even directly cross a major realm to the 1st level of the spirit-nurturing realm. Coupled with my pure yang sacred body and the techniques I've mastered, the advantage is mine. Yi Xian did not respond immediately, but silently assessed the situation. Gentlemen, do me a favor. This is a disciple of my cloud-soaring sect. Just as Yi Xian was about to launch a sudden attack, a voice came from the side. Chen Ming was surprised to encounter Yi Xian again here. After a moment's thought, he approached. For the inheritance Yi Xian had obtained was also highly coveted by him. How could such a treasure fall into another's hands? Yi Xian frowned slightly at the approaching Chen Ming, for he did not recognize this person. However, the cloud-soaring sect emblem on the man's chest suggested he was a prodigy from another peak. Yet Yi Xian neither spoke nor greeted him. He's a disciple of your cloud-soaring sect. Wang Xiong and the other 2 frowned momentarily, but then snorted coldly. Even if he's from your sect, it's unacceptable. He killed my senior brother from the illusory destruction palace and must pay the price. Wang Xiong snorted coldly. Killing someone's senior brother without paying the price is certainly unacceptable, echoed the 2 young elites from the 10,000 Swords sect in the Nether Valley. 3 gentlemen, please calm down. In the secret realm, conflicts inevitably lead to casualties. Let me mediate. They'll have him apologize to you, and we can let this matter rest. Chen Ming approached with a smile. Apologize? Ridiculous. Can an apology exchange for a life? Wang Xiong was instantly enraged. Friend from the illusory destruction palace, please calm down. With a sharp sound, Chen Ming subtly revealed his own martial cultivation level, the 3rd level of the spirit-nurturing realm. The moment his level was displayed, the 3 men narrowed their eyes. Seeing this, Chen Ming felt confident. The greater the strength, the wider the gap. A single level higher meant far greater power. Thus he had some say. Then Chen Ming turned his gaze to Yi Xian and transmitted his voice. Yi Xian apologized to them. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve enmity than to create it. We are all top forces in Qingzhou, will inevitably cross paths. It's unwise to accumulate too many powerful enemies for the sect. Let me mediate, and we can end this matter. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He had already sensed the advantage was his. Why apologize or mediate? Moreover, Chen Ming was a stranger to him. His sudden help likely had ulterior motives, most probably the 8-fold divine seal inheritance in Yi Xian's possession. To him, guarding against internal threats was more important than external ones. With this thought, Yi Xian sneered. Although you are from the cloud-soaring sect, I don't know you. Mind your own business. As for powerful enemies, Yi Xian looked around. What powerful enemies? I don't see any. The moment his words fell, Chen Ming was stunned at first, then his expression darkened. He hadn't expected Yi Xian to be so disrespectful, openly rebuffing him. Truly ungrateful. But the next second, Yi Xian stomped the ground and charged forward. 8-fold divine seal open. In an instant, dazzling golden light swirled around him, and a formidable aura surged to the heavens. In the inheritance hall, he had only opened it to the 7th level, but now he activated it directly. When the eightfold divine seal was unleashed, his cultivation level soared, rising from the second level of the cave heaven realm to the 10th level in the blink of an eye. Indeed, with my pure yang sacred Bodhi's unparalleled talent, I can open 10 cave heavens. Otherwise, I would have crossed 9 levels directly to the first level of the spirit nurturing realm. Feeling his cultivation at the 10th level of the cave heaven realm, Xuan muttered to himself. However, the mysterious woman in the center of the crimson flame domain had told him to shatter the 10 cave heavens after reaching the 10th level, merging them into one. Thus, 10 cave heavens were not his limit. You're seeking death. You dare to strike first. Today will be your death anniversary. Wang Xiong was the first to erupt in fury, unleashing the full power of his nurtured spirit realm, the second heaven. At the same moment, the 10 caverns within Xuan burst forth with a golden force akin to the blazing sun. Like 10 suns suspended behind him, they cast an aura of divine might. The cavern realm, 10th heaven. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. He is a prodigy who has opened the 10th heaven. When his 10 caverns appeared, the disciples of 10,000 Swords sect and Nether Valley were startled. Chun Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He had been at the second heaven of the cavern realm, that was certain. Yet now in an instant he had elevated himself to the 10th heaven. It must be the work of that inherited secret art. I must obtain it, I must. Chun Ming was trembling with excitement. If he acquired it, he could instantly ascend to the peak of the nurtured spirit realm in future battles. This is a legendary art. The 10th heaven of the cavern realm means nothing. The gap between realms is insurmountable. Without reaching the nurtured spirit realm, one cannot grasp its terror. Wang Xiong roared, his palm blazing with divine light, as he struck toward Xuan's incoming fist. Boom! A dull, thunderous crash echoed. Wang Xiong's palm bled, and he stumbled back over 10 steps, nearly falling. How is this possible? Your strength is so immense. Wang Xiong was utterly shocked. He had been wounded in the clash of fists and palm. But in that instant his fury only grew. In a flash a cavern opened behind him, revealing a massive fire sparrow within. The beast's soul he had subdued, the three-tailed fire sparrow. Die! Wang Xiong bellowed as the three-tailed fire sparrow shot forth from his cavern, causing the surrounding temperature to surge dramatically. Let him suffer a bit. Some people never learn until they hit a wall. Watching the fire sparrow charge at Xuan, Chun Ming sneered inwardly. He wouldn't let Xuan be killed, but he wouldn't help him now either. He would wait until Xuan was on the brink of death to save him. Once I've saved your life, won't you have to hand over the inheritance? Yet Xuan showed no concern, even a hint of disdain, as the three-tailed fire sparrow lunged at him. A firebird. You're courting death. The fire spirit resided within his cavern. Playing with fire before him was suicide. In an instant Xuan moved. Without dodging, he reached out his hand and grabbed at the three-tailed fire sparrow. The three-tailed fire sparrow spewed flames from its entire body, its sharp beak spitting a scorching blaze that engulfed Xuan entirely. Yet this did not stop Xuan's advance. He thrust his hands into the thick crimson flames, seized the sparrow's 2 wings, and tore them apart. Vast amounts of fire essence cascaded down as the three-tailed fire sparrow let out a piercing shriek. The nurtured spirit realm signified unity of soul and spirit. These fire essences were akin to the sparrow's blood. Their torrential fall caused it agonizing pain and a sense of mortal threat. A devouring force seemed to surge from Xuan's palms, seeking to refine it. In desperation, the sparrow pecked at Xuan's face with its hardest beak. But at that moment, space before Xuan split open, a fiery red rabbit emerged, opened its mouth, and swallowed the three-tailed fire sparrow whole. All this happened in the blink of an eye, unseen by anyone but Xuan. He himself was surprised that the fire spirit had come out to feed on its own. With a series of muffled sounds, the three-tailed fire sparrow was devoured. Its deep soul contract with Wang Xiong instantly dealt him a severe blow. Xuan seized the moment to strike his fallen foe, activating the burning art. His palms flowed with scorching force, sweeping all before him. He hurtled toward Wang Xiong with an unstoppable momentum. Seeing the heaven-burning palm approaching, Wang Xiong was gripped by terror, sensing death descending. He tried to retreat and flee, but it was too late. Boom! Xuan's palm struck his head heavily, driving it down into his chest. The foreign force combined with monstrous power exploded Wang Xiong's chest on impact, sending blood and shattered bones flying. Wang Xiong, how can this be? The young prodigies of Nether Valley and Heavenly Sword sect were utterly stunned, exclaiming in shock. Chun Ming's pupils contracted sharply. The 10th heaven of the cavern realm had defied the odds, slaying Wang Xiong of the nurtured spirit realm's second heaven. a leap across an entire major realm. Yi Xian had killed him with a single palm strike. This defied their understanding, or perhaps only the terrifying prodigies on Qingzhou's hidden dragon list could achieve such a feat. The Qingzhou hidden dragon list held only 10 names known as the 10 crown kings of Qingzhou. They were the invincible prodigies of the entire Qingzhou realm, each with battle prowess to challenge higher realms. But what gives Yi Xian the right? Is the nurtured spirit realm so impressive? It's nothing. Yi Xian said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the two young prodigies of Nether Valley and Heavenly Sword Sect. A chill ran through them both. Before they could speak, Yi Xian stamped his foot and charged at them. You're arrogant. Do you think you can take on two at once? The Nether Valley prodigy roared, but did not counterattack. Instead, he threw a talisman at Yi Xian, then fled without looking back. Why would he stay? Yi Xian had smashed Wang Xiong's head into his chest in just a few moves, and his own strength was on par with Wang Xiong's. What was the point of fighting? He would surely lose to Yi Xian even with the Heavenly Sword Sect prodigy's help. And what if Chun Ming suddenly aided Yi Xian? Though the two seemed at odds, they were both from Cloud Soaring Sect. He dared not gamble. Damn it. You actually ran, you shameless coward. The Heavenly Sword Sect prodigy cursed as he saw the Nether Valley one flee, then quickly ran off himself. Defeated foes, utterly worthless. Watching them flee, Yi Xian snorted coldly, but did not pursue. There was no need. His main goal here was to compete for the Dragon Chi. Then Yi Xian cast a faint glance at Chun Ming and walked forward. Bastard, what do you have to be proud of? Chun Ming's face darkened to the extreme. He had intended to obtain the inheritance from Yi Xian through this, but he never expected him to be so domineering. Not only did he defy him, but he also displayed extraordinary combat prowess, thoroughly humiliating him. Yet he dared not utter a word. Oh, what if Yi Xian had other tricks up his sleeve and killed him as well? He remembered clearly that within the Cloud Firmament sect, Yi Xian had shown no regard for the face of Chao Ren, the elder of the Heavenly Sword Peak, and had killed his disciple in front of everyone. Out here, if Yi Xian truly intended to kill, he would likely find it hard to escape death. No, the inheritance is too important. Even if I may not be his match, I must find a way to obtain it. Chun Ming clenched his fists until they cracked, roaring in his heart with unwillingness. He has truly become formidable. Even a nurtured spirit realm cultivator died at his hands. This is far stronger than what you told me before. Just then a voice suddenly sounded in Chun Ming's ear. He turned around abruptly, looking at the approaching figure with surprise. Senior Sister Rian, it's you. Chun Ming hadn't expected it to be Su Rian speaking to him. Su Rian was clad in a white dress tied with a purple sash at her waist. She walked over slowly with her long legs. I saw his battle just now. Do you know what inheritance he obtained? Su Rian asked Chun Ming. I'm not sure. Chun Ming shook his head and said in a deep voice, after he obtained the inheritance, that inheritance platform was destroyed. But it was very powerful, allowing him to elevate several minor realms in a short time. I watched him rise from the second layer of the Cavern Heaven realm to the 10th layer. The 10th layer of the Cavern Heaven realm. Su Rian's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. The 10th layer meant opening 10 Cavern Heavens. Normally there were only 9. Even she, a prodigy with a spirit origin physique and unparalleled talent, had failed to open the 10th Cavern Heaven back then. It was said that only the most exceptional prodigies who could make it onto the Hidden Dragon list were qualified to open the 10th Cavern Heaven. Yet Yi Xian had reached 10 Cavern Heavens through a mysterious inheritance. Could it be understood that Yi Xian had the potential for 10 Cavern Heavens? He must not be allowed to continue developing. Once he reaches the nurtured spirit realm, he will become even stronger and harder to suppress. A sense of urgency ignited in Su Rian's heart. I wonder what stroke of luck he had to reach such a level in so short a time. I suspect he possesses some extremely special cultivation physique. How else could he have reached 10 Cavern Heavens through an inheritance secret art? Chun Ming said with considerable jealousy. Probably so. I have a spirit origin physique, yet I failed to open 10 Cavern Heavens back then. Perhaps he has a physique stronger than mine. Su Rian murmured. Senior Sister Rian, you have a spirit origin physique. Chun Ming was very surprised. Spirit physiques were extremely rare, second only to divine physiques and king physiques. Even a superpower might not have many of such physiques. Each one was an absolute treasure. The top 10 prodigies on the Hidden Dragon list were said to include 6 with divine physiques and 4 with king physiques. They suppressed the younger generation. Above them were the Ian's rare saint physiques. But these were too scarce in the entire history of Qingzhou domain. They had only appeared twice, both times dominating the world without rivals. Ultimately, they left Qingzhou domain, their whereabouts unknown. Thus saint physiques were generally not part of people's considerations. That's right. But even so, I failed to open 10 cavern heavens. I suspect he might have a king physique or a divine physique. Su Rian nodded and said in a deep voice, a king physique or a divine physique. Su Rian's words startled Chen Ming greatly. If he has such a powerful physique, why was he always mediocre and kept hidden for so many years? Why is that? Chen Ming exclaimed in shock. A complex and enigmatic look flickered in Su Rian's eyes. This was also what she wanted to know. Why had Yi Xian been kept hidden all this time? What was Jiang Lushan's purpose? Had she foreseen that she might fail in her great tribulation? Would the entire Luotian peak betray her? But how could she have guessed that, and what benefit would it bring her? In that instant, several doubts surged into Su Rian's mind, leaving her utterly perplexed. The sect master asked me to watch Yi Xian, probably harboring the same doubts. Yi Xian, the secrets you hide are indeed quite numerous. But no matter what, I will suppress you. Filled with countless doubts, Su Rian clenched her teeth firmly. This is a very good opportunity. If we miss this chance, it won't be so easy to capture Yi Xian again. Letting out a slight breath of turbid air, Su Rian then looked at Chen Ming and said, Junior brother Chen Ming, let us continue forward. Senior sister Rian, shall we travel together? Chen Ming nodded, a hint of desire stirring in his heart. Traveling with Su Rian would be a very good choice. Firstly, she was very beautiful. Secondly, she was highly skilled. Perhaps the two might even spark some other form of camaraderie. No, I prefer to travel alone. Chen Ming had been too presumptuous. Su Rian said this, then nodded at him and turned to walk ahead. Watching Su Rian's gradually receding figure, Chen Ming sighed inwardly. Truly a beautiful and distinctive woman, and with a special physique. If I were also a spirit physique, perhaps I would have the courage to openly pursue you, but unfortunately, I am not. Su Rian had many suitors within the Cloud Firmament sect, but Chen Ming was definitely not among the top ranks. Meanwhile, deep within the Dragon Tomb, as Yi Xian delved further and he gained a better understanding of the situation there. The Dragon Chi was located in the deepest part of the Dragon Transformation Pool, but the pool was not easy to enter. Inside, it was filled with terrifying Dragon Sha Chi, which was said to manifest scenes of ancient battles and slaughter. To obtain the Dragon Chi, one had to leap into it and engage in one battle after another. Only those who persevered and reached the bottom of the pool could see the Dragon Chi. Otherwise, they would die inside. The danger was unpredictable. At this moment, Yi Xian had arrived outside the Dragon Transformation Pool. Calling it a pool was an understatement. It was more like a vast, boundless lake. Dragon Chi belongs to the virtuous. The strong shall obtain it. This time, our primordial divine mountain must acquire one strand. Outside the Dragon Transformation Pool, an extremely burly and towering man, with a single horn on his head, and standing a full 3 meters tall, let out a profoundly deep voice. Primordial Divine Mountain, the most famous demonic force in Qingzhou domain. Every being that could settle, there was an elite among the demon race. As the man from Primordial Divine Mountain finished speaking, he directly leaped into the Dragon Transformation Pool. Rumble! The once-calm Dragon Transformation Pool suddenly erupted with overwhelming killing intent. It instantly swept the burly man inside. Our myriad beginning sacred land will also obtain one this time. Then another voice rang out. The speaker was a man in white robes holding a folding fan, elegant and suave. Meng Xiao, the Quasahali son of the Grand Beginning Sacred Land. This was a top young prodigy of Qingzhou domain. Someone recognized his identity and couldn't help but exclaim, Haha, our Tao Heaven sect naturally won't back down either. A young man in a Taoist robe emerged from the Tao Heaven sect, holding a sword imbued with profound Zen meaning, and leaped in. One by one, top prodigies from various major powers leaped in, many of them quite famous. These are the true super prodigies. Finally, I will compete with them on the same stage. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly, and a surge of fighting spirit rose in his heart. Then in one step, he leaped into the Dragon Transformation Pool. The instant he leaped in, Yi Xian felt an unparalleled sensation of tearing assail him. The scene before him also underwent a tremendous transformation. The ground was awash with blood, and severed limbs and broken bodies were piled up like small mountains. The sky above was a bloody red with chunks of flesh and dismembered limbs occasionally falling from above, making it seem like a hellish purgatory on earth. Is this the ancient battlefield? It's utterly brutal and savage. Gazing at the scene before him, Yi Xian was deeply shaken. Here the lives of cultivators were as insignificant as weeds constantly being reaped. Suddenly, several ferocious demonic beasts wielding massive axes fixed their gaze upon him, then raised their axes and charged at Yi Xian. The earth trembled, and an incredibly terrifying killing intent surged towards him. It's remarkably realistic. Feeling the onrushing murderous aura, a flicker of awe passed through Yi Xian's heart. He knew these scenes were all illusions, including the attacking demonic beasts. They were all the baleful qi within the dragon transformation pool attacking him. Yet the imagery was so vivid, as if he had truly traveled back to the ancient era. Kill. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian summoned a great seal and smashed it forward. This was a trophy he had seized named the River and Mountain Seal. Boom. A deafening roar shook heaven and earth. Under his fierce assault, the ferocious demonic beasts with their massive axes were all annihilated, and then transformed into streams of light that surged into his body. In that instant his mind seemed to regain some clarity. The terrifying ancient battlefield vanished, replaced by the scene within the dragon transformation pool. Within the pool water he seemed to perceive some wandering golden lights swiftly darting and swimming through the dragon transformation pool. These golden lights were presumably the draconic qi. Seeing these wandering golden lights, Yi Xian plunged downward with all his might. But the moment he submerged a little deeper, he was once again pulled into that brutally savage ancient battlefield. This time more enemies attacked, wielding all sorts of divine weapons and magical tools. However, after a fierce struggle, Yi Xian managed to slay them all one by one. More streams of light burrowed into his body, and Yi Xian regained his clarity once more. I understand now. It seems that by destroying these attacking baleful qi, I can briefly regain clarity until I can dive to the bottom and capture those draconic qi. But if I fail to achieve victory, the only outcome is death. Yi Xian estimated in his heart, feeling that his guess was likely correct. In that case, while I'm still clear-headed, if I directly activate the 8-step divine seal and then use Void Breaker, wouldn't I be able to rush to the bottom even faster? As the saying goes, whoever reaches the bottom first will have a greater chance of seizing the draconic qi. He wasn't the only one fighting like this. Everyone was engaged in the same struggle. Therefore, whoever reached the bottom first would have a better opportunity to obtain the draconic qi within. Boom. The next second, Yi Xian activated the 8-step divine seal. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation soared from the 2nd layer of the cave heaven realm to the 10th layer. With the elevation of his realm, his mastery of various secret arts also ascended to a higher level. Void Breaker. Yi Xian roared inwardly. Instantly, he vanished from his spot, plunging downward over 100 meters. Immediately after, the blood-soaked ancient battlefield pulled him back in. Slaughter, frenzied slaughter. The slaughter ended and clarity returned. Yi Xian once again plunged downward at extreme speed. Thus alternating between slaughter and descent, he finally reached the bottom of the pool. At this moment, the pressure bearing down on his shoulders was no less than several 100,000 jin, as heavy as a mountain. Had it not been for the 8-step divine seal elevating him to the 10th layer of the cave heaven realm, his original cultivation level would have made it impossible to reach this depth. Even if he had entered, he couldn't have withstood this terrifying pressure. Swish! Just then, streaks of golden light suddenly swam past him. Viewing them up close, he could make out dragon heads, dragon bodies, and dragon claws. Their forms were almost identical to the ultimate form of the fire spirit, differing only in color. Come to my hand. Yi Xian bellowed, immediately reaching out to grab one of the golden lights. Sensing the powerful force approaching, the golden light abruptly turned and charged at Yi Xian with extreme ferocity. Suppress. Yi Xian roared in his heart, unleashing the power of pure yang origin, which surged into his arm. In an instant, his arm blazed like a scorching sun, dazzling to behold. Boom. Yi Xian's hand collided violently with the draconic qi. Simultaneously, he activated the burning art, and the heaven-scorching azure sky dragon flame seeped from his palm, instantly subduing the violently struggling and attacking draconic qi. I caught one just like that. This is too easy, haha. Looking at the captured draconic qi in his hand, Yi Xian nearly burst out laughing. He hadn't expected the azure sky dragon flame to have such a profound effect. Qi. But in the next second, a desolate sky halberd suddenly swept towards him. Bastard! Who dares ambush me? Yi Xian was furious, clutching the draconic qi and sliding aside to dodge. A strikingly handsome man wielding the desolate sky halberd glared at Yi Xian with murderous intent. As expected of someone who could scheme and kill my 6th imperial brother, you indeed have some skill. To infiltrate the depths of the dragon transformation pool and capture the draconic qi in such a short time. This truly exceeds this prince's expectations. The handsome man stared at Yi Xian, speaking calmly. You are Zhou Tian's brother. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Indeed, I am his 5th brother, the 5th prince of the great Qian dynasty, Zhou Tianyu. The handsome man nodded. "Ha, your great Qian dynasty is like a persistent plague. Wherever I go you follow. Don't you ever get tired?" Yi Xian sneered coldly. "Ha ha ha, killing a prince of the great Qian dynasty will be the greatest regret of your life. You will pay an unimaginable price. I will take your life to avenge my imperial brother Tianxi, and your draconic qi will also be mine." Qi. As his words fell, Zhou Tianyu raised his halberd and thrust it directly at Yi Xian. "Humph, river and mountain seal." Yi Xian roared, summoning the river and mountain seal to strike back. Boom. Jiang Heyin collided with the Fong Tian Hua Ji in Zhou Tianyu's hands, producing an incredibly intense sound of impact. I've heard of this Jiang Heyin. It seems to be a treasure of the Yin-Yang sect. But now it has fallen into your hands. It seems you ambushed the people of the Yin-Yang sect. You really have quite the audacity. Zhou Tianzhong looked at Jiang Heyin and sneered. "Hee, I have always had great courage." Yi Xian shouted, a continuous surge of divine power flowing into Jiang Heyin, urging it to its limits. It was as if a great river descended from the heavens, sweeping away with unparalleled force. Useless. The gap in realms means that even if you wield a powerful treasure, it will have no effect whatsoever. It's like a child holding a sharp blade. Can he possibly defeat an adult with a wooden stick? This is absolutely impossible. Zhou Tianyu scoffed. As a powerful cultivator at the 7th level of the spirit-nurturing realm, he had the authority to make such statements in the face of Yi Xian. A terrifying force surged into the Fong Tian Hua Ji, slicing down towards Jiang Heyin. Unmatched divine light burst forth from the Fong Tian Hua Ji, instantly shattering the powerful force emitted by Jiang Heyin. It then broke through the pool's water, continuing its assault towards Yi Xian. "Kill!" Yi Xian bellowed, not dodging or evading, as he clenched his golden fist and struck fiercely at the incoming divine light. Boom! His golden fist shattered the divine light that was coming at him. My. Seeing this scene, Zhou Tianyu's brow shot up. Hee, this indeed exceeds my expectations. Your physical strength is surprisingly formidable, comparable to a spiritual treasure. Jiang Heyin was sent flying, yet Yi Xian had shattered the divine light that Zhou Tianyu had struck out with using his own fist. Even though the divine light had been partially neutralized by Jiang Heyin, it still left him somewhat astonished. But it's only this much. Zhou Tianzhong's aura rose sharply once again. Just now I only used 30% of my strength. Now this prince is going to get serious. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, countless refined divine lights shot out from his Fong Tian Hua Ji. Dragon slash. With a loud roar from Zhou Tianyu, he swung the Fong Tian Hua Ji violently. In an instant, a golden dragon shadow erupted from the Fong Tian Hua Ji, carrying a terrifying power, clawing and pouncing towards Yi Xian. This was the ultimate secret technique of the great Qian dynasty dragon slash. Yi Xian's expression darkened slightly, as he could clearly sense the power and terror of this strike. With his current strength, it seemed he had no way to take this blow head-on. After all, the opponent was a young prodigy at the 7th level of the spirit-nurturing realm, with a realm far beyond his own. Break void. In the next moment, Yi Xian decisively activated the secret method from the Void Sutra, disappearing from his original spot and reappearing 100 meters away. The golden dragon shadow that had come charging in missed its target. To possess such incredible speed, Zhou Tianyu's eyes revealed a trace of shock. To shift over 100 meters in an instant, this top-tier movement technique was something he had never possessed. If I could obtain such a movement technique, I estimate my strength would increase dramatically. Zhou Tianyu's heart surged with a hint of greed. After dodging, Yi Xian decisively charged towards the outside of the transformation pool. He had already obtained one strand of dragon energy and could not greedily seek a second, and there was no guarantee he would get it. Leave it to me. Seeing Yi Xian running towards the outside of the transformation pool, Zhou Tianyu let out a loud roar, lifting the Fong Tian Hua Ji and chasing after him. Although he had not yet obtained the dragon energy, Yi Xian possessed one strand, which Zhou Tianyu had already considered as his own, merely temporarily held in Yi Xian's hands. It's Yi Xian, he is being chased again. As they chased and fled, they happened to pass by Su Rian. Su Rian frowned and looked over at them. At just the right moment, Yi Xian turned his head and happened to see Su Rian looking this way. But just with that one glance, Yi Xian turned his head away and continued to flee. The one chasing seems to be the 5th prince of the great Qian dynasty. Should I follow as well? Su Rian's brow was tightly knit. One of her crucial purposes for coming here was also to obtain a strand of dragon energy. Just when she was facing a bottleneck in her training of the silent sword technique, perhaps the dragon energy could help her break through to the next stage. After all, she had already betrayed Jiang Luoshan, and Luoshan would no longer provide her with any guidance. But if she pursued him, it was very likely she would miss the dragon energy. Get out of my way. Don't set your sights on my dragon energy. At that moment, a burly man roared. A purplish red eye stood upright on his forehead, looking extremely eerie. Purple-eyed demon clan. Su Rian immediately recognized the voice, realizing that he was also one of the formidable demon clans from the ancient Divine Mountain. However, he showed no signs of dodging as the dragon energy was rushing towards him. Since it's delivered to my doorstep, how could I refuse? Su Rian snorted coldly as she boldly reached out her palm towards the swiftly approaching dragon energy. Woman, you're seeking death. How dare you snatch my dragon energy from Zixiong? The prodigy of the purple-eyed demon clan instantly roared, launching a punch at Su Rian. Seeking death. A cold glint flashed in Su Rian's eyes as she swiftly drew her sword and slashed upwards. Spirit slash. A blade of sword light, almost invisible to the naked eye, arrived before Zixiong in an instant, piercing towards the purplish vertical eye on his forehead. Bastard. Zixiong furiously unleashed a purplish divine light in retaliation, but a scene of utter terror unfolded. The divine light he shot out did not hinder her at all. In the next moment, he let out a painful scream, feeling as if his soul had been torn open and a trickle of crimson blood seeped from his purplish eye. Bastard. Bastard. You, a human woman, dare to strike at me, a prodigy of the purple-eyed demon clan from the ancient Divine Mountain. Are you not afraid of bringing disaster to your backing forces? Zixiong covered his head and shouted wildly. What is there to fear? Su Rian said dismissively before slashing out once more. Still using the first level of the silent sword techniques, Spirit Slash. Damn woman, I will remember you. Zixiong shuddered and left behind a harsh word, quickly dodging and retreating. Su Rian snickered but did not pursue. The opponent's strength was not weak. Although it could not compare to hers, it would be difficult to kill him within a few moves. More importantly, she absolutely could not let the dragon energy before her escape. Swish, swish, swish. Su Rian launched successive strikes, unleashing tremendous power as she reached for the dragon energy. Meanwhile, Yixian continuously used the void-breaking technique to dodge and finally burst out of the transformation pool. As soon as he came out, he sprinted towards the outside. Zhou Tianyu closely followed. Within the transformation pool, there was still the obstruction of the dragon's death energy. Oh, outside there's nothing to hinder you, and you want to escape now. Zhou Tianyu roared repeatedly, his speed suddenly increasing, dramatically transforming into a streak of light as he chased after Yixian. If you know nothing about the power of void breaking, it's time to say goodbye. Yi Xian sneered inwardly. In the dragon transformation pool, just now he had not pushed the secret art of void breach to its limit. Now he activated it at full capacity. With a flicker, he appeared 500 meters away. Another flicker brought him to a distance of 1 kilometer. Within a few blinks, Yixian vanished from Zhou Tianyu's sight. Bastard. Zhou Tianyu's face darkened to the extreme. He had actually let Yixian slip from his sight. This was a slap in the face. A young prodigy at the 7th layer of the spirit-nurturing realm had allowed Yixian, a mere cave heaven realm cultivator, to escape, especially when Yixian had taken his dragon chi. Cursing furiously, Zhou Tianyu gripped his halberd and charged in the direction Yixian had disappeared. He refused to believe he couldn't find him. After using Void Breach multiple times, Yixian felt a hint of fatigue. This secret art consumed too much energy. Yet the surroundings were utterly silent, confirming he had completely shaken off Zhou Tianyu. I need to find a place to dig in and refine this dragon chi. It should allow me to break through another realm. Once I do using the Bubu divine art, I might step into the spirit-nurturing realm. It's uncertain who is stronger. In the darkness, Yixian's eyes glinted coldly, and a murderous aura radiated from him. Before long, Yixian discovered a narrow cave barely large enough for one person, nearly invisible unless carefully observed. He entered, cut a stone to block the entrance, and placed the shadowless sword art at the opening. Then he sat cross-legged, took out the dragon chi, and swallowed it. Rumble. The moment the dragon chi entered his body, a terrifying, turbulent surge erupted within him. The dragon chi rammed about, trying to escape. Sacred body origin, refine it. Instantly, the vast power of the pure yang sacred body origin surged forth like countless golden threads, tightly binding the dragon chi. Then it cut and refined it. As the dragon chi was refined, his inner power increased. A vague cave heaven took shape within him, absorbing vast energy and condensing continuously. Simultaneously, he waved his hand, retrieving the spoils of battle from this period. A small mountain of spirit crystals piled before him, dissolving into a storm of spiritual energy that drilled into his body. This accelerated the formation of the third cave heaven. As time passed, the burning art's heart method circulated in his mind. Crimson flames ignited, enveloping Yi Xian entirely, burning a massive hole in the void itself. Strange sounds emanated from within. Simultaneously, the Void Sutra activated on its own, merging with the flames, making him appear both solid and ethereal. Anyone witnessing this would doubt their eyes, thinking they saw a ghost. Coincidentally, the Annihilation Sword art also activated. It released annihilation force, intertwining with the all-consuming flames of the burning art and the void power of the Void Sutra, forming a delicate balance. These three distinct forces resonated like a celestial drum, shaking the hearts of all who heard. As time flowed, Yi Xian's strength surged. Finally, when he refined and channeled all the spirit crystals, the third cave heaven fully materialized. Rumble, thunderous sounds echoed in his chest, booming continuously. He had opened another cave heaven. Soul Devour. Before Yi Xian could rejoice, two characters appeared on the creation heaven stele in his mind. Then a profound, mysterious sensation flowed through his heart. At that moment, he seemed to see his own soul clear and visible. This is the second layer of the Annihilation Sword art, Soul Devour. I've comprehended it now. Yi Xian was ecstatic. Soul Devour was terrifying, attacking others' souls directly, killing without a trace, and once struck the enemy, could hardly remove it. Boom! Suddenly a violent explosion came from outside the cave. Little beast, so you're hiding here. Finally caught you. Zhou Tianyu's furious roar echoed from outside, dripping with murderous intent. Then Yi Xian saw Zhou Tianyu charging in with his halberd, murderous intent blazing. Boom. Focused solely on killing Yi Xian, Zhou Tianyu failed to notice the shadowless sword art at his feet and stepped right into it. Swish, swish, swish. Instantly, the shadowless sword art activated, unleashing tens of thousands of sword shadows that fiercely shredded Zhou Tianyu. In a flash, Zhou Tianyu, caught off guard, was sliced by hundreds of sword shadows, blood spraying everywhere. His face twisted in agony. Bastard. You set a trap, you little beast. I swear I'll refine you into a human pill. The Imperial Tao Sutra. He roared, activating his bloodline power. A dragon-like cry resounded from within him as a purple bell emerged, shielding him from the slicing sword light. The supreme sacred scripture of the great Qin dynasty, the Imperial Tao Sutra. It seems I've really pushed you to the edge. Yi Xian chuckled, watching Zhou Tianyu's rage. Little beast. You killed my imperial brother and stole my dragon chi dai. Zhou Tianyu furiously activated the secret arts from the Imperial Tao Sutra, using the Imperial Bell to protect himself as he charged with his halberd to slay Yi Xian. Refine me into a human pill. Dream on. Yi Xian sneered, thinking perfect chance to test the power of the Annihilation Sword art's second layer, Soul Devour. 8 divine seals open. Soul Devour. In the next instant, Yi Xian formed a sword gesture with his fingers, sending a mysterious force toward Zhou Tianyu. Zhou Tianyu mid-charge let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed, but his momentum carried him sliding forward uncontrollably. Bang! Yi Xian lifted his foot and stomped directly on Zhou Tianyu's head. What trick did you use to harm my soul? Zhou Tianyu wailed in agony. He felt his soul splitting. The soul injury was unbearable, 100 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. Too many questions. Time to go. Bang! With a single forceful stomp, Yi Xian crushed Zhou Tianyu's head without hesitation. He gave him no further chance. Blood burst forth and the cave trembled violently. But in that instant, Zhou Tianyu's headless corpse vanished. In its place lay a blood-stained puppet doll. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, a life-saving spirit puppet. Little beast, Zhou Tianyu will surely kill you one day. Kill you. From outside the cave came Zhou Tianyu's voice, seething with boundless hatred. Yi Xian's expression darkened as he gazed at the completely shattered puppet figure on the ground before him. He had never anticipated that Zhou Tianyu would possess a death-defying life puppet, an item equivalent to having an extra life. Its value was immeasurable. Let him run. Next time we meet, his luck won't hold. I doubt you have a second death-defying life puppet. Yi Xian let out a heavy cold snort, then crushed the cracked puppet figure underfoot. Straightening his robes and stowing the shadowless sword case, he strode out. Having already obtained the Dragon Chi, he knew the Dragon Gate secret realm would close in just a few days, so he needed to head toward the entrance. Otherwise, he would have to wait 3 more years to leave. In theory, this place was an excellent retreat for secluded cultivation, provided one could survive those 3 years. But Jiang Luotian was still outside. He couldn't bear to leave her alone in the cloud-soaring sect for 3 years. If anything happened to her, Yixian would be consumed by regret. After leaving the cave, Yixian briefly oriented himself and set off toward the exit of the dragon tomb. Suddenly, an exceptionally sharp sound of something tearing through the air came from his left. Zhou Tianyu, is that you? I let you escape once, but I won't let you slip away a second time. Yixian bellowed, clenching his fist and hurling a devastating punch toward his left. A thunderous roar echoed as sparks from the clashing attacks briefly illuminated the pitch-black tunnel. You're not Zhou Tianyu. In the flash of light, he saw that his assailant was not Zhou Tianyu but a woman with an exceptionally tall, graceful, and voluptuous figure. She wore a black silk mask obscuring her features. Yet from her facial contours and nearly perfect physique, Yixian could tell she was an absolute beauty of the highest order. Yixian, if you don't want to suffer, surrender now. A cold shout rang out from the beautiful woman. You know my name? Shh. Yixian's brow shot up. Very few people within this place knew his name, and this woman was clearly targeting him. Who is she? Void step. The next second, Yixian activated his void secret art, vanishing from his spot in an instant. He then raised his golden fist and smashed it toward the beautiful woman. If it seems you've chosen to suffer. Facing Yixian, who had flashed before her, the beautiful woman showed no panic or evasion. She swiftly extended her slender palm and struck toward his fist. A thunderous boom erupted as fist met palm. Yet the woman remained as steady as a mountain, while Yixian was forced back 2 or 3 steps. So strong. Yixian's expression darkened instantly. He could clearly sense that this woman was far more powerful than Zhou Tianzong. Use the secret art you obtained from the inheritance hall. Otherwise, it'll suppress you with a single hand, and that would be far too dull, the woman said calmly, watching Yixian fly backward. The secret art from the ancient inheritance hall. So you were one of those in the hall too, huh? Yixian sneered. Her aim was likely the eightfold divine seal he had acquired. As you wish. Eightfold divine seal, activate. Instantly, Yixian's cultivation surged from the 3rd layer of the cave heaven realm, rocketing all the way to the 10th cave heaven. But it didn't stop. With a deafening explosion, Yixian felt as if he had crossed a vast chasm, stepping into the spirit-nurturing realm. Upon entering the spirit-nurturing realm, he sensed an incredible smoothness flowing through every limb and bone in his body. Within his 10 cave heavens, a tsunami-like storm of spiritual energy erupted, even startling the fire spirit that had been slumbering in the 1st cave heaven. So this is the spirit-nurturing realm. It feels incredibly powerful. The power in my meridians has swelled from a small stream to a mighty river. Having reached this level for the first time, Yixian felt terrifyingly strong. The golden origin of his sacred body surged continuously, causing even the pores all over his body to radiate light. The might he displayed upon entering the spirit-nurturing realm was utterly astonishing. Across from him, the beautiful woman's pupils contracted sharply. She watched the transformation in Yixian with growing alarm. Had she been at the same cultivation level, she would have been instantly crushed by him. Yet thankfully, even though Yixian had reached the 1st layer of the spirit-nurturing realm through a special secret art, he was still far beneath her. Suppress. In the next instant, the woman swiftly raised her hand, unleashing overwhelming force to suppress Yixian. Let me see who you are. Yixian's body trembled, radiating a golden divine light as brilliant as the sun. He clenched his fist, his massive hand traversing the air to crash heavily against the woman's palm. A world-shaking boom erupted within the tunnel. This time Yixian was not pushed back. Engaged in close combat, their physical collision unleashed a terrifying power no less formidable than the clash of divine artifacts, shattering countless stones within the cave. Your secret art is indeed formidable, far exceeding my expectations. Since that's the case, I need not hold back any longer. After a fierce struggle that left them evenly matched, the beautiful woman felt a jolt of shock. Rip! As her words fell, something seemed to unseal within her body. Her long jet-black hair billowed, and her entire form blazed with radiant spiritual light. The resplendent spiritual light danced around her like a celestial maiden descending from the spirit realm. Yet her aura was terrifyingly immense. Every strand of light seemed capable of crushing mountains. You possess a special constitution, an incredibly rare spirit body. Yixian's eyes narrowed as he observed the dazzling spiritual light enveloping the woman. This was a special constitution, a very rare spirit body. Your eyesight is quite sharp. The woman chuckled, a hint of pride in her voice. In an instant, she struck again, thousands of strands of spiritual light surging toward Yixian to suppress him. TCH's spirit body may be strong, but it's only a little bit stronger. Before me you have no right to be proud of your constitution. Hearing the arrogance in her voice, Xuan scoffed. He was a sacred body unparalleled through the ages. Boom. The next second, Xuan simultaneously activated the origin of his sacred body. Suddenly, a brilliant radiance burst forth. Blinding golden light emanated from every inch of his skin, making him resemble a small sun. Behind him, all 10 cave heavens materialized at once, each one roiling with a golden spiritual sea, making him stand there like a divine king. The beautiful woman was horrified. A golden spiritual sea and extreme pure yang power. Could you be a pure yang body? A pure yang body was equivalent to a king body or divine body, a rank higher than her spirit body. This realization filled her with immense shock. How could a pure yang body possess such might? Xuan smiled faintly as the supreme sacred power of his sacred body surged forth. It coursed through him like a rampaging flood dragon. Pure yang saint body. I knew it, you possessed the legendary pure yang saint body. The beautiful woman herself, a unique spiritual physique, was exquisitely sensitive to other physiques. Divine bodies and king bodies could not produce such a remarkable phenomenon. There could be only one explanation: it was a saint body, far more formidable than any king or divine body. The unparalleled pure yang saint body, a physique unseen for eons. So Xuan possessed this legendary constitution. Xuan smiled without a word, his fist already hurtling forward in a strike. The beautiful woman let out a sudden roar. The countless beams of spiritual light she unleashed colliding with Xuan's fist. In an instant, the very void shattered, spawning terrifying chaotic currents. The power of their clash reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. I never imagined you were the unparalleled pure yang saint body. All these years you've hidden it so deeply. The beautiful woman cried out repeatedly. Her hands traced patterns in the air, unleashing one fearsome killing move after another. Xuan did not yield. He activated the burning art heart method, retaliating with an equally relentless barrage of terrifying techniques. Yet at the same time, astonishment surged within his heart. All these years I've hidden it so deeply. Did this woman recognize me from the very beginning? Xuan muttered inwardly. If she didn't know him, why would she speak of all these years? It was highly likely that his attacker was someone familiar with him, perhaps a great emperor from the cloud-soaring sect. And most probably from the Luotian peak. After all, before Master Zhang Luotian took charge of his cultivation, Xuan was merely a useless nobody. Outsiders couldn't possibly have known him. Let me see who you are. A thought took shape in Xuan's mind. Soul obliteration. Suddenly Xuan let out a fierce roar. The first form of the annihilation sword art, soul obliteration, was unleashed. However, this strike was easily dodged by his opponent, blasting a massive hole into the mountain behind her. His eyes narrowed. Soul devouring. Without hesitation, he unleashed the second form. Yet it too was evaded. I know who you are. You are Su Rian, aren't you? As the second form was dodged, Xuan suddenly bellowed. As his shout died down, the beautiful woman visibly trembled. Su Rian, I never expected you to be the one ambushing me. Excellent, excellent, truly worthy of being the foremost ingrate who betrayed your master. The first two forms of his annihilation sword art had never failed him before. Unless facing someone far stronger, there was no other way. But now, relying on the 8-step divine realm to stand in the spirit nurturing stage, even if she were at the peak of spirit nurturing, she shouldn't have dodged so easily. Currently within the entire cloud-soaring sect, besides Zhang Luotian and himself, only Su Rian, Zhang Luotian's former personal disciple, had mastered the annihilation sword art. Silence. I have my own reasons for what I did. What right do you have to judge me? Since Xuan had already deduced her identity, Su Rian ceased her denial. She too guessed that Xuan had identified her through the annihilation sword art. Her evasions had been too effortless. After all, she also cultivated the annihilation sword art, and naturally knew how to evade its moves. She simply admitted to being Su Rian. Utterly ridiculous. Betrayal is betrayal. No matter your so-called reasons, it is no justification for your sophistry. There are few types of people I despise, and betrayal ranks first among them. Enough, Xuan. Spare me your nonsense. Suppress. Su Rian roared, her aura surging to an even higher level. She hadn't been using her full strength earlier, merely wanting to observe the power of the inheritance secret art Xuan had obtained. She had witnessed its might. Even more unexpectedly, she discovered Xuan's physique was the unparalleled pure yang saint body. Xuan must die. If he were allowed to grow further, let alone her. Even the elders of the cloud-soaring sect would have to give him a wide berth in the future. Rumble. Behind Su Rian, an independent space seemed to slowly manifest. This was her inner realm. Within it resided a cyan-colored lawn bird which now stared outwards with a predatory gaze. I once heard that when you were breaking through to the spirit-nurturing stage, Master specifically journeyed to the ancient sacred mountain, the sacred land of the demon clan. She fought for 3 days and nights with the experts there to bring you a lawn bird possessing the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. It was called the Feather Phoenix Azure Luan, rumored to possess a trace of the divine phoenix bloodline. Back then it was the envy of all the true disciples from other peaks. This must be it, right? Staring at the cyan Luan bird within Su Rian's inner realm, Yi Xian roared accusingly. The past is over. Your words are far too many. Su Rian snorted coldly. Jiang Luotian had given her so much in the past. Although she was selfish, she still didn't want to face those memories. Xiaoqing, assist me. Su Rian roared. Her inner realm opened, and the Feather Phoenix Azure Luan flew out. The moment it appeared, the entire space trembled violently. A cry as if from the highest heavens resounded through the air. Yi Xian's entire body trembled slightly. It couldn't be helped. He had only reached this level through the special secret art of the 8-step divine realm. Su Rian, however, was a genuine spirit-nurturing stage 9th heaven cultivator. The gap was immense. Now that she had summoned the Feather Phoenix Azure Luan, which Jiang Luotian had once obtained for her possessing the blood of a divine beast, he found himself struggling to hold his ground. Yet Yi Xian did not panic, for he still had his ultimate trump card, the fire spirit born from the supreme, celestial flame, azure sky dragon flame. Yi Xian, I don't actually want to kill you. I only want the complete annihilation sword art. I was her personal disciple for so long, earning her countless honors. Why did she pass the complete art to you, but not to me? But regardless, she taught me. I can be lenient. If you obediently hand over everything you have and submit to my control from now on, I will spare your life. Su Rian was wreathed in myriad strands of spiritual light, with the Feather Phoenix Azure Luan standing guard beside her. Her gaze was icy as she glared at Yi Xian and shouted, "Do you think that's possible, eh?" Yi Xian sneered. "If not, then I'll suppress you and force-feed you a heart-eating goo. I paid a high price to obtain this from the immortal goo sect. Once it's done, you'll have no choice." You even prepared the heart-eating goo. Watching Su Rian's smug expression, Yi Xian's countenance shifted slightly. The reputation of the immortal goo sect and the heart-eating goo was indeed considerable within the Qingzhou region. The immortal goo sect was a renowned and grand sect in the southern domain of the Qingzhou region. Its strength was immensely formidable, taking the path of cultivation through various mystical goo arts. Although relatively niche within the entire cultivation system, its methods were insidious and difficult to guard against, possessing numerous means to control others. An inconspicuous goo cultivator could even silently plant a goo on a powerful expert many realms higher than themselves, achieving the goal of controlling or assassinating the target. And the heart-eating goo was one of the most famous goo of the immortal goo sect. It consisted of a pair of mother and child goo insects. The one planting the goo had to first feed the mother goo with their own essence blood, then feed the child goo to the target. The child goo would then reach the heart. Once the target was disobedient, the child goo could be commanded to devour their heart. Moreover, this child goo was extremely difficult to expel. The moment one forcibly tried to drive it out, the mother goo would sense it, and the one who planted the goo could control the child goo to instantly destroy the target's heart, slaying them, thus achieving the goal of controlling the target. It seems junior brother Yi Xian also knows of the heart-eating goo, so I needn't waste my breath introducing it. Su Rian smirked triumphantly. So well prepared. It seems you've had your designs on me for a long time. I'm actually curious, how were you able to track me so precisely? I don't believe this is a coincidence. Yi Xian snorted coldly. Ha ha ha, you're quite clever. Of course it's no coincidence. Ever since I entered the Dragon Gate secret realm, I've been tracking you. You've been tracking me since I entered the Dragon Gate secret realm. Yi Xian's pupils constricted. So he had been targeted long ago. Remember that jade talisman I gave you? Su Rian smiled faintly. Of course I refused it. I knew you would refuse, so I smeared a special substance on that jade talisman beforehand. The 1,000-mile tracking scent. Su Rian, what a deep schemer you are. Yi Xian's gaze turned icy. He had heard of the 1,000-mile tracking scent. Once it was applied to someone, a very special fragrance could be produced within 1,000 miles. This fragrance could be tracked through a special secret technique. Hey, it's not really scheming. After all, I still have a mission to fulfill. Even if not for myself, for the mission, I have to track you. Su Rian chuckled. What mission? Yi Xian frowned. You don't need to know what the mission is, and knowing it would be useless. As she spoke, Su Ruyan waved her hand forward. The Azure Phoenix let out a cry and pounced towards Xuan. The Azure Phoenix, possessing the bloodline of a divine beast, was immensely powerful. This was a creature Jiang Luotian had specifically hunted deep within the primordial divine mountain. If it were up to her alone, she would likely never be able to hunt an Azure Phoenix with a divine beast bloodline to serve as the spirit of her cave realm. Hundreds of dazzling azure divine rays swept toward Xuan like a sky-covering inferno, sharp and irresistible, exceedingly terrifying. Su Ruyan stood there, arms folded over her ample chest, her beautiful eyes looking down at Xuan with disdain. She seemed to have already envisioned the scene of Xuan miserably begging for mercy. Just thinking about it made her feel a little heated. Su Ruyan, you rejoice too soon. Though the Azure Phoenix is strong, it's still a bit lacking. Watching the Azure Phoenix charge, Xuan let out a cold shout. Fire Spirit, aid me. Boom. In an instant, the first cave realm opened. The fire spirit lying there suddenly burst forth. Seeing a fiery red rabbit rush out of Xuan's cave realm, Su Ruyan was stunned. How do you have a cave realm spirit in yours? She was astonished. Because Xuan had only reached the spirit-nurturing realm through a supreme secret technique. Without having obtained a cave realm spirit beforehand to cultivate a contract, why was there a spirit creature in his cave realm? Roar. The fire spirit that charged out let out a bellow at the approaching Azure Phoenix. This roar was not the cry of a rabbit, but the sound of a dragon's roar. It even startled the charging Azure Phoenix. But then the Azure Phoenix became enraged from embarrassment. You damned rabbit, how dare you shout at me? They'll devour you. The next second, a somewhat arrogant female voice sounded from the Azure Phoenix's mouth. It could speak. Xuan's eyes flashed with shock. As expected of an Azure Phoenix with a divine beast bloodline, this was the first time he had seen a cave realm spirit that could talk. Roar. Then a mouthful of azure flames sprayed from the Azure Phoenix's beak, piercing the void to strike the fire spirit. In almost the blink of an eye, it engulfed the fire spirit. However, the fire spirit offered no counterattack. Ha ha ha. Dead rabbit, you'll be a roasted rabbit now. Seeing the fire spirit easily swallowed by the azure flame, the Azure Phoenix burst into laughter. What was the fire spirit playing at? Xuan frowned. He firmly believed the fire spirit wouldn't be defeated so easily, but how could it be utterly powerless? Squeak squeak. But then an extremely comfortable sound rang out. The fire spirit was actually rolling around in that terrifying azure flame, squinting its small eyes with an expression of pure bliss. At the same time, these flames were constantly surging into the fire spirit's body, being devoured and refined. That's right, the fire spirit is the supreme heavenly flame, azure sky dragon flame. How could it be harmed by the mere beast fire of an Azure Phoenix? I was overthinking it. Xuan slapped his thigh, a look of enlightenment dawning in his heart. Impossible. How can my Azure Phoenix divine flame not harm you? The smug Azure Phoenix let out a shriek of utter disbelief. This was the Azure Phoenix divine flame, capable of easily melting even spiritual treasures into liquid. I refuse to believe it. The Azure Phoenix bellowed, its abdomen swelling massively before it once again sprayed a torrent-like stream of azure flame at the fire spirit. Yet it was still useless, failing to harm the fire spirit in the slightest. Damn it, how can this be? The Azure Phoenix was immensely frustrated. If fire can't burn you to death, then it'll tear you apart. Phoenix dance of the 9 heavens rend heaven and earth. The Azure Phoenix roared and charged forward. Its pair of sharp claws radiated terrifying azure light, supremely sharp as it clawed at the fire spirit. Watching the Azure Phoenix attack the fire spirit seemed to snort coldly. But for some reason, Xuan didn't sense any killing intent from the fire spirit. Instead, he caught a glimpse of a lecherous curl at the corner of its mouth. What's going on? It seemed the fire spirit was up to no good. Boom. The fire spirit remained motionless, only darting out abruptly when the Azure Phoenix was right in front of it. Its rabbit fist smashed heavily into the Azure Phoenix's claws, nearly sending the Azure Phoenix tumbling. The pain made it cry out in an ouch. But the fire spirit didn't continue to attack. Instead, it scurried up the Azure Phoenix's body, climbed onto its back, and mounted it. Xuan. Su Ruyan. Azure Phoenix. Ah. Damn rabbit, get off me this instant. Yu Fengqing Luan shrieked in fury. This enormous red rabbit was about to defile her. It was utterly despicable. Unbearable. Xuan's mouth twitched. He never expected that Huoling would publicly stage a scene of forcing himself on the Phoenix, a spectacle of riding a bird. Bastard Xuan, what is your Huoling doing? Make him get off right now. Su Ruyan, who had been stunned, erupted in rage, berating Xuan. Ha ha ha. Haven't you seen clearly what he's doing? Interrupting such a wonderful moment is extremely immoral. I won't be the villain here. Yi Xian laughed heartily. Hualing was truly wicked, actually mounting Yu Fengqing Yuan. Ah. Get lost, damn rabbit, get lost. Yu Fengqing Yuan was on the verge of madness. She had actually been ridden. Moreover, the power within her body was leaking out wave after wave, unbearable for her. It'll burn you to death, it'll burn you to death. Yu Fengqing Yuan ignited a blazing inferno on her body, attempting to incinerate Hualing, but it was utterly futile. Sister, help me. Yu Fengqing Yuan, forced by desperation, quickly called out to Su Ruyan. I'm coming. Whoosh. Su Ruyan summoned a sword as thin as a cicada's wing, an extremely powerful treasure. Named the primordial spirit, ancient sword, immensely formidable. Die. A single sword strike sliced through the air, aimed at Hualing. Roar. Sensing the sharp killing intent from behind, Hualing whirled around, but its form had already transformed into an enormous dragon head. A dragon's head. Su Ruyan, charging forward with her killing sword, was instantly struck with immense shock. At the same time, a breath of dragon fire blazed from Hualing's mouth. Su Ruyan dodged hurriedly, but was still too slow. The dragon fire swept across her body. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying sideways. What an opportunity! Under this thunderous blow, Su Ruyan was instantly severely wounded. A cold gleam flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He suddenly exerted force with both arms, leaping up while raising a fist gleaming with golden light, and smashed it towards Su Ruyan like a falling meteor. Boom! The violent explosion echoed through the passage. Su Ruyan, who had yet to land, was struck squarely in the chest by this punch. She was like a victim of a heavy hammer, her body instantly embedded into the stone wall of the passage as rock fragments showered down. Thump, 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 thump. Yi Xian's figure transformed into a streak of light, rushing over in a flash. His fists rained down like a storm, bombarding Su Ruyan. Each punch carried the sound of breaking air, and the dull thuds of shattering bones rang out incessantly, piercingly loud in the empty passage. Stop! You can't hit me anymore. Su Ruyan screamed in agony. Under Yi Xian's devastating assault, the shadow of death enveloped her tightly. I am now the sect leader's personal disciple. If you kill me, the sect leader will never let you go. Her voice trembled with excruciating pain, and she couldn't help but recall that terrifying dragon fire in her mind. If that flame had struck her fully, she would have been reduced to charcoal by now. Do you think I'm afraid? Yi Xian's lips curled into a cold smirk as his fists continued to rain down on Su Ruyan like a tempest. Even the Dharma robe on her body, comparable to a spiritual treasure, was shattered inch by inch under the relentless assault, revealing large patches of fair skin. Aren't you truly afraid the sect leader will come after you? Su Ruyan screamed hoarsely, her breath already chaotic. Then he'll just betray the sect. Yi Xian snorted coldly, disdain evident in his eyes. They treated my master like this. This Cloud Sky sect holds no meaning for me. What is there to fear? He had never felt a sense of belonging to the Cloud Sky sect. In his early years within the sect, he was merely an insignificant nobody. It was Jiang Luo Shun who saved him and brought him to Luo Shun Peak, a debt of gratitude he held dear. Now that Luo Shun Peak and Jiang Luo Shun had been abandoned by all, how could this have come to pass without the tacit approval of sect leader Lin Yuan? Yi Xian saw through this clearly in his heart. Thump, thump, thump. Punch after punch slammed into Su Ruyan, and in but a moment he had already delivered over 100 blows. At least 100 bones in her body were broken, the piercing pain nearly causing her to faint. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Su Ruyan's voice was faint, pleading tearfully. Spare me, I truly know I was wrong. Wrong. Yi Xian sneered, his tone icy. You just know you're about to die. With that, he grabbed Su Ruyan by the neck and yanked her out of the stone wall. His fingers tightened slowly. Su Ruyan's breathing instantly became labored, her delicate face flushed crimson. The terror of death completely consumed her. Yi Xian, don't kill me. She finally broke down, screaming, I was once your senior sister. Spare my life for the sake of our past bond. And I can tell you a secret. Someone is targeting you and our master Jiang Luo Shun. Speak. Who is targeting our master? What secret? Yi Xian's tightening fingers abruptly halted, but he still held her throat in a vice-like grip. He'll tell you everything, but you must promise to let me live. Su Ruyan gasped for air, clinging to her last shred of hope. Are you in any position to bargain with me? Yi Xian sneered, his fingers tightening again. He'll talk. He'll tell you now. Su Ruyan nodded, frantically clutching his arm. It's the sect leader. My current master Lin Yuan is targeting you and Jiang Luo Shun. He sent me to track you here. Even the change in registration rules for this Dragon Gate secret realm trial was to ensure your participation. He specifically decreed that each peak must send one person. Yi Xian's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that the one secretly targeting him and Jiang Luoshan was actually sect leader Lin Yuan. Now tell me all the details. Not a single false word. Yi Xian stared intently into Su Ruyan's eyes, his tone brooking no dissent. All right, I'll tell you everything I know, but what I don't know, I truly cannot answer. Then Su Ruyan revealed all the inside information she was aware of. As Yi Xian listened, his expression grew increasingly complex. A powerful trump card, an unknown purpose, and himself deliberately hiding his strength. Ha ha ha. Yi Xian suddenly let out a low laugh, which grew louder and louder. Lin Yuan, oh Lin Yuan, you actually believe Master was playing a grand game. That this super genius was her hidden killing move. And you speculate she has an unknown purpose. The more he thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. It was merely because Jiang Luoshan possessed an emperor-grade talisman that made Lin Yuan and the others so wary. They even conjured up such a convoluted scenario. What a fine delusion, immortal. Yi Xian laughed inwardly, his body trembling slightly with mirth. This caused Su Ruyan, whose neck he still held, to sway along her fair bosom, heaving up and down. Yi Xian, I've told you everything, now let me go. Su Ruyan was in excruciating pain, her injuries aching to the marrow of her bones. She needed to heal quickly, or the repercussions could be dire. Let you go? Fine. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with amusement. I always keep my word. But am quite intrigued by the heart-eating goo you acquired from the immortal goo sect. I'd like to see it. They'll give it. They'll give you everything in my ring, just let me go now. Su Ruyan nodded hastily, as if granted a pardon. She took out 2 connected jade bottles from her ring. One was engraved with the character mother, the other with child. I've already fed the mother worm with my essence blood. If you want to use it, I can draw out my essence blood, and you can drip in your own to feed it. Then feed the child worm to whoever you wish to control. Su Ruyan hurriedly explained. Good. Yi Xian nodded and took out the mother worm, barely half a fingernail in size. Su Ruyan opened her mouth and inhaled, causing a drop of crimson essence blood to seep from the worm. Yi Xian then forced out a drop of his own essence blood onto the worm's body, which was instantly devoured. In that instant, a strange connection stirred in Yi Xian's heart. He could distinctly sense the location of the other child worm. The art of goo. Truly mysterious. Yi Xian mused inwardly, a flicker of novelty in his eyes. If I ever get the chance, I might delve deeper into the immortal goo sect. This niche art often possessed astonishingly formidable powers. Then Yi Xian retrieved the child goo worm, holding it up to Su Ruyan's face. Senior Sister Ruyan, be good and open your mouth. What are you doing? Are you going to feed me this heart-eating goo? Su Ruyan's face drained of color. She never expected Yi Xian to feed her the heart-eating goo. You promised to let me go. How can you treat me like this? A man must keep his word. Have I broken my word? Have I killed you? I'm just feeding you a bug. It's full of protein. Eat up. Yi Xian brought his hand to her face with a grin. The tiny worm bore 18 razor-sharp teeth. Each tooth was like a serrated blade, looking utterly grotesque. If this heart-eating goo were the size of a beast, it would be horrifyingly fearsome. No, I don't want to eat it. Please. Su Ruyan clenched her teeth, begging Yi Xian. If Senior Sister isn't obedient, he'll have to use force. Bear with it. ITLL, just be a moment. Yi Xian smiled as he pinched Su Ruyan's delicate cheek, forcing her mouth open. Then he dropped the heart-eating goo inside. With a soft squelch, the worm slithered down Su Ruyan's throat. It quickly reached her heart. Ah! Su Ruyan let out a cry of pain. Yi Xian released his grip. She immediately shoved her fingers down her throat, gagging violently, but it was futile. She could clearly feel the worm coiling around her heart, watching it with predatory intent. Pulling out her saliva-slicked fingers, Su Ruyan grabbed Yi Xian's robe and roared. Yi Xian, you're cruel. How can you be so heartless to me? Cruel. Yi Xian let out a cold laugh. If I hadn't had a trump card ID be the one fed the heart-eating goo, would you have shown any mercy? This is just turning the tables. It's different, it's different. Su Ruyan screamed in hysteria. She couldn't bear the reality of being controlled. She was a prodigy. For the sake of her future, she had not hesitated to betray Jiang Luoshan and Luoshan Peak. Now she was under the thumb of Jiang Luoshan's only disciple. The irony was unbearable. Stop shaking, what's done is done. From now on, obey me, and you'll live well. Also, shouldn't you change your clothes? I am a man of robust vigor. Yi Xian's teasing words rang out. During the earlier fight, the front of Su Ruyan's robe had been torn open. A large expanse of snow-white skin was exposed, and Yi Xian could even see the faint blue veins beneath. Su Rian was simply too fair, her skin pure and translucent. She shuddered violently. She quickly covered her chest and stepped back, glaring at Yi Xian with extreme wariness. But Yi Xian had already turned away. Damn it! Su Rian gritted her teeth, staring at his back. She desperately wanted to strike him from behind, yet she knew that the slightest move would alert him. He would activate the heart-eating goo. She would surely die before him. Then Su Rian took a pale green dress from her ring. She changed into it. I'm done. Take some pills to heal your injuries. If you go out looking like this, people might think I mistreated you. Yi Xian looked her over and said with a faint smile. Didn't you? Su Rian sneered. Still, she obediently took out some pills and quickly consumed them to recover. Just then a pitiful cry rang out. Yi Xian turned to see the feathered phoenix, Xuan, screeching in pain, its call mournful. Yi Xian, I'm yours now. Tell your fire spirit to let my Xiaoqing go. Su Rian, still recovering, snapped to attention and hurriedly pleaded. Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Su Rian certainly slipped into her new role quickly. A fitting trait for someone who could so decisively betray Jiang Luotian. Fire spirit, come back, Yi Xian said. Su Rian is still useful to me. There's no need to kill her feathered phoenix, Xuan. The fire spirit gave a sudden lurch, nearly sending the feathered phoenix, Xuan, flying, then trotted over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was speechless. This fire spirit was utterly shameless. Doing such a thing in broad daylight tarnished his image. But he noticed that the fire spirit's aura seemed heavier. Then the fire spirit dove straight into his cave heaven, curled up, and began snoring as if it had been exhausted too. The feathered phoenix, Xuan, wailed in the air for a while before flying to Su Rian, clutching its rear on the verge of tears. Su Rian was both heartbroken and furious. She never imagined her cave heaven spirit would be violated like that. It was utterly absurd, the height of ridiculousness. Xiaoqing, go back to the cave heaven for now. They'll find you plenty of good things to heal your wounds. This will never happen again. Su Rian patted the feathered phoenix Qingluan's head to comfort it. Though the words were hollow, the bird nodded and quickly vanished into her cave heaven. Time passed. After about 2 hours, the chaotic aura around Su Rian finally calmed. It mostly recovered. We can go, she said to Yi Xian. Let's go. It's time to leave this Dragon Gate secret realm. They'll brief you on the way. Handle things well when we return. Yi Xian nodded and walked out with Su Rian. As they emerged into the open space, many people were already heading toward the exit of the Dragon Tomb. The Dragon Tomb was about to close. Once sealed, no one knew when it would reappear. It didn't appear every time the Dragon Gate secret realm opened, and its timing was uncertain. Staying behind would mean grave trouble. At the entrance of the Dragon Tomb, they stepped out one after the other. But the moment Yi Xian crossed the threshold, a dazzling sword beam slashed toward him. Boom! Yi Xian reacted instantly, clenching his fist and striking upward. A deafening explosion erupted at the entrance, and the immense force sent him stumbling backward several steps. A surge of mighty divine power radiated from Su Rian, nullifying the tremendous impact. So you've finally shown yourself, Yi, she declared. We've been waiting here for quite some time. Stand aside, all irrelevant ones, or perish alongside this Yi. About 30 meters to Yi Xian's right front stood 8 individuals, each radiating murderous intent. Who was this fellow to have offended the Yinyang sect, the illusory destruction palace, and the great Qian dynasty all at once? And among them is a prince of the great Qian, and that appears to be Yin Hong, the Quasahali son of the Yinyang sect. All renowned young prodigies. He must think his life is as tough as the god of Tai Sui. Bystanders quickly retreated, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. Among the 3 factions, the illusory destruction palace was not a superpower, while the Yinyang sect and the great Qian dynasty were. Yet the illusory destruction palace was not to be underestimated, got ranked just below the superpowers and was poised to ascend to that status in the coming years. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes at the 8, recognizing the 5th prince of the great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Tianzong, among them. You lot are like stubborn plasters, haunting me relentlessly. You've committed heinous slaughter here, killing disciples of our sects. Isn't that like wiping filth on our faces? Until you are slain, our cultivation will never be at peace. They snorted coldly. Enough talk, Yi. Avenge my imperial brother. Zhou Tianzong bellowed, summoning a great seal. This time he forsook his halberd and produced a purple seal, its surface shimmering with terrifying divine radiance. It was a replica of the Qian Emperor's seal, the supreme divine weapon of the great Qian dynasty. Even as a counterfeit, it was fearsome. Su Rian handled the strongest ones. Gazing at the poised adversaries, Yi Xian spoke simply to Su Rian. All right, Without objection, Su Rian flipped her wrist, drawing the primordial spirit ancient sword. Kill. Su Rian wasted no words, charging forth with the primordial spirit ancient sword. A torrent of fury and resentment erupted from her black hair, whipping wildly murderous intent piercing the heavens. Wretch! Who are you? Why harbor such hatred for us? Do we have a grudge against you? As Su Rian lunged, Zhou Tianzong and the others shouted in alarm. For the power she displayed was genuinely at the 9th layer peak of the spirit-nurturing realm. But Su Rian offered no explanation, relentlessly driving forward with her sword. Only Yixian understood the immense resentment someone as proud as Su Rian would harbor after being controlled. At this moment, Zhou Tianzong became the outlet for her pent-up fury. They were simply unlucky. How dare you? Woman, you strike at us unprovoked, thinking your peak spirit-nurturing realm makes you invincible. Yinhong, the Quasahali son of the Yinyang sect, roared, drawing a Dao sword and charging at Su Rian. For he too was at the 9th layer of the spirit-nurturing realm. Kill. We have 2 peak spirit-nurturing experts. Suppressing her will be more than enough. The rest of you hunt down that ye fellow. The leading young prodigy of the illusory destruction palace, Xuan, a top 10 direct disciple, also bellowed, drawing a golden serpent sword and joining the fray. Go. Let's hunt down that ye. The remaining 6 roared, charging at Yixian. At most, Zhou Tianzong is at the 7th layer of the spirit-nurturing realm. With the 8-fold divine seal elevating me to the 1st layer, the gap is only 6 minor realms. The advantage is mine. Yixian made his decision and activated the 8-fold divine seal. Boom. As Yixian eyed the approaching foes, he pondered. In an instant, his cultivation surged from the 3rd layer of the cavern realm to the 10th, then broke into the 1st layer of the spirit-nurturing realm. He summoned a killing sword. Spirit annihilation. Soul devourer. In a flash, he unleashed the first 2 forms of the extinction sword art. 2 of the 6 assailants screamed in agony, clutching their heads as they collapsed, blood streaming from their foreheads. These 2 were weaker at the 3rd and 4th layers of the spirit-nurturing realm. As the saying goes, pick the softest persimmons first. Void breach. Then Yixian vanished, reappearing instantly before a man from the illusory destruction palace. He employed the burning art, his hand blazing with golden light. Heavenly fire's malevolence mixed with the power of the pure Yang sacred body smashed into the man's chest. No. The man from the illusory destruction palace was horrified, feeling as if Yixian had torn through space itself, leaving no time to counter. Boom. Yixian's palm struck his chest, sending him flying, blood spewing. In almost an instant, Yixian had dispatched 3, then vanished again to take down the 4th and 5th. How is he this powerful? Wasn't he at the 10th layer of the cavern realm not long ago? Now he's in the spirit-nurturing realm. Damn, he's a monster. Retreat, retreat. Zhou Tianzong's eyelids twitched in terror, and he turned to flee without hesitation. But Yixian, using void breach, twice appeared before him, blocking his escape. You keep crying for your imperial brother. Since you're so close, let me do a good deed and reunite you with him. Boom. Yixian swung his golden fist, smashing through the void to strike Zhou Tianzong with devastating force. Roar. Surnamed Yi, you are arrogant. I am the 5th prince of the great Qian dynasty. Do you truly wish to wage an irreconcilable war against us? Zhou Tianzong, shocked and enraged, hurriedly summoned the great seal he had put away, slamming it against Yixian's fist. The blinding golden light shattered, engulfing them both. Zhou Tianzong exerted all his strength, channeling the Qian Emperor seal in his hand. However, in the next second, he discovered that Yixian had vanished before his eyes. It was as though he had traversed the void itself, causing the strike to miss entirely. Watch out! Someone cried out in alarm. Zhou Tianzong's scalp tingled with terror, and without a second thought, he desperately dodged to the side. But it was too late. A cold flash of light swept past, and his left arm was severed cleanly. Blood sprayed, wildly gushing out. My arm! Zhou Tianzong let out a scream of unbearable agony as Yixian sliced off his limb. Before he could steady himself, he was sent flying as if struck by a raging bull, his bones cracking and breaking in a cacophony. He crashed down dozens of meters away. Yet the moment he landed, Yixian appeared before him with inexplicable suddenness, raising his foot to stomp mercilessly on his chest. My heavens, such incredible speed! What kind of movement technique is that? He flickers back and forth like teleportation. It resembles the legendary masters of spatial laws, but how is that possible? He cannot possibly wield the supreme spatial laws. The onlookers stared at Yixian's nearly ghostly figure, their eyes wide with utter shock. With a squelch, Yi Xian's foot landed solidly on Zhou Tianzong's chest, forcing a thick gush of blood mixed with fragments of organs from his mouth. Zhou Tianzong suffered grievous catastrophic injuries. Don't kill me. Surnamed Yi, you cannot kill me. I am the 5th prince of the great Qian dynasty. Spare me now, and there is still room for negotiation. He screamed, spitting blood, utterly terrified. In truth, he still had numerous contingencies and hidden cards, but this was the Dragon Gate's secret realm, an ancient battlefield. It possessed an exceptionally unique magnetic field that severed all connections to the outside world. His hidden cards and trump cards were useless here, forcing him to rely solely on his own strength and various treasures. The moment I killed Zhou Tianzi, all room for negotiation with your great Qian imperial court vanished. Killing one is the same as killing two. Time to depart. Boom. Yi Xian raised his foot once more and stomped down on Zhou Tianzong's head. Like a watermelon plummeting from a great height, it burst instantly, spraying red and white matter everywhere. Hiss! How brutal. Who is this surnamed Yi? That was the 5th prince of the great Qian dynasty, a man of immense power and deep connections. And he crushed his head like that. Is he truly unafraid of retribution? Such a madman is rare. Yet the woman who came out with him looks familiar. She resembles a disciple of the cloud-soaring sect. Oh, could this Yi be a disciple of the cloud-soaring sect? If so, he indeed has a formidable background. But the dead is still a prince of the great Qian dynasty. This will hardly end peacefully. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Yi Xian, expressionless, crouched down to remove the storage ring from Zhou Tianzong's finger and searched the headless corpse thoroughly. Certain that no treasures remained, he stood up. Pluck every feather, loot every corpse with joy. Rising, he glanced at Su Rian and Yin Hong, who were still locked in fierce combat. Retreat. Spotting Yi Xian's gaze, Yin Hong, the Quasahali son of the Yin Yang sect, bellowed decisively and darted away. Yushan, the core disciple of the illusory destruction palace, also quickly retreated and fled. Su Rian did not pursue. Why did you let them both escape? Yi Xian frowned, walking over to ask. One is Yin Hong, the Quasahali son of the Yin Yang sect. The other is Yushan, a core disciple of the illusory destruction palace. Both are prodigies with special constitutions ranking high in their sects. They are not so easy to kill. Besides, I was already injured before. Su Rian replied coolly. Fair enough, that's a reasonable excuse. Yi Xian chuckled, saying no more. Peak spirit nurturing cultivators begin to learn divine abilities, preparing to break through to the divine ability realm, making them extremely difficult to slay. That was understandable. Next, Yi Xian approached those he had killed, removing their storage rings one by one and searching them thoroughly to ensure nothing valuable was missed. You truly pluck every feather, don't you? Watching his actions, Su Rian couldn't help but sneer coldly. I have no choice. Luotian Peak has been stripped bare. I'm not like you runaways with endless supplies. Isn't that right, senior sister Rian? Yi Xian smiled at her. Su Rian snorted heavily, flicked her sleeve, and strode ahead. His words about being stripped bare were a jab at her being a thief. How could she give him a pleasant look? I've hit a sore spot. How ridiculous. Yi Xian scoffed and followed after her. As time passed, many began heading toward the entrance of the Dragon Gate's secret realm. Shortly after they emerged, the secret realm closed. Zhonghong and another peak master who had come to lead were already waiting. When they saw Yi Xian emerge unscathed, a flicker of surprise passed through Zhonghong's eyes. Once outside, Yi Xian parted ways with Su Rian as if they had never met. Zhonghong glanced at them twice before beginning to count the participants. We came with 64 people in total. Now, after counting, there are 55 left. A loss ratio of 10-1. Overall, it's acceptable. How could trials within a secret realm avoid casualties? A 10-to loss ratio is relatively low. Some forces had even seen their prodigies hunted down deliberately, resulting in total annihilation. After the count, everyone boarded the Luan bird flying ship and set off back to the cloud-soaring sect. They arrived at dusk. Su Rian, as we discussed on the way, go report to the lower peaks and wait for my further instructions. Upon reaching the sect, Yi Xian sent a secret voice transmission to Su Rian. She nodded discreetly and headed straight for cloud-soaring peak while he hurried back to Luotian Peak without pause. On Luotian Peak, Zhang Luotian was busy. Before he reached her, Yi Xian caught a rich, enticing aroma. Drawing closer, he saw Zhang Luotian dressed in a white cooking apron, her figure curvaceous and waist slender, holding a spatula as she cooked. A perfect scene of a beautiful chef at work. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow a surge of heat rising from within him. Master, this outfit is pure temptation. Disobedient disciple, what are you standing there for? Get over here and carry the dishes. Zhang Luotian's cool voice rang out. Coming master right away. Yi Xian quickly composed himself and rushed over. Wow master, your cooking smells amazing. I'm drooling. Nonsense. Zhang Luoshan raised her spatula as if to strike him. I'm only telling the truth. This food really is fragrant. But no matter how delicious the food is, it can't compare to you, master. Zhang Luoshan. You insolent disciple, do you truly wish for a beating? Uttering such cloying words, are you not afraid I'll strike you? Zhang Luoshan rolled her eyes and retorted with exasperation. I was merely missing you, master. In that Dragon Gate secret realm for a month, I yearned for you so deeply I could not sleep at night. Yi Xian exaggeratedly gestured and spoke with theatrical flair. So dramatic. Zhang Luoshan raised an eyebrow, no longer threatening to strike him, but her gaze suddenly turned icy, could not sleep. You unruly disciple. Have you done something to betray my trust? What? Something to betray you, master? What could I possibly do to betray you? Yi Xian was taken aback, his face full of confusion. Confess clearly. What did you truly do in that Dragon Gate secret realm? Did you find yourself a lover? Yi Xian. How could that be? With you in my heart, no woman can catch my eye. I swear it by the heavens. Then why has your tongue suddenly turned so sweet, uttering such nauseating phrases as could not sleep at night? Zhang Luoshan squinted, speaking coldly. That's merely a figure of speech, master. Please don't take it seriously. Yi Xian hurriedly explained. Zhang Luoshan gave an, oh, I see. You only said it to flatter me without truly missing me, am I right? Yi Xian was speechless. Who could understand? His aloof, beloved master was being utterly unreasonable. Master, have you perhaps started your monthly cycle today? If so, I'll speak less. Yi Xian cleared his throat, trying to ease the awkwardness with a question. You brat, you're truly asking for a beating. As she spoke, Zhang Luoshan suddenly raised her foot to kick him, but Yi Xian nimbly dodged aside. Yet a tuft of grass near his feet was severed cleanly, the cut as smooth as if carved by a blade. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Spiritual energy. Master, can you now unleash spiritual energy? He was astonished. Relying solely on the force of that kick could never have produced such a pristine cut. I won't tell you. Zhang Luoshan gave a light snort, an irrepressible hint of smugness gracing her exquisite face. Ha ha ha, wonderful. Master, you've finally cultivated spiritual energy again. This is truly marvelous. Yi Xian laughed heartily, overcome with excitement, as he embraced Zhang Luoshan tightly. Insolent disciple, release me at once. I am your master. Such behavior is most improper. Zhang Luoshan was startled, immediately chiding him coldly, while pinching him sharply on the waist with her delicate fingers. Forgive me, master. I was simply too thrilled. All that diligent toil has finally borne fruit. It was worth those days and nights I labored over you. Yi Xian released Zhang Luoshan, speaking with fervor. Silence, you wicked disciple. If you cannot speak properly, then say nothing at all. Zhang Luoshan's vision darkened, and she nearly stumbled. That brat's words were still as unbearable as ever. Only I know the truth. If outsiders overheard, who knows what they'd imagine between master and disciple. Master, you've actually managed to reforge spiritual energy. Though it may be meager, this is an excellent start. Moreover, I obtained many treasures in the Dragon Gate secret realm. I'll condense them into spiritual liquid and infuse it into your body to continue mending your shattered meridians and bones. You are thoughtful indeed, but let us eat first. Zhang Luoshan's mood finally brightened, and she nodded with a smile. Very well, master. Let's eat quickly so we can finish and get to work in bed. Yi Xian picked up 2 plates and headed out of the kitchen. Scoundrel! That insolent disciple is doing this on purpose. I truly want to give him a good thrashing. Watching Yi Xian's retreating figure, Zhang Luoshan brandished the spatula with fierce energy. The two enjoyed a meal of 4 dishes and a soup, then entered Zhang Luoshan's room. Master, lie down on the bed. Let me examine you first. In the room, Yi Xian pointed at the bed. Zhang Luoshan nodded. This time shall you start with my feet or my legs? I intend to work on your waist. Oh. Zhang Luoshan raised an eyebrow and reached out to pinch Yi Xian's ear. Why the waist all of a sudden? The meridians in your legs and feet are not yet fully restored. Are you brat, trying to take advantage of me? Not at all. Yi Xian quickly explained. If I truly wanted to take advantage, I'd go for your backside. But since you've rekindled spiritual energy, the lumbar region connects the upper and lower body. I must warm and mend the meridians there. After all, cultivating spiritual energy requires circulation through the Bodhis cycles, or progress will be slow. Let it slide. Zhang Luoshan gave a light snort and released his ear. By the way, does repairing meridians require attention to every part of the body? Of course. Each inch has different meridians, so each must be treated separately. Yi Xian nodded matter-of-factly. A hint of shyness flickered in Jiang Lushan's beautiful eyes. Very well, proceed with the examination. Every inch of meridians to be repaired. How embarrassing that will be. She dared not imagine it, her earlobes were already flushed and burning. Yi Xian, however, found nothing amiss. He first conducted a full-body examination of Jiang Luoshan. Her recovery was even better than he had anticipated. Master, lie on your stomach. I'm going to climb on top. Be gentle. Jiang Luoshan retorted with exasperation, too weary to correct him further. 3 hours later, Yi Xian, completely exhausted, collapsed onto Jiang Lushan's back. Insolent disciple, what's wrong? Jiang Luoshan called out anxiously. Master, I'm so tired. Let me rest a moment. Yi Xian replied, then soft snores arose. This. Jiang Lushan's expression was exceedingly complex. Part anger, part shyness. She deeply suspected Yi Xian was doing it on purpose. Yet the snoring sounded genuine. But their current position was rather indecent. Oh well, let this unruly disciple rest a little. The secret realm trial must have been tiring. He just returned and immediately began repairing meridians, refining so many spiritual items to merge into my body. She had intended to push him away. But in the end, Jiang Luoshan stayed her hand. At that very moment, at Cloud Summit Peak, Su Rian was reporting in detail to Sect Master Lin Yuan about the events in the Dragon Gate secret realm. Upon hearing Su Rian's report that he was a pure yang physique, Lin Yuan's expression on Shaoyan Peak instantly stiffened. The pure yang physique was an extremely rare and exceptionally powerful special constitution, allowing one to cultivate the most rigid and masculine techniques at an astonishing speed. Yes, I discovered that he possessed the pure yang physique within the Dragon Tomb. Initially, I planned to suppress him completely and use special methods to force out Jiang Lushan's true purpose for keeping him hidden. But after discovering his pure yang physique, I changed my mind and decided to get close to him, adopting a long-term strategy. Because as a pure yang physique, his resilience is formidable, he could likely endure considerable torture. Another point is that Jiang Luoshan might have bestowed upon him special treasures. If we alert him, such a physique could hide for decades, and even I might not be his match. To get close to him as we were about to leave the Dragon Tomb, Yi Xian was ambushed and I stepped in to assist him. As expected, he possessed a trump card from Jiang Luoshan, allowing him to leap from the third layer of the Cave Heaven realm to the first layer of the Spirit Transformation realm. Truly formidable. Su Rian recounted the events with a mix of truth and fabrication, all prearranged with Yi Xian. Because the scene of her helping Yi Xian slaughter at the Dragon Tomb's entrance was witnessed by many, including possible disciples of the Shaoyan sect. Moreover, the Mirage Extinction Palace, the Yin-Yang sect, and the Great Qian dynasty would inevitably come seeking trouble, so this point could not be concealed. It was better to present it openly in a different manner. Excellent, you've done very well. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded approvingly at Su Rian. A long-term approach yields greater gains than crippling him outright. So he's a pure yang physique hidden all these years without a trace. Little junior sister's ambitions are vast. A cold sharpness flickered in Lin Yuan's eyes. With Yi Xian's pure yang physique, he would undoubtedly receive the sect's full support. For this constitution rivaled a king body or divine body, even surpassing Su Rian's spiritual body by a hair. That Jiang Luoshan had concealed such a rare physique for so long surely had its purpose. Could it be that he had already discovered the old sect leader's plan? That the so-called failed tribulation was deliberate? Suddenly Lin Yuan's heart jolted. Rian, return for now. Maintain a distant closeness with Yi Xian, observe his movements, and see what Jiang Luoshan arranges for him next. Then Lin Yuan addressed Su Rian. Yes, master, I understand. I will report to you promptly upon any new developments. No need to rush. Summarize periodically and report to me lest he detects any clues and becomes wary of you. Very well, master, I understand. Su Rian nodded but asked curiously, I'm just wondering why go through all this trouble to investigate him. Couldn't I trick him outside the sect or to a secluded spot and directly perform a soul search? What if his soul has a prohibition placed on it? This is a common tactic of the powerful. We cannot rule out Jiang Luoshan having set such a trap. Once triggered, it would explode and we'd gain nothing. I see. Then why not directly interrogate or soul search Jiang Luoshan? He's now devoid of cultivation and can't withstand much suffering. Previously I could have done that, but now I'm uncertain about Jiang Luoshan. I don't know what trump cards he holds, and I deeply suspect he might still be able to unleash his former peak combat power at a critical moment. If he can, and my rashness disrupts the old sect leader's plan, the trouble would be immense. A sin I cannot bear. The old sect leader. Su Rian's heart trembled. The old sect leader was the previous master of the Shaoyan sect, the teacher of Lin Yuan, the peak masters, and Jiang Luotian, an ancient monster who had lived for millennia. He had not appeared for nearly 60 years, yet he was a renowned powerhouse in Qingzhou and the sole emperor realm expert of the Shaoyan sect. Indeed, but I cannot elaborate further. I must now visit the old sect leader. You should return as well. Remember my instructions, do not act rashly. Lin Yuan said no more. He felt it necessary to report Yi Xian's pure yang physique to higher authorities. Yes, master. Su Rian bowed respectfully and turned to leave. Could it involve the old sect leader? Has he been targeting Jiang Luotian all along? Wasn't the old sect leader their teacher? On her way back, Su Rian was filled with confusion, unable to fathom the truth. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan emerged from the hall and flew toward the deepest part of Shaoyan Peak. Arriving at a canyon, he summoned a token into the air, and the empty space before him split open, revealing a portal through which Lin Yuan stepped. Within the portal lay another realm, like a small world with birdsong, floral fragrance, mountains, and rivers. He came to a grand hall outside, which stood a child who appeared no older than 5 or 6, yet Lin Yuan treated him with great reverence. Bowing, Lin Yuan said, "Senior brother, I wish to see the master. The old sect leader is in seclusion and cannot receive visitors. Come back another time." The bright-eyed child spoke indifferently. "I have urgent matters." Lin Yuan hesitated before replying. The old sect leader is breaking through a realm. No matter how urgent, he cannot emerge unless the Shaoyan sect faces annihilation. The child reiterated. The master is breaking through again. Lin Yuan was startled, gazing at the hall with a flicker of awe in his eyes. Then he nodded firmly. "Very well, I shall return another time. Farewell, senior brother." With that, Lin Yuan turned and withdrew. Emerging from the small world, Lin Yuan muttered to himself, "Given the master's power, even if little junior sister has discovered something, she can't stir up much trouble. An emperor realm expert is inscrutable. Oh, I need not pursue this too aggressively." On Luotian Peak, when Yi Sun awoke again, a full hour had passed. Opening his eyes, he felt something soft beneath him, and in a daze he gave it a squeeze. That squeeze was no small matter. The softness quivered, and a fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils. Whoosh! Yi Sun's eyes snapped wide open. "Damn it, master. Why am I lying on your backside?" Bang! Yi Xian was kicked down. "You insolent disciple, lying there for a full hour, and now you're all fidgety the moment you wake up. Asking for a beating, aren't you?" Jiang Luotian glared at him with cold, beautiful eyes and scolded. "I wouldn't dare, it was purely instinctive, absolutely not intentional." Yi Xian quickly waved his hands and apologized to Jiang Luotian. Jiang Luotian snorted lightly. "Next time, don't go all out like that, to save some strength for yourself. After all, I am your master, you lying on top of me. What kind of decency is that? If there's a next time, don't blame me for being ruthless and tossing you off the bed." All right. Yi Xian nodded repeatedly, not expecting he had slept on Jiang Luotian for so long. What a pity he was too exhausted and fell into a deep slumber, barely experiencing anything. What a shame. A pang of regret echoed in Yi Xian's heart. "Insolent disciple, you haven't yet told me how your trip to the Dragon Tomb secret realm went." Then Jiang Luotian spoke. "This venture into the Dragon Gate secret realm yielded great gains, master. Allow me to recount it in detail." Moi. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, a communication jade talisman on his body began to flicker. "Su Rian is looking for me." This was a communication jade talisman. Whenever Su Rian wished to send a message, she would activate its counterpart, allowing him to receive it. "Master, could you wait a moment? I need to step out for something. I'll explain everything in detail upon my return." "What business is so urgent?" Jiang Luotian asked, puzzled. "Su Rian is seeking me. She must have crucial information to share. I'll give you a thorough account when I'm back." Su Rian. Jiang Luotian's brow arched sharply. How did this insolent disciple get entangled with Su Rian? If anyone on Luotian Peak has hurt Jiang Luotian, the most it's Su Rian. Yi Sun was well aware of this, but since he mentioned it, there must be a reason. "Go ahead, I'll wait here for you." Subsequently, Yi Xian took his leave. In a certain spot within the cloud-soaring sect, he met Su Rian. "This is the information I gathered today. I'll destroy it after reading." Su Rian handed him a jade slip, then turned and left without any hesitation. Yi Xian pocketed the jade slip and returned directly to Luotian Peak. "Back so soon?" Jiang Luotian was somewhat surprised to see Yi Xian return so quickly. "The information she wanted to give me is all in this jade slip. Perhaps you could examine it with me." Yi Xian took out the jade slip Su Rian had given him and immediately infused his divine sense into it. Through a secret technique, he manifested the contents of the jade slip in the form of images. The old sect master is targeting me. After reading the information recorded in the jade slip, Jiang Lushan's pupils contracted sharply. What is this all about? Lin Yuan targeting me comes as no surprise. The cloud-soaring sect's treatment of me after my tribulation failure would be impossible without Lin Yuan's authorization. But judging by the implication, it seems to involve the old sect master as well. He is my master. This information sent her mind into a whirlwind of thoughts. After failing the tribulation back, then she had also thought of seeking her master's help, wondering if he could offer some assistance. Because he was the sole emperor-level powerhouse in the cloud-soaring sect. But he had not appeared for many years, so her attempt to seek the old sect master's help proved unsuccessful. Master, I feel there is definitely a major conspiracy aimed at you. Calm down a bit first, and let me tell you about my experiences in the Dragon Gate secret realm, including my situation with Su Ruyan. Yi Xian could see that Jiang Lushan's state of mind was turbulent at this moment, and he quickly spoke. Go ahead, I'm just finding it hard to believe. After all, I've weathered the failure of the great emperor, tribulation, and successive betrayals. What is this in comparison? Moreover, during my breakthrough, I had already faintly sensed some ominous omens. The items I had prepared specifically for the great emperor's lightning tribulation also deviated somewhat. But the subsequent events left me with no inclination to conduct any further investigations. Jiang Luoshan took a deep breath, her gaze turning cold and resolute. Yi Xian nodded, then recounted every detail of his experiences in the Dragon Gate secret realm to Jiang Luoshan. 8 Divisions Divine Seal. You actually obtained this secret art. Jiang Luoshan was extremely shocked after hearing it. Yes, master. If I hadn't acquired the powerful inheritance of the 8 Steps Divine Seal inside, and unless I used the fire spirit, I would have been a total pushover in there, beaten to a pulp. Yi Xian smiled faintly. What incredible luck. Do you know what the 8 Divisions Divine Seal is derived from? Derived from what? Yi Xian's brow furrowed slightly in confusion. The 8 Divisions Divine Seal is the legendary celestial venerable secret art, Zhizi Seal. This Zhizi Seal can amplify power tenfold, far surpassing the 8 Divisions Divine Seal. And it enhances every aspect, including the ancient scriptures, techniques, and divine abilities you cultivate, making it far more formidable than the 8 Divisions Divine Seal, which only boosts cultivation. Yi Xian drew a sharp breath after hearing this. This Zhizi Seal is absolutely devastating. Where can I find it? Even I am not sure, master. The Zhizi Seal is a legendary celestial venerable secret art, and there is no one in our Qingzhou realm worthy of being called a celestial venerable. Perhaps it exists in the central divine land. Jiang Luoshan gave a bitter smile. I see. Well, I'll leave it to chance, then maybe you'll stumble upon it when I journey to the central divine land someday. Yi Xian smiled faintly. In his mind, the image of the mysterious woman he had encountered in the Crimson Flame domain surfaced. She seemed to hail from the central divine land. This was the core of the myriad heavens. Jiang Luoshan smiled gently. With your talent, it shouldn't be a problem. Just strive hard. Yi Xian chuckled softly, then shifted the topic. Master, let's talk about Lin Yuan and the old sect master. I suspect they are plotting some scheme to harm you. But they are probably overestimating your hidden trump cards and are uncertain about any special plans you might have, so they dare not act rashly. No need to doubt, there is definitely some conspiracy. But I can't fathom what I have that would make the old sect master scheme against me yet. With his power, suppressing me would be more than enough. Even if I had succeeded in the emperor tribulation, I would be no match for him. Why would he do this? Jiang Lushan's face turned cold as she spoke with profound confusion. Jiang Luoshan was utterly baffled as to why the old sect leader would target her. In the days of her youth, he had always shown considerable kindness to her, his youngest disciple. What could have driven him now to scheme and lay traps against her? Jiang Lushan's brows furrowed deeply. Master, could it be that the old sect leader was responsible for your failure in the imperial tribulation? You mentioned earlier that something felt off about the items you prepared for the tribulation. Who could have tampered with your preparations without a trace before your tribulation? It seems only the sole imperial realm expert of the cloud-soaring sect could manage such a feat. Jiang Lushan's pupils constricted slightly. There is no evidence, yet we must not speak recklessly. When I prepared for my earth tribulation, I noticed some items were of inferior quality and failed to replenish me effectively. But that was the great imperial thunder tribulation. Any slight error could lead to utter defeat. 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest. Master is right. However, it is now certain that the old sect leader is targeting you. The sect leader and the peak elders are merely following his orders. Following the old sect leader's orders to target me. But how could there be no whisper of this leaking out? It seems impossible to keep it so watertight. Why is that impossible? For instance, only the sect leader has contact with the old sect leader. He simply needs to relay the old sect leader's commands. Moreover, Master, you were in seclusion for months, or even a year to prepare for the imperial tribulation. Many affairs were delegated to the elders and Su Ruyan. It is only natural you didn't notice the peculiarities of the sect leader and peak masters. Yi Xian chuckled lightly. Your reasoning leaves me with no rebuttal. Zhang Luoshan sighed. At the core, she had always regarded the cloud-soaring sect as her home, her fellow disciples as family, and the old sect leader as a father figure. She never imagined they would harm her. Yet those she trusted as family and the old sect leader she saw as a benevolent father had conspired against her. Zhang Luoshan's heart blazed with fury, but perhaps due to the countless trials she had endured, she could fully suppress it, leaving only an endless chilling indifference. Shinner, we are being targeted now. We must act with caution from here on, for your master can no longer protect you. Taking a deep breath, she spoke to Yi Xian with gravity. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile. Master, there is no need for excessive worry. On the contrary, I believe we should still act boldly. If anyone provokes me, I will still strike back. Why do you say that? Zhang Luoshan frowned slightly. Master, have you forgotten? Because you suddenly revealed that Imperial-grade talisman, the sect leader has been imagining you possess many hidden trump cards. He imagines you are planning a grand scheme, even that I am a combat force you deliberately kept hidden. Right now he dares not act rashly. If we suddenly show weakness, it might provoke even more aggressive moves from him. So under the sect leader's constant assumptions, he won't dare take drastic measures. The bolder we are, the safer we are. He fears you losing control and might even protect us indirectly. As my strength grows, I can hasten the restoration of your meridians. I believe that once I fully repair them, your cultivation will likely recover. When you face the Imperial Thunder Tribulation again, we will fear no one. Yi Xian laid out his analysis completely. Zhang Luoshan nodded repeatedly. Your reasoning is quite sound. Indeed, under his imagination, I possess mysterious and formidable trump cards and undisclosed objectives. To uncover these, he won't dare make a reckless move, unless the old sect leader intervenes personally. But the old sect leader has remained inactive for so long. Either he is in deep seclusion or facing some problem. Either way, we still have time to maneuver. Yi Xian smiled gently. Exactly, Master. You are truly perceptive, understanding in an instant. You little rascal, are you asking for a beating? Do you take your master for a child to be praised like this? Zhang Luoshan rolled her eyes in exasperation. In this disciple's eyes, Master is sometimes like a little girl. I hope you can always live carefree and joyful. All right, spare me the sappy talk, or I'll spit on you. Zhang Luoshan snorted lightly, but the upward curve of her lips betrayed her delight. The sight stirred Yi Xian's heart, and he swallowed hard twice, yearning to steal a kiss from those alluring red lips. Yet he feared Zhang Luoshan would slap him. Master, I need to go out. Where are you off to? Has Su Ruyan summoned you again? Zhang Luoshan raised an eyebrow, looking at him. No, it's not that. I gained much from the Dragon Gate's secret realm this time. I killed a disciple of the Yin-Yang sect and obtained a pill formula from his storage ring, the Meridian Restoring and Essence Nourishing Pill. I've also gathered all the required herbs. I plan to go to the Spirit Pill Peak to refine a batch of Meridian Restoring and Essence Nourishing Pills for you. Meridian Restoring and Essence Nourishing Pill. I believe I've heard of this pill. Zhang Luoshan's expression shifted to astonishment. Legend has it that this pill's formula was lost long ago. It is exceedingly precious. The Pill God Valley once posted a notice seeking this formula. It is said they now possess only a single pill which they refuse to sell, for it has become a peerless treasure. And you obtained it from a Yin-Yang sect disciple. This is truly invaluable. If taken to the Pill God Valley, they would spare no expense to acquire this formula. Is that so? Haha, that's wonderful. Perhaps this Yin-Yang sect disciple stumbled upon it in the Dragon Gate secret realm, but had no chance to study it before it fell into my hands. That must be it. Show it to me at once. Zhang Luoshan's face lit up with joy. This was truly excellent news. Finally, Yi Xian produced a pill formula from his ring. The formula was crafted from an unknown material exuding an aura of ancient time. Zhang Luoshan handled it with the utmost care. This formula not only details the refining process, but also elaborates on the pill's effects. This is the pill without a doubt. With this elixir, the restoration of her meridians would accelerate dramatically. As her meridians healed, and with her fractured foundation, nurtured by Yi Xian's pure yang power, working in tandem, her return to peak condition was imminent. Shina, you have done so much for me. Your master is at a loss for how to repay you. Holding the formula, Zhang Luotian gazed at Yixian, her beautiful eyes brimming with profound gratitude. Ahem, as the saying goes, a great kindness is beyond repayment save by offering oneself. Perhaps, master. Get out. You have 10 breaths to vanish from my sight, or don't blame me for punishing this rebellious disciple. Before Yixian could finish, Zhang Luotian planted a hand on her hip and pointed at the door with a cold shout. Ahem ahem. Yixian coughed awkwardly, snatched up the formula, and bolted out, fearing a beating if he lingered. Watching Yixian flee with his tail between his legs, Zhang Luotian burst into laughter, covering her rosy lips as she rocked back and forth. This little rascal daring to openly declare he wants to be a master-defying disciple. How can such shameless words be spoken so brazenly? Zhang Luotian snorted repeatedly. A faint blush crept across her exquisite cheeks. But then again, this rebellious disciple is young and vigorous, and with his pure young saint body, it wouldn't do to let him suffer. Perhaps when the time is right, granting him a chance wouldn't be out of the question. Spirit Herb Peak was one of the 9 peaks of Cloud Soaring Sect, a summit dedicated to the refinement of various elixirs and pills. The cultivators who joined Spirit Herb Peak were all individuals with profound insights into the art of alchemy. Generally, if disciples from other peaks needed to refine or purchase pills, they would head to Spirit Herb Peak. This was not only because alchemy masters presided there, but also because the peak housed the sect's most precious cauldrons and spiritual flames. After leaving Luotian Peak, Yixian proceeded directly towards Spirit Herb Peak. Oh, isn't this the sole disciple of Luotian Peak who made such a stir not long ago? What is he doing at Spirit Herb Peak? Is he here to refine pills or buy them? As soon as he entered the peak, some younger disciples recognized Yixian and began scrutinizing him with curiosity. What else could he be here for besides those 2 things? Ignoring the murmurs around him, Yixian did not pause and walked straight toward the main peak of Spirit Herb Peak. However, as he arrived at the square before the Grand Alchemy Hall, a familiar figure caught his eye, and that person happened to look his way at the same moment. Chen Ming was surprised to encounter Yixian here, but Yixian merely cast him a faint glance and continued walking forward. Chen Ming's face instantly darkened. Yixian, I am still your senior brother after all. Is this how you show respect? During the Dragon Gate's secret realm, Yixian had already shown him no courtesy, and Chen Ming had harbored resentment ever since. Although Yixian's strength had exceeded his expectations back then, with so many disciples watching now, Chen Ming, as a senior brother at the spirit nurturing realm, could hardly bear being so blatantly ignored. Are we that familiar? Why should I show you face? Yixian continued onward without looking back. Stop right there. Just then a cold snort rang out. A young man dressed in the robes of Spirit Herb Peak strode over and blocked Yixian's path, barking rudely. I know you've been in the spotlight lately, but you're far too arrogant. Apologize to my good brother. Yixian glanced at his attire and frowned slightly. I came here to refine a pill. Since you're a disciple of Spirit Herb Peak, I don't wish to clash with you. Step aside. Oh, you sure talk big. So if I weren't a Spirit Herb Peak disciple, you'd actually throw a punch. The man sneered. Wang Hai, forget it. I asked you here to help me find 2 kinds of pills. Let's not bother with him now. Young talents often have some pride. It's normal. Chen Ming stepped in to mediate. It's fine, there's no rush for the pills. I want to see just how arrogant this hotshot really is and where he gets his nerve. A mere cave heaven realm dares to act tough before me, a spirit nurturing cultivator. Wang Hai snorted, stepped forward, and stared straight into Yixian's eyes, their noses almost touching. With Wang Hai so close, Yixian replied coldly, that's enough. I don't want trouble, or it might affect my pill refinement. Apologize. No more nonsense. Apologize to my good brother, Chen Ming. As he spoke, Wang Hai raised a finger and jabbed it toward Yixian's forehead. In that instant, Yixian suddenly grabbed Wang Hai's finger and wrenched it back viciously. Oh! A searing pain shot from his fingertip straight to his heart. The 10 fingers are connected to the heart. Yixian's grip nearly crushed his finger. Bastard! You dare ambush me. You're asking for death. Wang Hai roared, swinging his other fist straight at Yixian's face. Bang! Yixian met the blow heat-in. Their fists collided, and Yixian stumbled back 3 steps. Seeing this, a flicker of disdain flashed in Wang Hai's eyes. He sneered, Kid, know that there is always someone stronger. Today I'll teach you a lesson. You'll learn not to be so arrogant. Without another word, Wang Hai's palms danced, spiritual energy, surging, and layers of palm shadows descended upon Yixian with overwhelming force. I never intended to argue with you. It's utterly pointless. But if you insist, I'm no pushover. Yixian's eyes turned icy as he roared inwardly, 8 divine seals opened the 4th seal. Against an opponent like Wang Hai, he didn't need to unleash his full power. His physical body had been tempered, and with the 4th seal open, he could rival cultivators at the 3rd or even 4th level of spirit nurturing. Boom, boom, boom. In a flash, the two clashed heat-in. The fierce collision of their power sent waves of energy rippling outward. Surprisingly, after this exchange, Wang Hai gained no advantage. Good. You've got some skill. No wonder you're so cocky. But I was only using 70% of my strength just now. Now I'm getting serious. Wang Hai erupted with even more surging spiritual energy, his robes flapping loudly. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh, so you were only using 70%. I thought you were like me, using just 30. What? You little brat, you're asking for it. They'll crush you. Wang Hai roared, his fist erupting with unmatched power as he struck at Yi Xian like a mountain. How what a coincidence. Let Wang Hai teach you a lesson. And if he can't, he still has a good brother. As Wang Hai launched his full force attack at Yi Xian, a sinister smile flickered in Chun Ming's eyes. This time he could finally vent his anger. False show and no substance. Seeing the overwhelming palm strike, Yi Xian activated the burning art and swung his palm. A golden palm print tore through the air, violently colliding with Wang Hai's fist. Ah! The moment their fist and palm met, Wang Hai cried out in pain as he was sent flying. Drops of blood trickled down incessantly. You actually wounded me. You actually wounded me. Wang Hai stared at his bleeding fist, his face twisting with fury. He bellowed at Yi Xian. This can end here. If we continue, it will be catastrophic. Yi Xian said coldly, looking at Wang Hai. Haha, catastrophic indeed. Wang Hai refused to believe that a dignified spirit-nurturing cultivator cannot suppress you. Roar. Wang Hai grew frenzied. A cave heaven materialized behind his head. Within the cave heaven lay a spotted leopard, but its size was enormous. Like a fierce tiger. Isn't that too much? Wang Hai is actually going to use his cave heaven spirit, the flying cloud leopard. One wrong move, and it could be fatal. That kid is too arrogant. He should apologize quickly and stop being so cocky. The onlookers exclaimed as they saw Wang Hai manifest his cave heaven spirit. Brother Wang Hai, maybe we should stop. After all, he's only at the cave heaven realm. Chun Ming also put on a false show of persuasion. I must suppress him. If I don't today, how will I ever show my face in the world again? Wang Hai was truly enraged. He had even activated the spirit of his cavern realm, fully unleashing the power of the nurtured spirit stage. This had already reached an awkward point where it was nearly impossible to resolve. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Subtly, he activated 3 more layers of his 8-fold divine seal. Not only that, but he also elevated his cultivation to the 10th level of the cavern realm, consecutively opening 10 caverns within his body. At this moment, an immensely terrifying golden spiritual energy surged and roamed wildly within those caverns. A golden radiance even spilled out from his pores. Stop! Wang Hai, what exactly are you doing? Bullying a fellow junior brother whose cultivation level is lower than yours in broad daylight? Or is this the customary way your elixir spirit peak treats its guests? Just as the two sides were at daggers drawn, the atmosphere, so tense it seemed a conflict would erupt any second, a clear cold rebuke suddenly rang out. Hearing this cold shout, everyone turned their heads. They saw a woman dressed in a simple white dress which perfectly accentuated her graceful and slender figure. Her ponytail, like black silk, hung long down to her waist. Her radiant face, full of youthful vitality, was undoubtedly that of an extremely beautiful woman. It's her. Seeing this beautiful woman, Yi Xian's eyebrows raised involuntarily. He had met this woman once before. At the entrance to the Dragon Gate's secret realm, before the gates had fully opened, he had spoken with this beautiful woman in the white dress. At that time, the woman in the white dress not only answered some of his questions, but also said that if fate allowed, they could help each other within the Dragon Gate secret realm. He just hadn't expected not to run into her again inside the secret realm. So much time had passed that he had almost forgotten about the woman in the white dress. She was from Jade Element Peak, the only main peak in the cloud soaring sect composed entirely of women. Although all the disciples on the peak were female, their strength was formidable, and every single one was a top-tier beauty. They were incredibly popular within the cloud soaring sect. So it's Sister Yuran. Sister Yuran's sudden visit to my elixir spirit peak catches Xiao Hai unprepared. Please forgive me for not welcoming you properly. Looking at the woman in the white dress, the ferocity on Wang Hai's face instantly dissipated. It was replaced by a smile as he greeted her warmly. There's no need for that. Also, you may address me as Senior Sister Yuran or Senior Sister Chu, or simply call me by my name, Chu Yuran. But do not call me sister lest it cause misunderstandings. The woman in the white dress, Xuan, frowned slightly and spoke in a flat tone. It's just a form of address, how could it cause misunderstandings? Who knows, I might have to change it to sister-in-law Yuran in the future. Wang Hai grinned slyly. However, the next second his entire body tensed up and he couldn't help but shiver. A sword had somehow already been pressed against his Adam's apple. If you spout any more nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. I have no relationship whatsoever with your elder brother. Xuan glared at Wang Hai with cold, beautiful eyes, her tone icy. Yes, senior sister Yuran, please don't be angry. I just have a loose tongue. Please forgive me. Wang Hai quickly stepped back, nodding repeatedly in apology. Oomph. Xuan let out a heavy, cold snort. Then she turned and walked over to Yixian. Looking at him, a hint of softness appeared on her cool, beautiful face. Junior brother Yixian, are you here to refine pills or to request pills? Xuan smiled slightly and continued, what a coincidence, I am also here to refine pills. In that case, junior brother Yixian, why not come in with me? Alright, I'll trouble you then, senior sister Chu. Yixian nodded. His most important goal for this trip was to refine the meridian restoration pill, not to contend with others. He took advantage of Xuan's offer to leave this place of trouble. However, this action thoroughly infuriated Wang Hai. He snorted coldly, rushed out to block Yixian, and shouted, stop right there. Did I say you could leave? Wang Hai, what do you think you're doing? Do you really intend to cripple this junior brother Yixian today? Xuan glared coldly at Wang Hai. Senior sister Yuran, this matter between us has nothing to do with you. Please don't interfere. Besides, my elder brother is also on this elixir spirit peak. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be helping another man so publicly? Wang Hai snorted coldly at Xuan. Xuan's brow furrowed slightly. What I do is none of your concern. Watch your tongue. What does your elder brother being here have to do with me? Junior brother Yixian, let's go, she said to Yixian. I said he can't leave, and he can't leave. Wang Hai bellowed. The spirit of his cavern realm, the sky cloud leopard, let out a deafening roar, poised to charge out from the cavern. But just then Chun Ming acted swiftly, grabbing his arm. Wang Hai, calm down. If you're my brother, don't stop me. Wang Hai roared. Precisely because I'm your brother, I have to stop you. If Xuan really attacks, and something happens to you, wouldn't that let Yixian get the upper hand? Chun Ming tightly gripped his arm, pulling him back, and signaled for Xuan to take Yixian and leave first. Xuan gave a light snort and led Yixian towards the main hall ahead. Damn it. This is infuriating. Xuan showed me no respect at all, even pointed her sword at me, and walked so closely with that bastard. Isn't she afraid my big brother will be angry? Wang Hai was furious. Alas, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have clashed with Yixian. Brother Wang Hai, let's just forget about this. Chun Ming stood beside him, speaking with a look of guilt. Brother Chun Ming, this isn't your fault. I never blamed you. No matter what that bastard dared to get so close to Xuan, I will never forgive him. I will tell my elder brother about this. Wang Hai growled through gritted teeth. Brother Chun Ming, I can't help you pick out pills here anymore. You'll have to go on your own. I'm going to find my elder brother before they have a chance to escape. Then Wang Hai said this to Chun Ming and got up to leave. Chun Ming opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't stop Wang Hai. Hehehe. Yixian, oh Yixian, you finally kicked a hornet's nest this time. That brother of his Wang Xiao is said to be a powerhouse at the peak of the 8th level of the nurtured spirit stage. Chun Ming laughed triumphantly in his heart, as if he could already see the scene of Yixian being trampled underfoot. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Xuan led Yixian some distance and she parted ways with him, as they each had different pills to refine. About 2 hours later, Yixian came out from inside. When he asked others about Xuan, he learned that she had already left. I will go to Jade Element Peak later to properly thank senior sister Chu. Yixian muttered to himself, then walked towards the exit. When he reached the square outside, he immediately felt 2 extremely sharp gazes fixed upon him. Yixian, with his acute perception, turned his head and saw Wang Hai glaring at him with fury. Beside Wang Hai stood a young man with a 5/10 resemblance to him, but more handsome, his face cold and indifferent. Brother, he's that Yixian. Let's go over and suppress him thoroughly. Seeing Yixian turn to look, Wang Hai pointed at him without hesitation and said to the young man beside him, No need. I've memorized his face. The young man named Wang Xiao looked at Yixian's face and said calmly to Wang Hai, Why, brother? Since he's here, why not just suppress him now? Wang Hai asked, puzzled. I have my reasons. With that, Wang Xiao suddenly revealed a grin at Yixian, made a slashing gesture across his own throat, then turned around. He led Wang Hai toward the alchemy hall. Yixian's eyes narrowed sharply. Is that a death threat? If you dare make a move, you'll be the one to die. Yixian sneered inwardly, his eyes flashing with an unyielding sharpness. Yi Xian snorted in his heart and continued walking toward Luotian Peak. What was expected to be a fierce battle never came to pass. Wang Xiao certainly has some depth to him. What fierce battle? If Wang Xiao struck head-crush Yi Xian with overwhelming force. But judging by that last gesture, he's not satisfied with merely suppressing Yi Xian. Someone murmured, then drew a sharp breath. Could Wang Xiao be planning to kill Yi Xian? After all, the Yunxiao sect had a rule forbidding disciples from killing each other within the sect, with severe consequences for violations unless both parties agreed to a life-and-death contract and fought on the Yunxiao platform. Are we just letting him go? I really can't stand it. Wang Hai, taken away by Wang Xiao, clenched his fists in fury. He hurt you. How could I, as your brother, let him off easily? Besides, Chu Yuran is my beloved. I won't allow any other man to touch her or even approach her. But with the sect rules in place, even if I suppress him here, he wouldn't be foolish enough to step onto the Yunxiao platform with me for a life-and-death battle. Wang Xiao sneered. Then what do you mean, brother? Wang Hai's eyes darted, almost guessing Wang Xiao's thoughts. Just as you're thinking. Wang Xiao smiled slightly. Good. Then leave it to me, brother. I'll wait outside Luotian Peak and report to you the moment he leaves the sect. A vicious, murderous intent flashed across Wang Hai's face. Wang Xiao looked at him approvingly and nodded with a smile. Meanwhile, Yi Xian returned to Luotian Peak, took out the pill, and placed it before Jiang Luotian. Master, I've refined the meridian-restoring life-nourishing pill, but it's only a fourth-turn high-grade pill. I couldn't do better because the herbs I had were of insufficient quality and my alchemy skills are too crude. If I had a powerful alchemy technique and higher-grade herbs, this pill's grade could be elevated several levels. Yi Xian spoke with a hint of guilt on his face. This is already remarkable. I never taught you alchemy, yet you managed to refine a fourth-turn high-grade pill. That's truly astonishing. Jiang Luotian looked at Yi Xian with admiration, praising him without reservation. For someone who has never practiced alchemy to achieve this, even disciples of the Spirit Pill Peak couldn't do it without decades of expertise. It speaks volumes about your talent in the Tao of alchemy. Truly, as a sacred body, you learn everything quickly. Yi Xian chuckled sheepishly. I'm not as impressive as you say, master. Yi Xian knew that his rapid learning was mainly due to the creation heavenly steel in his mind, which acted like a cheat code for enlightenment. Master, please take this pill now. When I find a powerful alchemy technique and superior herbs in the future, I'll refine an even better one for you. All right. Thank you for your hard work. But if you seek a powerful alchemy technique, I can point you in the right direction. The Divine Pill Valley holds the Young Divine Pill competition every year, open to anyone under 30. If you secure a top 3 place, you can learn one of their most formidable alchemy techniques. Moreover, the competition rules prohibit disciples of the Divine Pill Valley from participating, ensuring fairness, otherwise outsiders would have little chance of winning. That's perfect. But where do I sign up? Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he pressed for details. Aren't you also planning to challenge the Martial Tower in Qingzhou City? There's a branch of the Divine Pill Valley in Qingzhou City. You can register there before the competition begins. Excellent. I'll sign up when I go to Qingzhou City and strive to restore you to full health as soon as possible. Yi Xian was brimming with excitement, genuinely looking forward to the day Jiang Luotian recovered. Seeing his earnestness, Jiang Luotian felt a surge of emotion. To have a disciple like you, what more could I ask for it? She then picked up the meridian-restoring, life-nourishing pill from the table and placed it between her red lips. As the pill entered her body, an overwhelming surge of medicinal power rushed through her limbs and bones, rapidly restoring her vitality. Nourishing the blood and veins required substantial energy, so replenishing vitality was the first step. As her vitality grew, Jiang Luotian's body began to sweat, dampening her white robe, which clung tightly to her skin. Her perfect, alluring silhouette was exposed before Yi Xian. He couldn't help but swallow hard. The tantalizing sight of her wet, translucent form was utterly stimulating. You insolent disciple. Stop staring. Quickly guide the medicinal power for me. Jiang Luotian's voice rang out with a hint of shame and annoyance. Oh, right. I almost forgot. I need to help you channel the pill's energy. Yi Xian slapped his thigh and quickly stood up. Since Jiang Luotian's meridians were completely severed, without guidance, the medicinal power would disperse throughout her body, wasting its effect. The best approach was to direct the energy to one area, repair that first, and then gradually restore the broken meridians and foundation from that point outward. Without further hesitation, Yi Xian lifted Jiang Luotian into his arms. Her slick, damp body was slippery to the touch, and he nearly touched a forbidden area. He quickly said, Master, please don't mind. I'm not trying to take advantage. It's just too slippery. Stop your nonsense. Get me to the bed now. Jiang Luoshan urged him with embarrassment. Moments later, faint, tingling sounds of shame escaped her lips. Under Yi Xian's guidance, all the medicinal power converged in her legs where he aimed to fully repair the broken meridians. After an unknown period, a surge of substantial spiritual energy rippled through Jiang Luoshan's leg. Master, I've done it. I've repaired the meridians in your right calf. Yi Xian panted heavily beside her, speaking with excitement. Shinner, thank you. Jiang Luoshan turned to look at him, her gratitude genuine, even profound. Her autumn water eyes shimmered with endless tenderness. As the saying goes, a great kindness cannot be repaid with words, only by offering oneself. How about repaying me with your body, master? Yi Xian grinned, mischievously, unable to resist his usual flippant banter. I could, but can you still manage? Huh, could. Still manage. Holy. Yi Xian jolted his eyes wide as he wondered if he'd heard correctly. What did you say, master? Did you ask if I could still manage? No, I didn't. I said nothing. Jiang Luoshan's fair face flushed crimson, and she averted her gaze, turning her head away. She dared not meet Yi Xian's eyes, which were wide as light bulbs. The next morning, Yi Xian looked at Jiang Luoshan, who appeared utterly drained and listless. A wide grin spread across his face as he asked, Master, tell me, am I capable or not? Capable, my head. Get lost this instant. Jiang Luoshan snapped, kicking him irritably in the waist and shoving him off the bed. Yi Xian clutched his waist, chuckling slyly. Master, I plan to set out for Qingzhou today to challenge the Martial Tower. So soon? We've only just returned from the Dragon Gate secret realm not 2 days ago. Don't you want to rest a while? Jiang Luoshan raised an eyebrow, surprised by his eagerness to leave again. Cultivation is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you retreat. Though I've improved greatly compared to before, I still have to rely on special secret arts, or even call upon the fire spirit's aid when facing true young prodigies. It's not purely my own strength. Therefore, I cannot afford even a moment's complacency. Yi Xian spoke solemnly. Very well, as you wish. If you want to leave now, then go. Jiang Luoshan nodded with great relief. His awareness filled her as his master with deep satisfaction. Then I'll take my leave, master. You didn't sleep a wink all night? Rest well. Just get out of here. Jiang Luoshan scolded lightly, her tone tinged with exasperation, before burying her flushed and bashful face into the bedding. All she had said yesterday was, are you up to it? Never imagining that Yi Xian would spend the entire night proving himself so thoroughly. That rebellious disciple's stubborn streak was far too deep. Yi Xian bid farewell to Jiang Luoshan, then refreshed and spirited hummed a tune as he descended Luoshan Peak. But just as he stepped out of the mountain gate of Luoshan Peak, Yi Xian, still humming, raised an eyebrow. His perception had grown exceptionally sharp, and he was familiar with every inch of Luoshan Peak. He sensed something amiss, as if something was watching him. Is it Chen Ming, that scoundrel Wang Hai, or the elder brother he mentioned? Yi Xian's brow twitched slightly, yet he made no move to reveal his awareness, continuing forward as if he had noticed nothing while expanding his perception to its utmost limit. As he moved outward, the sensation of being watched persisted. Excellent. It seems I truly am being tailed. A cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. After leaving Luoshan Peak, he continued his path out of the cloud-soaring sect. Once outside the sect, he flew eastward without pause, for Qingzhou City lay directly to the east of the cloud-soaring sect. Even with non-stop flight, the journey would take 10 full days and nights, a considerable distance. Alternatively, he could reach a major city and board an airship to shorten the trip. Yet he chose not to take an airship, instead moving at varying speeds through the mountain forests. Suddenly, after about a day had passed in a remote and sparsely populated woodland, Yi Xian came to an abrupt halt. You truly have patience, tracking me for an entire day without revealing yourselves. It seems I'll have to invite you out. He stood still, gazing at the empty surroundings, speaking calmly. The forest remained silent, offering no response. Has skulking in the shadows to assassinate me, yet lacking even that much courage. Rest assured, I have no attendants. It's just me. Yi Xian sneered again. Suddenly his ears twitched, and he whirled toward his right rear, striking out with a palm. A massive palm imprint surged forth instantly. At almost the same moment, a fist imprint emerged from that direction, colliding fiercely with his palm. A thunderous roar exploded in the air, shattering several massive trees nearby. Then 2 figures appeared before Yi Xian, Wang Hai and his elder brother Wang Xiao. When did you discover us? Wang Xiao asked, his gaze flat. The moment I stepped out of Luoshan Peak's mountain gate, Yi Xian replied with a light chuckle. You're lying. There's no way you spotted me that early. Wang Hai roared in fury. How do you think your concealment skills are flawless? Far from it, I'm afraid. You insolent wretch. Don't get cocky. Let's see if you can still bluster when you're on your knees begging for mercy. Wang Hai bellowed in rage. The fact that Yi Xian had detected him so early was a direct slap to his pride. Enough. Whether he spotted us early or not is irrelevant. There's no point getting angry over a dead man. Wang Xiao said coolly from the side. Understood, brother. Just watch my back. Let me handle this. They'll kill him with my own hands. Wang Hai requested, his face twisted with malice. Wang Xiao frowned slightly. Is that necessary? I could strike with overwhelming force and slay him in an instant. Let me do it, brother. If I can't even finish off an ant at the cave heaven realm, how can I hold my head up in the future? Wang Hai sneered, insisting on killing Yi Xian himself. Fine then. They'll keep watch, Wang Xiao nodded. With him on guard, nothing should go wrong, and Wang Hai was a minor expert at the nurtured spirit realm third layer. Then Wang Hai strode toward Yi Xian. You damned brat Yi. Your biggest mistake was provoking me and getting too close to Chu Yuran. In your next life, be smarter and don't be so foolish. Boom. As he spoke, Wang Hai's body erupted with terrifying power like mountains and seas, fully unleashing his nurtured spirit realm third layer cultivation. A cave heaven manifested behind his head, and his cave heaven spirit, a flying cloud leopard, let out a series of roars. He was going all out from the start, aiming for a one-hit kill against Yi Xian. Kill. With a roar, Wang Hai's cave heaven spirit, the flying cloud leopard, charged forward, and he followed closely behind. Closer, ever closer. Yi Xian stood motionless as if frozen in shock. Yet just as the flying cloud leopard and Wang Hai closed to within 3 meters, Yi Xian roared inwardly. 8 extremities divine seal. Unlock the 8th seal. Boom. In that instant, Yi Xian activated the 8 extremities divine seal, surging unimpeded from the cave heaven realm third layer straight to the nurtured spirit realm first layer. He directly employed the secret art Void Breaker, vanishing in the blink of an eye, and raised his fist to smash into the charging flying cloud leopard. Boom. With a sky-shaking explosion, the flying cloud leopard shattered beneath Yi Xian's fist. His golden fist unstoppable as lightning continued hurtling toward Wang Hai. At that moment, Wang Hai's entire body convulsed violently, a mouthful of blood rising to his throat. But Yi Xian's fist was faster, aimed straight for his heart. Stop! Yi Xian, you bastard, stop right now. Wang Xiao, watching from behind, roared in thunderous fury, his eyes nearly splitting. Yi Xian wasn't at the cave heaven realm. He was at the nurtured spirit realm. The power he unleashed in that instant reached the nurtured spirit realm. This bastard was hiding his true strength, playing the fool. Boom. Yi Xian's fist slammed into Wang Hai's heart, punching straight through, leaving a gaping hole in his back as a spray of blood erupted. You? Wang Hai's eyes bulged in shock, managing only a single word in his dying breath before his head lolled to the side, dead on the spot. Aark, you beast Yi. You killed my brother, my own flesh and blood. They'll tear you apart limb from limb and leave not a trace of your corpse. Wang Xiao was consumed by an indescribable rage. Wang Hai was his younger brother, and seeing him slain in an instant before his eyes was utterly unbearable. Rumble. A surge of murderous aura erupted from Wang Xiao, causing the temperature within hundreds of meters to plummet sharply. A cave heaven opened behind him, revealing an enormous elephant 3 to 4 zhang in height. Between its brows was a single golden eye. A great demon, the golden-eyed demon elephant. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed upon his opponent's cave heaven spirit, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. This golden-eyed phantom elephant was unparalleled among the demon race, not only for its formidable combat prowess, but also for its terrifying defensive capabilities, said to be second only to the main lineages of the demon kings. Using a golden-eyed phantom elephant as your cave heaven spirit, you must have some real skill, Yi Xian remarked with a light chuckle, observing Wang Xiao's spirit. Yi, release your cave heaven spirit, or you'll be utterly crushed. A thunderous roar echoed. With Wang Xiao's bellow, his cave heaven spirit, the golden-eyed phantom elephant, charged forth from his cave realm, its unparalleled demonic might shaking heaven and earth. There's no need. If I release it, the only outcome is your instant annihilation. That would be dreadfully dull. After all, the advantage is mine. Arrogant. Yi, your insolence will earn you a brutal torment unto death. Wang Xiao roared, never having encountered such audacity. Golden-eyed phantom elephant, crush him. A deafening bellow erupted as the elephant raised its trunk to the sky, its rampant demonic aura spreading like a shroud. Its already colossal body swelled several times over, becoming as massive as a small mountain. Though formidable, the golden-eyed phantom elephant possessed no special bloodline of a demon king or demon god. Nor was Wang Xiao at the peak of the nourishing spirit realm or blessed with a unique constitution. He's 7 minor realms above me, but I possess the pure yang sacred body. With my current nourishing spirit cultivation and mastery of several ancient scriptures, I should be able to contend with him without deploying the fire spirit. The advantage is mine. Yi Xian's eyes swept over the earth-shaking, boastful, golden-eyed phantom elephant as he weighed his options. He was reluctant to rely on the fire spirit every time, as prolonged dependence would breed a dangerous habit, doing him no favors. The next moment, Yi Xian drew a sharp sword from his ring. This blade, a trophy from killing an enemy in the Dragon Gate secret realm, was called the Fire Qilan sword. It earned its name from 3 small seal script characters engraved upon it. The sword itself was uniquely crafted, its entire body a blood-red hue with scale-like patterns adorning its blade. Soul extinction. Yi Xian unleashed the first form of the annihilation sword art, slashing fiercely at the golden-eyed phantom elephant. A golden light burst from the eye at the elephant's brow, colliding with Yi Xian's sword strike in a violent explosion. Both he and the elephant staggered back a step. But Yi Xian immediately followed up with the second form, Soul Devourer. This strike was delivered with silent subtlety. Before the elephant could react, its massive head trembled violently as it let out a pained cry. Its trunk, several meters long, lashed about wildly. Golden-eyed phantom elephant, what's wrong? Wang Xiao shouted, rushing to its side. When he spotted a faint crack on the elephant's brow, his expression shifted in shock. You're injured. How is this possible? Wang Xiao exclaimed in disbelief. He hadn't seen Yi Xian unleash any particularly powerful sword move. Could it be that this strike was specifically designed to target the primordial spirit? All cave heaven spirits were composed of primordial spirit energy. Though their power was undiminished, they were naturally at a disadvantage against attacks that specifically targeted the soul. The golden-eyed phantom elephant couldn't speak, but understood Wang Xiao, nodding its massive head frantically. The annihilation sword art. I see. You're using the supreme divine art of Luotian Peak. I've heard this art contains sword techniques that specialize in attacking the soul. Am I right? As realization dawned, Wang Xiao whirled around and bellowed at Yi Xian. Correct, congratulations on guessing right. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Damn it. I have a soul-type treasure, but I forgot to bring it. Otherwise you wouldn't have harmed my golden-eyed phantom elephant so easily. Wang Xiao's face darkened. He had thought subduing Yi Xian would be effortless and hadn't bothered to bring his powerful treasures, never expecting Yi Xian to possess a soul-restricting ultimate move. Too late for regrets now. Time to send you on your way. Arrogance. I'm at the 8th level of nourishing spirit. Oh, what does it matter if you've mastered the annihilation sword art? The vast gap in cultivation will negate everything. Wang Xiao lunged forward, drawing a silver sword and conjuring a storm of sword light to engulf Yi Xian. The golden-eyed phantom elephant also charged madly alongside him. Void breaker. Yet just as they closed in, Yi Xian vanished from his spot. Wang Xiao froze for a moment, then his expression twisted in shock. Space manipulation. How is that possible? He sensed it correctly. The moment Yi Xian disappeared, the space before him seemed to warp for an instant, and in that blink, Yi Xian was gone. Soul Devourer. A soft, calm voice echoed from behind them. Wang Xiao spun around to see Yi Xian raising the Fire Qilan sword, thrusting it fiercely toward the elephant's head. Stop! A thunderous crash followed as the elephant's skull was pierced through, and its colossal body, now nearly 10 zhang in size, exploded violently. Only an ethereal phantom of the golden-eyed phantom elephant remained, which Yi Xian seized. Under Wang Xiao's furious, wide-eyed gaze, he tossed it into his own cave realm, where the fire spirit devoured it in one gulp. It was only in the Dragon Gate secret realm that Yi Xian discovered the fire spirit could grow stronger by consuming other cave heaven spirits. Of course, its preference was still devouring other exotic flames, but those were rare. This served as a small snack for the fire spirit. Ark. It'll kill you, it'll kill you. Wang Xiao howled in fury, but the next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood. As the cave heaven spirit was linked to his heart and mind, its destruction wounded his spirit. Since you can't accept this, I'll do you a favor and send you to reunite with your spirit. With a flash, Yi Xian struck again with his sword, then vanished from his spot. Wang Xiao hurriedly raised his sword to block, but Yi Xian had already appeared at his right rear, his golden palm imbued with terrifying sacred body force, slamming heavily onto his shoulder. With a sickening crunch, Wang Xiao's right shoulder exploded, tearing away a large patch of skin from his ribs. He let out an agonized scream as he was sent flying. Space secret arts. You're only at the nourishing spirit realm. How can you cultivate space arts? He stumbled, his face pale as paper. With Yi Xian's mastery of space divine arts, there was no way to fight unless he advanced further. He could only be passively battered. You're wrong. I'm not at the nourishing spirit realm, but truly at the third level of the cave heaven realm. Yi Xian left a trail of afterimages as his golden palm strikes pounded relentlessly against Wang Xiao, forcing him to spit blood. His body shattered. Finally, Yi Xian seized the opportunity and drove his palm straight through Wang Xiao's chest. The 8th level of nourishing spirit is nothing special. Truly the advantage is mine. Even against a nourishing spirit peak expert, I could still put up a fierce fight unless their cave heaven spirit is a great demon with the bloodline of a demon king or demon god. But how many such bloodlines exist in this world? No need to frighten myself. Yi Xian chuckled, surveying the carnage before him. He then crouched down, removing Wang Xiao's ring and searching his robes. Finding no other treasures, he moved to Wang Hai's side and did the same. Whistling a cheerful tune, he continued his swift journey toward Qingzhou City. Qingzhou City was one of the 4 greatest ancient cities in the Qingzhou domain. When Yi Xian arrived, he could see from afar the towering, unassailable city walls that soared over 1,000 meters into the sky. The walls, a deep bluish-black, were covered with mottled marks, exuding an intense sense of antiquity. As he drew closer, an inexplicable sense of gigantophobia washed over him. No wonder it's one of the 4 ancient cities of the Qingzhou domain. They say it has stood for countless millennia. Truly majestic, he exclaimed in awe, gazing at Qingzhou City in the distance. Compared to the immense grandeur of Qingzhou City, an individual seemed utterly insignificant. The city had 5 massive gates with a constant bustling stream of people entering and exiting. He had heard that the entire population of Qingzhou City numbered in the tens of millions. None who resided within its walls were weak in strength. The world's experts gathered here like countless fish crossing a river. Yi Xian followed the crowd into Qingzhou City, looking around like a country bumpkin, his head swiveling left and right. After some inquiries, he arrived at the eastern district of the city. There stood a tower, so tall its top was lost from sight, rising halfway into the sky. Is this the Martial Tower? Gazing at the bluish-yellow tower, which seemed forged from refined iron, Yi Xian felt an illusion of awe, for the tower was truly magnificent. Occasionally, strands of divine runes would coil around its surface, giving it an abyssal aura. A crowd had gathered at the base of the Martial Tower, with people constantly going in and out. Some emerged with faces beaming their pride, soaring to the heavens. Others were grievously wounded, barely clinging to life as they stumbled out. Clearly, the Martial Tower was not easy to conquer, yet some reaped great rewards. Young friend, are you looking to enter the Martial Tower? Yi Xian turned to see 4 individuals with somewhat simple, honest appearances. He nodded. Yes. Most people call me Ali. Young friend, this must be your first time at the Martial Tower or in Qingzhou City, right? The honest-looking man named Ali continued. Is there something you need? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, a flicker of caution in his eyes. Don't be nervous, young friend. If it's your first time in Qingzhou City, then I'm just the person you need. I can help you get into the Martial Tower. Oh, isn't the Martial Tower open to anyone? Yi Xian's eyebrow rose again. Of course not. Do you think the Martial Tower is a marketplace? Ali chuckled. Then brother, Ali, perhaps you could enlighten me. Yi Xian said, looking at him. All right, I'll explain. The Martial Tower has always been managed by the 4 great clans of Qingzhou City. There are 2 ways to enter. One is if you come from a superpower and hold an identity token. The other is to make a reservation in advance and pay 1,000 top-grade spirit crystals or 100 gene of source stones. But the current wait for a reservation is at least a month, and most people don't have that much time. But with my help, I can get you a reservation slip in advance. Get my drift? I understand. You're a scalper, Yi Xian said bluntly. Ahem. Brother, no need to be so direct. Ali coughed awkwardly. This guy was too straightforward. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He didn't expect to find a scalper here. It seemed wherever there was profit, there were loopholes. Move aside, or I'll cripple you for blocking our young master's path. A violent shout suddenly rang out. Then an extremely tall man, with a single cyan horn on his head, was seen shoving his way through the crowd. Beside him walked a youth with a head of purple hair and a closed vertical eye on his forehead. The vertical-eyed youth exuded a powerful aura. His open eye crackled with purple lightning. His presence was fierce and daunting, making him difficult to look at directly. As they approached, the crowd quickly parted. Brother, move quickly. It's the young master of the 3-eyed royal clan. Ali hurriedly pulled Yi Sun aside. As the vertical-eyed youth passed by Yi Xian, he glanced at him, sensing something different. Merely a cave heaven stage, the vertical-eyed youth murmured, then looked away. 3-eyed royal clan. Yi Xian asked Ali, raising an eyebrow at the retreating figure. You mean a royal clan among the demon race? That's right. The three-eyed royal clan is very powerful. Don't provoke them lightly. Ali nodded gravely. Isn't Qingzhou City a human city? How dare the demon race act so arrogantly here? Yi Xian asked, puzzled. It seems this really is your first time in Qingzhou City. One of the four great clans here is the Celestial Demon Clan, originating from the Celestial Demon God Clan of the primeval Divine Mountain. Plus, the demon race is always united and powerful, so of course they're arrogant here. I see. For such a powerful demon clan to establish a foothold here and command human respect is truly astonishing. Yi Xian marveled. Ali shook his head with a smile. It's not that astonishing. It actually has to do with Qingzhou City itself. How so? Yi Xian looked at him. It is said that Qingzhou City was built by a supreme powerhouse in an age so ancient it cannot be traced. That powerhouse was the unparalleled being who created the Qingzhou domain, the first domain lord. He was known as Emperor Qing. Starting as a talentless farm boy, he step by step ascended to the pinnacle of cultivation. But the demon race claims Emperor Qing was a green lotus that cultivated into form. His body a stalk, his heart a flower, a single lotus in the eternal green sky. They say he is their sacred emperor, and Qingzhou City is one of the demon race's sacred cities. Therefore, throughout history, the demon race has repeatedly fought with humans over Qingzhou City. Eventually, because the casualties on both sides were too great, they chose to coexist peacefully. Now, 3 human powers and 1 demon power jointly manage the city. And don't underestimate the Celestial Demon Clan. They hold terrifying influence backed by the entire demon race. I certainly won't underestimate them. Thank you, Brother Ali, for the detailed explanation. Yi Xian nodded with a smile and sincerely expressed his gratitude. He still knew far too little about the Qingzhou domain. For instance, he had never heard of Emperor Qing before. But whether Emperor Qing was a demon or a human, his journey was absolutely astonishing. Now that I've finished explaining, shall we get back to business? Ali grinned. Name your price. Yi Xian said generously. The man had explained so much it would be rude not to buy. Besides, the only valuable token he had was the Peak Lord token given to him by Zhang Luoshan. But Yi Xian didn't want to reveal it. That would be too conspicuous. Zhang Luoshan was once hailed as the #1 female sword immortal of the Qingzhou domain. She was beautiful, highly skilled, and had countless suitors. If they knew he was Zhang Luoshan's disciple, those spurned suitors from the past would surely cause him trouble. That would be a huge mess. Brother, you're straightforward, so I'll be straightforward too. Just give me. Make way. The little princess of the great Qian dynasty is challenging the Myriad Realms Monument again. This time she aims to leave her name on the Heart of Invincibility Monument. Just then a sudden commotion arose not far away. Oh, the little imperial princess of the great Chu dynasty is here too. By the gods, it said the 2 princesses have always been at odds. This is going to be a clash of twin phoenixes. Holy cow, the little princess of Dakian is here, and the little imperial daughter of Dachu has also arrived. Ali, who was about to make a bid, exclaimed excitedly, turning his gaze toward the direction of the voices. A phoenix carriage and an ancient war chariot approached from 2 directions, heading toward each other almost simultaneously. Even from afar, one could sense their formidable power. They were undoubtedly powerful treasures. Brother, come watch the excitement with me. These 2 little princesses from the great dynasties are rivals. This scene is a rare sight. Yi Xian, still looking up curiously, was grabbed by the arm by Ali and dragged over. Yi Xian felt a bit speechless, but didn't object. As they walked, he asked, "What's the story with this steel?" Of course, this is the Myriad Realms' steely and extremely unique and mysterious treasure. If you can leave your name or any mark on it, there's a chance you'll receive a reward. Ali pointed at the Myriad Realms steel. There are rewards. Yi Xian was surprised. Exactly. No one knows where this steel came from. Legend says it was erected by the Azure Emperor. But only 1,000 people can make it onto the list, and every one of them is an extraordinary prodigy. Ali spoke with boundless yearning. This 1,000 represented the entire Qingzhou realm. The vast Qingzhou realm held hundreds of billions of people, including demon tribes, and more. One could imagine how formidable those 1,000 were. Even Yi Xian drew a sharp breath. Of course, but to leave your name you need at least the spirit-nurturing realm. For now, don't think about it. Bide your time. The spirit-nurturing realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He was only at the 3rd level of the cave heaven realm and would need to wait a while longer. Still, Ali had sharp eyes to discern his cultivation level at a glance. Truly, this was Qingzhou City. Even the ticket scalpers were this impressive. A large crowd had already gathered before the Myriad Realms steel. As the phoenix carriage and ancient war chariot arrived, the crowd parted to make way. See that? On the phoenix carriage is Zhou Xiao, the little princess of Daqian. She's very popular, incredibly strong, and said to have a special physique, even more powerful than her imperial brothers. In the crowd, Ali pointed at a stunningly beautiful woman on the phoenix carriage. Zhou Xiao was exceptionally lovely with a tall and graceful figure, but her eyes carried a sharp, haughty look. Around the phoenix carriage stood 6 guards, each exuding fierce auras, maintaining tight security. Yixian narrowed his eyes. He had encountered people from the Daqian dynasty again, and this time the little princess. He still held the lives of 2 Daqian princes in his hands. That's the little imperial daughter of Dachu, named Chu Xiaoxiao. She's also said to have a special physique, easygoing and fond of solitude, and she's Zhou Ziyou's sworn enemy. Ali then pointed to the stunning woman on the ancient war chariot. Chu Xiaoxiao wore a soft armor dress and gilded boots, exuding a dashing and heroic air. Her beauty even surpassed Zhou Ziyou's. Chu Xiaoxiao, you've lost time and again, yet you persist. Truly commendable. As the two drew closer, Zhou Ziyou's eyes flashed with a fierce light as she sneered coldly. Losing time and again shows my perseverance. Unlike you, who's just here to make a fool of yourself. Chu Xiaoxiao retorted sharply, her pretty face revealing 2 adorable dimples. Chu Xiaoxiao, watch your tongue. Zhou Xiao instantly flared up. Chu Xiaoxiao chuckled. TCH can't handle the truth. I'm not your dog to keep flattering you every day. You bastard. Zhou Xiao was furious, unleashing a chilling, murderous aura that surged toward Chu Xiaoxiao. Whoosh. Chu Xiaoxiao didn't even move. The ancient war chariot beneath her suddenly emitted a resonant clang of metal, cleaving the incoming aura in 2. Wanna fight? Don't cry if you lose. Chu Xiaoxiao extended her slender jade-like finger, pointing at Zhou Xiao. Ladies, please. City rules forbid fighting. Both of you calm down. Just as they were on the verge of clashing, a middle-aged man stepped in and said helplessly, Uncle Lei, hello. Uncle Lei, you look even more handsome than before. Seeing the man, Chu Xiaoxiao called out sweetly. At work, use my title. The man named Lei Hong gave an awkward smile. He found the mischievous Chu Xiaoxiao hard to handle. The Lei family had always been on good terms with the Dacha dynasty. The Lei family was one of the 4 great clans of Qingzhou City. However, the Daqian dynasty also wielded immense influence. He didn't target Zhou Xiao, but fulfilled his duty by fairly mediating between the two. Understood, Elder Lei. Zhou Xiao replied indifferently. Lei Hong nodded. Good. If you two wish to try, for the list begin. With that, he stepped back. Zhou Xiao strode forward, unceremoniously stopping directly beneath the myriad realm steel. She first shot Chu Xiaoxiao a venomous glare, then let out a fierce roar, her terrifying aura soaring to the heavens. She was at the 9th level of the spirit-nurturing realm. She appeared to be no more than 16. As Zhou Ziyou's aura surged skyward, a majestic draconic might naturally arose. The Qian Emperor's Tao Sutra, the supreme ancient scripture of the Daqian dynasty. It cultivates imperial dragon qi, incredibly fearsome. Kill! Zhou Xiao bellowed, shooting into the sky. The guard she brought stood below, cheering her on. It looked rather absurd. You didn't compete with her, surprising me, Lei Hong said, retreating to Chu Xiaoxiao's side and teasing her. He let her go first. No matter how high she climbs, I only need to be 1 rank above her. Chu Xiaoxiao replied with a grin. You? Lei Hong shook his head with a helpless smile. This girl's competitive spirit was far too strong. Rumble. Suddenly, a great noise erupted from the myriad realm's steel. A brilliant, boundless radiance engulfed Zhou Xiao entirely. Only the ethereal outline of her graceful figure was faintly visible. Above, Zhou Ziyou's eyes blazed with terrifying light as she used her finger like a blade to carve her name onto the steel. 956, Zhou Xiao. As her name was finished, the myriad realm's steel shone, with dazzling divine radiance highlighting her name. The crowd below was stunned. She had truly made the list, and not at the bottom. Rank 956. Haha, I did it. I, Zhou Xiao, am truly a peerless prodigy. I made it. Zhou Xiao laughed heartily. Her nose was practically pointing to the sky. Already proud and haughty, she now made no effort to conceal it. She descended slowly from the air, her gaze filled with arrogance as she looked at Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao, sorry, but it seems the one making a fool of herself this time will be you. I don't speak too soon, or you'll end up with egg on your face. Chu Xiaoxiao snorted lightly. She strode on her long legs to the foot of the myriad realm's steely, and a soaring momentum shot straight into the sky. Chu Xiaoxiao stood beneath the myriad realm's steely, her aura soaring to the heavens. With a fierce cry, she shot straight into the sky. After a violent tremor, she halted at almost the same height as Zhou Xiao. Then Chu Xiaoxiao carved her name above Zhou Ziyou's. 955 Chu Xiaoxiao. As she inscribed her name, a dazzling radiance burst forth from the myriad realms steely, making her name shine brilliantly. Success. Chu Xiaoxiao had done it too, ranking at 955. Something felt off. She was exactly one rank higher than the little princess of Great Zhou. The crowd below erupted in shock and suspicion, sensing a deliberate provocation. Vicious. Vicious. Chu Xiaoxiao, you are nothing but a venomous wretch. In an instant, Zhou Xiao trembled with rage, her face darkening ominously. It was absolutely intentional. Chu Xiaoxiao could have easily placed herself 2 ranks higher or 1 lower, but she deliberately carved her name just above, suppressing her. Crushing you is exactly the point. Seeing her name loom over Zhou Ziyou's, Chu Xiaoxiao curled her lips into a mischievous grin. Given her true strength, she could have ranked far higher, but she chose this deliberately, because it felt incredibly satisfying. Rumble. Just as the crowd buzzed with discussion, the myriad realms steel suddenly trembled violently, spitting out a dazzling orb of light. Within the radiance coiled a whip shimmering with violet gold brilliance. The myriad realms steel has bestowed a treasure upon me. Chu Xiaoxiao was overjoyed. Heavens, the steel actually spat out a treasure. The little princess of Great Chu definitely didn't use her full power, yet the myriad realms steel detected it and rewarded her. Good heavens, the last time the steel spat out a treasure was the last time. You useless babble. Everyone knows the last time was the last time. The onlookers were thrilled as if they had received the treasure themselves, for such an event was exceedingly rare. The last recipient was Nine-Crown King from the mysterious land of Taishu. Back then, Nine-Crown King had obtained a divine seal. 3 years had passed, and now the steel had yielded another treasure. Beside Yi Xian, Ollie gasped in astonishment. Nine-Crown King Taishu. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Taishu was a forbidden land in the Qingzhou realm. Were the prodigies emerging from such a forbidden ground truly so formidable? What rank did he achieve in Taishu? He asked Ollie curiously. 5th. Hiss. Yi Xian drew a sharp breath. 5th. That ranking was truly astonishing. It was said that Nine-Crown King aimed for the top 3, but failed to break through. Some claimed he had just emerged from a fierce battle before arriving, preventing him from unleashing his true strength. He vowed to challenge the myriad realms steel again in 3 years. If the timing was right, that moment should be within these few months. Ollie spoke with boundless admiration. In this world where martial might reign supreme, everyone revered the strong. Truly incredible. I wonder when I might attempt such a challenge. Yi Xian marveled, inwardly filled with longing. But he was only at the cave heaven realm. Reaching that level would still require time. For he not only had to open 10 cave heavens, but as the mysterious woman instructed, shatter them, afterward merging 10 into 1. Forging the unique cave heaven. The process was no simple matter of a few words. Haha, Zhou Xiao, sorry. Not only am I 1 rank above you, but I've also obtained a little treasure. Would you like to take a look? I could lend it to you. At that moment, Chu Xiaoxiao descended from the air and stood opposite Zhou Xiao before the myriad realm steel. Waving the whip that radiated violet gold light, she spoke with a beaming smile. The surrounding crowd stared at the treasure in her hand, utterly amazed. Without a doubt, it was an extraordinary secret artifact. For some had once obtained even the essence blood of an emperor or the raw embryo of an imperial weapon, treasures exceedingly rare in this world. Zhou Ziyou's expression was grim. Chu Xiaoxiao, this is pointless. I refuse to engage with you. Her beautiful eyes blazing with fury, she hurled reproach after reproach. TCH, don't tell me you're jealous. Jealous that I outrank you and got a treasure to boot. Chu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, her tone dripping with provocation. You're talking nonsense. Zhou Xiao shook with rage. She was so furious she wished she could tear Chu Xiaoxiao's face apart. Chu Xiaoxiao, don't go too far. You got your treasure, so what? One day our little princess will surely obtain one too. One of Zhou Ziyou's guards, unable to contain himself, lashed out at Chu Xiaoxiao. A mere servant. How dare you speak to me? Crack. Chu Xiaoxiao's smiling face turned icy in an instant. She swung her newly acquired violet gold whip, lashing it toward him. Before the crowd could react, a violet gold shadow struck the guard. He cried out in pain as the whip tore his flesh. Chu Xiaoxiao, you've gone too far. How dare you strike my guard? Zhou Ziyou's fury erupted as a terrifying aura surged from her. Enough. Both of you stop. If you break the rules, don't blame me, Lei Hong, for being harsh. At that moment, Lei Hong stepped forward and bellowed. If you truly wish to fight, go to the martial tower and battle as you please. But within this city, no combat is allowed. After his roar, his formidable aura suppressed the entire scene. Lei Hong was a divine ability realm expert. Umph. Zhou Xiao let out a heavy snort of fury. Chu Xiaoxiao, don't get too smug. Be careful you don't fall into a pit one day. Let's go. She waved her hand and led her guards toward the edge of the crowd. The people quickly parted to make way. Though Zhou Xiao had been humiliated by Chu Xiaoxiao, none dared to provoke her. If she seized them to vent her anger, the consequences would be dire. TCH, such weak fighting power, utterly pathetic. Chu Xiaoxiao pursed her lips in disdain. But after walking a short distance, Zhou Xiao suddenly stopped, her blazing gaze locking onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian's heart jolted as he stood among the crowd. I'm so far back, yet she still spotted me. Zhou Zio's eyes fixed on him, cold light flickering in her pupils. You reckless, audacious wretch. How dare you appear here, so brazenly? Are you truly unafraid of being torn to pieces? After glaring at Yi Xian for a moment, she spoke with icy venom. Ollie standing beside, Yi Xian trembled violently. I don't recall ever doing business with the little princess of Great Zhou or swindling her. Why does she harbor such murderous intent toward me? Ollie was terrified, ready to rush over and apologize profusely to Zhou Xiao, begging for forgiveness. But Yi Xian held him back. She's not targeting you. She's targeting me. Targeting you? Isn't this your first time in Qingzhou City? Ollie was utterly astonished. This was my first time in Qingzhou City, but the enmity between her and me could not be explained in a few words. Or rather, it was the enmity between me and the great Qian royal family. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Ollie stood there dumbfounded. Bro, are you kidding me? Enmity with the great Qian royal family. That's a pretty big boast. Alice's heart pounded as he wanted to say something, but Zhou Xiao was already approaching Yi Xian with her guards. You look at least 80% like the person the great Qian royal family has put a bounty on. I must say you have quite the nerve. But your death is near. Zhou Zio's eyes projected a bone-chilling coldness. Now Yi Xian was the #1 wanted fugitive of the great Qian dynasty, yet he dared to appear here so brazenly. She released an overwhelmingly dense killing intent without hesitation. I've always had nerve. I don't know if he'll die, but if you try to kill me, you'll definitely die first. Looking at the icy Zhou Xiao, Yi Xian said calmly. Bastard, what did you say? How dare you threaten the little princess? 9 lives wouldn't be enough for you. Kneel down and surrender immediately, or you'll wish you were dead. Several of Zhou Zio's subordinates erupted in anger, shouting one after another. What's all the barking? If you don't like the look of me, come over and kill me. I'm standing right here. Come take my head. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Zio's subordinates with a provocative expression. Even the powerful Zhou Xiao and Chu Xiaoxiao were not allowed to fight in Qingzhou City. He didn't believe anyone besides Chu Xiaoxiao and her men would dare to kill here. Bastard, you're provoking us. Do you plan to never leave Qingzhou City? Zhou Zio's subordinates roared in fury. If you don't dare to kill, shut your mouths. All this yapping is laughable. You bastard. Zhou Zio's subordinates were red-faced with rage, veins bulging on their necks, barely restraining themselves from attacking Yi Xian. But not far away, Lei Hong stood watching vigilantly. If they made a move, they would surely be forcefully stopped. It was precisely because of these rules that Qingzhou City was considered one of the sacred cities. Enough, all of you, shut up. Zhou Xiao let out a cold shout, glaring fiercely at Yi Xian as she took 2 steps closer. I will have men watch you closely. Unless you hole up in Qingzhou City for the rest of your life, I swear that since I found you, I won't let you live past 3 days. No matter where you are, including this Qingzhou City. On the surface, fighting, let alone killing, was forbidden in Qingzhou City. But if it wasn't done openly, wasn't that fine? A threat. A blatant threat. Zhou Zio's voice was not low, and Lei Hong heard it clearly from a distance. But he only furrowed his brows a few times without approaching to intervene. Compared to the noble and well-connected little princess of the great Qian dynasty, an unknown nobody was too insignificant to warrant interference. Even the brightest places have shadows untouched by light. But just then a voice suddenly rang out. Chu Xiaoxiao strode over on her long legs to Yi Xian. Zhou Xiao, what are you doing? You wouldn't be planning to kill someone in the street, would you? That violates Qingzhou City's rules, and I'd be the first to report you. Oh my dear lady, why are you getting involved again? Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao suddenly step forward to speak, Lei Hong felt a dark cloud descend before his eyes. Chu Xiaoxiao, our personal feud is one thing, but his enmity with the great Qian dynasty is beyond your imagination. I advise you not to interfere. It won't do you any good, even if you're the little princess of Great Chu. Zhou Xiao suddenly turned her head, glaring at Chu Xiaoxiao, and shouted with extreme coldness. Oh, are you threatening me? Let me tell you, Chu Xiaoxiao fears no threats. Chu Xiaoxiao let out a cold laugh. I've said my piece. Whether you're afraid or not is your concern. Zhou Xiao snorted coldly, shot a deep glance at Yi Xian, then left 2 men behind. She led the other 4 subordinates toward the martial tower. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Who is this kid? How dare he offend the little princess of Great Qian? Doesn't he know she always repays a grudge tenfold? Exactly. I heard once that a core disciple of a major power offended her and was hunted for 10,000 li, with Great Qian's experts even blocking his sect's gate. This guy's got some nerve. The crowd pointed at Yi Xian. Beside him, Ollie scratched his head anxiously, already pondering whether to continue doing business with Yi Xian. If he did business with him, and Zhou Zio's men misunderstood his relationship with Yi Xian, there would be trouble. But if he didn't, after all the talk, losing such a lucrative fish would be a pity. Chu Xiaoxiao, looking like a curious child, leaned in close to Yi Xian. She asked him, "Brother, how exactly did you offend her? Tell me so I can get back at her." Yi Xian was a bit speechless. This Chu Xiaoxiao really couldn't stand sharing the same space with Zhou Xiao. He smiled lightly. "Nothing much. I just killed 2 of her imperial brothers." "What? Killed 2 of her imperial brothers? Bro, are you joking with me?" "I'm serious." Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in utter astonishment. Though she was the little princess of the great Chu dynasty, wielding great power, she bore none of the arrogance typical of royalty. Instead, she was extremely approachable and full of a martial spirit. "What's there to joke about? Killed is killed." Yi Xian chuckled lightly, then turned to Ollie. "You haven't told me the cost to enter the martial tower. Name your price." "Brother, you still want to enter the martial tower? The little princess of Great Qian has gone there too. Aren't you afraid of running into her?" Ollie swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "If she dares to make a move, I'll kill her. Brother, in all my years roaming the world, I've seen countless big shots in Qingzhou City. But someone as tough as you, brother. This is my first time." "Say no more. They'll give you 50% off. No, damn it, 90% off. If you make it out alive, Ollie will treat you to a meal at the Tianjiao Grand Restaurant in Qingzhou City. Order whatever you want. If I even blink, may I go impotent for the rest of my life when I visit the pleasure houses." After a full half-minute of silence, Ollie slapped his thigh and declared vehemently, "Deal." Yi Xian grinned, pulled out 10 top-grade spirit crystals, tossed them into Alice's hand, and gestured for him to head toward the martial tower. He beckoned for him to walk toward the martial tower. 2 hours later, Ali managed to procure an identity token for entering the martial tower and handed it to Yi Xian. Why did it take so long? Yi Xian had grown impatient, and at least 3 scalpers had approached him during the wait, but he turned them all down. If not for the detailed explanations Ali had given him about the martial tower and the 10,000 realms steely, he might have already paid another scalper to enter. Even the little princess from the great chef's faction had originally intended to wait and enter the tower with Yi Xian, but in the end she grew tired of waiting and stepped inside ahead of him. A flash of embarrassment crossed Ali's face. "Brother, you have to understand. I can get the identity token, but I still need to spend money to grease the wheels above. Just a few days ago, a few girls arrived at the 100 Phoenix Pavilion, so I indulged a bit. I didn't have enough cash on hand, so I had to borrow a little from some friends to finally secure this token." Yi Xian was left speechless. "I'm not saying this to criticize, but if you were short on cash, you could have told me. I have money on me, no need for you to run around borrowing. Ahem, I already said I'd give you a 90% discount. If I then borrowed money from you, I'd lose face brotherly." Ali patted his chest, forcing an awkward smile. All right, let's leave it at that. Give me the identity token, I need to go in now." Yi Xian was too exasperated to say more. "Brother, you've got to come back alive. I borrowed quite a bit of money, and when you return, I'll treat you to a meal. They'll take you to the 100 Phoenix Pavilion to unwind. Just make sure you come back alive." Ali placed the identity token in his hand, clasping Yi Xian's hands with immense solemnity. "A meal is fine, but forget the 100 Phoenix Pavilion." Yi Xian rolled his eyes in exasperation, took the identity token, and turned to walk toward the entrance of the martial tower, handing it to the staff member stationed outside. After passing the inspection, he traversed a long corridor before arriving at the tower's main gate. The moment he stepped inside, the world before his eyes transformed dramatically. At the same time, an immense and overwhelming pressure descended instantly, like a small mountain pressing down on his shoulders. What a heavy pressure. Good heavens. In that instant, other young people who had entered alongside him let out cries of astonishment. Some even nearly fell to one knee. Yi Xian gazed at the surroundings, marveling. This place contained its own space, entirely different from the outside world, and bore a tremendous pressure. Entering here was essentially the beginning of a trial for the entrance. Yi Xian analyzed quietly. He lifted his foot and began to step forward. These pressures meant nothing to him. He walked as if on level ground with effortless ease. As he ventured deeper, mists rose in the air and the density of spiritual energy grew increasingly rich. Taking a single breath, he felt an incredible comfort throughout his body, his pores involuntarily relaxing. He opened his mouth wide and inhaled, drawing in a torrent of spiritual energy like a great flood. It made Xuan feel almost intoxicated. This spiritual energy is so pure, it's truly a paradise. If only I could cultivate here forever, it would be indescribably wonderful. Xuan murmured in astonishment. But that was impossible. Oh, no matter how deep one went, there was a time limit, and one could not stay here indefinitely. At most, one would be automatically expelled after 3 days. Moreover, to re-enter, one had to wait 3 months in between, otherwise everyone would stay inside and never leave. This martial tower would have long been overcrowded. He took several deep breaths of spiritual energy, feeling immensely satisfied. Yet amidst the mist-like floating spiritual energy, there were also strands of red energy. Despite his ravenous consumption, they remained entirely undisturbed. What are these red energies, and why can't I absorb them? Xuan was intrigued, but he could sense that these red energies contained an even more terrifying power. After a moment's thought, he suddenly stamped his foot on the ground, launching himself into the air. Reaching out with a large hand, he grabbed a massive clump of the red energy and forcefully pulled it down. Then opening his mouth, he inhaled, swallowing the red energy. Holy crap, who is this kid? He dares to absorb martial chi. Doesn't he know that can kill people? Just as Xuan swallowed the red energy, exclamations rang out from not far away. Can't this martial chi be swallowed? Some were baffled while others were curious. Nonsense, of course martial chi can't be swallowed. It's like an old man eating arsenic. He's tired of living. An even more caustic voice chimed in. This is good, he brought it upon himself. No need to trouble the little princess to capture him. Beside the caustic voice, a male companion sneered in a low tone. If Xuan had turned around, he would have recognized them as the 2 subordinates Zhou Xiao had left behind to watch him. Please, fellow cultivator, explain, why can't this martial chi be swallowed? Someone turned to the caustic-tongued man and asked earnestly. Hey, under normal circumstances, I wouldn't bother answering you. But today I'm in a good mood, so I'll enlighten you. The caustic man sneered. It is said that in the distant past, there was an era called the Heavenly Martial Era, even more remote than the Ancient Era or the Primeval Era, so ancient that it's hard to trace. In that era, spiritual energy was scarce between heaven and earth. Indeed, there was none. Instead, there was martial chi. People did not cultivate immortality, but martial arts, breaking limits to destroy heaven and earth, and with a wave of the hand, they could bring down the sun, moon, and stars. But later, the Heavenly Martial Era came to an end and spiritual energy began to revive. From then on, people started absorbing spiritual power and turned to immortal cultivation. Thus, this martial chi is very special and powerful. The only issue is that the first step in our cultivation is to absorb spiritual energy, so we cannot absorb this martial chi. It creates a massive repulsion. At best, it leads to severe injury and crippling. At worst, it tears the body apart, causing death by fragmentation. That kid is doomed. He just swallowed more than 1 strand of martial chi in 1 gulp. Hiss. It's that terrifying. Thank you for the explanation, fellow cultivator. When we get out, I'll treat you to a drink. With this explanation, a chorus of thanks arose from the bystanders. Many among them had also been ready to grab some of the red martial chi and swallow it. Fortunately, Xuan had set an example for them first. Xuan ahead of them also heard the murmurs behind him. But it was too late. The moment the martial chi entered his body, a tearing pain immediately erupted. It seemed a genuine rejection reaction had occurred. The martial chi spread through his body, rushing toward his limbs and bones, impossible to expel in time. If I can't expel it, I'll refine it. I am the pure yang sacred body, the supreme sacred body, unmatched through the ages, capable of refining all things. Xuan roared inwardly. He activated the origin of his pure yang sacred body, channeling the burning art, and began to frenziedly refine the martial chi rampaging through his body. His entire body began to glow, radiance seeping through his pores. The blinding halo made Xuan appear almost unreal. After a moment, Xuan's body trembled violently. A sound like a dragon's roar seemed to emanate from within him. With a flash, a piercing golden light gleamed in Xuan's eyes. His aura surged dramatically. The 4th cavern of the Dantian was faintly taking shape. I've done it. I've succeeded. Xuan's heart surged with delight as he successfully refined the martial chi. He felt his strength had more than doubled, and from within that martial chi, he seemed to glean some elusive insights too profound to articulate. More importantly, the true dragon chi he had obtained within the Dragon Gate secret realm manifested once again within his body. He had thought he had completely refined the true dragon chi, but in truth it had merged with him entirely, continuously tempering and honing his physique, making it ever stronger. Truly worthy of the true dragon, the essence of its blood transformed into this chi holds such formidable power. How mighty must it have been when it lived? Unimaginable. Yi Xian sighed deeply in his heart. If only his strength had been greater back, then he might have seized more strands of true dragon chi, perhaps even triggering some transformation within himself. Who could say? The next time the true dragon secret realm opens, I must claim the entire dragon pool and be the sole MVP. Yi Xian quietly set a small goal for himself. He then bounded around gathering more strands of martial chi, but this time he refrained from devouring them, immediately storing them instead in his ring. He had no time to dawdle, for his aim was to reach the 9th floor of the martial tower. Before coming, Zhang Luotian had warned him that after so many years of trials, the first 5 floors held little of value. The true treasures lay above the 5th, and only from the 8th floor upward were they worth seeking. One could only stay for 3 days per entry. With a single step, Yi Xian covered hundreds of meters, vanishing from sight in mere breaths. He made his way toward the entrance to the 2nd floor. My heavens, he actually devoured the martial chi without any harm. And his aura has grown even stronger. How is this possible? Is he simply too powerful? Or has the martial chi changed, become absorbable? As Yi Xian's figure faded, the crowd snapped back to reality, erupting in astonished murmurs. Damn it, he got away. After him. The sharp-faced man's expression shifted, stunned that Yi Xian remained unharmed. By the time he reacted, Yi Xian had already slipped from sight. Move. If we lose him, the little prince's wrath is something neither of us can bear. His companion barked. The two dashed off, charging toward where Yi Xian had disappeared. Those two are running. They deserve death. Just moments ago they insisted no one could devour the chi, all to scare us. To keep us from growing stronger. Vicious minds. The onlookers erupted in fury as the pair vanished. A strand of martial chi is drifting this way. Let me try. Just then a wisp of martial chi floated nearby. A powerful figure in the crowd shot skyward, seizing the drifting strand. The next second, he lunged forward. For a red strand of martial chi was slowly approaching. He soared into the air, reaching for it. He swallowed it directly, swiftly gathering his strength to refine it. But after only 2 breaths, his body began to swell violently. Boom. He exploded midair, limbs and viscera scattering everywhere, blood raining down like a mist. Those who had been cursing stood dumbfounded, their scalps tingling. Heavens, he actually exploded. That other man was fine. Why did he burst? It seems not everyone can devour martial chi. They swallowed hard, shrieking. A fitting end. The two who had run off heard the explosion behind them. They turned with a sneer, then quickly faced forward again, racing after Yi Xian. Yi Xian moved swiftly, soon reaching the passage from the 1st to the 2nd floor. There he saw a crowd gathered before a massive relief. Curious, he approached to see what had drawn so many. His eyes fell upon the relief, which was carved with dense scenes. This seems like a sacrificial scene. Yi Xian mused inwardly. The relief depicted countless ancient people kneeling before an immense altar. They prayed with devout sincerity. Upon the altar stood no figure, only dense calamities, endless heavenly tribulations raining down. Within those tribulations, a primordial true dragon, vast and majestic, seemed to be battling. Yi Xian's heart shook. The scene was magnificent beyond words. Billions of ancient worshippers, devout and sincere, praying to the true dragon that fought the heavens above. In a daze, Yi Xian felt as though he had stepped into the mural. Low, reverent chants echoed in his mind. Terrified, his chest and viscera resonated. He was like a visitor from the future, witnessing the unparalleled sight of the true dragon challenging the sky. Heaven-defying dragon art. Suddenly 5 golden characters appeared on the creation heavenly steel in his mind, followed by the art's reverse mantra, flashing word by word. Rune after rune, like iron hooks and silver serpents, burrowed into his mind, allowing him to grasp the art swiftly. Through the endless tribulations, his eyes seemed to pierce through and see the true dragon battling the sky. It was immensely powerful, ultimately surviving the apocalyptic trials. Its true form manifested, spanning billions of miles. As an observer, Yi Xian watched the scene to its end, his comprehension of the art reaching its peak. He was forcibly ejected from the vision. But as he withdrew, he had an uncanny feeling. The true dragon seemed to have glanced at him. Heavens, who is this? He actually comprehended a Tao art from the Dragon Wall. The young master of the Heavenly Hall spent 3 years here without success. And he achieved it in such a short time. Unbelievable. He will surely become famous in Qingzhou City the first in a millennium, perhaps even 10 millennia, to gain a Dao art from the Dragon Wall. Yi Xian hadn't fully recovered when the cascade of exclamations startled him. Looking around, he found all eyes fixed on him. He had been so immersed that he hadn't noticed what had occurred. I've accidentally become famous. This won't do. I wanted to keep a low profile. Yi Xian smiled wryly to himself. He quickly turned to leave, planning to study the Dragon Wall and the heaven-defying dragon art later. After all, he had only just begun to grasp it. Still, Yi Xian was elated. Everyone believed there were no treasures below the 5th floor, yet he had gained one after another. His heart was brimming with joy. Little beast, we've found you at last. Surrender and spare yourself pain, or don't blame us for breaking your limbs. Just then a furious roar rang out. 2 men dashed toward him at breakneck speed. Yi Xian turned his head, and when he saw the 2 who had attacked him, a chill flickered in his eyes, revealing a trace of murderous intent. These 2 were the guards deliberately left behind by Zhou Xiao, who, unbeknownst to him, had been pursuing him all along. Little beast, bind yourself and come forth to submit immediately, or the consequences will be dire and your suffering will deepen. One of them spoke, coldly pointing at Yi Xian and shouting fiercely. The prince of the Dacian Empire was just as arrogant as you are now. Guess what happened? Not even a complete corpse was left behind. Yi Xian said expressionlessly. This was no exaggeration. Zhou Tianxi was burned to the ground without a trace. Zhou Tianzong had his skull shattered. That was in the past. He was even more terrifying now. Not long ago, he had just refined his martial arts energy and had faintly opened the 4th heaven. Moreover, he had also comprehended the true dragon combat technique. This technique was incredibly fearsome, even stronger than the oblivion sword art passed down to him by Jiang Luoshan. For it was the supreme technique of the true dragon battling the heavens. How arrogant. Who is this young man? From what he said, it seems that even the prince of the Dacian Empire has perished at his hands. So presumptuous. That is a prince of the Dacian Empire. However, he seems to possess such strength. The people around were discussing animatedly in the Muyin Pavilion. Just now, Yi Xian had comprehended the true dragon combat technique, a technique that no one had been able to grasp for millennia, undoubtedly proving his power. You are seeking death. With your mere heaven realm relying on the advantage of time, place, and people to ambush our prince, do you really think that is your own strength? Don't be arrogant, let me subdue you first. Both of them were enraged, and in an instant they released their martial arts realms simultaneously. 7th layer of the spirit nurturing realm. Their formidable cultivation surged into the sky, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Has speaking so forcefully, yet at such an old age, still in the spirit nurturing realm. You dare to suppress me? Yi Xian snorted coldly, filled with disdain. Sharp-tongued little beast, die for me. The 2 middle-aged men, humiliated, were furious. In an instant they both launched their attacks. Terrifying divine light shone, dazzling the heavens as it surged towards Yi Xian. Trivial skills. Not releasing the spirit of the heaven realm in time was the worst decision you ever made. Yi Xian's eyes blazed with intensity. In the blink of an eye, he activated the 8 divine restrictions, directly pushing his realm to the 10th layer of the heaven realm. Then he unleashed the true dragon combat technique, emitting an immensely terrifying will to fight. His entire being burst forth with blazing golden radiance, accompanied by the roar of a dragon as he charged forward, resembling a true dragon in battle. One could hardly see Yi Xian's true form. Boom. The endless killing light from the 2 men was instantly shattered by Yi Xian. His palm struck heavily against one man's chest, causing the latter's body to explode on the spot, blood spraying everywhere. The other man was horrified. Hurry and activate the heaven realm, release the spirit of the heaven realm. But Yi Xian had already closed in his golden hand, resembling a dragon's claw weaving through the air, smashing the heaven realm he had just activated to pieces. Before the spirit of the heaven realm could even appear, it was crushed. Before the man could scream, Yi Xian's hand descended fiercely, driving his head into his chest. Hiss. In just a few moments, these 2 subordinates of Zhou Xiao were brutally slain on the spot. The surrounding people gasped, their expressions filled with shock. Yi Xian's combat power far exceeded their expectations. Looking at the 2 corpses on the ground, Yi Xian snorted coldly, waving his hand to collect their spatial rings before heading to the passage leading to the 2nd layer. So strong. He is actually one of the extremely rare top 10 heaven realms. Those who can open the top 10 heaven realms are the best of the best young supreme beings. Possessing the ability to battle across a great realm, how powerful. As Yi Xian entered the 2nd layer, the people finally came to their senses, discussing fervently. Upon reaching the second layer, the pressure in the space increased significantly compared to the first layer, and the environment had also changed. But he did not linger. Instead, he headed straight for the third layer, and upon reaching the third layer, he found fewer people there. As he continued to ascend to the fifth layer, the pressure there felt as if he were bearing the weight of a mountain. However, the density of spiritual power in the space was simply terrifying. It even transformed into spiritual clouds drifting in the air. It's a pity that there's only 3 days' time. How wonderful it would be if it were 3 months. Xuan lamented. However, his time was truly limited. He had to continue pushing upward. He then arrived at the sixth layer. The pressure in the sixth layer was even greater, and it presented a wild and untamed atmosphere. The extremely tall vegetation made it feel as if he were in a primeval forest, and these plants contained an overwhelming amount of what attributes spiritual energy. But Xuan still did not linger, moving towards the seventh layer. Whoosh! Just as he was about to reach the entrance to the seventh layer, a series of piercing sounds surged towards him. Xuan's eyes narrowed, and he quickly dodged. These powerful attacks missed, sweeping through the towering vegetation beside him. I never expected this little beast to actually reach the sixth layer. I wonder what those 2 guys were doing, allowing you to walk here openly without suppressing you. You dogs, why aren't you following your master and instead squatting here? Xuan raised an eyebrow and let out a cold laugh. There were 4 men, all guards of Zhou Xiao. She had brought a total of 6 people, with 2 outside watching Xuan, while the other 4 followed Zhou Xiao into the martial arts tower. You arrogant little brat, speak more cleanly. Do you think anyone can enter the 7th layer? They sneered repeatedly. I see now, it turns out you guys lack the ability to enter the 7th layer. Xuan sneered. Sharp-tongued, let us suppress you. After the little princess comes out, we will deal with you. With a sneer, one of the men spat out a red fan from his mouth. As soon as the red fan emerged, it ignited into blazing flames, charging towards Xuan. Just as it approached, the man waved the red fan at Xuan. A torrent of flames shot out, enveloping Xuan in an instant. Is this it? You can't even mount an effective resistance and are already caught by my 3-star fire fan. Nothing but this. The man sneered as he saw Xuan completely engulfed, even hearing crackling sounds coming from within. He laughed mockingly. The other 3 hurriedly stopped their attacks. They never expected that Xuan would be defeated so quickly. However, at that moment, a stream of azure flames suddenly erupted from Xuan's position. Since you play with fire, let me show you how my flames feel. At the same time, Xuan's voice resounded from within the flames. The azure flame struck his 3-star fire fan, shattering the fire-attributed artifact into 3 pieces and igniting them. Simultaneously, the azure flame blasted directly onto the man's body. A bull's-eyed hole was pierced through his chest, but what he found even more unbearable was that the azure flame, like a clinging bone maggot, burned fiercely upon him. In the blink of an eye, the man was incinerated, completely reduced to a pile of ashes. How is this possible? The 3 beside him cried out in shock. In that mere instant, their companion had met a violent death. Xuan's azure flame was so overwhelmingly powerful that it struck them as utterly uncanny. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xuan's slender figure suddenly strode forth from the torrential flames. True dragon ascends to heaven art. Dragon roars erupted from all directions. He was like a true dragon, his entire body brimming with terrifying golden radiance, tearing through the void as he charged at them. Such audacity, daring to face 3 alone. What do you take us for? The 3 were enraged simultaneously. They each opened their cavern realms, unleashing their cavern realm spirits to attack. They also summoned their divine weapons. Boom! The terrifying collision sent fragments flying wildly, the entire void exploding as if heaven and earth were collapsing. Facing 3 enemies alone while crossing realms in battle. This sight made the nearby cultivators tremble with fear. Crossing realms in combat was common enough. But crossing an entire major realm to fight 3 opponents single-handedly was exceedingly rare. Only the pinnacle prodigies at the top of the martial arts ranking could accomplish such a feat. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 spat blood in succession, sent flying backward. Their cavern realm spirits were also shattered into pieces. How is this possible? You possess the combat power of a peak-nurtured spirit realm cultivator. You're only at the cavern realm. How can you be this powerful? The 3 screamed in disbelief. They had encountered the most terrifying existence of their lives. One who at the cavern realm could rival a peak-nurtured spirit cultivator, a true monstrous prodigy. Xuan remained silent, solely focused on slaughter. He swept across the 8 directions like a coiling, soaring great dragon. He pierced through one man's chest, then executed a divine dragon tail whip. His kick crushed another's skull. The sole survivor frantically threw a handful of talismans from his ring at Xuan. In an instant, several devastating attacks exploded before Xuan. Seizing this chance, the man rushed into the 7th level. Hey, you truly believe these talismans can stop me? I let you go on purpose. Watching the man about to descend into the 7th level, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Xuan's mouth. He then employed the void-breaking secret art, vanishing from his spot and stepping into the entrance of the 7th level. Where is he? Heavens, that guy's speed is too fast. He vanished in an instant. It feels like this monster deliberately let that man escape. Some onlookers nearby, seeing Xuan suddenly disappear, muttered with unease. Entering the 7th level space, the environment underwent a drastic transformation, resembling an ancient battlefield. The clashing sounds of weapons echoed continuously. The man Xuan had deliberately let flee immediately took out a communication jade talisman, frantically calling for Zhou Xiao. Soon he received Zhou Zio's response, which gave him a direction through the talisman. You little beast, once I find the princess, your death is sealed. As imperial guards of the great Zhou royal family, we have never endured such humiliation. If I don't tear you limb from limb, I will surely be plagued by inner demons and unable to survive. Clutching the communication jade talisman tightly, the man roared with ferocity as he raced toward the direction Zhou Xiao had indicated. At this moment elsewhere, an extremely fierce battle was erupting. Chu Xiao, hand over the treasures you obtained from the 10,000 realms steely, along with the true blood of the ancient ferocious beast you just acquired. Otherwise you will surely die. Harsh shouts rang out incessantly. Zhou Xiao, you wretched woman, since you can't defeat me, you've resorted to allying with the demon race. But no matter whom you bring, you'll never get what I hold. If I fight to the death, it'll take at least 2/3 of you down with me. Chu Xiao brandished the purple gold whip he had obtained from the 10,000 realms steely, shouting. For refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. No more words, suppress him forcefully. And coincidentally, one of my human concubines died, so he'll just capture you to replace her. A burly dark-skinned man with a single ink-colored antler on his head sneered savagely. He suddenly spat out a bone from his mouth. As he activated it, the void trembled violently. Terrifying divine power surged forth from it like a river. This bone is the spine of a great demon from the Ink Flood Dragon royal clan, a powerful Dharma image cultivator containing immense might. Unstoppable. If I refuse to believe, I can't block it. Chu Xiao pushed the purple gold whip to its limit in retaliation. At that moment, Zhou Xiao also struck. She drew a killing sword. Its crimson sword light tore through the void as she slashed at Chu Xiao. Another silver-haired being with 3 vertical eyes on his forehead opened one of them, unleashing a terrifying divine beam at Chu Xiao. 3 overwhelmingly powerful attacks converged, and Chu Xiao felt his scalp tingle. Both demon beings attacking him were incredibly formidable, seemingly no weaker than himself. And they all wielded powerful treasures. It seems truly difficult to withstand. Retreat. At this moment, Chu Xiao made a decisive resolution. He lashed out with his whip, once then rapidly retreated. Too late to run now. The 1 human and 2 demons immediately gave chase, pursuing Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao fled with all his might, crashing through recklessly. Suddenly he spotted a figure. Chu Xiao's face lit up with immense joy. Good brother, come lend me a hand. I will repay you handsomely in the future. Chu Xiao was surprised to see Xuan. As Chu Xiao's voice rang out, they all turned to look at Xuan. The man who had been running ahead about to greet Zhou Xiao shuddered involuntarily. He quickly turned back and saw Xuan standing 100 meters away. His expression shifted wildly. How did you follow me here? The man was utterly shocked, never expecting Xuan to have been trailing him all along. If I hadn't followed you, how else would I have found this little wench? Xuan chuckled, pointing at Zhou Xiao as he spoke. You scoundrel! How dare you speak insolently to the little princess? The man erupted in fury. Zhou Xiao was the cherished little princess of the great Qin dynasty, holding immense power and deeply beloved by the great Qin emperor. Who would dare utter such disrespect to her? So what? Xuan scoffed, curling his thumb into a fist and driving it straight toward the man. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying fist intent tore through the void, striking with savage force. Little princess, save me quickly! The man cried out in panic, begging Zhou Xiao for rescue. Zhou Xiao let out a heavy, cold snort. She swiftly reversed the direction of her sharp sword and slashed it down toward Xuan, a fearsome sword light arriving in an instant. The space itself was torn apart, revealing pitch-black fissures. Yet Xuan vanished from his spot in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already before the man. With a squelching sound, his 5 fingers pierced into the man's chest brutally, tearing out a blood-drenched, still-beating heart. You? The man stared at his own bloody, pulsing heart before collapsing. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend it. Yi Xian's speed was simply too fast. In a flash, Zhou Ziyou's expression turned utterly frigid. Her killing intent surged as she glared at Yi Xian, grinding her teeth as she snarled. You killed my subordinate and humiliated me. Today I will make sure you die without a burial place. What a coincidence. I followed you here with the same intention, to slay you on this very ground. Yi Xian chuckled, meeting her fire with fire, showing no sign of yielding. Excellent, excellent. Good brother, let's join forces and take down those 2 as well. Standing opposite Zhou Xiao and her group, Chu Xiaoxiao pointed at the 2 powerful demonic beasts, speaking with excitement. Chu Xiaoxiao's words made Yi Xian hesitate somewhat. He could clearly see that the strength of those 2 demonic beast experts was also top tier. He only wanted to eliminate Zhou Xiao and then continue advancing to the 8th layer. If we join forces, I'll reward you handsomely. They also carry treasures, and I'll give you all of them. Young man, I advise you to think thrice before acting. The young elite of the Ink Jiao royal clan glared at Yi Xian, letting out a cold shout. Yi Xian appeared to be below the spirit-nurturing realm, yet he had instantly slain Zhou Ziyou's subordinate, who was at the 7th level of spirit nurturing. Clearly he was a wolf in sheep's clothing, likely concealing a true cultivation level matching theirs. Their current target was Chu Xiaoxiao, leaving them no spare hands to deal with Yi Xian. First tell me what this generous reward is, then I'll consider cooperating with you. Yi Xian squinted slightly, ignoring the young prodigy of the Ink Jiao royal clan, and instead fixing his gaze on Chu Xiaoxiao as he asked. As the little princess of the great Chu dynasty, her wealth was undoubtedly immense. This guy really is a greedy miser. Chu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. I recently obtained the true blood of an ancient ferocious beast here. They'll give it to you as payment. How does that sound? The true blood of an ancient ferocious beast. Yi Xian's eyes lit up brightly. Deal? I agree. How dare you? Do you take my words as mere wind? You should know some things are easier to obtain than to enjoy. The prodigy from the Ink Jiao royal clan's expression turned icy cold. Brother Bai Muyu and the great Qian's little princess suppressed the great Chu's little princess. They'll cleave this arrogant brat apart. Xuan immediately said to the silver-haired, eyeless man beside him. With a sharp sound, he swung the bone club in his hand and charged directly at Yi Xian, not caring whether the silver-haired man or Zhou Xiao agreed. A testament to his overbearing nature. Antler-headed dark man, you're still a bit lacking to cleave me. But that bone in your hand is rather intriguing. Could it be your ancestor's spine? What a filial descendant you are. Bastard. Bastard. Human brat, you seek death. These aren't antlers, they're dragon horns. I am the supreme prodigy of the Ink Jiao royal clan. Xuan was furious. He was immensely proud of his bloodline, but nothing infuriated him more than others calling his dragon horns antlers. The Ink Jiao royal clan. You're a demonic flood dragon. Yi Xian was somewhat surprised, but soon an overwhelming excitement filled him. They say a flood dragon is a treasure trove. Its golden hide is incredibly tough and can be forged into magical artifacts, but skin can be refined into defensive treasures. Its blood and inner core are rich with vital energy. As Yi Xian spoke, his eyes gleamed, and he even licked his lips. He could refine the dragon's golden hide and skin into treasures, consume the dragon blood himself, and use the dragon core to concoct pills. After returning, he could give them to Jiang Luotian to replenish her vitality and repair her damaged meridians from training. Bastard. Bastard. Human brat, what kind of look is that? Are you treating me as food? I'll make you die without a burial place and refine you into my own blood sacrifice. Xuan was more enraged than ever before. The bone club in his hand erupted with overwhelming malevolent energy. The emerald green ferocious aura blazed like flames. Yi Xian could almost see an immense dark green flood dragon emerging from a great marsh ready to swallow him whole. Humpha dragon is still a dragon. Let me show you the power of a superior being. 8 extremities divine seal fully open. Yi Xian snorted inwardly. His martial realm leaped from the cavern realm straight to the 1st level of spirit nurturing. His surging blood energy shot into the sky. The origin of the blaze saint physique was ignited and his entire body blazed with dazzling golden light. True dragon ascending heaven art. With a thunderous roar, Yi Xian's body moved. He transformed into a golden dragon, pressing forward with overwhelming force, accompanied by a piercing dragon's cry that echoed through heaven and earth. Transforming into a true dragon. How is this possible? Mo Kuan, who had been supremely confident in landing a killing blow, was utterly shocked. Yi Xian's aura even began to exude a true draconic pressure. Even the shadow of the flood dragon cast by the bone club in his hand trembled uncontrollably several times. With a thunderous crash, Yi Xian clashed with the immensely powerful phantom of the ink jiao. The violent explosion shook heaven and earth, leveling and pulverizing all sandstone and trees within 1,000 meters. Staggering back several steps, Mo Kuan exclaimed in shock, "How can you be so strong? I am at the peak of spirit nurturing." Mo Kuan was horrified. In their first exchange, he was indeed at a disadvantage. How can he be this strong? Could he have cultivated Imperial Dragon Qi as well? But it's different from the Imperial Dragon Qi I've cultivated. At this moment, both Chu Xiaoxiao and Zhou Xiao fixed their gazes intently on Yi Xian, their hearts filled with astonishment. The sovereign of a dynasty was known as the true Dragon Emperor. Thus, as the little princesses of the Great Qian and Great Chu dynasties, they had both cultivated the Imperial Dragon Qi of their respective realms. But compared to Yi Xian's current form, there was a vast difference. It seemed as if Yi Xian's version was the true orthodox path. With a thunderous rumble, falling half a step behind in the first exchange, Mo Kuan grew truly enraged. A massive cavern realm took shape behind him. Within it, a sea of spiritual energy churned, raising towering waves. An even larger ink jiao than before emerged from the surging tide, its scales like poured crystal and its pale, enormous eyes brimming with ferocity and terror. "Human brat, to force me, Mo Kuan, to summon my cavern realm's spirit so quickly. You can die without regrets. Let me see what's inside you that allows you to transform into a form resembling a true dragon. Ancestor, aid me in battle. Suppress this human brat right here." Mo Kuan then addressed the spirit of his cavern realm with great respect. Boom. The enormous black dragon stirred, slowly gliding out from its cave. "You really regard your ancestor as the spirit of your cave, don't you? Even in death you cannot find peace. As for filial piety, you are the epitome of it. It truly evokes a sense of ridiculous filial piety." Yi Xian gave him a thumbs up as if witnessing a marvel. "Damn it, you little beast of the human race, shut your mouth. This is the tradition of my Mo Jiao royal family. You know nothing." Mo Kuan roared, and then his cave spirit and the black dragon charged towards Yi Xian. Especially his cave spirit, which stretched over 100 feet, nearly reached Yi Xian in a single sweep of its tail, its claws covered in menacing scales aimed at his head. "Shadowless sword box, shatter it." Yi Xian shouted, waving his hand to retrieve the shadowless sword box he had obtained from the Dragon Gate's secret realm, hurling it towards the cave spirit of Mo Kuan. In an instant, countless sword shadows erupted, enveloping Mo Kuan's cave spirit within. The razor-sharp sword shadows cleaved through the void, and agonized howls echoed from within. Yi Xian's hand trembled, and a Fang Tianhua halberd was summoned, ascending high into the sky, and with the posture of splitting Mount Hua, he fiercely struck at Mo Kuan. "My fifth brother's spiritual treasure, the Fang Tianhua halberd. Ah, that is my fifth royal brother's Fang Tianhua halberd." Not far away, Zhou Xiao, who was battling against the spirit of the Baimu royal family alongside Chu Xiaoxiao, glanced over, letting out a sharp scream, with intense hatred shooting from her eyes. Zhou Xiao could hardly bear it. At that moment, she suddenly felt a surge of desire to eliminate Yi Xian first. With a swish, she suddenly dashed towards Yi Xian, sword in hand. "Damn it! You woman, why did you run off without a word?" The spirit of the Baimu royal family roared in fury as Zhou Xiao suddenly fled. "Little Baimu, die for your aunt. I have been oppressed and beaten by you all. Oh, it has driven me mad." Zhou Zio's sudden departure relieved some pressure from Chu Xiaoxiao, who wielded her purple gold whip and angrily lashed out at the spirit of the Baimu royal family. "Damn it! Even if it were just me, what of it? I can still suppress you." The spirit of the Baimu royal family roared repeatedly, opening the other two eyes on his forehead. At that moment, three distinctly different beams of divine light converging and shooting towards Chu Xiaoxiao. However, Chu Xiaoxiao did not evade at all. She urged the purple gold whip in her hand to its utmost, sweeping like a swimming dragon, striking down and shattering the divine light it shot out. The long whip coiled around him like a swimming dragon, its power suddenly increasing, tightening rapidly. A sense of deathly crisis enveloped him at that moment. "Damn it, you little princess of the Great Chu, so deep in scheming you were hiding just now." The silver-haired youth angrily scolded. Zhou Xiao had actually been concealing her strength while facing their trio's assault. Until the very last moment, I certainly want use all my strength. Unlike you fools who reveal all your trump cards right from the start." Zhou Xiao snorted triumphantly. Damn it, deceitful woman. The spirit of the Bai Mu royal family was frantic. He let out a roar intending to open his cave and use its spirit for a counterattack, but then was horrified to discover that he couldn't open his cave at all. The power emanating from this whip was peculiar, as though it had completely sealed him all over. Haha, my Tai binding spirit whip, once bound, even your spiritual energy will gradually become unusable. If you can't use your spiritual energy, you cannot open your cave, and your cave spirit cannot be released. Except your death. Zhou Xiao let out a villainous laugh. This was a unique power of her Tai binding spirit whip, but the premise was that she must bind and entangle the opponent, and if the opponent's strength vastly exceeded hers, they could break free with absolute brute force. Yet it was evident that this silver-haired youth was not her match. Good brother, just hold on a bit longer. Once I finish off this little Bai Mu, I'll come to help you. Zhou Xiao shouted to Yi Xian, whose appearance had drawn all the firepower towards him. No problem. Yi Xian laughed heartily, waving his hand to summon a precious seal. The Qianhuang seal of my fifth royal brother. Zhou Xiao, rushing over, almost stumbled and fell. You despicable bastard, using my fifth royal brother's treasures, die. She was furious. These were all treasures of Zhou Tianzong, and even the Qianhuang seal was something she did not possess. Although it was just a fake, it was invaluable and was specifically requested by Zhou Tianzong when he went to the Dragon Gate secret realm. Suppress. Yi Xian softly commanded, activating the Qianhuang seal to suppress Zhou Xiao while he wielded the Feng Tianhua halberd and once again activated the divine dragon sky fighting technique to strike at the black dragon. Under the intense battle, large amounts of blood erupted from the black dragon. Deep wounds visible to the bone caused him serious injury. And his cave spirit was also riddled with massive wounds from the onslaught of the shadowless sword box, having been severed several times. Generally, cave spirits are closely linked. Heavy injuries to the cave spirit greatly affected him, leading the black dragon to contemplate retreat. Spirit extinction. Soul devour. Upon seeing the black dragon show signs of retreat, lost in a moment of daze, Yi Xian instantly unleashed the silent sword technique. Oh! The black dragon let out a painful cry, a wound torn open at its forehead with blood trickling down, feeling as if its soul had fractured at that moment. Not good. If I don't leave soon, I might die here. The black dragon roared in its heart, not caring about anything else, quickly retreating. However, just as it retreated, Yi Xian had already vanished from his original spot, appearing behind him, his Feng Tianhua halberd piercing through its body, leaping into the air. You! The black dragon was mouthful of blood, with a mixture of horror and unwillingness flooding its eyes, not expecting to die like this. Boom! With the death of the black dragon, its form rapidly expanded, revealing its true body, a nearly 100-meter-long dark green dragon. A corpse spanning 100 meters lay upon the ground, its blood staining the earth crimson and exuding a terrifying aura of malevolence. You actually slew Mo Cohen. How could your strength be so formidable? Blocked by the Imperial seal, Zhou Xiao gasped in shock as she witnessed the colossal corpse crashing to the ground. Her power was roughly on par with Mo Kun's, yet now Mo Cohen had fallen to Yi Xian's hand, which meant she was no match for him either. Glancing aside, she saw the silver-haired youth of the Baimu King clan being suppressed by Chu Xiaoxiao, teetering on the brink of death. Zhou Xiao made a decisive choice, retreating swiftly to flee this place, dashing toward the entrance between the 7th and 6th layers. But the moment she moved, Yi Xian drew his sky-piercing halberd and hurled it at her with explosive force. Simultaneously, he activated his void-breaking art, vanishing in an instant to pursue the retreating Zhou Xiao. A chill coursed through Zhou Xiao as a deadly crisis surged upon her. Void Space Talisman. She roared hastily, retrieving a talisman from her ring and affixing it to herself. In an instant, a blinding radiance enveloped her feet, dramatically accelerating her retreat and causing Yi Xian to grasp at empty air. It's useless. No matter how fast you are, you cannot outpace me. Yi Xian snorted coldly, refusing to relent as he pushed the void-breaking art to its peak. With each shift, he traversed hundreds of meters, chasing after Zhou Xiao like a phantom. The relentless pursuit behind her made Zhou Zio's expression twist in terror, for Yi Xian abruptly materialized before her, swinging a golden palm to crush her. Zhou Xiao hastily mustered her power to block. A thunderous collision ensued, fist against palm, and she was sent flying, her arm shattered into several pieces. Damn it! How can such overwhelming power exist? The searing pain wrenched a furious curse from her lips. In that moment, her gaze at Yi Xian was filled with unparalleled dread. Yi Xian was too formidable. Oh, perhaps he had not killed Zhou Tianzong and Zhou Tianxi through trickery, but through his own strength alone. Cursed, I underestimated his power. But I cannot die here. I must escape and inform the royal ancestors. To slay Xuan, we may need to dispatch a divine ability realm expert, and we cannot allow him to grow any further. Zhou Zio's expression darkened to the extreme. Ignoring the agony of her broken arm, she fled once more. You cannot escape. It's but a futile effort. Watching her retreat again, Xuan let out a cold, derisive laugh. As his cultivation level increased, and his power swelled, the range of each void-breaking art shift extended further. No matter how Zhou Xiao strained herself, she could not evade his pursuit. With a thunderous strike, Xuan caught up to her again, his palm like a blade that sent her hurtling away. Zhou Xiao was drenched in blood, a pitiful sight. You let me apologize. I'll give you all the treasures I've obtained. Spare my life. As for the grudge between you and my brother, I'll step away, all right. Zhou Xiao clutched her heaving chest, coughing blood, as she pleaded with Xuan. You think you can just step away? That would make me lose face. As for your treasures, once you're dead, won't they be mine? Xuan chuckled, reaching out to grasp his sky-piercing halberd. He leaped into the air, descending upon Zhou Xiao like a mountain crashing down. Heartless man, the pain you've inflicted on me today, Zhou Xiao, I will engrave in my memory. One day I shall bring an indescribably terrifying powerhouse to slay you. As Xuan's strike descended, Zhou Xiao roared with savage fury. Then, to his utter disbelief, she formed a blade with her fingers and slashed fiercely at her own neck. A blinding light burst forth with a thunderous roar, forcing Xuan to blink involuntarily. But when he looked again, there was no corpse of Zhou Xiao. Only a shattered puppet lay in its place. Another life-substitute puppet. Xuan's expression darkened instantly. He whirled around, his gaze locking onto the entrance between the 7th and 6th layers where Zhou Xiao had abruptly appeared. She turned back, shooting him a venomous glare, then plunged through without a backward glance. Damn it. As the saying goes, one shouldn't stumble twice in the same place. And this is the second time. Earlier, when he killed Zhou Tianzong in the west, that one had also escaped using a life-substitute puppet. But Zhou Tianzong, unwilling to accept defeat, had launched a second assault and couldn't flee. Now Zhou Xiao pulled the same trick, though she triggered it by her own hand, not waiting for Xuan to deliver a fatal blow. He understood that when one used a life-substitute puppet through self-inflicted death, the escape range could be maximized, unlike when killed by external force. If he had slain her, she might have fled only a few hundred meters, still within his reach. But in this case, she had escaped directly to the entrance. At that moment, Chu Xiaoxiao's opponent, the silver-haired youth of the Baimu King clan, had his head severed by her supreme divine whip. He died on the spot. Good brother, you let Zhou Xiao get away. Chu Xiaoxiao asked Xuan after finishing off the youth. She slipped away. I didn't expect her to have a life-substitute puppet. Xuan's expression was grim. What a pity. Still, let her run. She'll seek revenge again, and there will come a time when she can't escape. Life-substitute puppets aren't like cabbages. They don't grow on trees. Chu Xiaoxiao chuckled, taking the loss with equanimity. You have a point. Xuan nodded, then extended his hand toward her. What do you want? Chu Xiaoxiao raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say you'd give me the ancient beast's true blood for my help? And the other treasures? Hand them over. I was just joking. You actually expect me to deliver? The Baimu King clan member and the Ink Flood Dragon, aren't they enough? Chu Xiaoxiao pouted, speaking with a petulant tone. Are you toying with me? Xuan's expression darkened, a flicker of menace flashing in his eyes. I'm not toying with you. Don't put it that way. Chu Xiaoxiao's eye twitched. Then hand over the ancient beast's true blood now, or I can't guarantee what I might do. Zhou Xiao escaping has left me in a foul mood. Xuan snorted coldly, his gaze roaming over Chu Xiaoxiao's tall, perfect figure. His intense stare sent a shiver down her spine, as if he intended to devour her. She felt that if she refused again, he might actually do something to her. Fine, take it. I shouldn't have called for your help. I could have escaped those three on my own. And Zhou Xiao would have attacked you anyway. Chu Xiaoxiao grumbled, reluctantly producing a jade bottle. This contains the ancient beast's true blood I obtained. Xuan snatched it in a flash. He uncorked it slightly, and immediately a terrifying, ferocious aura surged forth, as if a colossal beast were about to burst out. Such dense, fierce energy. This essence blood is truly extraordinary. Xuan's face brightened with joy as he quickly sealed the bottle and tossed it into his storage ring. He then turned to the corpse of Mo Kuan, chopping down with his Fang Tianhua halberd, soon extracting the dragon tendons, tearing off the dragon skin, and collecting both the dragon gallbladder and a drop of vital blood from Mo Kuan's heart. Having skillfully processed these, Xuan took out a large cauldron from his storage ring and placed it on the ground, waving his hand to unleash a torrent of azure dragon flame that blazed beneath it. He tossed the segments of immortal he had chopped into the cauldron along with various treasures he had obtained in the Dragon Gate's secret realm, soon filling the air with a rich aroma. Chu Xiaoxiao watched this scene dumbfounded, her mouth twitching violently. Good brother, aren't you being a bit too greedy? That immortal is from the Mo Jiao royal family, and here you are brazenly boiling meat and drinking soup. Why haven't you left yet? I've helped out, I've taken my reward, what are you still doing here? Xuan turned his head, casting a casual glance at her. I want to be friends with you. Not enough to be friends. Xuan snorted, coldly gazing at the boiling cauldron filled with immortal meat, the essence rolling and bubbling. He picked out a piece with the Fong Tianhua halberd and took a bite. Immediately, a powerful essence surged through his body. Delightful. The ultimate satisfaction of his taste buds combined with the overwhelming essence lifted Xuan's spirits as he devoured the meat, his mouth greasy and his body emanating qi, especially the uniquely fragrant aroma. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao standing beside him, she gulped several times, hesitating before approaching Xuan. Hey, could you not be so stingy? I apologize for my earlier behavior. It's just that the ancient ferocious beast blood is too precious. After entering, I only obtained that one treasure, but in the end I still gave it to you. Additionally, as a gesture of apology, I can give you the meat of the Mu Wang clan, which contains the bloodline of a demon king. We can cook it together. Will you forgive me for what happened earlier? Let's talk after I finish eating. I don't have time right now. Who knows, this pot of dragon meat might be enough for me. Xuan replied indifferently, continuing to feast. Damn stingy man. Chu Xiaoxiao ground her teeth in frustration. As a small princess of the great Chu dynasty, this was her first time apologizing to someone, yet the other party remained unyielding, and she felt helpless because she couldn't defeat Xuan. Besides, this pot of meat was truly fragrant. She sensed that it wasn't just the ingredients. The flames Xuan used were also quite remarkable. It was a type of flame she had never seen before. Moreover, during the earlier fight, she had sustained some injuries, and if she could eat a few bites, her wounds might heal. Good brother, I still have some good stuff on me, let me throw it into your cauldron too. And I can give you a minor martial Dao pill. Taking this pill can help reduce the pressure in the martial Dao tower to a certain extent, aiding you in going further. Can you share a little with me? Chu Xiaoxiao said, looking pitiful and somewhat greedy. Upon hearing that Chu Xiaoxiao had something useful for him, Xuan revealed a bright smile, looking at her with a grin. It's a specially made pill refined using the martial Dao primal force inside here as the main ingredient, designed to counteract the pressure in the martial Dao tower. After taking it, even an ordinary cave heaven realm cultivator can reach the 8th floor. You are in a special situation. Normally, a cave heaven realm cultivator couldn't even reach the 7th floor. Even the pressure here is unbearable, let alone the various dangers within. However, this minor martial Dao pill is generally only available to the direct descendants of our superpowers, as it is quite precious. Its purpose is to help us pass through the martial Dao tower quickly and gain greater rewards inside. Such a magical pill. Isn't the martial Dao energy supposed to be inedible? Xuan asked, surprised. It cannot be taken directly. This is diluted and divided into countless times the martial Dao energy, mixed with various spiritual objects from the martial Dao tower, resulting in minimal side effects, and can only be used within the martial Dao tower. It cannot be used outside. I see. Xuan nodded, waving his Fong Tianhua halberd to pick out a large piece of immortal meat, offering it to Chu Xiaoxiao, while extending his hand out as well, one hand for the pill and one hand for the meat. You really think so little of me? Is my image in your eyes that poor? Chu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes indignantly. Xuan remained silent, indicating that her image was indeed poor. Chu Xiaoxiao could only helplessly take out a minor martial Dao pill and hand it to Xuan. After receiving the pill, Xuan grinned, his attitude completely flipping. So you're Chu Xiaoxiao. Come sit closer, let's eat meat first, and then drink soup. Umph. Chu Xiaoxiao snorted lightly, taking the dragon meat, and began to feast. As time passed, they finished off the entire pot of dragon meat, then tossed the silver-haired youth from the Mu Wang clan into the pot to stew. During the meat-eating process, Chu Xiaoxiao learned of Xuan's background, discovering he actually came from the Yunxiao sect. I never expected you to be from the Yunxiao sect. Do you know someone? Chu Xiaoxiao asked Xuan. Xuan looked at her. Who? Chu Yuran. You know Chu Yuran? Xuan's brows instantly raised. Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes sparkled as she smiled. It seems you know my cousin Yuran. She is my distant cousin. Really? I didn't expect you to have such a relationship with Sister Yuran. Yi Xian was quite surprised. Yes, Sister Yuran is my distant cousin. We used to play together a lot when we were young, but later I heard she joined the Yunxiao sect and haven't seen her since. I wonder if I will have the chance to see her again, Chu Xiaoxiao said with a smile. Do you want me to take you to the Yunxiao sect? Yi Xian caught the meaning behind her words. Is that possible? If you can take me to the Yunxiao sect, I'm sure Sister Yuran will be very happy to see me. Chu Xiaoxiao hurriedly said. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Let me conquer the 9th floor first, and I might be able to take you there. You plan to conquer the 9th floor? Chu Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in shock. She quickly waved her hand, looking at Yi Xian with great seriousness. Listen to my advice, don't go to the 9th floor. Reaching the 8th floor is already enough. Why, oi? Chu Xiaoxiao's attitude made Yi Xian frown. The 9th floor is extremely dangerous. Chu Xiaoxiao's stern warning made Yi Xian realize that the 9th level was far from simple. What kind of great terror is it exactly? He quickly pressed on with questions. Just take my advice and don't go in. Asking so much now won't do you any good, nor will it benefit our younger generation. It's better not to go. Chu Xiaoxiao paused, speaking with great solemnity. He had no intention of revealing the truth to Yi Xian. Chen Lixian helplessly rolled his eyes. The more you say that, the more intrigued I become. Don't you know men have a rebellious streak? It's a matter of life and death. What does that have to do with rebellion? Chu Xiaoxiao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Tell me quickly, stop stalling. Even if you don't tell me, I'm definitely going to the 9th level. I have a reason I can't avoid. What reason could be more important than your own life? I won't tell you because the 9th level is completely different from the others. Chu Xiaoxiao sighed, helplessly feeling that Yi Xian was being far too stubborn. Don't worry, taking my life won't be so easy. As for you caring so much about me, could it be love at first sight? Yi Xian curled his lips, gazing at Chu Xiaoxiao's strikingly beautiful face with a chuckle. Love at first sight, my foot. Truly good advice is wasted on a fool who wants to die. Since you're so set on going, fine. He'll tell you what's on the 9th level. Chu Xiaoxiao shot him a fierce glare, grinding her pearly teeth. The space on the 9th level is very small, and there are 9 people inside. But they aren't real. They're imprints left by those who entered the 9th level. To enter, you must defeat the imprint of the first unparalleled prodigy who set foot there. That's just the first step. To go deeper, you'll need to defeat the second imprint. To reach the deepest part, you must defeat the final imprint. The deeper you go, the stronger the imprints become, and if you lose, you will truly die in there. I've tried twice and failed both times, sustaining severe injuries. That's why I advise you not to enter. Chu Xiaoxiao warned him with utmost gravity. 9 prodigy imprints. That sounds fascinating. After hearing this, Yi Xian showed no fear. Instead, a glint of eagerness flickered in his eyes. You? Chu Xiaoxiao was somewhat exasperated, feeling that her words had been wasted. She couldn't tell if this guy was overly confident or just plain arrogant. Thanks, but I've decided to take on the 9th level. Even if I can't make it all the way, I should be able to retreat safely. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Then he continued scooping meat from the hall, eating until spiritual energy radiated from his body. The 4th cavern became increasingly solid. Yi Xian's heart tightened. He took out the drop of ancient beast true blood that Chu Xiaoxiao had given him and swallowed it down. Chu Xiaoxiao was jolted, shouting in alarm, heavens. You fool, spit it out. Don't swallow it. Fearing he couldn't spit it out in time, she reached for his mouth, but Yi Xian swiftly caught her hand. You want to pry something out of my mouth? Chu Xiaoxiao, that's going too far. Yi Xian scolded lightly. The ancient beast true blood contains immense, baleful qi. It needs to be refined into a pill. Swallowing it raw will kill you. Chu Xiaoxiao was utterly speechless. She had just made a friend, and now he was about to get himself killed. Yi Xian was truly one of a kind. Rumble. No sooner had her voice faded than a terrifying surge of baleful qi erupted from Yi Xian's body, accompanied by a thunderous, beastly roar. It's over, it's all over. The ancient beast true blood is taking effect. This baleful qi will shatter your internal organs. It's my fault for not warning you, but I never imagined you'd just swallow it raw. That's not something a human should do. In that moment, Chu Xiaoxiao was panicked, her voice trembling with tears. As the young princess of the great Chu dynasty, she had few friends, but Yi Xian was different. He didn't care about her status. After their conversation, she felt he was someone she could truly connect with, and they could become good friends. Now Yi Xian was about to die, and she was helpless. I'm not dead yet, Chu Xiaoxiao. Don't look so mournful, or I'll spank you. Yi Xian chided her with exasperation, then immediately mobilized the essence of his pure yang sacred body to begin refining the blood. The blazing essence of the pure yang sacred body radiated like a blazing sun, unleashing layered waves of pure yang power to roast, and refine the baleful chi from the ancient beast true blood. Good heavens, what's happening? Why is he glowing like a little sun? As Yixian activated the essence of his pure yang sacred body, Chu Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. She felt that Yixian was extraordinary at this moment. The radiance emanating from him stirred an indescribable sensation within her, even affecting her own innate essence. How can this be? I possess the exceedingly rare violet cloud divine body. How could I be influenced by the power radiating from him? Chu Xiaoxiao was deeply shaken. As the essence of Yixian's pure yang sacred body grew denser, a layer of resplendent purple light spontaneously emerged from Chu Xiaoxiao, shielding her from any harm or influence. Time passed slowly. Suddenly a sound of grinding bones emanated from Yixian's body, and one by one his caverns manifested. When the fourth ethereal cavern emerged, it began to solidify at an accelerated pace. Finally, the fourth cavern fully formed, emitting sounds like ocean tides as golden spiritual energy surged within it. Breakthrough cavern realm, fourth heaven. Yixian's aura surged dramatically, but the upward momentum did not cease. The fifth cavern began to faintly emerge under its fierce momentum. Eventually, this fifth cavern also fully materialized, elevating Yixian's aura like ascending a heavenly ladder. He wasn't hiding his strength, nor was he concealing his realm. He truly is only at the cavern realm, and just the third heaven at that. Good heavens, how could someone at the cavern realm, third heaven, kill Xuan, who was at the peak of the nourishing spirit realm? Chu Xiaoxiao was utterly dumbfounded, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The phenomenon unfolding with Yixian completely defied her understanding. Not only had he slain Xuan at the peak of the nourishing spirit realm, while at the cavern realm, third heaven, but he had also broken through two heavens in one go. Swish! Suddenly Yixian opened his eyes, a flash of golden divine light streaking through them like lightning. Opening two caverns in a row, how satisfying. Ha ha ha, feeling the vast abyss-like power within his body, Yixian couldn't help but burst into laughter. With 5 caverns now open, his strength had grown not just by a little, but by several times over. After laughing for a while, Yixian turned his gaze to Chu Xiaoxiao. Chu Xiaoxiao, thank you for the ancient beast true blood. Otherwise I'd probably have been stuck at the cavern realm, fourth heaven at best. Haha, you're such a freak. I'm dying to know how you killed Xuan at the peak of the nourishing spirit realm, while only at the cavern realm, third heaven. Chu Xiaoxiao stared at him wide-eyed, burning with curiosity. Secret, Yixian grinned. Then he rose from the ground, fixing his gaze on the entrance to the 8th floor of the martial tower, and declared with blazing eyes, I am now heading to the 9th floor. Will you come with me? I won't go. I've been beaten twice already, and I have no taste for masochism. But I can accompany you to the 8th floor, that's as far as he'll go. Chu Xiaoxiao grumbled. She didn't press further, understanding that everyone had their secrets. Fine, then he'll venture into the 9th floor alone. Then let's set off now. Yixian nodded, and together they walked toward the passage to the 8th floor. Upon entering the 8th floor, the crowd was even sparser. The pressure here was immeasurably heavier than in the first 7 floors. Yixian decisively consumed the minor martial pill that Chu Xiaoxiao had given him. The oppressive force immediately subsided significantly. No wonder you all move here, as if on level ground, barely affected. It's because you've all taken these minor martial pills. After swallowing the pill, Yixian couldn't help but marvel. This was the advantage of having formidable backing. While you exhaust yourself struggling against the overwhelming pressure here, others need only a tiny pill to walk with ease. If it came to a fight, who would lose but you? On the 8th floor, as they moved about, some people glanced over. These were all extraordinary young prodigies of the highest caliber. Seeing Chu Xiaoxiao and Yixian walking together, many found it novel. A man accompanying the little princess of Great Chu was an exceedingly rare sight. Yet no cliched confrontations occurred, no one came to block them. They proceeded until they reached the entrance from the 8th to the 9th floor, where Chu Xiaoxiao halted. You can wait for me here, or outside the martial tower. After I emerge, I'll take you to the Cloud Source sect to see senior sister Xuan. Yixian said to Chu Xiaoxiao beside him. All right. Chu Xiaoxiao nodded, and then Yixian stepped toward the passage to the 9th floor. That guy is truly extraordinary. Perhaps he really can create a miracle. Watching Yixian's retreating figure, Chu Xiaoxiao murmured to herself. What is he doing? Is he heading to the 9th floor? Ridiculous. On what grounds does he think he can enter the 9th floor? Even the supreme prodigies and direct disciples of the major superpowers dare not set foot on the 9th floor lightly. What gives this unknown nobody the audacity to enter? Just watch. He'll be ejected from the 9th floor as a corpse. The onlookers watching Yi Xian stride toward the passage to the 9th floor of the Marshall Tower burst into discussion, a torrent of mockery pouring forth. Everyone here exploring the 8th floor was a renowned super prodigy. None dared to enter. What right did an unknown nobody like him have to go in? Thus Yi Xian's actions provoked their intense displeasure. Hell, with his extraordinary abilities, he might just achieve something astonishing inside. Just wait for the slap in the face. Listening to the various remarks, Chu Xiaoxiao sneered inwardly. Meanwhile, Yi Xian stepped onto the passage to the 9th floor, entering without hindrance. The 9th floor was indeed not large. Directly ahead stood a stone stele engraved with 3 characters Yuan Taishu. Gazing at these 3 characters, Yi Xian inexplicably felt a tremendously powerful impact, as if waves of oppressive force were cascading toward him from all directions. No doubt this should be the first prodigy imprint I must face. Yi Xian took a deep breath, then stepped forward with both feet. Boom. As both his feet landed within the 9th floor, a thunderous roar shook heaven and earth. The scene before him suddenly transformed dramatically. It was as if he were suspended in a starry void. The stele inscribed with Yuan Taishu burst forth with an exceedingly dazzling light. A phantom figure emerged from within, gradually solidifying until it stood there like a living person. It gazed at Yi Xian with piercing eyes, not like an imprint, but as if possessing its own independent consciousness. An icily indifferent voice rang out. Later Comer, I am Yuan Taishu, the foremost direct disciple of the Void Heaven sect. Good luck to you. Whoosh. As the voice faded, Yuan Taishu vanished from his spot. Yi Xian sensed only a faint ripple in the void, and then a ferocious attack arrived before him, tearing through space to strike him down. Void Breaker. In an instant, Yi Xian vanished from his position, causing Yuan Taix's blow to miss. It is said that the Void Heaven sect is renowned for speed, reaching its peak by roaming within nothingness. The rumors are not unfounded. Yi Xian clicked his tongue in admiration. Fortunately, he mastered the Void Sutra, an ancient and powerful scripture that undoubtedly surpassed the strongest secret arts of the Void Heaven sect, allowing him to evade with ease. More importantly, he noticed that Yuan Taix's displayed cultivation was merely at the 5th layer of the Cave Heaven realm. Could it be that the prodigy imprints on the 9th floor adjust based on the intruder's actual realm? If so, then my complete victory is all but assured. Yi Xian murmured to himself. Chu Xiaoxiao hadn't mentioned this. After all, she had failed twice in a row, narrowly escaping death. Perhaps she instinctively believed that entering the 9th floor of the Marshall Tower required at least the peak of the nurturing spirit realm. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At that moment, Yuan Taishu moved again, unleashing a barrage of Void Heaven secret arts that wove like interlocking chains of order, uncannily converging upon Yi Xian. If you were at my level, I wouldn't fear you. Facing the overwhelming Void Heaven secret arts closing in, Yi Xian cried out lightly. Using the Void Breaker technique from the Void Sutra, he tore through space and instantly appeared before Yuan Taishu, activating the true dragon heaven-breaking art to launch a brutal assault. Boom. Moments later, Yuan Taix's figure was shattered into fragments. Simultaneously, the space before him shifted abruptly. He reappeared on the 9th floor, standing before the stele, but the name Yuan Taishu had been erased. Challenger, congratulations on breaking the first prodigy imprint. You may now inscribe your name or proceed deeper. A line of text slowly emerged on the stele. Of course, he'll go deeper. Yi Xian strode forward, confidently advancing to the 2nd stele. Hua Yunfei.